window while she was cooking. So my cheering for the Packers on Christmas morning was a little too loud for,
What they don't want noise when they open up their gifts? What, do they got a kid who gets rattled opening up a gift if there's too much noise around him? You're not at the free throw line. You're opening up an Amazon box. Grow up. What a loser. Find out who that neighbor is and make their life a living hell of this point forward, Lee. What a bunch of crap. All right, what else we got?
Good way to get introduced to the neighbors on Christmas morning. All right, Jonas, details have emerged regarding the YouTube's price for NFL Sunday Ticket. The exact price isn't quite there, but it is estimated to be in the neighborhood of $300 for the season, or they could be offering a cheaper single-team option. Now, in contrast, DirecTV was $149 per month with an $80 monthly cost for the regular subscription.
So this will be a little bit cheaper for Sunday Ticket if you want to go with the full option to watch everything.
Correct, and I believe for YouTube TV it is also a $65 a month plan.
Look, you're going to have to pay what you're going to have to pay. As long as there's no issues with the streaming and there's no buffering or anything like that, like as long as we got that covered, there shouldn't be a problem. So you're going to have to pay what you're going to have to pay. But I mean, the idea that people are going to look at this and go, "Man, that's still way too much." No, man, you're going to pay these prices. Like YouTube, this is a get. Just like Amazon's numbers went up because people wanted to be able to watch the games. Hopefully, some of the sports bars are going to be able to figure this stuff out, because Lee, you went to a sports bar, right, that wasn't able to get Amazon Prime on, and so people were leaving the bar.
Not only that, I mean, I didn't expand on this. It was a Whole Foods bar. So I called a week earlier.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I know. Well, they actually have a really good bar at this Whole Foods around the corner from me, but it's Whole Foods, which is owned by Amazon, right? So I called the week before. They had it all set up. Unfortunately, because it's a Whole Foods bar, it's the people in the back. Like, they're not real bartenders. They don't know how to work the TVs. They couldn't figure it out. So when I went there the next week, that was a Packers game. I had missed the first quarter because they couldn't figure out how to get the game on.
Hold on a second. You went to a Whole Foods bar to watch a football game?
I did actually.
What are you, a snob?
They have a great Thursday deal. Burger and a beer for like $10.
What, gourmet pretzels and like vegan oysters for $78 a piece?
Dude, I'm telling you, it's actually a good deal. You get good stuff. And they have good TVs.
Listen, no offense. There's a Whole Foods right near the radio station, by the way.
That's the one I went to.
Also, you know who you'd never find?
I'd rather go to the sketchy bar by my house.
I know, yeah. But you know who you're least likely to find at a Whole Foods? People that work in radio. So it's not really that doesn't really add up there for many people that work in radio.
People that go to the bar I go to.
Yeah, it just, I mean, come on, Lee. You can't find a better bar than the Whole Foods bar to watch a football game. That's the most unrelatable thing you've ever said on the air.
I deserve it.
That's disgusting.
I know. There's a Packers bar down the street, too.
And you chose Whole Foods over the Packers bar? The people in Green Bay are sick to their stomach with what you just said on the air, Lee.
We are Fox Sports!
If you want to experience the unmatched flavor of live fire grilling, then look no further than the Big Green Egg. Forget the pellets, the propane, the knockoffs. Roll with the best. An authentic Big Green Egg grill backed by a free lifetime warranty. Yeah, lifetime. It's that good. Grill, roast, smoke, or bake. It's versatile, easy to light, and simple to use. Shop online for free home delivery at BigGreenEgg.com. That's free home delivery to your door. Let your grilling adventure begin. Visit BigGreenEgg.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Everybody needs an edge. The other guy is working on his edge right now, whether you have one or not. Testosterone levels are at an all-time low historically, and individual T levels in men decline 1% every year with age. There's a new champion of natural testosterone boosters, and it's called CHOQ. CHOQ. 100% natural herbal extracts with game-changing effects on your energy, mood, and focus. CHOQ Daily's main ingredient has been clinically studied to boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity with higher T and a massive boost of energy by taking Chalk's Male Vitality Stack every day. Take the 90-day Chalk Challenge and reap the benefits of the reigning champion of natural men's health with Chalk's Male Vitality Stack. For a very limited time only, Chalk, CHOQ, is giving our listeners a 30% discount with promo code USA. That's CHOQ.com, code USA, for 30% off while supplies last.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Are you ready? Stock up and save big now, store-wide at the Lowe's Truckload event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on select tools and accessories from the brands you trust. And buy a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel miter saw and get an adjustable stand for free. Plus, get deals on appliances, bath, and more. Head to your local Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. While supplies last, selection varies by location, valid 12/29 through 1/11.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher love.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. paychex.com/ERTC.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their end-of-year blowout sale. For a limited time, receive 15% off your garage door purchase, plus qualify for up to 24 months no-interest financing. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
In Livermore, mostly cloudy today, highs near 52.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together...
Yeah, in for the Roasters, it's Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason and Kyle Madsen. How about those Warriors last night? Some would say, and some said last night, Kyle, they had no business being in that game in the fourth quarter. Look, they're in the game. Not only were they in the game, of course, Warriors prevailing over the Utah Jazz, 112-107. They won that game because they defended in the fourth quarter and held the Jazz to 13 points in the fourth quarter. Wow.
It was one of those games, again, we discussed this yesterday, where it felt like they'd lost that type of game from 2 days ago 10 times this year, where they had a lead, they blew it, it's close late, and they can't close it. Last night was another version of a game we've seen a million times, where they're down 10, 11 points. Okay, they get it to 7. Okay, now it's back to 10. And then, okay, got it to 5. Oh, back to 13. And they can just never get over that hump. And last night, going into the fourth quarter, or I guess going late in the third quarter, it was just like, man, they're just tired legs. They're not going to be able to get over the hump tonight. You know, so be it. Fine with them losing, but they've looked pretty good for the most part. And then they like you said, they played defense down the stretch in a way they haven't really all year.
Yes, they got great guard play, too. Not only from Jordan Poole. He was a little spotty, but, he stepped in and stepped up, made a huge shot when he needed to. But DiVincenzo had a good game. Of course, Ty Jerome was good last night. Patrick Baldwin Jr., what the heck? Is it true? I've heard rumblings, Kyle, through my various sources. Some of this I may have imagined some of it. I don't know. And he claims that until a few days ago, PBJ had never had a PBJ.
I find it super hard to believe.
Me too.
But why would you lie about that?
You wouldn't.
That would be so. He just crushes peanut butter and jellies his whole life.
Yeah.
Gets into his post game after his like best career moment. He was really good last night.
He was.
It is after his best career moment is like, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna lie about my peanut butter and jelly eating habits. And then I'm going to say that I had 2 of them today when really I've had 2 a day my entire life.
Huh. Yeah. On his way back from Santa Cruz. So legend would have it, right? Oh, I had a couple peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Yeah. PBJ, step it up. Huge last night.
I didn't realize that until after the game that he practiced today or yesterday with Santa Cruz. Got a text after practice. It was like, hey, we're short on guys. You want to come play?
That's like the text I get. Hey, Damon's out today. What are you doing?
Yeah, can he come in? Yeah, sure. Is Patrick Baldwin Jr. the Whitey Gleason of the Warriors? I think yes. But I was shocked when I found out that it was like, yeah, he pulled up to the arena at 6. And they were like, yeah, you want 13 minutes tonight?
You know, in some ways it's probably better that way, especially if you, and I don't know where he is. I know if I were him, you know, and I think a lot of people could relate to the fact that maybe you'd be a little tense. Like, but if it's like, oh, okay, well, it's on now. You don't have time to think about it. Maybe in some ways it's easier to go out and do it. And then you knock down a few threes. He's a good shooter. And then last night, 12 minutes, 4 for 7 from the floor, 3 of 5 beyond the arc for 11 very, very important points. And the Warriors, I don't know, they were gritty last night. Bottom line, they defended. And what we saw last night was strength in numbers.
Yeah, and Baldwin specifically, a plus 13, that's a game high. And we talked about plus minus a little bit yesterday, how it's kind of hard to...
Too much, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it's a weird stat because it's not always indicative, but it feels like a plus 13 for him. It's like, yeah, that tracks. Like, that fits with how it felt like when he was in the game. And one of the important things with him is, okay, so he and Jonathan Kuminga are kind of like opposites, where Jonathan Kuminga has all the like talent, like that high-end physical tools, but he just doesn't have that feel yet. He hasn't played enough basketball. Patrick Baldwin Jr., you can tell, has played a ton of basketball, coaches kid, knows exactly what to be doing, knows exactly where to be, but physically you can also see he's pretty limited. Like, he does not move super quick, but he just knows where to be, and he knows how to be in the right spot at the right time. So I was very, very impressed. If you told me going into last night he was going to get 13 minutes, I'd be like, they probably got blown out.
Yeah.
And he was playing 13 garbage time minutes.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and the Warriors winning again on this homestand. I know yesterday we had a discussion, Kyle, about, well, you know, if you're going to kick one here on this homestand, maybe that's the one. And my view was, sure, but the way it is right now, the way the standings look and the way you've been playing, you don't want to kick anything.
No doubt.
Yeah, but a near miraculous win for them last night to get back to 500. The Warriors are back to the 500 mark. How about that?
Butter jelly time.
Yes, it is.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, and that's, last night was big for sure, but it was definitely, if they were going to go 7-1 on the homestand, it's like, that's the one that's like, okay, if you're going to drop one back to back, you're shorthanded. But I was so thoroughly impressed with how they closed that game, specifically defensively. But then you mentioned the strength in numbers thing. I was kind of at the point where I had punted on that idea for this year. I didn't think that they were going to be able to do that. And it's like, man, they're going to go as far as Steph and Clay and Draymond, and on some nights Jordan Poole will take them. And that's just kind of and Andrew Wiggins. It's that group is going to, how far are they going? But if you're going to get minor contributions, and that's why these games are so important to me. They're not going to need 30 minutes from Ty Jerome in the playoffs, probably. But if Ty Jerome's going to play well in the few minutes he does get, and Jonathan Kuminga is going to do the same, and Patrick Baldwin, now you're starting to see the foundation of like, okay, there's maybe enough depth here that they can go 8 guys deep, 9 guys deep in a playoff series, and you feel good about it.
Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb, I know a lot of fans, I mentioned yesterday that we had somebody calling on one of the Saturday shows, Where's This Week, saying those guys are two-way trash. You got to play your young stars. These guys are two-way trash. What they're doing now so far, last night, the latest example, they're showing you that, you know what, night to night, I'm at least going to give you this. You can count on me to give you this. Yeah. You might get a little more. You might get a little less, but not much. You can rely on me. And that's one thing that Steve Kerr had last year with guys like Juan Toscano Anderson and Damian Lee. And I know Damian Lee was a guy that Warrior fans like to rant and rave about. But when he was in the game, Steve Kerr trusted him to give him, all right, I know I'm going to get a certain level of competence from him. And Ty Jerome's starting to give you that. And that's important. And to your credit, on the text line here, 888-957-9570, Xfinity mobile text line. Text of the day nominee right here from the 510. Kyle Madsen on record liking all bench players of the Warriors, including Ty Jerome. He was right. We got the receipts.
Yeah, exactly. Roll that tape.
People were coming after you yesterday. How did people have the audacity to come after you for singing the praises of Ty Jerome?
Well, my guy Ty Jerome, my guy Ty's got my back.
How's it feel to be right?
Yeah, it feels good. First time, long time. No, Ty Jerome was really good last night. That's a player that, like I said, I've given a lot of grief to this year. But
hey, Kyle, he made one of those huge shots, which I think you pointed out earlier before the show, gave him the lead, and it was literally my wife Shinya and her sister Ophelia. I'm watching with them. And as Ty Jerome came down the floor, they're literally, no, yay! You know, that whole thing. Don't shoot, yay!
Tie game, he comes up with the steal, goes on the break, has like a 1-on-3 break, is like, I'm pulling. Like, what? What are you doing? And he drilled it, and he put him up 104-101, and I don't think they gave up the lead again after that. So, yeah, huge shot. One of several he hit last night. Is really, really good.
Yeah, Utah was somewhat complicit in their demise. I mean, their offense ceased to function, but the Warriors' defense had a ton to do with that. That fourth quarter, the Utah offense, it was like tumbleweeds, man. They went a long stretch without even threatening to score, and Draymond was a big part of that. Sometimes block shots, sometimes they look better than they actually are. They look more meaningful than they are. Draymond had 3 blocks last night. At least 2 of those in the fourth quarter were huge blocks.
Yeah, they and like vintage Draymond plays too, where it's like that's a 1-of-1 defensive play. It's why Draymond is so impactful on that end. Like the timing, the ability to get up. He's got the long arms. I think it was, who was it that it was Jared Vanderbilt that he blocked on the baseline, where Vanderbilt went up with all the intentions to dunk on Draymond, and Draymond just gets into his body, still gets up and blocks the shot. There's not that many players in the league ever that are doing it at the level that Draymond does it.
Ty Jerome last night, your guy, Ty Jerome. I don't know if he mentioned you after the game. He may have. He did mention Draymond Green's defense.
What he did tonight was one of the most unreal performances I've ever seen on the defensive end. Like, he was spectacular. Like, you felt comfortable pressuring the ball because you knew Draymond would figure it out behind you. He was contesting guards' floaters and then grabbing the rebound. He was stopping the ball and then going to block the dunk attempt after the guard, threw a drop-off pass. Then he pushes the break for us, like coming off a back-to-back with a bad back. He was spectacular. And when you have a guy like that in year whatever who has 4 rings giving his all, you have no choice but to follow suit.
Do you remember a guy in the Colts when they played the Tampa 2 named Bob Sanders?
I love Bob Sanders.
And he was kind of a hybrid safety linebacker. Yeah. And he was in the middle of that defense, and he held it all together. Yeah. Earl Thomas was kind of the same player in some ways in Seattle. Mm-hmm. That's what Draymond is. And Ty Jerome there, we talked about, you're comfortable putting pressure on the ball. It's like, we can rush the passer because the linebacking and the safeties are taking care of business on the back end.
Yeah.
That's what Draymond gives you.
Yeah. It's pretty rare that you hear an NBA player, especially a guy who's been around a few years like Ty Jerome, be like, that was unbelievable. Like, I've never seen anything like that. But that's what Draymond does. And seeing him, I think the point Ty Jerome made about when you see a guy with 4 rings who is on the back end of a back-to-back, who's in his early 30s.
Who's hurt now, dealing with a foot
right, a little issue. Banged up. That's what we talked about yesterday, that kind of culture. And frankly, that's something that's been one of the big criticisms on Draymond.
Great point.
Is like, man, when Steph's not out there and Clay's not out there.
He doesn't always feel like bringing it.
Yeah, and things aren't going well. He's just not. And last night, he willed them down the stretch to at least give them a shot. And he had a big 3 in the third quarter that during one of those runs where they finally climbed back into the game. He had a big three that I think cut it from 9 to 6 or maybe 12 to 9, but like kept the minute. He was really, really good on a night they needed him to be.
At the same time, we don't need to get carried away. 888-957-9570.
I'm getting carried away.
Whitey and Kyle in for Bonta and Butch today on the Morning Roast. From Chan, our buddy Chan, 415. Text of the day nominee or not, Kyle? You make this call if you would, please. Put the rat on the table. Ty Jerome is the scaled-down version of Brock Purdy. Text of the day nominee or not? Are we maybe getting a little?
I need more.
Little ahead of ourselves.
I need more. I need more elaboration on the comparison.
Okay. I'll go this far. Ty Jerome can run an offense, and so can Brock Purdy. Ty Jerome, that's one of his best skills. He can shoot, but the thing is, he can come in and run your offense, especially this Warrior offense. Other than that, I'm not going there. Not yet, Chan, but thank you. Appreciate the point. Just not ready to go there just yet.
No, me neither. At least I don't think. Like I said, I need more elaboration on the metaphor.
It's not ridiculous, but I'm not willing to go there just yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. Speaking of quarterbacks in football, where were you? What was your reaction when you found out that this week the 49ers will be facing not Derek Carr, but Jarrett Stidham?
War Eagle.
Yeah. What's that?
War Eagle.
War Eagle.
Auburn.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Craig. How about that? This is it, right? Derek Carr, the Derek Carr era.
I was at a Starbucks, and I get the note, and I thought it was fake at first. I thought it was because Twitter will send you a notification. I have Adam Schefter notifications turned on, but then they'll just send me notifications of like, hey, here's a topic that you might be interested in, and so I get fake, so and so notifications every once in a while, and so I thought that's what that was, because it's like the Raiders are still in the playoff hunt technically. And
they're on the fringe of all fringes, but they are.
Right. They could still conceivably be in it. And they signed Derek Carr to this extension. I know that they can get out of it for cheap. I think it's like $5.6 million to part ways. So like I get all that. And he's not hurt that I know of. This has got to be a joke. And then it wasn't. And I know the Derek Carr era in Oakland/Vegas has been really up and down. But for it to just unceremoniously end with he's benched. Also, he doesn't want to be a distraction, which is lame. And so he's leaving the team. What a baby, first of all. But
unless that wasn't his doing, if they said, why don't you just
right? Okay, so there's
remove
that.
yourself. I don't know.
But if that's the case, then how bad does he suck in the locker room? That they're like, hey, maybe it's better if you just Like the Niners drafted Jimmy Garoppolo's replacement and then started him.
Yeah.
And then kept him around the building. Then re-signed him.
What it says to me, Kyle, is that the Raiders are thinking, we want Stidham to know he could be the guy here, and we don't want anyone thinking anything else about you playing anymore. So why don't you just... But we're not. We haven't severed ties. And also, to me, reeks of the GM and the new coach saying... wasn't our fault. Yeah, this year didn't go the way we wanted, but it wasn't our fault.
That's the thing that jumps out to me. This is Josh McDaniels looking at their playoff odds and going, okay, let's be real. Like, they need to win out and get a bunch of help. And they're playing the Niners this week. And this is very much a coach looking at that and going, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the plug on this quarterback. And that way we can just be like, oh, it was a quarterback issue. We'll see what we've got here, and then we can make a plan moving forward into next season. Because if Derek Carr's on the roster on February 15th, then they owe him his 2023 salary becomes fully guaranteed. And his 2024 salary becomes partially guaranteed, like $7.5 million of it. So they're on the hook for money into 2024 if he's on the roster on February 15th. So they've got to make a decision pretty quick here. Like usually those kick in like March, April, but his is early. And so the Raiders are just cutting ties now.
Yeah.
Like that's 100% what this is. And now you get a guy making his first NFL start against the best defense in the league.
But they have seen him before, haven't they? The 49ers have seen him before. 2020, he played against them when he was with New England. Yeah, briefly played, I think, one quarter. Week 7, 2020.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And he had a 39.2 passer rating, and he threw an interception. He wasn't great, but they have seen him before. It's interesting how one of the angles now is, hey, if you're the 49ers, how do you take this game seriously? against this guy, which to me is like, I know they have got a good defense, but come on, it's still the NFL and you're still playing for some serious seeding ramifications here.
That's one of the biggest concerns this week is how do you not just throw your helmet on the field?
Yeah.
And go, yeah, we can win this. Not that they're not trying to win, they are.
It's a flag, by the way, isn't it? If you do that 15 yards?
Yeah, throw your helmet on the field.
Yeah.
Depends. If it's between plays and you just toss it out there, I'm sure nobody would do anything.
Okay. But if you're on the field, thanks for clarifying.
For sure.
Yeah.
But they think they can just toss their helmets on the field and win. That's where teams weird. And with Max Crosby on the defensive side and with Darren Waller and Devontae Adams and Hunter Renfrow and Josh Jacobs, it's they have enough there to punch you in the mouth if you try and sleepwalk through a game. And that's definitely, if you're the Niners, you have to avoid that.
Our own Alan Stiles yesterday on Twitter, don't know if you saw this, you're kind of a Twitter master, but he asked the question, he suggested that Devontae Adams, huge contract, but still, all things considered, a terrible decision for him. And I said, no, it was a great decision for him because he got a Taco Bell at his house. Am I
Good
right?
point. Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So it looks like this is the end of the Derek Carr era with the Raiders. My honest reaction to that is a little sadness, which surprised me. And I don't necessarily feel sorry for Derek Carr. I'm not a huge Derek Carr fan, but I just feel like, man, that looked like it was going to be so much better. And then the last few years, I guess I empathize a little bit, going through regime changes and just ultimately the Derek Carr era is just one where you got to go, it could have been a lot and should have been a lot better than it was.
Yeah, the Raiders are making that decision that most teams are going to have to make. And do you move forward with this guy who's kind of you can win with them if everything goes right, but you have that small margin of error, and you're going to have to pay him to keep him around, and he'll keep you in playoff contention, but are you going to win a Super Bowl with him? So they have to make that decision. And they have assessed and looked and said, okay, we have almost a decade of work here, and it's just not working. So instead of paying him again and going into another season of you have to compete with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson in the AFC, they're going, okay, we're going to go searching elsewhere. And whether that's through the draft or free agency, I don't know what their plan is, but I think you're going to see more and more teams kind of cutting ties with these middling quarterbacks because they need to take a bigger swing.
Derek Carr didn't get better, did he? In a lot of ways, he regressed from what he looked like he was going to be when Jack Del Rio was still the coach.
Yeah, it felt like that for sure. But it was also, I can think of at least twice, he threw the ball away on fourth down with the game on the line.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, there's just something about, I can't put my finger on it. I don't have empirical data for this. I don't have a number for it, but it felt like if you hit him once or you rattled him even a little bit, he was done.
Yeah, and you don't have to be Cynthia Freeland to know that throwing the ball away on fourth down is not really a percentage play.
Yeah,
right?
no, definitely. Yeah, especially with the game on the line. You're not going to win a lot of games like that.
Give me my chart on that on throwing the ball away on fourth down.
Yeah, throw a pick, man.
Yeah.
You just try and make a play.
Yeah, and this Jimmy saga, every time we think it's over, it continues. But I think maybe we got a glimmer yesterday that this is probably the end for Jimmy here with the news from Kyle Shanahan that, yeah, he very unlikely he'd be available for us in the postseason. So it's ending not with a bang, but with a whimper, perhaps. But yeah. I think Jimmy riding to the rescue, I know I've been talking about that and trying to drum that up. I don't think that's on the table right now.
Shanahan said he's not even doing anything yet. He just got his cast off.
Isn't it seriously, I'm not making a joke, riding one of those scooters around, or he will be in practice, riding his scooter around, poking teammates with his crutches.
I don't know exactly how he's getting around, but Shanahan basically said yesterday, yeah, he's got his cast off. He's not doing it. They removed the cast. That's it. It's hey, he's back running. He's not even jogging. And they have a playoff game in 2 weeks. I just don't. I think it's just such a long shot. You have to get him fully rehabbed, ready to go, knock the rust off, making some throws.
Maybe we can ask Doc Pandya if that's even remotely realistic today.
Yeah, what's the I don't
Who can take an injury, say how it would feel, talk about the treatment, and explain how long it heals. The Panjaman, right? We got him coming up today.
Yeah, we sure do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Craig is either giving me sympathy applause or...
I think you can make that rhyme, and you pulled it out. So I was like, okay.
Oh, yeah, really well done.
All right, so we got him coming up today. A lot more on whatever's going on with the Raiders and how it affects the 49ers at this pivotal point of their season. Coming up next, as we mentioned, I mean, all hail the Warriors, all hail Kyle. Looks like Kyle did pick a great day to jump on the Ty Jerome bandwagon. 888-957-9570. Morning Roast today, Whitey and Kyle in for Bonta and Bush, 95.7. The Game.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Growing up, you were always warned not to get carried away. But in the world of Corteo by Cirque du Soleil, it's all a part of the festivities. Join us in the mysterious space between heaven and earth for the world-class acrobatics, imagination, and humanity of Corteo, a joyous celebration of life. Join us at the Chase Center from August 23rd to August 27th. Corteo thanks its official partner, Air Canada. Get carried away and find your tickets now at CirqueDuSoleil.com.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Avoid giving useless knickknacks this holiday season and look for durable items that will last for years. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language? In as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Saw Bonte on TV last night.
What?
Setting up and celebrating, of course, that Warrior win. So we got Whitey and Kyle in for Bonte and Butch today. Hopefully they're enjoying their time off. Hopefully you're enjoying your holiday season. It was nothing short of a holiday miracle last night. Kyle, the short-handed Dubs. Second night of a back-to-back. Finding a way to knock off the Utah Jazz. We'll get back to that in just a moment. First, 888-957-9570. People still, of course, reacting to the news that the 49ers will be facing not Derek Carr, but Jarrett Stidham this weekend. What does that mean for the 49ers this week? What does it mean for the Raiders going forward? Let's talk to George on 95.7 The Game. George, thanks for hanging on. What do you make of this situation?
Oh, gentlemen, I love it. But can't you see what this is setting up? You know, Jimmy going to Vegas. Who could be a better pick for the Raiders but Jimmy Garoppolo, a member of the Five Families, going to Vegas? Nick Damone will be announcing games. Jimmy will be on the strip with his porn star girlfriends. It's a perfect setup.
Thanks, George. It does make a lot of sense from that viewpoint, which I may or may not share.
So here's my question, as long as we're going to be silly about this. Does Jimmy Garoppolo give you more of a Las Vegas guy vibe or a New York guy vibe? Because I could very much see Jimmy Garoppolo being a guy who goes out to like swanky bars in New York and vacations or does bachelor party stuff in Vegas. Not necessarily a guy who lives and goes out in Vegas. I feel like he's has too respectable of a thing going on to be a nightly Vegas guy.
To me, he's more of a New York guy, and some of that is because I've been around longer and I still have that point of reference on Namath and all that, which I know that was decades ago, but I still, to me, that still resonates with me a little bit more than anything having to do with the NFL and Vegas does.
Yeah.
So, you know?
Yeah, I feel like he could go out in New York and have a bar that he frequents or a lounge or whatever you want to call it that has his table in the back. Everybody knows that's Jimmy G's table. Nobody goes over to Jimmy G's table. And that's just what it is. Like, everybody knows he's there, but nobody... In Vegas, I feel like you can't do that. Like, you can have your table, but everybody's going to be coming up. Everybody's going to be wanting pictures. And he doesn't want to do that. He wants to sit there in his blazer and his white shirt and drink his Manhattan or whatever he drinks.
If you were Jimmy and you're looking at that option, let's say it would be an option, which way would you be leaning? Just from Jimmy's standpoint alone.
I would want to be a part of it in New York.
Mm-hmm.
New York.
You want to start spreading that news?
Yeah. Start spreading the news. Jimmy's back in town. He's in town. He's just around.
He has history with the Raider coach, right? They were both there.
Josh McDaniels. Yeah, for sure. Well, and that's why. So that's where all the Jimmy G ties come in. It's Josh McDaniels because he was with the Patriots. Nick Caserio, the Texans GM. Oh, he was there when they drafted Jimmy. He's obviously gonna. I don't think that's a fit. But then that's why New York makes sense to me because it's like. It's an offense he knows and is familiar with and has been in for half a decade. It's a head coach that he knows in Robert Saleh. It's a very good defense. They have offensive weapons. Whereas the Raiders, it's just like, yeah, he knows who Josh McDaniels is. That team stinks. But boy, he knew Josh McDaniels 6 years ago. Like that just doesn't. It doesn't track to me.
It's possible if he really knows Josh McDaniels, he may not want to go there.
That's a very, very good point.
Yeah.
The Jets and maybe even the Giants, depending on what they do with Daniel Jones. The two New York teams make way more sense to me than Vegas from a Jimmy standpoint.
If I'm Jimmy, which I'm not, Houston's probably not really on my radar.
So here's the thing. If the Jets and Giants are like, yeah, hey, you're our stopgap quarterback. Here's 3 years, $80 million. And then the Texans come in and go, hey, we think we can win a Super Bowl with you. Here's 5 years, $150 million. He's probably going to do that. Like that's, and guarantees come into play and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Texans are just going to throw a crazy number at him, would you put it past an athlete to just be like, yeah, I'm going to go there? Or do you think Jimmy is above that fray?
I'd like to think that Jimmy is smart enough not to sign with a team dumb enough to make him that kind of offer.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm giving him too much credit.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think he would rather compete than make money and wallow in whatever it is happening in Houston. Plus, he's pretty self-aware. Like he said,
I think so.
He said when he came back to the Niners, like, you got to know your place in this league. And I think part of that was like, you have to be confident and know that you are good. But also, like, you got to know your place. I know I'm not here to leave because I'm going to go command $40 million on the open market. Like, my best spot is here. I think he would look at, like, let's assume that it's Raiders, Jets, Giants, Texans are the four teams offering him deals. Like, we'll just pick those teams. I think he's smart enough to know and competitive enough to know, like, I can go to Houston and probably be bad. And that would just be, we're not going to win. I'm going to look bad. I might get hurt. Like, right. they're just not a good offensive line. The weapons are, but then you look at the Jets or the Giants and it's like, oh, pretty good defense, good head coach, good offensive play callers, good weapons. At least with the Jets, the Giants less so. I'm of the mind that he would rather compete than go get that Giant deal.
I got a 49er question for you, but first back to the phones we go. 888-957-9570. Robin joins us, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Robin, how are you?
Hi, Robin.
Good morning to the both of you. I'm okay. Hey, I just wanted to chime in on the Raiders. I want to first say I really don't care if the Raiders fall off the face of the earth. But I do want to chime in that I do think that Derek Carr is somewhat of an scapegoat a little bit here. I mean, he, the quarterback gets all the glory, and then when he doesn't perform, he gets all the blame. And I say that because this coach is garbage. Dude should go too. I mean, he lost. Wasn't the new coach, at the time they played him, like a TV analyst who totally out-coached him? Wasn't he the guy who, like, got rid of Cutler and for some messed up picks, and and it ended up starting Tebow. I mean, the guy is garbage, okay? And if Kyle Shanahan, I don't think you should ever take your opponent not serious. And I do think the Raiders have enough talent there. But if Kyle Shanahan can't outcoach this guy, okay, I'm going to be on these airwaves, and you guys are going to be cutting me off and banning me for weeks, okay? Because this guy is straight up garbage. The last thing I want, and so I think he's scapegoating Derek just a little bit here, okay?
Yep.
And it all boils down to Mark Davis, who's a bum too, okay? Let's face it. Now, the last thing I want to say to you guys is this. The Warriors played a great game last night, Whitey, but they still don't get back in transition. They seem to still be lost. I would love to see Jordan Poole grow and develop and really run that unit. But, hey, everything takes time. Maybe I'm expecting too much. Tell me if my eyes are lying. Peace out. Happy New Year, you guys.
Thank you,
Happy New
Robin.
Year.
Last night, fast break points, Warriors 23, Jazz 2. So I don't know that was a big issue last night, but it has been. You're right, it has been an issue for them. As far as Josh McDaniels, both things can be true, Kyle. I agree, and we talked about this already. It's obvious that the GM and the coach there are using Derek Carr as a scapegoat here. It's like, yeah, it's not our fault. At the same time, he hadn't been very good. So both things are true. Derek Carr has regressed.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe maybe that happens when you're drafted by this guy. Then you got to play for this guy, Gruden. Then you got to play for another coach. Then another coach comes in. Maybe that's all part of it. But I think both things are true. Yeah, Josh McDaniels and the GM there, they're using Derek Carr as a scapegoat. But Derek Carr just has been vastly underwhelming as the Raider quarterback.
Yeah, at least after, was it 2016? Was that the year that he got hurt on Christmas Eve? Yeah. So that year he was in that MVP conversation 2015 through 2017. He got named to a Pro Bowl, and in those 3 years he went 82 touchdowns, 32 picks. His 62.5% completion rate.
That's when he got hurt, right?
Yeah, in 2016.
Yeah.
But he's a Pro Bowler those 3 years.
Okay.
And it looked like, okay, this is a guy who's ascending. He was third in the MVP voting in 2016. Like, he was ascending on that trajectory. And then, like you said, he's really regressed since. He went 19 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, 21-8, and just never really got back to that level. And in the last 2 years, he's been fine, I guess. And the Raiders and Josh McDaniels, trying to save his job, can't go with fine. He's trying to buy himself some time by getting a new quarterback in there, and that gives him a couple years to be like, okay, I got to get my guy. So, yeah, no, I agree with Robin. I think Derek Carr is being scapegoated here, but I also think that it's a logical move to make, but I don't know if Josh McDaniels is the coach to move forward for them.
Raider Ride joins us from Fremont, California, 95.7 The Game. What's up, R-Squared? How are you?
Good. How about y'all?
We're doing okay. What Raider Ride? What do you make of this cataclysmic change to the Raider fortunes?
Well, coming from a diehard Raider fan, I got to say it is a scapegoat, but at the same time, we do need a change.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that we are going to get Tom Brady next year because, for all the connections with McDaniels and all that. But you know what? I do think we're going to get Tom Brady, but I do think we're going to drop somebody in the draft too that's going to sit behind Tom Brady. But at the same time, we do need an offensive line. We need a whole new vamped defense and a new defense coordinator. So I don't know where to go from there,
No doubt.
It's a pretty long shopping list. Tom Brady to Vegas? What?
Yeah, you want to talk about like a Josh McDaniels connection. I think that's more meaningful than the Josh McDaniels Jimmy Garoppolo one. At least that makes sense to me. And if they're going to go get a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback, or if they want to roll forward with Jarrett Stidham, like we'll see what it looks like these next 2 weeks, and have him sit behind Tom Brady for a year and try and figure it out that way, then great. But
Brady, though, if you're Brady, it's kind of like LeBron. I ain't going anywhere unless I know there's a really realistic chance you're going to win a championship. I can't afford to go somewhere unless that's the case.
For sure. No, I think that's probably right. And I don't know that the Raiders are that.
Right, exactly. Especially as Raider Rice says, we're going to get him, and then we also got to get that. Right. If you need all that, you ain't getting Tom Brady.
Yeah, probably. But conversely, Tom Brady goes there. Now you got a couple more free agents that might want to come over. The Bucks talked about how him being in the building just changed the culture entirely. Like Tom Brady walks in and there's just this air of greatness that kind of permeates throughout your locker room. So maybe that's
because he's married to Giselle, and that's off the table now.
Yeah, that's true.
Didn't have a lot to do. You see that things that what's the receiver that used to be with the Steelers, Antonio
Brown?
Brown. Yeah, thank you. I was going to call him someone else. Thank you. Antonio Brown. Did you see what the Photoshop Giselle pictures that he Instagrammed? It's like,
no,
oh my gosh, what are you doing?
Antonio Brown has become so irrelevant to my life. It's been wonderful. I just don't. I couldn't tell you anything about what he's doing. So no, I didn't
follow your lead on that, and I'm sorry I brought it up.
No, I'm sorry I don't have takes on him. I just
wondering if you saw it.
No, I didn't.
It was just like, what?
Yeah.
Here's my 49er question before we get back to the phones, and I know I'm getting way ahead of things. How much drama do you anticipate being in camp next year, assuming Jimmy's out, and you got, let's say Brock Purdy plays well, and of course a lot of this hinges on how well he plays and how far they get. But is there going to be, do you think, much drama as far as who the starter is next year in camp? Brock Purdy and Trey Lance?
What do you mean by drama?
Well, is it going to be an open competition? Is that the thing that we're going to be going, back to back every game and preseason? Well, who played well? Who's the starter now?
I think it's 100% what it's going to be.
Wow.
And if Kyle Shanahan's smart, that's the way he'll do it. You can't, unless, again, this conversation's so hard because we don't know what the end of this year looks like.
I know.
Brock Purdy looks great right now. If they lose to Vegas and then lose to the Cardinals and he looks terrible and they get bounced in the first round, the conversation about Brock Purdy for next year becomes a lot different. If he wins the Super Bowl or goes to the Super Bowl or wins a couple playoff games,
then I think the job has to be his.
I disagree. I think that I think you might say, hey, yeah, he's gonna get the first reps with the ones in camp or in OTAs. He'll get the first reps. But I think they're going to split those. And if the 49ers are smart, Shanahan will just come out and say, like, yeah, we have two quarterbacks we think we can win with, and there's going to be a competition. Where the drama comes in and where the push and pull and the leak out of the locker room and the team wants this guy or whatever, where that comes from is him going, Trey Lance or Brock Purdy is the starter. He's the QB1, no further questions.
To me, it's no coincidence that over the last couple of seasons, the 49ers have played better when they've come to some sort of conclusion one way or the other about who's the starter. When it's been Jimmy's starting, but Trey could come in, or Trey's a starter, but we have Jimmy, they haven't played as well. There's a lot more to it than that, but I don't think it's a coincidence that going back to 2 years ago, once Kyle announced, all right, Jimmy's the guy now, they played better. So I think there's a lot to be said for that. If the 49ers win a Super Bowl and Brock Purdy plays okay to well, I think he's got to be your starter next year because how much better can he do? He won a Super Bowl. Again, if. If it's wide open and he struggles, then yeah, that's the best you can do is leave it open. But if he wins a Super Bowl, why mess with that? Why would you then open it back up to more questions when he proved he could win a Super Bowl?
Because there are so many layers to this. They drafted Trey Lance because they believed that Trey Lance could lift their ceiling to widen their margin of error, where they don't need to have the number one defense in the league to be competitive. Like, they could have a middling defense and you're still going to compete. Look at the Chiefs. The Chiefs are like, yeah, is our defense top 20? Great. Now, not saying Trey Lance is going to be Patrick Mahomes, but that's what they're shooting for, that level of quarterback. And if they decide that, hey, Brock Purdy gets us there, then great. But they invested 3 first-round picks in Trey Lance because they wanted to get their offense to a level that Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't get it. And maybe Brock Purdy can get it there, but you say if he wins the Super Bowl, he has to be the starter. No, because if they win a Super Bowl and Purdy in the playoffs completes 52% of his throws, I don't think this would happen, but this is on the table.
I'll give you that much.
And he throws 2 touchdowns and 4 interceptions, but their defense is awesome and they win a bunch of games 10-6. Then it's if their offense wasn't elevated, their defense just got really good and they've accomplished nothing at the quarterback position.
I think we're basically on the same page. Yeah, I agree. If you win a Super Bowl, but Purdy clearly is like, he could have been better, then yeah. But if he plays reasonably well, too well, and you win a Super Bowl, then, okay, it doesn't matter what you gave away to get Trey Lance, because why did you do that? Because you wanted to win a Super Bowl. And if Brock Purdy does that, it's like, okay, we can't do better than that.
No, absolutely.
But obviously, there's a lot of pizza left in that box.
They are in a position, and this is one of the craziest things about when they made the move up to number 3, before they drafted Trey Lance, when everybody was on the table, except Trevor Lawrence. It was like, okay, this is the move. If this works, then Shanahan and Lynch are the guys as long as they want to be. If it doesn't work, they're out. But they're now in a position, thanks to Brock Purdy and thanks to Jimmy Garoppolo as well, they're in position because of those two players to withstand the Trey Lance thing possibly failing.
I know.
Not saying it will, not saying it has. But if it does, if you had told me that this is how the Trey Lance thing is going to go, he's not going to play year 1, or he's going to get 2 starts in year 1 and split those, and he's going to lose his first start in 2022 and then get hurt, and it would be like, this is a disaster. This is so bad. And it is for him, but for the 49ers, they're favorites to go to the NFC title game.
It's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen, the way Kyle Shanahan, in a totally backwards way, has proven that he is the quote-unquote genius after all. It's like, man, you really whiffed on Trey Lance to this point, but, that guy you took with the last pick, he's really good. So maybe you're a genius after all, in a totally backwards, reverse way from what you even planned.
It shouldn't work. Like, that's why this is so difficult for me. Like, and that's why I love being able to do this, because I get to kind of talk it out.
Yeah.
Because I can't.
Because you're processing.
Yeah. It's not supposed to work that way. You're supposed to, when you give up 3 picks for a guy, it's supposed to be that or done.
And look at the Raiders. Look at the Raiders, and they get to Derek Carr, and he looks like he's going to be the guy. Maybe struggles. Do we stay with him back and forth year after year? Is he the guy or not? Do we commit to him? We do, but then we're not sure. And then, that happens for so many teams, or you have a guy and you're not sure, and he's kind of good. Is he the guy? And then Brock Purdy's like falls out of a tree, like, whoa, we may have the guy here.
Right.
It doesn't happen that way.
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work. You don't accidentally.
He deserves credit, and they do too, but still, it is odd.
You don't accidentally find your quarterback.
Yeah.
Like that's really, really difficult to do. And it looks like the Niners did it. But again, it's been 4 games. And he's not played in the playoffs yet. And that's what this Niners team's goal is. They're circling the postseason. They're like the 2017, 2018, 2019 Warriors in that respect. Okay, what you do in the regular season is fine, but how you perform in the postseason is going to be what defines your value to this team. And if Brock Purdy goes to the playoffs and keeps playing just like he is now, a couple hundred yards, he's going to complete 65 to 70% of his throws, and he's going to throw a couple touchdowns, and he might turn it over, but it's not one of those things where you're just waiting on the turnover, then, so be it. Great job. They found a guy. But if it's, went to the playoffs and, really struggled, then that means they're still looking.
Kyle Madsen, of course, Candlestick Chronicles. We have some of your 49er questions I'll pepper him with here from the text line, 888-957-9570. Trade Trey Lance. Sorry, but that's the truth. Let Jimmy walk from the 650.
So that's interesting. I wouldn't necessarily be like, you have to trade Trey Lance. And they're not, if that happens, I don't think they would do it unless Brock Purdy tears it up and they win it all. Like that, if that would at that point be like, okay, he's the guy.
I don't have a football podcast like you do, but to me, that would be not smart because I still have a lot invested in Trey Lance and his value is so low right now.
Yeah.
I don't have to trade. There's no compelling reason why I need to trade him. Unless you're saying maybe you, 650, maybe you've given up on him and you're assuming they have, which I don't think they have. That's different. I don't think they're there. But right now, if you have Brock Purdy and then Trey Lance, the guy you still think can be your starter, if he's your backup, I don't think that's a bad situation. So I don't have to trade Trey Lance, especially given what I'm paying both those guys.
Yeah, that's spot on. Unless a team, and this is what, if the Raiders, since we're talking about them in their QB situation, if Josh McDaniels in love with Trey Lance and goes like, give them a first round pick and whatever they want, then sure, the Niners are going to listen. And if they can recoup some of the draft capital they lost trading Trey Lance or trading for Trey Lance and trading for Christian McCaffrey and gain some of that draft capital back and build around Brock Purdy, then maybe they would give that a shot. But again, that requires Brock Purdy to continue playing well over the next 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. Like, there's a long way to go before the 49ers are going to make any decisions. Kyle Shanahan said it. He's not thought that far ahead, and I think that's the truth.
Lori from Phoenix checking in. 49ers in that position also because they hit on so many other draft picks and free agents and built a very deep team that is not totally quarterback dependent.
We can talk about that on the other side because Lori makes a great point, and I don't think we talk about that enough.
Yeah, and the Niners now 10-point favorites. 3 days ago, only 5-point favorites. Remember, I told you yesterday, 7 points, jump on that. Oh, I wish I had.
They're still 5-point favorites with Jarrett freaking Stidham starting?
They're now 10-point favorites.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
I apologize if I misspoke. 3 days ago, only 5-point favorites.
Wow.
Yeah.
You wanted to jump on the 6 yesterday.
Yes, I did.
Oh, boy.
You talked me out of it.
Yeah, I sure did.
More on the 49ers quarterback future and what they're going to be facing this week without having to face Derek Carr. Also coming up, it's the question for the Dubs going forward. Did last night change the answer for you? That's next year on the Morning Roast. By the way, get ready for the playoffs with your relevant and DPOY shirts now at 957thegameshot.com. They're great shirts. Also, Kyle Madsen is the guy who came up with the idea for them. So there's another reason why you need to buy them, okay? It's Whitey Gleason and T-shirt genius Kyle Madsen in for Bonte and Butch on 95.7 The Game.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pain went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results,
Then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine against sludge and wear with a synthetic oil change. O'Reilly Auto Parts has 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for $35.95. Plus, get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people can recommend the supplies you need, including a filter, funnel, shop towels, drain pans, and more. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Warriors win last night, and it was a victory over the Jazz that may have changed the answer to one of their fundamental questions going forward. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen with you in for the Roasters today. And also yesterday was something of a victory, it would seem, for the 49ers as they found out that the Raiders are, cashing in their chips on the rest of this year. And Derek Carr deactivated. Oh, is he not playing? More than that. They benched him? No, he's deactivated. Although the Raiders say, well, it doesn't mean we're necessarily closing the door on his future as a Raider. So that means Jarrett Stidham is the starting quarterback for the Raiders against the 49ers this week. So now one of the questions for the 49ers is, are they going to have a hard time taking this game seriously?
That's, I think, probably their biggest concern. Like,
really?
Kyle Shanahan got asked about it yesterday. Like, how do you... And he's like, well, every game in the NFL is tough and blah, blah, blah. And they have really good players who can beat you. And like, yeah, I think that's probably right.
I'd like to think that's a media construct and that in the locker room, there's no thought whatsoever to, oh, we got this now.
I don't think
I'd like to think that.
Well, they're not sitting around in the locker room probably. I don't know. But I doubt they're going, Jarrett Stidham, hey, guys, shut down game planning for the week. Take the rest of the week off. See you Sunday at Allegiant. Be there by noon. Like, I don't think that's it. That would be hilarious if they were just like, yeah, get yourself there. We'll have a weekend in Vegas. But
you heard that
I do think human nature settles in. It has to, right?
Yeah, and you've heard that story. It's kind of a famous story about the 49ers before they played the Chargers in the Super Bowl the night before, and Jerry Rice is all... You haven't heard that story? It's really interesting. And Jerry Rice is calling the team together, and he's like, guys, when we did this with Coach Walsh, and we were so focused, and we're not focused enough, and you don't understand how important this is. And Deion Sanders is like, dude, we got this. Relax. We're going to beat them. And depending on which report you believe, things got a little heated between the two of them. I guess you could say they were both right. But so if it happens in the Super Bowl, of course, Dion was right. I guess, there's some of it that could happen certainly in a regular season game like this.
That Super Bowl was so long ago.
I know. I don't mean to suggest that has anything to do with this.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just from a zooming out. As somebody who's been a Niner fan my whole life, I'm 32 years old and I have no recollection of that Super Bowl. They have to win one, man. Bonte and Shasky talk about that all the time. Like, they hung up 5 in, a decade and a half, and then just nothing since. They need to get one. Going to 2 is great. They have to win one. And when you bring up that Super Bowl, it's like, God, Deion Sanders and Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
Like, golly, man.
Ricky Waters,
Stan Humphries, quarterback for the Chargers. John Carney was a young man out of Notre Dame, kicker for the Chargers. Funny thing about that game, the 49ers were favored by 19 points in the Super Bowl and covered. They covered the 19.
Do you know that this is going way back? Hootie and the Blowfish song. Yeah, I only want to be with you. And I'm such a baby, and the Dolphins make me cry. You know that line?
Yeah.
I think that's from that year's playoffs when the Chargers beat the Dolphins, and the guy Darius Rucker, it's like he was all upset by that, and his girlfriend was making fun of him. And then that ended up in the song. I'm such a baby, yeah, the Dolphins make me cry. Because did the Dolphins win that game, Kyle?
You
Anyway,
did it again.
yes, that's just all setting that up. Kyle Shanahan yesterday talked about, the challenge that the Raiders represent.
I see some great players who can beat you. That's why I think they've had a chance in so many games this year, and they have been close. I mean, they're just a few, the ball bouncing the different way to being locked in as a playoff team right now. So I know they're sitting down their quarterback, who I think is a real good player, but they also got 3 big-time weapons there in offense. Their defensive end, and Crosby is playing as probably the second best defensive player in the league, at least that I've seen this year. I think he's been unbelievable. So they got some guys who can wreck games, and you better be on your stuff regardless.
And I'm telling you, speaking of being a longtime 49er fan, observer, whatever you want to say, that I'm experiencing deja vu all over again. Because I mentioned this last week. That's almost exactly what Bill Walsh used to do week to week. And he's right. And I'm not criticizing Kyle Shanahan, but the 49ers are so dominant right now. But they, week to week, teams don't really have much of a shot at them. But the coach has to say those things, and, you got to get your team prepared. But Bill Walsh used to do the same thing. Right now, that's just where the 49ers are. I don't know how long they'll stay there. Maybe they get in the postseason and something goes sideways. But right now, this is such an obvious mismatch. And the coach has to go out of his way to sing the praises of, well, they're sitting down their quarterback. He's a pretty good player, but watch out. I'm telling you, it's classic Bill Walsh talk.
He's not, for what it's worth, he's not going out of his way. Bill Belichick will do that.
Sure. I understand it's what coaches do.
Going up against a bad team,
I'm not criticizing him.
A 9-minute answer about how every player can impact a game. And I think Shanahan did it right.
I do too.
They have really good players on offense who can beat you. Max Crosby's one of the best defensive players in the league, and he is. He might be he's the top probably 3 defensive end in the league right now. I'd accept top 2 if you want to do that bit, but he's really, really good and can definitely blow up your offense.
I know. And please don't misunderstand me. I'm not criticizing Kyle. I'm just saying, if you've watched the 49ers and I know this is a long time, we're going way back. Wow, it just reminds me of, oh my goodness, I've heard this before. The 49ers right now, they're threatening to be on the same level, they're not there yet, as some of Bill Walsh's best teams. Of course, those teams won multiple Super Bowls. You got to win one first. Right. But it's reminds me of the old days.
And it's kind of wild that this is a team that in Week 7 lost 44-23 to Kansas City and dropped to 3-4.
Yeah.
And now they are doing any given week.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy. Yeah. Any given night for the Warriors, right, Kyle?
Yeah.
Oh, did you have a 49er fact? I'm sorry.
No, I just scrolled back to that Dolphins-Chargers game that made Darius Rucker cry.
Yeah.
And then I started doing some math. And he was 27 when that game happened. And if you're a diehard Dolphins fan, I can see why. They're up 21-6 with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. And the Chargers then get a safety to make it 21-8, but you still feel pretty good about it. But then the Chargers score the final 14 points of the game to win 22-21. Brutal.
Yes.
Brutal.
But still, there's no crying. I'm such a baby. The Dolphins make me
honestly,
cry.
as a 27-year-old, I get that.
Really?
Yeah. Because he was born in 66. He wasn't around for the dominant Dolphins. The 72 Dolphins. He probably had no recollection of the 72 Dolphins. So, I mean, if you just want to watch him win a Super Bowl.
Was Pete Stoyanovich in that game?
Pete Stoyanovich?
Yeah.
In 94?
Was he kicking for some reason I remember Stoyanovich in that game. Maybe I'm wrong. And I apologize for even bringing it up.
Kicking no, Eric Bieniemy was though.
Oh, okay. All right.
Pete Stoyanovich, yeah.
Yeah,
for the Dolphins. Yep.
Yeah, okay. There you are. 49ers and the Raiders
Great
this week.
poll.
Yeah, was it? I guess.
Missed his only field goal attempt.
There you go. Yeah. See, maybe that's why I remember it. My daughter was a Dolphin fan at the time, but you know what? She was very young. Did she cry? No. She did not cry when the Dolphins lost.
I get it, though.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. The Warriors
out to
last night, gave me more Whitey and the Blowfish from the 510. I think that door's closed for the rest of the show, but thank you. Dolphins make me cry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The Warriors last night, a lot of people didn't give much of a chance winning that game. I was very skeptical myself, Kyle. Don't know about you. Just because they were shorthanded and they played the night before. We knew Clay wasn't going to play. And Utah, yeah, they've tailed off, as you pointed out yesterday, but they're still a pretty solid team, and they'd beaten the Warriors once this year. And Utah came out like, yeah, that's cute what you did last night against Charlotte, but, don't think you're going to do that tonight. And the Warriors hung in there. Dominated defensively in the fourth quarter, got great plays from some guys that you wouldn't expect to get great play from, and a big win for the Warriors, back to 500, 112-107.
They gave up 13 points in the fourth quarter.
Only 13?
You have to go back to December 4th of last season. Wow. And a loss to the Spurs. They lost a game where they gave up 13 points.
Lost to the Spurs.
They gave up 13 points in the fourth quarter. That's the last time they were that good defensively. Yeah, and Utah just could not. It was partially Utah missing shots, and they were so hot in the first half that it was like, okay, they're going to miss some here. And they couldn't make anything, but then when they'd get shots at the rim, it was Draymond Green altering shots.
Yeah, they just were not
so good in the paint.
They were missing some shots they should have made, but they just weren't generating too many good shots.
What was so funny is yesterday we had that conversation about rim protection and how people get so wrapped up in rim protection. And like, dude, if you're just good on the perimeter, that's even better rim protection. But last night was a rim protection tour de force by Draymond Green. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why it matters.
Yeah, and Kuminga had a really nice block, too, from behind.
Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah, so here's my question. Going forward here, if this team's going to compete for a championship, do they have enough on this roster to compete? And everybody's going to, upgrade here or there a little bit. And it's not in a vacuum. Even the best teams in the NBA by record right now, they're looking at upgrading. So you probably have to tweak here and there. But as far as a significant addition, do the Warriors have enough right now on this roster to compete for a championship? Or do they need to do something significant to compete for a title? 888-957-9570. This roster, is this a roster you look at and go, yes, I can win? At the very least, compete for another title with this roster, or do you need to do something? I've been saying for weeks, they have to do something significant. Last night was the first time I started to even consider the alternative, but I still think they need to do something significant roster-wise to have a shot at competing.
What's significant?
Getting a player, probably a veteran, who is going to give you significant rotational minutes. Maybe even a starter. I don't know. It depends on who's available. Probably a big, and I know, we can do that. You get too far down that path of who you're talking about.
Right.
Specifically, we don't know yet, but.
So I have a few things on this. Let's start with this. What if a player and he played in last night's game, and let's assume that the Jazz kind of continue this downward trend and they're not going to be a playoff team, and Rudy Gay is available in the buyout market. Rudy Gay, does that do anything for you?
No.
So it has to be a higher
I don't
level
know.
player,
What did he
players
play?
than that.
You saw him last night. How many minutes did he play? He played
15.
15 minutes. I don't know that he has anything left. I mean,
Okay.
he's one of those fringe guys. I'm not even counting a move like that. If you brought in a Rudy Gay, okay, maybe.
Okay, so that's not the kind of player
No.
you're talking about. Better
I'm talking
than
about
that.
a type
Okay.
of thing where, you and Willard and Dibbs would be like, you'd be talking about it for close to a whole show. And I don't
Man.
think you guys would do that on Rudy Gay. I don't know.
No,
Maybe you would.
definitely not. That would get a mention, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't. So I think that's not necessarily Rudy Gay specifically, but that type of move, like a veteran who might every now and then give you something nice off the bench, almost like what Bielitsa was last year. Like not going to play a ton, but when he does play, it's like, he knows what he's doing. And he might hit a three for you, hit a couple threes for you, and just for the most part, just be okay. After last night, I think that if you continue, what?
You're ready for what you're going to make. You're going to make a proclamation here.
Dude, open up the gates. I'm coming down your road. No, I just think after last night, when you watch and you consider that they put together that game, and again, the Jazz are not. This does not mean they're going to win a title because they beat the Jazz on the back end of the back-to-back.
Just say it. You're setting up well, but I know there's no more qualifiers. What do you got?
You get Steph and Clay back.
Yes.
And
we are presuming health. I know that. That's another
right,
variable.
you can say
We're
that.
assuming,
Yeah. So I just think they do. Wow. I think if you're going, 8-man rotation?
Well, at least 9. I mean,
Let's chart this out. It's Steph, Clay, Draymond, Looney.
You want to have at
Wiggins.
least 9 guys that you can play.
So Steph, Clay, Draymond, Looney, and Wiggins. That's your 5. Okay. You got Poole off the bench. Hopefully you get a better version of Jordan Poole off the bench. That's one of the contingencies here. Is that Jordan Poole is going to be better in that bench role than he's been.
Dante DiVincenzo.
You have DDV.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 7. Now you need 2 of Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb to just give you, and I think honestly it would be
you
a
didn't
mix.
mention J-Dub. You didn't mention Jimmy.
Jimmy Ward, he plays for the 49ers.
You didn't. I just noticed you didn't mention James Wiseman, but okay.
Sure. James Wiseman is, I'm trying to be realistic.
I understand.
I think that's enough to mix and match depending on matchups and depending on the series and depending on, because we saw Moses Moody last year in the Western Conference Finals. Damian Lee was having a disastrous game too. And Steve Kerr just went, all right, you're done. Moses Moody, you're the guy. Let's go play. And it worked out. I think so that top 7 plus mixing and matching that bench, it's like, okay, I can see it. After last night, as you see the pieces start to come together, again, not saying I would bet on it right now, but the trajectory to me says, yeah, by March or April, you'll feel pretty good about whatever their 9 are.
Last week on the station, Bob Myers said, that's the question. We got to figure out, is somebody on the roster going to have to step up? Are we going to have to get somebody? That's what we need to figure out, which is hard to figure out with Steph out. Last night, you could put that in the column of, hey, maybe we're good. It's the first time I've even thought about that. I really still strongly feel like they need to do something, but what do you think? Do they have enough right now to compete for another title? No guarantees, of course. 888-957-9570. Jonathan's in San Francisco. Joins us on 95.7 The Game. Jonathan, how about the win last night? Do these Warriors have enough right now to make another run?
Oh, yes, they do, bro. All they need to do is to be healthy, especially the core 3. They have enough supporting cast. JK needs to improve a notch or 2. Stay steady and maybe get better. Hey, man, that Patrick Baldwin Jr. guy is a shooter, man. He's got a nice stroke. So that's another legitimate scorer. Hey, they're beginning to round into form. We all know, and it's a fact, if the core 3 with enough supporting cast is healthy in the playoffs, what are they? Undefeated. So until I see him get defeated in the playoffs when they're healthy with enough supporting cast, I'm going to bet on them. And I bet on them yesterday. They're 170 underdog. That was like stealing money, bro.
Nice.
Hey,
well
before
done.
I go,
Yeah.
I'm just seeing a strong similarity. You know how Draymond Green orchestrating the Steve Kerr motion passing offense?
Yeah.
Perfect for Draymond Green, right? hey, what if I told you that Brock Purdy is kind of like that in Kyle Shanahan's offense?
Thank you, Jonathan. That's interesting because that's the second Warrior player who's been compared to Brock Purdy already today. First it was Ty Jerome, and now it's Draymond Green getting compared to Brock Purdy.
Sure.
Which just tells you how crazy everybody is around here over Brock Purdy.
If Brock Purdy is Draymond Green, put him on defense.
Sure.
Put him at corner or something. I don't know.
Johnson's talking about his passing, of course. Passing the ball.
Yeah, just distributing.
I'll tell you the difference. I think Brock Purdy, if we're going to go there, Jonathan, he's more like Looney passing the ball. Looney, I don't know what he had last night. There's a game last week where Looney had 9 assists and no turnovers. Draymond takes more risks with the basketball than passing the ball than Brock Purdy takes passing the ball. 5
assists, 1 turnover last night for Draymond Green.
Draymond Green, very good.
Wow.
From the text line here, 650. Don't forget about Iguodala. Yeah, 415. Iggy, line 8. Is Iggy going to be that guy? I mean, fingers crossed. It's nice to hope for things, but I ain't hitching my hope wagon to Andre Iguodala.
Yeah, and until he is on the court playing in games, I'm leaving him out of the rotation. I can again, but okay, if you want to
I think he worked out yesterday, did he not?
I feel like he's been practicing.
Yeah.
Like doing stuff before games and I'm like, all right, see ya.
Yeah.
So maybe he's in there, but again, I think he's part of the like mix and match group of players. They have 7 guys. They need to figure out 2 more who can contribute on a night to night basis. It doesn't need to be here's our 9. That's what it's going to be. It's just, do you trust Steve Kerr to figure that out as the series goes on? Steve Kerr and his coaching staff. And to me, I do. And again, this is based on the trajectory of what these bench guys are doing. There's certainly a case that by the end of February, they're sitting and looking at the roster and going, "Oh, this did not come together the way we thought it would on December 29th."
Mm-hmm. By the way, thank you for the update. Yeah, last night, Kevon Looney also had 5 assists and 1 turnover. And that's your magic number you look at, isn't it, Kyle? The assists?
Yeah.
He only had 22 last night, but some of that's because they didn't shoot a real high percentage, and he only had 87 shot attempts. But the Warriors last night, 22 assists and 12 turnovers. But it was just gritty. It was just a gritty win.
Yeah, and we hadn't seen them do that this year. Every time they had to get in the mud, it was like, okay, this game's over. Like they're not going to battle back. And Jordan Poole specifically, there were 2 things that stand out. Like just when you look at his box score, 1 assist and 6 turnovers. That's bad. I would like to see him as more of a playmaker in terms of distribution.
He had that really bad turnover at the end of the game too, where he threw that lazy pass across the middle of the floor. It's like, you can't. Well, no, you can't do that.
It was right. That's just
yeah,
really bad. But he also shot 12 free throws, and his ability to get to the line when they need a bucket is, I think, really, really important, and something they haven't had as much. I think Steph could be that if he ever got a whistle, but Poole's ability to get to the line and draw fouls is a pretty big deal. So on a night where he goes 7 of 22 and 2 of 10 from 3, he's
Coach
still
from Vallejo is going to be calling today to say, "Did you see his shooting last night?"
It was really bad. But one of the appeals with Jordan Poole, and this was the case in the play-in,
one of
the things about Jordan
that's appealing about Peel.
Yeah. So Poole? I don't know. Anyways, is in that play-in game. Was that his freshman year or his rookie year, his second year? But in that play-in game, there was a huge shot that he took from the corner against the Lakers in a big spot. And it was just like,
huge spot end of the game. Yeah.
This guy just doesn't care. And last night, he 2 for 10 from 3, but in a huge spot in the game, it gets kicked out to him and he's ready to shoot it.
Splash.
Yeah, and he drills it. So that's one of the things. Is he going to be super efficient on a nightly basis? No, probably not. But man, he's not going to be afraid of the moment.
I still say they need something. But after last night, I have to acknowledge, okay, maybe not, but I sure would bet on them needing a significant addition to make a run. 888-957-9570. Do the Warriors have enough right now in this roster to make a run at another championship? From the 408, I can't believe the Warriors are the 10 seed and people are talking championship. Well, first of all, it's not even New Year's Day yet, and they did win the championship last year. So I don't think that's ludicrous.
Do you know why we're talking championship? Because that's the lens which we view every Warriors thing through.
Exactly.
This is not, hey, do the Warriors have enough to make the playoffs? Like, if they don't, disaster. Like, what's happening?
You're right.
This is about
100%.
Can they win a title? And had they not, I think you make a great point. Had they not won it last year, the conversation I think would be much, much different. But we just saw them put it together and win a title. Are they the 10 seed now? Yes. But they don't have Steph. They don't have Andrew Wiggins. They've won 3 in a row. Their bench guys that they were relying on to start this year are coming together and playing better. And it's now looking like, okay, you can see off in the distance how this team could become a title contender once the games start counting in the postseason.
Also on the text line here, Andre Iguodala is like Gandalf now, LOL.
Okay.
You're not going there? I'm not going there.
Is it because he's taking a lot of time off?
You took a marginal text and actually made it worse somehow. But anyway,
I don't know enough about Lord of the Rings to get, so I'll just believe that person.
From the 650, we'll just pretend it didn't happen. Thank you for the text. I got a little.
We're toking that one off the table.
Warriors, stop. You're gonna have to stop. You have to stop, or we're gonna have to take you. We're gonna have to take you out. Put somebody else. Warriors win at home. All they got to do is steal one on the road every series. And yeah, how about they get a few road wins first before we start talking about them winning a championship? Fair enough.
Okay, then what are we talking about? Then what are we talking about with the Warriors? Like that how do they make the playoffs? Okay, then make that the angle. Like then the conversation is still, do they need to add somebody?
Right.
Just change the lens if you want.
Yep. Kyle says probably not. I think most people today would say probably not. I still say, I think to make a run at the NBA title again, I think they're going to have to do something. But the picture, obviously, a lot brighter today. By the way, this is sponsored by calhope.org. It's Kyle Madsen, Whitey Gleason with you in for the Morning Roasters. Coming up next, we'll get back to the 49ers and the end of the Derek Carr era and what it means for the 49ers this week on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine against sludge and wear with a synthetic oil change. O'Reilly Auto Parts has 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for $35.95. Plus, get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people can recommend the supplies you need, including a filter, funnel, shop towels, drain pans, and more. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-728-8500. 800-728-8500. That's 800-728-8500.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Baby, just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Instead, Kylie goes to work with a Clarkson screen. Kylie down the lane, flipped it to Vanderbilt, goes up, blocked by Draymond, knocked it away. Say, get that out of here.
You shall not pass!
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
There we go. Yes, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Kyle Madsen. And for the roasters today.
I feel bad for people on the stream who can't hear this right now.
Yeah. As Darius Rucker that part of that song was about the Dolphins losing in the playoffs to the Chargers. And that was that Charger team that went on to lose to the 49ers, right, Kyle?
That's correct. Yeah, 1994. Well, 1994 season, January of 95.
Sure. So we're talking about what's going on with the 49ers, their quarterback future, what's going on this week. They're taking on a team now that is making a shocking, stunning quarterback switch. What does that mean for the 49ers this week? And basking again for the second day in a row in the afterglow of a very pleasant Warrior win. They better beat that team. They were so short-handed last night and the second night of a back-to-back, found a way to get it done. It's easy to fall back on superlatives and cliche, but I think that win last night to me did say something about whatever's left right now of the Warrior culture.
Yeah, I totally agree. And one of the things that's indicative of that is like Steph and Clay look like they're having the time of their lives.
Clay
on the bench
only
right
looks
now.
happy now when he's not playing. When he's playing, he looks either unhappy or like when he's doing well, it's like sneering. But when he's not playing, it's like, hey.
Yeah,
happy Clay. You don't see much of
time.
happy Clay during games anymore.
Yeah, but I think it's so cool seeing guys like that. And Ty Jerome talked about in the postgame, we heard the sound earlier, how when you see a guy like Draymond, who is a Hall of Famer, as decorated as he is, busting his rear end in a game on December 28th, on the second night of a back-to-back, he's dealing with injuries against the Utah Jazz, and it's like, man, that gets you fired up. And then I imagine when you're hitting shots and you've got Steph Curry and Klay Thompson going nuts for you on the bench.
Hey, nice shot.
Like, I think that helps in some way. Tangibly, I don't know, but I have to think it helps.
Yeah, that would be like me going, I'm such a baby, a dolphin made me cry. And Darius Rucker poking his head and going, hey, that was well done.
Really nice job, yeah.
Which is unlikely.
It's actually the 85 playoffs I was talking about, but good work.
So, do the Warriors have enough on this roster right now to compete for another title? I still say, great win. Great stretch here at home. But no, they're still going to need some significant help. Kyle disagrees with me, as he always does.
That's not true. I don't always disagree with you. No, I've come here for an argument. And who?
See, you're dragging me into the Wiseman conversation again.
No,
and I'm not prepared to go there at this time. It's a fair question.
I don't even want to get into compensation because that's a whole other thing. What type of player? Because I threw out Rudy Gay. Like, yeah, hey, he can be elite's a type player for you. Knock down a couple threes, knows where to be on the court. Maybe gets 10 minutes. And you said, no, they need more than that. So who is it? Like, what type of name, and maybe the person's available, maybe they're not. What type of name are you talking about?
We'll get back to that. It's a fair question. I just don't want to derail the whole conversation at this point. But I need to address that in order to present a fair and
because maybe
argument.
I'll agree with you.
Well, you can't. You've already disagreed with me. Andre in Oakland, 95.7 The Game. What'd you think of that win last night, Andre?
Very good win by the Dubs. Hey, not to derail it, but there's a guy that's kind of sitting on the bench that hasn't got any playtime who's kind of that guy, and he has my same name as Andre Iguodala.
Mm-hmm.
If he would get on the floor, maybe that could be the guy that we were looking for. We need a veteran, need a smart guy, need a guy who can play multiple positions. But we're not going to get distracted by that. He needs give up the roster spot or get on the floor. Okay, but I didn't call about him. I called because I think you guys can help me out. I want to know how I've been disappointed in the play of Dante DiVincenzo. I've been expecting more of him, but I also have the thought that maybe my expectations aren't correct. Maybe I don't know what to expect of him in terms of not to be a superstar, but what is his impact? I don't know that he's made much of an impact. So I'm not saying he's not playing well. He's doing a couple things well, but what is his impact? I don't know how to judge him if he's doing better than expected, worse than expected, because these pieces matter. These are key pieces, and what's his impact? I'm a little lost on that. So I'm calling to look for some help on what's your take on Dante DiVincenzo. Should we even expect him to impact anything? Is he just a ball handler? That's my kind of open-ended question.
Thank you, Andre. I appreciate that. Dante DiVincenzo last night obviously was very good, and then the night before he technically started as a small forward, didn't shoot the ball well, but he had a lot of assists, didn't he, Kyle?
Yeah, I think he had 9.
Yeah. So to answer your question, Andre, they rely on him to do a lot of things fairly well. They don't necessarily rely on him to carry the day here or there, but he's shown he can be a good shooter. He didn't get off to a great start this year, and he really has struggled since he had a really bad ankle injury a couple years ago with the Bucks, and the Bucks moved off of him, and then Sacramento had him, and they weren't crazy about keeping him. So the Warriors were hoping to see a little bit of a return to his past glories. And after a slow start, I think they're pretty pleased with him. He's a guy that they counted to do a lot of things. He can run the offense. He can play off the ball. He's a heady passer. And as we saw last night when he's on, he's a good three-point shooter too.
It was 7 assists and 9 boards a couple nights ago. And then last night, just to kind of further your point, he goes, 5 of 9 from 3, 4 boards, couple assists, 19 points. So I think, jack of all trades, master of none type of guy. He's fine defensively. He's not a great defender, but
certainly a willing defender.
Yeah.
I think he was a better defender before that terrible injury, so he's still kind of working back to that.
Yeah, and he so much of what the Warriors do on both ends is just like be in the right spot, like just make the right play, read and react on offense. And I think DiVincenzo is good at that. Like he's just not going to be a detriment on a night-to-night basis.
Looking at it from the Warriors' standpoint, okay, shorthanded right now without Steph. This is where we really need Dante to do some of the things that we brought him in to do. And the last couple of nights, he's doing them. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yep.
And if he's knocking down shots too, they're very pleased with that at this point. He's playing better, so keep an eye on him, Andre. I understand your point, but I think he's playing a lot better lately.
And he's also not in the, like when we talk postseason rotation, he's not going to play 40 minutes a night.
Well, but he's going to play.
He's going to play, and he's going to get significant run. If he doesn't
play well, you feel it because you count on him.
Right,
yeah.
And he's going to get significant run, but he has an outsized role right now because Steph is out. Clay was out last night. So I think they're relying on him more than they're going to come playoff time.
You know what else I really like about DiVincenzo? He's shown some leadership. A couple weeks ago when they were struggling, really struggling, he said, we need to get back to playing like the Warriors. Now, he just got here, but yet coming from him, it's like he clearly understands.
Right.
And that was an important message. You know, you'd maybe prefer that one of your veterans said that, but he understands what this is all about here.
Yeah.
And how it's supposed to work.
And he picked it up pretty quickly, too.
Yeah.
There wasn't that, like you see Jonathan Kuminga, who's been here for a year and a half, granted, has played much less basketball than DiVincenzo has, especially in the NBA. But there's been that adjustment period, and there's all the talk of you have to adjust, learn how to play with Steph, learn how to play in this offense. And I think he's picked up that adjustment pretty quickly.
He was really good last night. Obviously, they don't win without him, but you could say that about a lot of guys. Also, I agree with Andre about Iguodala, that maybe he's the answer. If he's anything close to Andre Iguodala, he comes back. Maybe that's the major addition.
But even that, he's given you how many minutes? 10?
This
12?
year? Oh, you mean down the road? How many? Yeah.
Like so if that's the kind of addition you're making, it just feels like that's a level below the kind of player you're talking about.
I think so. And I think ideally he's a guy that's available in the postseason. Like, hey, can you guard so-and-so? We need to derail just to change it up on whoever it is.
Yeah.
Can you get back to a point where you're healthy enough to guard some of the guys that you used to be able to guard?
Well, and
of varying sizes.
Well, okay. And that's very interesting because I had not thought about that. If you have Jonathan Kuminga, who's playing defense at a good level right now, I don't want to say pretty high level, but he's playing defense well. He guarded in back-to-back games John Morant and LaMelo Ball and did a good job on both of them. If you have him with Andrew Wiggins, we saw what Andrew Wiggins did in the postseason last year, and you have Klay Thompson, who when Klay Thompson wants to ratchet it up defensively, can still do it. I don't think he can do it night in and night out, but we saw in the finals, it's like halfway through game 4, it was just like, okay, here's the switch. It's on. I'm going to lock up Jaylen Brown now. And it's like, oh, there he is. I think the Warriors have enough defenders now and good rangy wing defenders that Andre Iguodala doesn't have to check Damian Lillard. He can go hang out on a lesser offensive player and take them out of the game, where you could see the Warriors in the postseason having a like defense first lineup of like Steph, Kuminga, Iguodala, Clay, and Draymond, and or Wiggins instead of Clay or whatever, and being able to just shut a team down defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just, you're not going to score. We may not score a ton, but you're also not going to score.
Defense won the game for him last night.
Yeah.
Regina in Oakland, 95-7 the game. Regina, does this Warrior team need help to compete for another title, or do they have everything they need on the roster?
No, I'm just like, where is his show? I look for his...
Hello? What the heck happened there? Yeah.
So
something went wrong there.
So what he wanted to talk about said what happened to Draymond's podcast. Maybe that was him looking for the podcast.
That's probably it.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah. Well, let's try Steve in San Francisco. Steve, you're on with Kyle Madsen, Whitey Gleason. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
What's up, Steve?
Hey, this young man, Andre, made a call earlier talking about Dante's contributions. He didn't think he was contributing like he should. I respectfully disagree with this young man. You know, allow me to retort.
Please.
this kid has been playing his heart out. I think defense is great. Offensively, he knows how to get the ball to somebody on a break when he's open, when they're open. He can shoot the three. He can shoot the mid-range. I mean, this kid is doing something that we need right now, coming off the bench and starting when Clay can't play it back-to-back. So I don't know. I'm seeing something different, or am I missing something?
No, you're right. He's doing a lot of the things right now. He's doing a lot of the things right now, especially on this homestand, that they need him to do.
Shooting a career-high 38.9% from three.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not realize that. Doesn't surprise me, but I didn't know it was that high.
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to be an all-star, but he's a contributing rotation player, and I think that's why the Warriors brought him in.
Mm-hmm. Let's try Regina once again in Oakland, 95.7 The Game. Y'all squared away, Regina?
Yes, we're here.
What can we do for you today?
Hey, guys. I was just wondering, we had the punch, and I really don't want to get back into that. They said they would handle the punch internally. They have handled it internally. But what happened to Draymond Green's broadcast? It just all of a sudden disappeared. And then, two, do you feel like Dre is rubbing off on Poole as far as all these recent texts he's getting and how that's going to affect the Warriors moving forward?
Thank you. I don't know anything about the podcast. You, Kyle, I'll give you a chance to, if you have any information there. I'm not sure what's going on there. I don't think Draymond's rubbing off on Poole. Poole has developed this, I don't know what it is. I don't think it has anything to do with the punch or Draymond. He just gets so indignant now when he's called for a foul. Last night, he was chicken winging defenders. He was doing the same thing that LaMelo did the night before against Kuminga.
Yeah.
Because it's like the officials let him play last night. I think the Warriors ultimately benefited from that. But Poole doesn't always play well when they allow other teams to get physical with him. So he's given the chicken wing and he gets called for a foul. And at one point, it's almost like Looney had to hold him back from going after the official. So I don't know what's going on with that. He has to, you can get upset about this or that. If I didn't foul him, but it's almost like, how dare you call a foul on me? And that has to stop, Kyle.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. Like, I don't know what exchange happens. I don't know what is said and what goes on during a game that might lead to that. But just on the surface, like, yeah, man, you committed a foul. And maybe it's built up frustration because he doesn't feel like he's getting calls.
Yeah.
But it's like a pitcher. Like, you see what the strike zone is for you, and then you see what the strike zone is for your hitters, and it's different. Like, it's got to be a little frustrating. I think it's along those same lines. But again, you know what the official said or what he said to the official, and yeah, and it was a weird reaction though. He physically you saw his face get angry and his fists are all balled up.
Yeah.
Oh, weird thing.
Very, very unusual. I could understand how maybe he feels like he's been a little bit singled out when it comes to the traveling calls. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, you know what? You have been one of the people who's been guilty of that more than others. So, the best players in the world, to me, you should be playing by the rules. And I understand it doesn't seem fair. Like, well, they didn't call on him, but just don't do it.
Yeah, for sure. But everybody's going to.
Yeah, I know, like Jaw. Some guys they do let go. Maybe that's just like, well, how come those guys can get away with it? I'm good enough where I should get away with it. And the fish is like, no, as far as we're concerned, you're not.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
They're not going to, if you yell, I'm not going to go, oh, never mind, you're right, it's not a foul.
Maybe the official said, you're just lucky I'm not calling carrying on you every time. And maybe that's what angered him.
Yeah. In the old days, officials would say stuff like that, and now they can't. It's like, yes, sir, I'm sorry. You can't say anything that the players are going to complain about.
No, I saw, because after that,
personal.
Poole went over and was talking to him, and you could the ref was admonishing him and lecturing him and telling him. Okay. I don't know. It was weird.
Mm-hmm. From the 650, Warriors got what they need as long as everyone is healthy and the youngsters keep growing as they have been. Also, Andre mentoring the young players has made a huge difference.
Yeah, it's all projection.
I guess so.
It's all right. It's all projection. Like right now, today, could they compete for a title? I don't think so. But based on what we saw last night.
So you're assuming continued quote unquote growth.
Yeah, and it's not going to be by the end of the year. It's like, wow, they have 10 All-Stars. Like, that's not going to be it. But you feel good about, okay, if I have to get 20 minutes from Ty Jerome in a playoff game, I feel okay about it.
Well, yeah, because you're on that bandwagon now.
I am. In fact, you know what?
You're in front of the Ty Jerome bandwagon.
Bring Steph off the bench. Start Ty Jerome.
Let me tell you something about Ty Jerome. I know we've talked about him a lot. We kid. A couple years ago with Oklahoma City, he played, and it was like half a season, 40-something games. He shot 40% from the three-point line.
42%, I believe. Yeah, he was a good player. He comes from Virginia, which is a good program, too.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's another player like DiVincenzo, like just kind of knows where to be. Never takes a bad shot. Never just does the right thing. Is he always going to do it at a super high level? No. Is he going to get cooked defensively now and then? For sure. Is he going to make all of his shots? No. But it's just like, oh, okay, that's a good play.
Yeah.
Like, make or miss league.
If you could take Jordan Poole, as flashy as he is, as talented as he is, and say, some of the things that you don't do well, look at Ty Jerome, who's never going to be as talented as you. Just, don't turn the ball. See how he doesn't make silly passes and he's more careful with the ball? Just do less of those bad things, and your game is going to continue to blossom. You're going to be an even better player.
I think he'll get there.
I think he's always going to be just streaky, and I could be wrong, and maybe I'm not being fair to him. That's the way some people are, some players are. I think he's always going to be a guy who's, man, he made that huge three, and then, he turned terrible turnover. I think that's just part of his DNA as a basketball player.
I'm betting on him growing beyond that a little bit. If the Warriors believed that that's who he was going to be for his whole career, I don't think they would have paid him.
I don't think they should have paid him, and I don't know what they believe, but I would not have paid him. I would have waited this year and then see he's going to be restricted if you don't pay him. They did, and that's all done now. But maybe you would have saved yourself some money too.
Yeah, I think that they believe he's going to grow into something more than he's a streaky player and he might hit a big three, but he's also going to have 6 turnovers. I think there's more of a playmaker in there, and I think right now with no Steph, I think he's just trying to kind of do too much. Regina brought up what happened to Draymond Green's podcast. Draymond Green, the video of him punching Jordan Poole came out October 7th. His last podcast came out October 21. There's speculation that maybe that was one of the things the Warriors kind of said as they're handling internally is like, hey, let's put the kibosh on the podcast for a bit. Or maybe Draymond recognized like, hey, I need to lay low for a while. And then by the time everything had kind of smoothed out, they were not good to start the year, and he didn't want to jump on and have to
that's a tricky one. Either look at it from his standpoint, what has made the podcast so compelling. Either you'd have to talk about that. Well, no, there's probably nothing to gain there, so I just can't do it.
Well, he did that weird like documentary thing with TNT.
Yeah.
And the reception on that was just like, what do you go away?
Yeah.
Like, this is not about you. You are not a victim. Like, this is nuts. And I think that he's smart enough and savvy enough to know that, okay, I'm gonna sit back a while.
He was
That's
great.
My thought.
Yeah, he was great defensively last night.
So
good. Classic. What does Draymond Green give you? Well, last night was a great example of what he gives you. And as you said, it's a great point. There have been times in the last couple of years where the Warriors have been shorthanded, and it looked like maybe Draymond just didn't feel like, now they rely on I could do all the dirty work, and now Steph's out. Now they want me to do more. No, I don't know. Not tonight. I don't have it for you. But last night, he was a leader.
Watch the final 3 minutes of last night's game, and then just watch any game. They move differently when he's on the floor. Like what he does defensively last night in that, like I said, that last 3 minutes where he was altering shots, blocking shots, grabbing rebounds, doing everything. The block he had on Jared Vanderbilt, where Vanderbilt's in the corner, so Draymond's hanging out kind of by the low block. And I think it was at Beasley, maybe Mike Conley. Somebody drives, and Draymond steps up to cut off that drive, and that person dumped it off to Jared Vanderbilt in the dunker spot, and Draymond read the pass and moved as the pass is moving.
And like Vanderbilt's like, what just happened?
Right.
Who was that?
Right. He thinks he's going to just get this open dunk, and Draymond read the pass. And you see him moving that way before the pass is out of like I said, Beasley or Conley or whoever it was, out of their hands. It was such an impressive play that was like, oh, that's what makes him special. And he did that for 3 minutes.
And whose little 10-footer did he block? Was that Markkanen? He went
no,
way
that was
up.
Kelly Olynyk.
Okay.
So another 6'10", 7-foot guy.
Yeah.
And just went up and tip that out of here. Take away an easy 2 points. Like he just erasing points off the board in a game where the Warriors needed to erase every point they possibly could. And just what he does pushing the pace offensively, he is still such a valuable player. Even if it's not as frequent as it was, he can still reach in and be generationally great.
Kelly Olynyk last night at the line, right? Huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Got him.
Let's talk to Rich in Fremont. Got the injury report coming up in just a moment. First, Rich in Fremont, 95.7 The Game. How are you, Rich?
Hey, morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First of all, I want to say shout out to 95.7 The Game. We don't have, the first team up. The second team stepped up. You guys have been doing a great job this week. I've been listening to you.
Thanks, Rich.
Stepping up. Yeah. I want to say that with Jordan Poole's situation and why I think it's not a good idea for him to be talking to the refs the way he does is because really at the end of the day, and the reason why he's getting those calls is that he has not cemented his time in the league yet. Okay, the refs are not really recognizing him as, a 5 or 6 year all-star. They're seeing him for what he is. He's a budding star, but he's not, in other words, he's not a solidified, product of the NBA. When I mean solidified, put in 8-10 years. So that's the reason why the refs are treating him the way they're treating him. Now, his response, it shouldn't be the way it is. In other words, he should recognize at the end of the day, you got to put in your time in this league before you can start getting those type of calls that go in your favor. Guys like Steph, like Clay, like Draymond, they're going to get those types of calls. Okay, but you're buddy. So guess what? Wait your time. Once you wait your time and wait your turn, those calls are going to go the other way for you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Rich. Thanks for the kind words. That brings
Rich.
us to the Boxer and Gerson injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
49ers begin their week of practice without defensive end Nick Bosa and defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw. Bosa dealing with an unspecified illness, while Kinlaw got a scheduled day off as part of the maintenance on his surgically repaired knee. This injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for more than 40 years. Coming up, Jimmy riding to the rescue. That's probably not a thing. It's coming up with Whitey and Kyle in for Bonte and Butch. Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balanceedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they'll break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Hyundai. There's never been a better time to get away with a great deal on a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need a new desk calendar so that I don't miss a meeting with my boss or a soccer game with my daughter.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year. Right now, a 2023 lined desk calendar is $3.99 and an unlined calendar is just $4.99. Make this year your year at Staples. Offer ends 12/31. In-store only.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
And in for the Roasters, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Kyle Madsen. Warriors win last night. I didn't think the Warriors were going to win last night, Kyle. Can I be that frank with you? I thought last night, second game of a back-to-back against Utah, pretty good team. I thought, no Clay, shorthanded. Well, they can hang in there. That'll be great. Yeah. Big win for the Warriors. And, of course, with the 49ers getting ready to play the Raiders on New Year's Eve, we find out Derek Carr will not be participating. Wow, stunner. Stunning news yesterday on that front.
Yeah, it was weird. I always thought that this was a game that I was like, ooh, a little bit of a trap game possibility. Derek Carr can play a little bit. Is he great? No, but he's certainly capable of making a couple plays. And with the offensive weapons they have and with Max Crosby, the Niners need to watch out. But now, man, if they lose to Jarrett Stidham, they got a problem.
Stidham knows him. Jared Stidham, very familiar with the 49ers, having played a quarter against them in 2020, week 7, 39.2 passer rating in that quarter, and he threw an interception. But he was setting them up, clearly.
Yeah.
Setting them up
to
for this
sleep
game.
For this moment.
They knew
no
New
doubt.
Year's Eve, 2022. Yeah. I don't want to show them what I can do yet.
For New Year's Day, for what it's worth.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you. I apologize.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Although I love the idea of like a midnight on New Year's Eve kickoff.
Mm-hmm.
That would be great.
Yeah. The party will begin certainly on New Year's Eve for that game.
Definitely. Yeah, no, I just...
Thank you for the clarification. My apologies.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I thought that the Derek Carr era would end differently. Maybe not necessarily with it, but I thought he would at least play out this contract. Like, I know they built the out into it, but I went into this season thinking, okay, Josh McDaniels, he might not be a great head coach, but he'll at least design a good offense. And they had Devontae Adams, and that rapport will help Derek Carr kind of put together a really good season, and they'll move forward with him. And then maybe in a couple years, if they haven't won a Super Bowl, then they'll move on. But the fact that they are still in postseason contention, technically, and they're moving on from their quarterback, and he's leaving the building like he's just done, that is... I don't think I've ever seen that. Like, usually teams, as long as they're in playoff contention, unless their quarterback is so bad that it's like Taylor Heineke or Carson Wentz, like they were just having such a hard time holding on to the football and producing points. Like, the Raiders' offense isn't that terrible.
You owe that to your fans on some level. You're paying customers to, we don't have much of a chance, but we have a chance. So we have to put our best foot forward.
Yeah, it's like Kyle Shanahan when the Niners were 3-5 last year. He was like, we're gonna play who we think is the best player until we are out, mathematically eliminated. That's why Trey Lance is going to stay on the bench as long as Jimmy Garoppolo is healthy. And sure enough, they turned it around and they go 10-7 and they go to the NFC title game. And if they went from Derek Carr to another quarterback kind of that ilk. Like I said, I brought up Wentz and Heineke. Neither of them are good, but they're kind of on the same level. Derek Carr to Jarrett Stidham, who's never started a game, you're punting on your season. That's
perhaps what they would say. The company line would be, well, he is of that caliber. You just don't know it yet. You'll be surprised. He gives us a better chance to win. I don't know. You know what seems wrong to me? This has more to do with the way football has changed over the years than anything. But as somebody who, like most people listening, can remember the Oakland Raiders, and some of us can remember them going way back, it seems wrong to me that Derek Carr holds virtually every passing record in Raider franchise history. Again, I know it's because of the year he played in, and he's played there for a long time, but that doesn't seem right.
Yeah. Despite the eras,
it's
like they've had so many good Stabler and Plunkett, LaMonica,
right,
Rich Gannon, and it's
yes,
Derek Carr.
Yeah, oh well. He signed a 3-year, $121.5 million contract extension in the spring. But, and I know some of these numbers, you get an ice cream headache, but they certainly are relevant today. He could be cut for a $5.6 million salary cap hit if the move is made within 3 days of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, February 15th. And I think they're just setting that up now. In fact, they might cut him the day their season's over.
This is one of those situations where we saw it with the 49ers to a degree, where they hang on to a guy thinking and say, we love him, hoping maybe we'll get a good trade offer. It's like, you're not going to get, no one's going to trade for the guy when they know that he's going to be available, that you're going to have to cut him.
Yeah. I don't, especially at this point of the year, it's just a weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. The timing is, I don't know what they're doing.
I think we do. Now? I know we agreed. I think you said it. I said it. I think we do know. And this is clearly not our fault. Scapegoat.
Yeah, and they're going to get him out the door, and they don't want him to get hurt, where I think he has $7.5 million guaranteed for injury. Yeah. So they're just like, go away.
That's how bad he is. Yeah, we're in the playoff hunt, but we got to get rid of him.
But we want to see what Stiddy's got.
Yes. We inherited him, and so what could we do? We did the best we could with it, but now time to move forward with our guy.
Yeah. I don't love how that's handled.
No. On the text line, Jimmy to the Raiders. I know we've talked about that. What do you make of that, Kyle? I think you think that's more likely than I do. I understand how it makes some sense. I don't think that happens.
I would put them down the list of like possibilities. Like I thought Pittsburgh might be a destination, but I think Pittsburgh believes in Kenny Pickett and they're going to roll with that. You look at Washington. Is Washington going to invest more in a veteran quarterback who may or may not be able to get him over the hump? Like they've done that since they started giving Kirk Cousins franchise tags.
Yeah.
Like it's just, I don't think that's the route they're going to want to go.
Zach Del Rio, I know he's not the head coach there anymore, but he goes to, Riverboat Ron and says, boy, what this guy did for me when I was his head coach with the Raiders.
Oh, Derek Carr.
Yeah.
Oh, I was talking about Jimmy.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know if a team looks at him the way the Rams kind of did at Baker Mayfield. I'm like, yeah, let's get him in the building and see what he can do. Or is it just he's been in the league 10 years, he's not gotten any better, he is who he is, and who he is not going to get you where you want to go. I have no idea what his market's going to be.
Yeah, and I apologize. I switched up guys on you there. But yeah, that's why to me, and I mentioned this earlier, Derek Carr, there was a kind of a sadness when I started coming to terms with, wow, this is the end for him, at least with the Raiders. I'm not a Raider fan. I still harbor a lot of resentment for the franchise that, abandoned the Bay Area. But I felt sadness not because, poor Derek Carr, but it's like, wow, that should have gone better.
Yeah.
And ultimately, especially the last few years for Derek Carr, for the Raiders, for Raider fans, we all know a lot of Raider fans, good Raider fans, just so ultimately uninspiring and disappointing.
Yeah, and there's no plan moving forward. It wasn't like they moved off of Derek Carr because they had the number one pick and, here comes Bryce Young or Will Levis or whoever the number one pick is going to be, CJ Stroud, I don't know. But, here comes this young hotshot quarterback. This is the plan. Right now their plan is, okay, get rid of Derek Carr and then we wait. There's no path forward. And that's would be the disappointing part if I'm a Raider fan right now. Not so much that they're moving on from Carr, which I think they probably needed to do. But what are you're punting this season and have a giant question mark at that position going into next year.
What's your guess? Maybe you've heard from some people or seen on social media. I'm curious to know how Raider fans are reacting to this. And I'm sure there's a split. I'm sure some people are like, what? Come on. We want to beat the 49ers. And there's probably some that are saying, it's about freaking time. Let's see what somebody else can do.
So the typical response I've seen from people that I'm familiar with, that I follow and that I talk to, it's like, this is the move they had to make, but now? Like, this is weird. Like, what? McDaniels has got to go too. Like, that's the kind of response I've seen.
Yeah.
But is Mark, I don't want to get super into the weeds on the Raiders here, but Mark Davis already fired John Gruden, or John Gruden resigned, or however that ultimate, like, whatever language.
He was forced to do that. He clearly didn't want to, but he did.
Right. And then you're going to then fire Josh McDaniels after saying he's the guy. Like, I just don't know if that's the route that organization wants to take. Like, at some point they need stability, and moving on from another head coach wouldn't provide that.
Right.
But Josh McDaniels might just stink.
They may be making the same mistake that bad franchises in all sports make. They talk a lot about the teams that just can't get anything right. We need stability. And sometimes you convince yourself that, okay, things aren't going well, but we need to stay with this guy because we need stability. Stability only works if you make a solid choice. If you try to stabilize with a shaky foundation, it ain't going to work. If you continually make bad choices, then being stable and staying with those, doubling down on bad choices, actually makes it worse.
Yeah. And that's what the Niners avoided with, like, Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly.
Well said.
They got out, they fired Jim Harbaugh. Whether you think that was a good move or not, not the discussion.
Yeah.
But then they go to Jim Tomsula. Bad hire from the jump. Everybody knew it. They took it for a season and went, okay, this is bad. Bad idea. Okay, hey, Chip Kelly, maybe he can rekindle some of the magic he had early on with the Eagles. Bring him in. This is even a bigger disaster than the Jim Tomsula thing.
Yeah.
Okay, get him out. Reset everything. Stop trying to hire on the cheap. Go get the young hotshot offensive coordinator, Kyle Shanahan, bring him in here, and then let it play out. And that's what they've done, and they've gone to a Super Bowl and a couple NFC Championship games.
Was Josh McDaniels in the mix for that?
I don't think so.
Even Joan in payroll knew that, hey, this Tom Sula guy, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen it move. The Urban Meyer move, was just kind of universally panned as what? This is a bad idea. And it wound up being a terrible idea.
Right. Well, I mean, the Colts are dealing with
that's another good one.
Right now.
Yeah, that's
right
another good
now
one.
as we speak.
It's another good one.
Yeah.
The Broncos also hired a guy named Jerry Roseberg, I think, who retired from the NFL in 2018. And then Nathaniel Hackett brought him on staff to just manage the clock.
Yeah.
And the Broncos' young hotshot defensive coordinator said, I don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
And so they went, hey, you've been around. You want to do it? That has other, it's a short sample, but I think the Broncos might have some disaster potential too, on top of their Nathaniel Hackett generated disaster.
Yeah. A lot of people are wondering, where is Sean Payton going to go? Sean Payton, if I'm Sean Payton, and hey, I'm not, okay? Especially if you're watching on YouTube, you know that.
What?
Yeah. Sean Payton, I don't think is so desperate that he's thinking, I got to take the top job available right now.
No.
If he looks at the jobs that are available now, it's a very good chance he goes, I'm going to do TV for another year and then see.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. He's going to go, he's going to wait for, the question to me is, does he want to deal with Russell Wilson? Does he look at Russ and think, okay, there's still a really good quarterback in there? Or is he waiting on a player like Justin Herbert and the Chargers to finally be fed up with Brandon Staley and be like, okay, I'm going to coach Justin Herbert?
Mm-hmm.
Or Andy Reid retires and okay, yeah, I'm going to coach Patrick Mahomes. I think that's the kind of opportunity he's waiting for. He's not waiting to be like, oh yeah, I want to go coach Carson Wentz. I don't think that's his goal.
Yeah. He doesn't need to prove that I can take a quarterback who everyone's down on and show that I can rehab him. It's he doesn't need to do that.
Yeah.
He wants to win.
Yeah.
You play to win the games.
Yes. And that's smart.
Is Jimmy going to ride to the rescue this year? This is Morning Roasts, Whitey and Kyle in for Bonta and Bush today. This is something I've been throwing around the last week or so. How about the idea of Jimmy? He's hurt. Now he comes back. Brock Purdy struggles in the playoffs. And then look at that. Jimmy comes back. Wouldn't that be just another latest twist and in some ways a very appropriate end, a poetic ending to this whole Jimmy 49er saga? Well, based on what Kyle Shanahan had to say yesterday, it looks like there's very little chance that Jimmy is even physically capable of doing that.
Yeah, he said, he asked, what's the next phase for Garoppolo? He's got the hard cast off. Do you guys have a better sense of when he'll return to the field? And Shanahan says, no, nothing's changed with that. He just got the hard cast off, so he's not able to move around and do stuff yet. So they're still in the training room processes, not out on the field or anything, so not much has changed. It's December 29th, man. They have a playoff game in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. Jimmy has to get fully healthy and sprinting again and have full movement capability. And then he's got to get throwing and get back in football shape.
And we're talking about surgery on his foot.
Yeah, so it's not like he's been actively working out. There I think would be a longer build-up process to getting his conditioning in than what is normal. And even by then, again, this was a 7 to 8 week recovery. That's not ready to play football. Shanahan's pointed that out too. And even that 7 to 8 weeks was okay, NFC Championship game. And I would be shocked, stunned, floored if he starts another game for the Niners this year. Aghast. Verklempt.
Yeah.
Is that the right use of verklempt? I don't know.
No, I think verklempt is when you're overcome with emotion, I got a little verklempt there. Just Derek Carr's not. I don't even think it's that. It's just somebody does something sweet, for you. Anyway, I don't think verklempt is right. But I don't.
Wow, literally overcome with emotion.
Really?
That's very good by you.
Thank
very,
you.
very strong. Yeah,
appreciate that.
That's awesome.
If you don't have plans for New Year's Eve, by the way, Join our very own Bay Area radio legend, Chewy Gomez from 102.1 Jams and the great DJ Mind Motion this Saturday as they host the biggest New Year's Eve party in the South Bay at the San Jose Marriott. Don't miss out. For tickets and more information, go to TaylorRocks.com or call 408-690-5999. That's TaylorRocks.com or call 408-690-5999. Coming up, I know we got Doc Pandia. Maybe we'll ask him. I know we got a lot of other things we got to talk to him about. With Jimmy at some point, and I'm a Jimmy guy, okay? Well, with Jimmy at some point, when you're his age and you have surgery, every year you have surgery, it's just at some point those things take a toll, you know?
Yeah.
Especially when you're an elite athlete. Surgery after surgery, and then a surgery on this and the shoulder and then the thumb and then the foot. He's already had it on the knee. It's hard to just, all right, guys, had the off season. I'm good to go. I hope he is, but I don't know how realistic that is.
Well, he did avoid surgery with his foot, which is good news. But to that point, like, you're just missing time for injury. It's in the training room and I agree with you. That's got to be exhausting. Although I think if any player was going to just kind of stay even keeled about it, I think it's probably Jimmy Garoppolo. He's obviously not thrilled and super stoked that he's hurt again, but I think he's going to probably bounce back okay. I just don't think it's going to be this season with the 49ers. And honestly, I think the initial report of doors open for his return to the playoffs was super premature. That was just looking and going, okay, 7 to 8 weeks. We're going to count.
Possible.
Okay, yeah, an NFC title game. Yeah, okay.
Right.
I mean, and at that point, if Brock Purdy's playing well enough to get you to the NFC title game, you're not switching starters. Even if Garoppolo is fully healthy, ready to go. I don't think he will be by then.
So what if, Kyle, if they end up in a postseason game and Brock Purdy can't play for some reason?
What do you mean? Like it gets hurt in game?
Gets hurt? Yeah. I don't mean that
and
you
then
decide.
They win?
No, I mean, how realistic would it be? And I know this is way ahead of it, but if that were to happen at that point, would we have to say, oh, okay, that's it?
Yeah, if
Josh Johnson is playing. What I'm saying is, what if Josh Johnson is your quarterback in the playoffs? Will that be it? It's like, game over. Thanks for coming. We'll see you next year.
Can Josh Johnson win?
In the playoffs?
Probably not. I think that's probably where the line is. He's a fine practice squad second string guy, but if you're having him start games for you in the postseason,
so that's one reason why the door to Jimmy, even though it's the door to the hospital, they keep it as open as they can.
Well, yeah, and that's why they didn't
keep it a little bit open.
Right, and that's why they didn't put him on IR, because if they were putting him on IR you get 8 players that you can return from IR in a season, and they've already used 7, and they're going to bring back Elijah Mitchell. That would be 8. So that would be it. That's why Jimmy's not on IR. So if he is healthy, I do think they would make him the backup. If he's I can go, but, maybe he's not 100%. I think an 80% Jimmy Garoppolo is probably preferable to Josh Johnson. But starting him, I think that's off the table.
What if Josh Johnson wins the Super Bowl from the 650?
Is he the starter next year? That would be the greatest. Let me just while we're on that road.
Sure.
While we're on that road, I'm gonna hit the gas.
We're on the Josh Johnson wins the Super Bowl road here on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by Tim Burton. It would be the greatest story in NFL history. And I'm not even sure it would be close. Move over Tom Brady. This would be a guy who's been in the league for, 12 years, and he's been on 14 teams.
Wasn't he a member of the San Diego Fleet or whatever?
Yeah. So was Daniel Brunskill, by the way. Fun fact.
Okay.
But yeah, no, he's been in 3 leagues, and he played in was it the USFL, the USL? No, the
UFL?
UFL.
Okay.
USL soccer.
UFL, I was a broadcaster.
Right. It says Sacramento Mountain Lions.
Yeah.
Shout out Molo.
Yeah.
Did you do games with Doug Flutie?
We did Jeff Garcia against Dante Culpepper once. Yeah. But you mean as a broadcaster?
Who's your broadcast
Jim
partner?
Cozumore, Doug Fleet. Same thing.
Coz, the great.
Same thing.
Yeah. Same guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's played in so many. If he, on his 4th stint with the 49ers, 10 years after he originally joined the team, comes in and the 49ers win it, it would be unequivocally the greatest story in NFL history.
And he's like Jimmy in the NFC title game against Green Bay. Like, Josh Johnson was 5 for 8 today.
Yeah.
For 82
but he got
yards.
it done.
Yeah.
He got it done.
And the 49ers won the Super Bowl.
Again, like I said, if they're going to Josh Johnson, I think it's over. That's where I'm drawing the line.
All right. You just never know this year. What already we're experiencing is already impossible as far as I'm concerned. Brock Purdy, what? They're winning? What? He's playing great? Nah, that can't happen. That's what I would have said. Nah, that's not realistic.
Yeah, but
I thought Sudfeld should have been the backup quarterback. I was sure of it.
So the thing with Brock Purdy is he came in and surprised us, but we'd never seen him play. It was just based on, he was drafted last. He's obviously not good. Yeah, okay, his preseason was fine, but that's preseason against guys who are going to be, not in the NFL in a couple weeks. Josh Johnson, we've seen play in the NFL, and he's just not very good. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm. Whew. I like that road. It's a fun road to be traveling down.
Yeah, I'm back on the freeway.
Yeah, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like, in San Bruno or somewhere, it's like, hey, look at all the Christmas lights in the street. This is really cool.
I personally, this is purely selfish. This has nothing to do with the athletes. Do you know what an injury to Brock Purdy would do to me? Do you know how bad that would be for me?
How many days before you got out of bed?
No, that's it. No, but I just don't like every 49ers season over the last 4, there's been injuries and this injury and that injury. And even last year, you go to the NFC title game, but Jimmy was banged up. They have dealt with 2 quarterback injuries already. Brock Purdy took over. This is a blast. I want to ride it out. I can't deal with another one.
You're good. Don't worry about it. I think you're good. Probably. Fingers crossed. You don't have to worry about it. Don't worry about it. Enjoy it. This is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for more than 40 years. Speaking of injuries, as we have to do here on a Sports Talk station, Doc Pandia on everything from Steph's shoulder to Jimmy in a scooter is next here. It's Whitey and Kyle in for Bonta and Butch, 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
And what a morning it is. Yeah, we don't have Bonte, we don't have Shasky today. They'll be back next week. But it's Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen. So much to kick around today, Kyle. Having fun, but also getting some business done, as the Warriors did last night, taking care of some business with that huge win over the Utah Jazz.
Needed it.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily needed it, because I said if they were going to drop one on this homestand, that was the one that you would feel like.
I know. You were making excuses yesterday. Almost before the Charlotte game was over, you started making Warrior excuses for last night.
Yeah, I sure did. Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. No, but even down the stretch last night, it was like, okay, they're keeping it close, but man, this just seems like one of those games they're just not going to have the legs to finish it.
Yeah.
And then they did, and it's like, okay, that's a departure. This is new. And that's why this is a big deal, at least to me.
Yeah. And so 888-957-9570. We will, of course, talk about some of the Warrior injuries, which will play a large role, how guys recover, obviously, and where they go from here. We'll talk Pandy in just a moment. But also, we're asking you, after last night, do you look at this roster and say, yep, that is the roster? Maybe a tweak here or there, but that roster is, for the most part, good enough for them to make another run at a championship. I don't think so. Kyle thinks so. A lot of people may be changing their minds after last night. We'll get back to that. But now, who can take an injury, say how it would feel, talk about the treatment and how long it takes to heal. The Benjamin. Yeah, it's time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent to get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. We are proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment as we bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. How do you like the song, Doc?
I love it. I'm going to make it my ringtone. That's perhaps the best intro I've ever had, Whitey. That was phenomenal.
I'm glad you liked it. I was really concerned when he started. That's the third time. That's the third time I've heard that today, by the way, Doc.
Yeah. The Benjamin can, because he went to medical school and he's really smart. I'm still working on that part.
Yeah, he's workshopping that second verse.
I'm still working on that part. Hey, this may sound like kind of a silly question, but I'm serious. Andrew Wiggins, of course, he's had this adductor strain, and then he got sick, and so he should be back soon, but we don't know. But as far as the adductor strain, I'm serious, Doc. Is that just kind of a fancy, nicer way of saying groin pull?
It absolutely is. No, absolutely. And that's part of the reason why I'm still paying off my medical school loan, so I can say things like it's an adductor strain. No, absolutely. Yeah. That's the main muscle that's impacted. There really aren't any other muscles that are impacted when that happens. So I think it just describes specifically the muscle that's injured, so it makes it sound a little bit more serious than it actually is. But this is just a groin pull. And these are the kind of things that take, somewhere between 7 to 10 days to come back, 7 to 10 games, to come back from it. Sounds like he was ready to go, and unfortunately the illness kind of sent him back. So hopefully this won't be a recurrent issue for him. But now he has a little bit more time to recover from the muscle standpoint.
Do you think we'll see Klay Thompson play back-to-backs this year? Or are we still too not far enough removed from his two major injuries?
Yeah, I think maybe potentially in the playoffs. I think when, obviously he has a bigger break coming up. But if you look at, kind of individuals who come off an Achilles, just even alone, or an ACL alone, the physical deficits can sometimes last up to 3 years. So this issue with trying to prevent soft tissue injuries, trying to make sure that you don't, develop, Achilles issue somewhere else, that's going to last for a while. So I think the back-to-backs, particularly in this regular season, are probably going to go on. And I think particularly right now, because I know a lot of people were concerned, everyone's out. Why isn't Klay playing back-to-back? He's also looking at the minutes he's been playing. So if you look at his past 5 games, he's played 35, 34, 26, 38, and 39 minutes. That's a huge minute load for him. So even looking at his kind of cumulative load over the past several games, I think it's a good reason to rest him for back-to-back. So I think absolutely, due to his age, the injury history, the fact that he didn't play over the summer, these are all factors that are going to prevent him from playing back-to-backs. And luckily in the playoffs, they don't have that. But if there was the case, I think he would be, reasonable to do so. But I don't expect to see him playing back-to-backs anytime soon.
We are, of course, catching up with Dr. Nirav Pandya, 95.7 The Game. I know you guys have talked about Steph, and a lot has been written about, talked about here. So I know I'm not going over any new ground, but I'm curious, Doc, how confident can anyone be here that Steph Curry's shoulder will be or even should be healed and stable within a month or so? I know the Warriors, they're saying, hey, we reevaluate in 2 weeks. Steph talked about no surgery, but I don't know how stable it's going to be. So how many questions are there until he gets out there and starts playing in terms of the stability of this shoulder injury?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, the criteria that they use for kind of getting athletes back to play, you have to have no pain, full motion, full strength, and no feelings subjectively like your shoulder's going to pop out. But unlike an ACL or a meniscus, we have very good criteria for these are the steps you need to kind of pass to make sure you won't re-injure yourself. With upper extremity things, it's a lot more nebulous. So we really won't fully know until he's out there playing, taking impact to see if his shoulder does have another instability event. And even MRIs, I mean, we know he has a labral tear. It's still going to be in there if, unless he ever gets surgery, you're not going to see that healing. So there is a little bit of a jump we have to take. Luckily, it's not his dominant arm. This isn't a collision sport like football. But, yeah, we don't know till that first game. How is he going to respond when he hits or he falls on it? There is a little bit of a jump once you clear an athlete to come back from an upper extremity injury. So hoping it's not, and we know that most athletes take 3 to 4 weeks to come back from this. But, yeah, there's a little bit of a guessing game there as well, too.
I want to jump over to the 49ers real quick before we get you out of here. Deebo Samuel and Elijah Mitchell. Looks like Deebo will return to practice this week. Sounds like Elijah Mitchell might be back in practice next week. Is it reasonable to expect both of them to be at full strength by January 14th or 15th when the Niners open their postseason?
I think for Deebo, definitely. I think it's less about the nature of his injuries because just how quickly he's come back, they're pretty minor. But I think more about the time someone's away from practice. So for Deebo, you were talking only a couple weeks. The risk of other injuries, the risk of him being out of shape, the risk of him kind of having rust is a lot less. With Mitchell, I really worry about it a little bit more because he basically had this big chunk of time, played a little bit, and then missed another big chunk of time. And then you worry about how much has he been able to train, how much has he been able to do. So Deebo, I think we're going to be good. He's going to be fine. Mitchell, I do worry a little bit more about, how he's going to hold up if he has to carry 20 times a game, if he's going to have to do a lot of things. So Deebo, definitely. Mitchell may be good for shorter bursts, but I think they'll both be kind of able to produce. Just the amount and volume of it may differ between the two of them.
And Doc, last one, given what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday about Jimmy, no surgery, but he's just now starting to walk around. Is there any realistic hope, based on what we know, that he really could be available? Or is that really just kind of a pipe dream last night, the thought of Jimmy riding to the rescue in the postseason?
Hearing that he was casted and he was got this knee scooter and a boot on, I think it's becoming less and less likely. Just simply because of the fact that to be able to get the muscle strength back, to get the confidence back there, and to be impactful in an NFL game, I think that probability is becoming less and less. Could he be an emergency quarterback? Maybe, but I think we're on the Purdy train for right now. I don't think Jimmy's going to be able to be that effective, especially early in the playoffs, given what we know about it.
Happy New Year, Doc. Thanks very much for your time and information. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Happy New Year to both of you, too.
Thanks, Doc.
The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health, and yes, I'm not surprised. He loved the song. Loved the song.
He has to say that.
Loved the song.
He's obligated to say that. What if he had just been like, never do that again?
Huh. I've
That
heard
would have
worse.
been wild.
I would have been okay with that. I've heard worse, believe me. You never know when you throw those things out, what you're going to get.
I love that you went for it, though.
Thanks.
What's the most high-profile person that you've done a bit to unwittingly on the radio?
Well, we used to do a thing real quick.
Because you've been around a long time.
Yes. Before we had radio, and it was, when you do the thing on the telegraph. Yeah. We used to do a thing with Dibbs and Mark Kreidler called Punishing Picks.
Brother.
Yeah. And we would pick games each week, NFL games. And if you did worse than anyone else, then the punishment was yours. Sometimes the punishments were you got to sing a silly song. One time, Bill Romanowski.
Of course.
Yeah. And he was on our show, and he's a good guest. And he had kind of a funny way of hey, guys. Yeah. So the thing was, whoever lost this week, you had to do the interview with Romanowski, and you had to make fun of the way he talks and talk like him. And I lost that week.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And had to,
all the people.
Yeah. Romo. Yeah. And then
How'd that go?
Hey, so, listen. And then I had to say it, it's like, I finally felt like the best thing here is to acknowledge it on the air and tell him. And he took it pretty well, he said, oh, really? And then he took it okay. But later that day, guess who came into the station for something to pick up his check or whatever? Guess who I was on the elevator with?
That's great.
He was very cool.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
You're still around.
Life flashing before my eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
He was really a cool guy. Yeah.
My big takeaway there is that Bill Romanowski didn't have direct deposit.
Well, I don't know why he came in, okay? I don't know why he came in the building, but he was in the building and he was on the elevator. It's like, hey, Romo, Hey, big guy, that was funny today, huh?
Did he know it was? Did he know you? Like, did he know it was you?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
because we'd done some stuff. We'd met him and done stuff with him. And
okay.
Yeah. And I believe I brought it up with him. It's not like I hope he doesn't know who I am. I'm gonna look the other
That's
way on the
1,000% what I would have done. And like, oh God.
I thought he was going to give me the Killian Hayes, Mo Wagner forearm to the back of that. We know what he's capable of doing, right? Especially in an enclosed space with no witnesses.
Yeah. And he'll spit in your face while he does it.
Yeah. So that one stands out, Kyle.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. Just of all the people too, man, that's tough.
So this may be the end, not only the end of Derek Carr's Raider era, but it probably looks like, and I know we've talked about this before, but this is probably the end now, finally, of the Jimmy Garoppolo 49er era.
Are we sure?
No, we're not, but it sure looks that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I think but here's the thing. So we talked a lot about, and Mike Silver brought this up with Willard and Dibbs, how the Niners next season, they have to, if they're going to go in with Trey, they need another quarterback to either back him up or compete with him for the starting job. It can't be Trey and a random player like Nate Sudfeld, who's probably not going to win you a lot of games. And it looks like, okay, through 4 games, Brock Purdy might be just that guy. And whether they compete or someone's given the job, I don't know. I don't care. That's not the discussion right now. So it looks like they can go in with those 2 guys, at which point they're probably not paying Jimmy. But if Purdy falls off a cliff here and doesn't play well down the stretch and doesn't play well into the playoffs, there's, I think, a very real scenario where the Niners are like, hey, we'll give you, I don't know, $15 million to stick around and give you a shot to compete for the starting job and give you a chance to win. And he takes that over 20 from the Jets or something like that because he's comfortable here. I think that's on the table. But again, if Purdy keeps playing well, then yeah, Jimmy's probably played his last snap at the Niners.
I don't have a 49er podcast, so who am I to say? I don't run the Niners.
Get on that.
Yeah. To me, Brock Purdy has already proven that he's good enough where if I'm the Niners, I'm thinking at the very least I'm good with him as a backup to Trey next year. I don't know that Jimmy's in my picture, especially considering what I have to pay them.
But are you super confident with going in with Trey as your starter?
Well, I don't know that I have much of a choice next year when I look at the finances. And maybe I'm looking at it completely wrong. Mm-hmm. But I think Brock has proven he can start. I know, who knows how he's going to play. It's just so hard to imagine, although it's certainly possible, it's so hard to imagine Brock Purdy all of a sudden like being, oh, look, he turned into a pumpkin, right?
No, I'm right there. I'm with you.
Doesn't mean you can't consider it, but it just seems like, yeah, well, that won't happen.
Yeah, and it's just a never say never type of thing. Like, okay, here's a possibility. But the other thing, when you talk about Garoppolo and his future, and I have no clue what his market is going to look like, because you have a quarterback who's had a lot of success in the win column, who's had, statistically, he's been fine, but by all accounts, other than his record, a pretty middle of the road quarterback. He's going to make some good plays, he's going to make some bad ones. He's had a ton of success with Kyle Shanahan. What do teams think he looks like outside of Kyle Shanahan's offense, outside of that ecosystem? I have no clue. And outside of an offense that doesn't have these yards after catch monsters like the Niners do. Like, they built their offense around Jimmy's skill set, which is get the ball out and let the guys run after the catch. What happens when that's not available? Like, that's something teams are going to assess. And then his injury history. That's a big part of the reason the Niners are moving off of him, is because he's not reliable. You cannot guarantee that, and you can't ever guarantee a guy's going to be, but
it's football, Kyle. People get hurt.
That's a great point. You know what? I hadn't thought about that. No, but you're going into every season with Jimmy Garoppolo like, ooh, we need a backup option. We need to make sure we have a backup who can win, because relying on 17 games out of this guy has not been fruitful. And that's another thing that's going to factor into this. So is he going to get there and his market's going to be $10 million for a year because a team's going to go, okay, yeah, you can compete. In which case, maybe he does want to stick around in San Francisco and go, yeah, I'll take whatever role. But there's also a scenario where the Jets are like, yeah, hey, here's 3 years and $80 million, or the Giants or whoever. And at that point, I don't think there's anything the Niners could probably do to get him out.
On the text line here, 888-957-9570, Xfinity mobile text line. You want to participate, give us a call. We'd appreciate that as well. Thanks for being with us today. From the 510, all last year, it was the end of the Jimmy G 49er era. Debo gone for sure. Draymond Green's the one who will break down. All lies. That's a good point. Also from the 415, who cares about next year? Let's talk about the playoff run, which is a great point. Let me just leave it here with Jimmy. I've been a Jimmy guy since he got here. But
You're wearing a Jimmy Garoppolo jersey right now.
Yes. I got a couple of them on, and it's getting warm in here. I like the lair in San Francisco. The way the 49ers have kind of fallen backwards into this Brock Purdy situation, in a backwards way, I've fallen into the realization that, okay, yeah, Jimmy's shortcomings, ultimately, you need more. Seeing Brock Purdy play the way he's played with his limitations and seeing how highly effective and efficient the offensive has been has made me realize, wow, they could do better than Jimmy. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm surprised as I've been thinking that, processing as I watch Brock Purdy. This is not the most gifted physically quarterback I've ever seen, but he's way better than Jimmy so far. So, yeah, Jimmy does a lot of things that Trey Lance can't do yet, but it's time to move on from Jimmy.
It just looks better, right?
It does.
Like it just
and again,
looks
I'm a Jimmy
more
guy.
comfortable. I would be fascinated. So Texter wants us to look forward. We're looking too far forward. I'm going to rewind it and go backwards. Thank you. I would be really interested to know what Jimmy Garoppolo as a quarterback looks like without the knee injury. Because he was just a different player after he got hurt.
He got sanitized.
What? Explain.
Well, when he came in and he played so well when they first used him as a starter, and I know that you're talking about the next year, I believe, but he was so dynamic, swashbuckling, and then the more he had to learn and absorb about the system, the more limitations were placed on him, the less trust the coach had on him, and he almost got the yips at one point. We forget early 2019, and I know 2019 overall is like, man, he was really good. Early in the year, people were talking about, yeah, he looks like he has the yips right now. So that's one of the things that happened in addition to the injuries. Something about playing for Shanahan's lack of faith in him, it affected the way he played.
Interesting.
Sanitized.
Interesting. I think that he became largely immobile, and he just looks uncomfortable standing in the pocket. He doesn't move nearly as much as he did. Go watch that Vikings game in week 1 in 2018. He has a touchdown pass to Dante Pettis where he's like rolling left and just flings it into the back of the end zone.
You already told me to watch the fourth quarter of last night's Warrior game.
I mean,
got all
dude,
this stuff.
make
it's
a
like
list.
Homework.
Write it down. And I only want you to watch that one throw, though. You can YouTube it at the break.
All right, thanks.
But it doesn't look the same. He looks like he mechanically is different and moves differently and doesn't look as comfortable in the pocket. So that's one of the things I'd be interested to see, is that alternate universe where Jimmy Garoppolo is healthy through that entire 2018 season, and kind of how he develops at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, okay, back to the present.
Yeah. And that's really going to put a stain on Jimmy's legacy if Brock Purdy comes in and they actually, win something, which I know is still, there's a long ways to go. And it's still highly unlikely.
Right.
But that'll just confirm that, yeah, Jimmy wasn't the guy.
Yeah, and the good news is for people who are very and
I still think they're going to do that. They're going to do that this year.
Win it?
Yes.
Wow. That's bold.
Because they're more consistent week to week right now.
A rookie quarterback has never started a Super Bowl.
So what? No one has done it until they do it. And it means less when you look at the way the 49ers ask their quarterbacks to play. I know it's kind of cliche and we kick it around and say it all the time, but it's freaking true.
So I'm wondering if even that statement is going to go by the wayside a little bit. Because, yeah, Brock Purdy is just kind of point and shoot a little bit, but he's also going through progressions and making reads and generating plays out of the structure of the offense. He's rolling out and avoiding sacks, and they're going for it on 4th and 3. And, George Kittle's improvising over the middle of the field, and he's finding him. And I think that if he continues developing, I think we're going to do away a little bit with the, anybody could do that. And then because you look at Nick Mullins, who is not good. You had CJ Beathard, who is not good. And if you have Brock Purdy, who's making the offense more efficient, then I think at some point it's okay. Yeah, it's the offense, but also, man, this guy's creating some plays as well.
Yeah, that's what Michael Irvin said when he was on with Damon and Ratto, although they had substitute hosts. I think it was
JD and Styles.
Yeah. Michael Irvin. Did we play that? Michael Irvin said, okay. Michael Irvin said, you know what? Yeah, he's okay. Enough about the system. This guy's really playing well.
And
it's not just the system.
I think
but
it's
it is
a little
still
bit of
true
both.
that he's asked to do less on this team.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of both. And he has the benefit of, and that's why they thought Trey Lance could win, because this defense and because the playmakers, it's like, man, even if he's a little behind the curve, he can develop and also they can win games because he's going to go through his growing pains. He's going to get better, but they're not going to be a non-playoff team while he struggles because they're that good. And I think Brock Purdy is kind of the maximized version of that. Like, yeah, okay, he's making his rookie mistakes and he's missing a read here and he didn't see a blitz there and threw an interception here. They're still winning. It's the most ideal situation a quarterback has ever been in.
The thing that impresses me the most about the Niners, and the reason why I say right now that they will win the Super Bowl, this is assuming that they don't suffer a catastrophic injury. They're just so, to me, the NFL is so volatile. The 49ers right now, week to week, are the most consistent team in the NFL. And I think that is very significant. And I think they have a number of ways they can beat you. We'll see.
Yeah.
But that's why, in my mind, it's like, yeah, that's the team. By the way, on the text line, text of the day nominee, Kyle. Again, you make the decision from the 408. Please don't say sanitized ever again. There, I just did.
Dang. Just dunked on the 408 like that. I'm with you, 408.
Okay. There you go.
Need some
hand
won't be sanitizer. No, I think that placing the 49ers with their 6th Lombardi trophy is probably a little bit premature just because I think that undersells how good the Eagles are.
Sure.
I think it's underselling how good the Chiefs are, how good the Bills are. The Bengals are playing really well. Like, there's a long way to go. I think the Cowboys are going to be a tough out if they face them. They might have to travel to Minnesota, although I think they'll beat Minnesota. There's more boxes to check for Brock Purdy.
I think the thing that's going to keep the Chiefs from winning it all, that whole thing where the coach draws mustaches on the players on the plane, I think it's going to catch on. I really do. Schlep Rock joins us, 95.7 The Game. Are you with me? 49ers going to win it all, right? Right?
I mean, that's what 49ers fan thinks, but you have to put it in perspective, guys. Brock Purdy has already won 4 games in a row. He has 2 more regular season games, and he needs to win a total of 6 games, including the Super Bowl, to take it all the way to the house and lift the Lombardi trophy. That means he has to go 0-10 as a rookie quarterback. Can it happen? Yes, but in reality, really, 49er fans, do you really expect that to happen? I mean, if you look at it, cut and dry, he has to win 10 games in a row. Right now, he's in a position to where he can lose 1 game, but it would have to be one of the 2 games before postseason. He loses a game. After that, it's done. And that's what they fail to grasp.
He can lose 2. Your thoughts?
Right.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate the call.
I think that I kind of agree. I thought about that the other day. They would have to win 14 in a row. If they win out in the regular season and then go win the Super Bowl, it would mean 14 consecutive victories. And it's like, hey, maybe lose one of these on purpose.
Yeah, that's true. But sports don't work that way. You see this at the end of the year in sports when one team is trying to, clinch, and it's like, well, if they do, they go 5-5. The other team has to, and it doesn't work that way. It's easy to go, well, that won't happen.
Right.
Well, guess what? It happens.
Right. Sure.
Yeah, because they actually play the games one at a time.
Right.
But I understand the point.
And sometimes the team starts Jarrett Stidham on purpose.
Yes. The 49ers are ready for the playoffs. Are you? You're not if you haven't picked up your Relevant and DPOY shirts. Do so now if you haven't done so already. If you have, the more the merrier. 957thegameshop.com. Coming up next, more on the 49ers and why they are going to win the Super Bowl. And the Warriors, did they really have no business winning that game last night? It's coming up next here. It's the Morning Roast, Whitey and Kyle, 95.7 The Game.
Inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need a new desk calendar so that I don't miss a meeting with my boss or a soccer game with my daughter.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year. Right now, a 2023 lined desk calendar is $3.99 and an unlined calendar is just $4.99. Make this year your year at Staples. Offer ends 12/31. In-store only.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen today, 95.7 The Game. 49ers going to win the Super Bowl, right? A lot of people having a hard time with that, Kyle. We'll get back to the Warriors' big win last night. Some said the Warriors had no business being in that game, and yet they pulled out another victory and got back to the 500 mark. But right now, we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers on the text line here, the Xfinity mobile text line. Okay, I've heard enough. It's time for real honesty. The 49ers are not winning the Super Bowl, let alone a playoff game with Mr. Irrelevant. Oh. It's cute right now, but it comes to an end in 2 weeks, guaranteed. If you're going to guarantee some, you got to at least put your name on it. Otherwise.
Also, I think there's, like, they're not going to, why? They can't beat the New York Giants. They can't beat the Washington Commanders, who they just shellacked by 17.
Look at the playoff field where the 49ers are right now. And I know there's still wiggle room there, but it's like the first round of the playoffs. It's not like, oh, no, look out, Brock Purdy. Watch out. You're facing a juggernaut, the likes of which you've never seen.
And they even have room for him to regress a little bit.
I agree.
They're putting up more than 30 points a game right now. Purdy points a game right now.
You came after me on Shanatize and you just said Purdy points a game?
Yeah.
And this is the guy who said for New Year's, my resolution, I'm not going to go after the low-hanging fruit. Wow. Okay. All right.
I didn't say New Year's resolution. I just said New Year, new me.
Okay. All right. 888-957-9570. Hey, Joe, yes.
I get what that texter's saying. But if the 49ers defense wasn't as dominant as it is, I might tend to agree a little bit. But no, the Niners are winning their first playoff game.
Yeah, this team is so good. It's not like, here are the playoffs and turn the page. Oh, now it's all different. Some of it is, but not when you consider who the 49ers are most likely going to be playing.
I agree.
In the first round, maybe even second round, too.
Yeah.
Joe joins us from San Francisco, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Joe. Am I being ridiculous here saying it's book it, 49ers win the Super Bowl?
Maybe a little bit ridiculous, but no, I think they got a good chance. I want to talk about, this will Brock Purdy be, competing with Trey Lance. But first, let me just add something. Kyle, you remember in that Minnesota game where he hit Dante Pettis?
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy completely sailed the wheel route over Hushek running down the left line, and Kyle was fuming at him. That was a portent of bad things to come for his deep balls. But the thing down the field. So do you know how many road playoff games Steve Young won or Joe Montana won? Steve Young won 0 road playoff games for the 49ers. I'm not talking neutral field Super Bowl. Joe Montana won 2 road playoff games. One of them was with Kansas City. It is so hard to win a road playoff game. If he wins 1 road playoff game, that means he would have won the first game before that, probably gone into Minnesota. He does that. He stitches up the starting role for next year, even if he biffs it later or something like that, because he will have shown way more than Trey ever has done, and he has showed it in very difficult situations. So whether it's going to be the Super Bowl, we'll see. But the threshold for him stitching up the starting role next year is 1 playoff win.
Hey, Joe, was Montana's other playoff win then the NFC title game in Chicago when it was freezing cold?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow, it's a great factoid. Thank you. I didn't realize that. But it's also because the 49ers were so good, of course, they didn't have to go on the road in the playoffs a lot.
He went on the road 4 times.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, went 1-3. Lost to the Giants twice, lost to Washington once, and beat Chicago in that game you were talking about.
What'd you think of Joe's comment about portend of problems to come on Kyle Shanahan being unhappy with the deep ball?
Yeah, I think maybe, but Garoppolo also threw a couple of really bad interceptions in that game too. Yeah, I mean, maybe.
It's just, so many things are coming together, and I know that you can't view it in a vacuum because you have to look at what's going on in the AFC and some of the stalwarts in the AFC. Although Cincinnati, maybe you don't consider them up there with Buffalo and Kansas City anyway, even though they were in the Super Bowl last year, but they lost their right tackle. And that could be an issue for them. But my point is the 49ers, it looks like so many things are coming together for them now. And they're getting healthy in a way, not only getting players back, but Kittle, it's like, I guess it's because he's healthy. There's obviously something chemistry-wise between him and Brock Purdy But to me, it's like, okay, he's feeling better than he's felt in a long time. And he's a major, to use that word, we all use weapon. He's that again. And we haven't seen that from him in a while. In addition to the way the defense is playing better.
I think Baldy brought this up yesterday when he was on with us, and I think it's a great point. Purdy's ability to get to a second and third read and to extend plays is going to make George Kittle more dangerous because he's a really tough cover for anyone for any amount of time. But when you get Purdy outside the pocket and Kittle now has crossed the middle of the field and he's outrun whichever linebacker is covering him, and now he's just open down the left sideline, that's how you turn it into a 54-yard touchdown instead of a short completion, which was also available to Purdy on that play, the play against the Seahawks, the one I'm talking about. It is not unsubstantial, and I think it is something that George Kittle had his first 100-yard game and back-to-back 2 touchdown games with Brock Purdy.
Yeah. And even more impressive is the fact that Brock Purdy has been, for lack of a better term, banged up. Wasn't yesterday? I mean, he's only started full practicing recently, right? Because
yesterday.
Of the rib cage. Yeah.
Yeah. Real quick, just to go back to the point about going on the road for the playoffs, that's why I've thought the Niners need to do whatever they can to get the 2 seed. Because that makes it so you are playing at most one road playoff game. And I totally agree. Like, road playoff games are just different.
And obviously, you get lucky, someone bounces number 1 seed, and all of a sudden, we're good.
Right. Now you're home through the play.
Yeah.
And I just think with a rookie quarterback because I think he's fine. I think he's been playing well. But there's a level of, uncertainty that comes with it. And I think you just want to eliminate as many potential, what's the word I'm looking for? Not barriers, but what's the word when it starts with an A?
Verklempt.
Nope, that's not it. It starts with an A, and it's when adversity. You want to remove as much potential adversity. You want to remove as much potential adversity as possible.
Okay. Somebody on the text line, by the way, gave you a 5 for your Purdy points a game.
Thank you. That's my text of the day.
Oh, that is?
That's the text of the day.
Really?
Lock it up.
All right.
On the Xfinity mobile text line. Shout out.
888-957-9570. Morning, guys. Think the only thing that would take the Niners out of the Super Bowl is if there are self-inflicted wounds, a.k.a. Kyle Williams. So
So to that point, and this is where when people are calling and saying pump the brakes on the Brock Purdy Super Bowl
that was in the
stuff.
NFC Championship game, Kyle, in case you don't remember, and Kyle Williams had a couple of mishandled the football against the Giants in the NFC title game.
Yeah, that was great.
They probably should have won that game.
Yeah, they probably should have. Yeah. The Ted Ginn Jr. injury hurt. Tough.
Yeah.
Anyways, also Josh Morgan's injury earlier in that year against Tampa Bay. Sneaky bad injury.
Yeah.
Long term. But anyways, doesn't matter. That's the other thing. So that person said self-inflicted wounds. Those could easily come via Brock Purdy. That could very much be a thing where Purdy goes into a playoff game and tries to do too much.
Yeah.
He hasn't done that so far, but hey, maybe he tries to make a throw that he didn't try and make.
He did it once and he got away with it.
Yes.
End of the first half against Craig's beloved Bucks.
Yes.
Right? Where he forced to throw in there and it was intercepted and he's running off the field, unsnaps the chin straps. It's like, oh, wait, flag?
Phantom holding.
We're good. Yeah. But he actually did do that. He just got away with it.
Also did it against Seattle. And Quandre Diggs dropped
Diggs right in the...
Yeah, couldn't have hit him more square on the number 6, and he just dropped it.
So it's easy to say, well, he's unaffected by these things. No, he just, in that sense, he's been really lucky twice.
Yeah, there's questions that still need to be answered for sure, and that's why I'm not penciling them in as they're going to win it. I think the fact that it's even...
give me my permanent marker.
Sharpie.
You're not even going to pencil it in?
Sharpie.
Yeah.
No, it's... The fact it's even a discussion of they could win the Super Bowl is nuts. That is bananas. I'm not. It's the whole Sunday.
This is why you got to watch Kyle on YouTube. I don't know what he's doing here with his hands like some sort of billboard. It is nuts. It is bananas.
Oh, boy. No, it's such a crazy thing that the 49ers are even in a spot where it's yeah, sure, they could make a run. That's wild with Mr. Irrelevant under center. And a testament to how well Brock Purdy and the 49ers defense are playing.
I think you're one of those people.
Thank you.
And they're smart people who's really thinking, hey, this is nice and everything, but Philly. Wow, you don't realize how good Philly is.
Yeah, Philly is 14-2.
Washington destroyed them by running the ball down their throat. Any teams that they might place
division
face
games
in
are
the playoffs that could do that to them?
And their run defense has been better.
Let me see.
Their run defense has been better.
Think anybody that could do that?
Not Linval Joseph in there. They're fine. They're going to be fine. No, I mean, they could absolutely beat the Eagles. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say, oh, this is a game they can't win.
How's Philly's quarterback doing? 100% healthy? Is he
no,
good?
He's not. He has a sprained shoulder.
What?
Yeah, Jalen Hurts.
What? Yeah, that's no. 2.
Nothing? Okay, that's fine. No, and Lane Johnson, their right tackle, he's dealing with an injury that could keep him out for the rest of the regular season. Like you said, things are kind of, lining up as the Niners start to kind of get healthier.
That's the way it looks to me.
It's just there are so many mountains to climb.
I know.
Before they are like, yeah, hey, they beat Philadelphia, who is playing as well as any team in the league and has all year. Like, they might just be a buzzsaw come playoff time.
I actually like the 49ers, the fact that they have more big game experience in recent years in a matchup against Philly. And maybe that's one of those things that, sports talky, but I don't think it's nothing.
No, it mattered very. Like, go look at the NBA Finals. And granted, it's different. It's a 7-game series.
Too. I got to look at
watch the last 3 games of the NBA Finals.
Which throw is it? I got to check from
touchdown to Dante Pettis, Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right.
Week 2,
and then
week
NBA
1,
final.
2018.
The whole finals?
No, just games 4 through 6.
Okay. Wow, I'm gonna be busy when I get home.
No, but the Warriors in that series, I thought, knew what to do when it got tight. And the Celtics didn't. In crunch time of all those games, in winning time, it was the Warriors coming out, and it was the Warriors making the right play. And I think that's where that experience, and again, it's a little different in a 7-game series versus a 4-quarter one piece, but I think there's something to that. In a big spot, tie game down the stretch.
And not just the player experience, which is important, but I'm thinking especially with the coaches.
Yeah. Yeah. And just being just knowing going into an NFC Championship game into that week, or okay, now there's a bunch of media here who's not normally here, and Jalen Hurts dealt with it at Alabama and at Oklahoma. He's not. This isn't.
He's not going to shrink. Big game. Oh no.
Right. I'm
my shoulder.
I would be less concerned. Actually, it hurts. Gardner, it's all you. So I'd be less concerned about him if I was the Eagles, but just how to carry yourself that entire week. As a team, the Niners have a bunch of guys who have done it, and the Eagles really don't.
Yeah.
They have some.
Yeah.
But the Niners were just there.
I do hope it comes to that, those two teams.
I do too. It would be such a good game. Niners win or not, I think it'd be a really, really fun game.
Mm-hmm. As for this week, I mean, this is an easy win. Is it not?
It should be.
It's not a trap game. Is it? No. I think the 49ers are immune to trap games. Other than right now, I think they are. Other than the type that happen if you're physically, you have a short week and just physically, we know that this is a big game, but physically we can't get ready for this game, and I don't see that happening this week.
Or if next week was hey, have to win next week. Like the Titans are sitting all their guys this week because it's winning in for them next week against the Jags. So they're resting this week. If it was like that, I could see the Niners like, okay, this could be a trap game. But the Cardinals, I don't think, present a huge challenge. They've won 8 in a row. I think they take a ton of pride in how well they're playing, and they're going to want to finish the season with a couple of wins, especially with what we talked about. The 2 seed's still out there. And if Minnesota splits and the Niners win 2, the Niners are the 2 seed.
Yeah, it's all coming together for them.
And if the Niners... Minnesota splits, the Eagles lose out, the Niners win out, the Niners are the 1 seed. But again, I think the Eagles are going to win.
You had a term, and I can't remember. It's been a long week, having a lot of fun. But the term you had for the Vikings, I can't remember what you had a word for them. It was like 5-letter word.
Adversity.
No, it starts with an F.
Frauds.
That's it.
But again, but okay, so I think that's true in terms of their Super Bowl. Like, I don't think they're going in and beating the Eagles. I don't even think they'd beat the Cowboys. The Cowboys already beat them 40-3 in their building in Minnesota. But that's Brock Purdy on the road in a loud building. That's just a spot, like, if you can avoid it, you want to.
I think the Vikings may surprise somebody They may surprise if it gets to that Cowboys. And I don't know how the bracket works. Pardon me if I'm off here. I don't know how the bracket works, but I think people are not giving the Vikings enough credit. But we'll see. We don't even know where they're going to end up here. Again, you said they're frauds. Baldy said they're frauds. What they did against Buffalo in that game is just really stays with me.
As it stands right now, the Vikings would face Washington in the first round.
W.
I think they'd be Washington because that's in Minnesota. And then they would play Minnesota, or they would play San Francisco at home.
Oh, okay.
Assuming it goes chalk. Now, that's unless San Francisco loses, and then they would play either.
Well, all right, they ain't beating they're not beating the 49ers if it comes to that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
But they're at home, rookie QB on the road. It's a tough spot.
How lucky are we as football fans, whether you're a big 49er fan or not, just the fact that here we are again for the third time in the last, was it 5 years, whatever it is, that you got a team that had a legitimate shot at a Super Bowl.
Third time in the last 4.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? It is.
That's what's so great about this year is it's not all the, Jimmy's, because remember down the stretch last year, they had to win some games. They had to go 7-2 to get to 10-7 to make the playoffs. They had to win
Every game was like a playoff game, Kyle.
Right. But I mean, Trey Lance starts against Houston, and then it's like Jimmy's hurt. Should Trey start in the playoffs? What is this? Is this Jimmy's last game? God. And I know this year we have the who starts next year conversation, but I'm having such a blast just on this ride that it's like, yeah, sure. Let's ride it out. Let's see what happens.
How much more significant is a home field advantage for the 49ers than it was before the playoff run started, going back to 2019? That's when I remember talking to Butch about, hey, you know what? They're starting to get something going there. They're getting some atmosphere there, and fans are showing up, and they're enthused. And you know what? They're actually starting to develop something of a home field advantage.
Yeah, I think it exists.
It's a real thing now.
Yeah. I think that's true for sure. It was that year, that 2019 season, the first time that Levi Stadium was ever whoa.
Yeah.
Here was, I believe it was week 3, Monday Night Football against the Browns. And Matt Breida ripped off an 80-yard touchdown. And Richard Sherman picked off Baker Mayfield. That place was shaking. It was here's Levi Stadium. Because I'd been very anti that stadium since it opened in 2014. I got asked to sit down in week 1 of the 2014 season. The Bears are mounting this huge comeback. Jimmy Ward's getting cooked by Brandon Marshall. 3rd down, 4th quarter. I stand up and the lady behind me taps me in the middle of my back and goes, "Could you sit down, please?"
What'd you do?
I sat down. I'm not going to fight an old lady.
At a football game?
Yeah, man. Well, and I was the only one standing. Okay, here's what we're doing. So it's just been, it was so stale. And then they went 8-8 that year, and then they stunk in the couple years after. And then the Jimmy thing happens in 2017. And okay, there's a little excitement, but then,
some juice.
Yeah, but then 2019 was really when Butch put it as it got a soul. Butch or Bonte, one of those two guys said that. Mm-hmm. And I think that's probably right. And I think there's definitely more of a home field advantage now. That playoff game against the Vikings was electric.
And talking to George Kittle, he talks about that year as, that was the year everything just fell into place for us.
Mm-hmm.
So the 49ers look at that not only as, wow, we had a chance there, but I think it's a really healthy way to look at it. They see it as part of their growth as a team. Everything just came together for us that year. It was easier than it should have been. But now we've learned from that, and everything we've gone through since then has made us better than we were then. Not that was the year for us. No. It's all leading up to this. Whether that's true or not, it's a great way to look at it, and they clearly do.
They felt ahead of schedule in 2019.
Yeah.
Because 18 was supposed to be the year that they okay, maybe make the playoffs, and then 19, make the playoffs again, maybe make a little bit of a run, but then Jimmy gets hurt. And so 19 was just such a huge question mark. So for them to start the way they did and make that run, it was whoa, that was out of nowhere. And then Jimmy gets hurt in 20, and then they were back in the NFC title game last year. Now they're going back to the playoffs this year. So yeah, it definitely feels that way. It was not necessarily a culmination of these years but it was oh, hey, this is step 1, but really they're on step 3.
From the 209, will New Year's Eve in Vegas play a part in a Niners loss on Sunday? Woo! Whoa! No, they won't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which team is more likely to be out partying in Vegas on New Year's Eve,
Hey,
right?
Jared Stidham was going to be locked into his playbook. Just dialed. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
Maybe I'm just giving them all too much credit. They're human beings. We don't really know these guys. We think we know them and their dedication to football, but I don't see that being an issue for the 49ers.
Yeah, I don't think Shanahan's the kind of coach who's going to be like bed checks at 10 o'clock.
Right.
He's going to be like, you're professionals. I trust you to do the right thing. Like, see you in the morning.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think maybe they get that Vegas flu, but I don't know. I hope not.
I'm not seeing it. All right. This is the morning roast, and we got a lot going on today. Derek Carr's done as a Raider quarterback. Who saw that coming? And the Warriors with that win last night over the Utah Jazz, which now sets them up to have a really successful road trip. How big was that win to you last night, Kyle? To me, it was huge for 3 reasons. 1, you're back to 500. 2, you got a lot of help from guys that you were kind of, I hope these guys play well. Like even PBJ played well. Kuminga played well. The guards played well. And then 3rd and finally, and most importantly, they defended in the 4th quarter.
I want to go back to Patrick Baldwin Jr.
It's peanut butter jelly time.
Damn right it is. He was so good. Like, not, wow, he's going to be an all-star this year. I don't mean like that. But when he checked in, I was like, oh no, like this could get out of hand here. But he just has such a good awareness of where to be offensively, where to be very slow. He's super slow, but man, he can shoot it. Like that was always going to be the case. It was always like, yeah, hey, this guy can shoot the lights out. Can he be an effective player elsewhere? It's like, yeah, he grabs a couple of rebounds. It's just in the right spot. He handled himself okay defensively. I was really pleasantly surprised by how well he played.
The Warriors are starting to put the lie to that notion that you'll hear. You guys probably hear it all the time. There are still some out there that go, these Warriors and Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, yeah, they won all the championships. They can't develop young players. I'm not sure where that comes from. I mean, you look at what they've done here with Jordan Poole, Kevon Looney, but right now you're seeing that, you know what, sir or madam, I don't believe that's true. And I know there are still major questions about Wiseman, Moody, even Kuminga to a degree. But player development for the Warriors since that gap year in 2019, it's been productive.
Yeah. Look at Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney was a player that
look at him too.
Yeah. Just watch. You don't need to watch film. Just go just Google image search and just kind of look.
Well, that'll be easy then. Okay.
No, but he looked like a player who was late first round pick and was just kind of, hasn't played a lot. And just a big man who didn't really pan out. And then he started chipping away, getting in games. Now he's just a valuable piece of a championship team.
Mm-hmm.
And that's player development. That's literally what it is. Look at Jordan Poole and what they've done. Look at Jonathan Kuminga and what he's done. They didn't develop young guys because they never had to. They never really got an opportunity to. Like, you're not going to play Patrick McCaw a ton when you have a set rotation of veterans who know what they're doing.
Coming up next, looks like Kyle picked a good day to jump on this guy's bandwagon. Speaking of young players, that's next. It's the Morning Roast. Whitey and Kyle, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast. So it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need a new desk calendar so that I don't miss a meeting with my boss or a soccer game with my daughter.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year. Right now, a 2023 lined desk calendar is $3.99 and an unlined calendar is just $4.99. Make this year your year at Staples. Offer ends 12/31. In-store only.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
On vacation, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen are in on 95.7 The Game. Kyle yesterday took some, guff. Maybe not grief. Grief's too strong a word. So he took some guff on the text line.
Caught some flack.
Yeah, there you go. Somebody coming down his road on, oh, you think Ty Jerome's so great. You only know players who are on the Warriors. Yep. I think somebody actually said, I've never heard of Ty Jerome.
Heard of him now? Come on.
So Kyle picked a good day to jump on that Ty Jerome bandwagon. And I've been not on the front like you, but I've been on that wagon for a while. And Ty Jerome was just part of the story last night.
Did you have to get off the Dragon Bender bandwagon to get on the okay?
Still on. Straddling is difficult.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're like kind of it's like rollerblades. Okay.
Dragon Bender had his moments in 2019. Last night, it was off the bench, Ty Jerome, 29 minutes, 7 of 14, 17 points, which doesn't tell the whole story. It's just the way he played, right? He has 7 rebounds. He just played like, I know what I'm doing. I belong here.
Yeah. He does the right stuff. Is he awesome? No, but he just, you know what? Early text of the day nominee was like 6'10", said
that's from Chan, I think.
Ty Jerome and Brock Purdy are the same.
Yeah.
Because they just kind of do the right thing.
Yeah.
Like they just make the right play.
And use like a qualifier, like a low budget Brock Purdy or something like that, but made the comp. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Purdy does more out of structure, but yeah, I can see it. I see it now. It took me 3.5 hours, but I got it now.
So is that the text of the day nominee?
Well, it's a nominee. But whichever one was like, Kyle gets a 5 out of 5 for that joke, that's the winner.
Yeah, I was going to see if I could trick you up there, but no. What'd you say? They're averaging Purdy a game with Brock Purdy.
Like 30.
And someone said, that's good. That's a 5. And that's the text of the day. That's how far we've fallen here. 888-957-9570. Gene in Oakland joins us. Hey, Gene, good to hear from you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I hope you guys are enjoying your holiday season right now.
Yes, sir.
Sure am.
So far?
Yeah.
Okay. So your last text there stole a little bit of my thunder. I'm seeing, some similarities between Jerome and Brock too. Neither one of them is terribly athletic, but both of them seem to know what they're doing out there. They make the right decisions. Anyways. I woke up the other day feeling very, very confident about both the Niners and the Warriors. And so quickly, first on the Warriors, I go back to that disastrous road trip, right? The last 2 games where I think they lost by a total of, 70 points or something like that, some ridiculous amount. So I was registering about a 7 or 8 on the panic meter at that point. And then there was an interview with Steve Kerr, I think it was on Damon and Ratto. And, with this calm reassurance, he said, we're going to figure it out. And when he said that, I went from a 7 or 8 down to about a 4. Because I really trust this guy. I think he was sincere. And I think he really was and is beginning to figure this thing out. You saw what happened last night. You can see these, the bench players really getting it, really contributing. Any talk of a future trade. I mean, to get anything of value would have probably required Kuminga. Well, he ain't going anywhere. This kid is a valuable part of the rotation already. So, my biggest fear is injuries. We're probably the 3rd or 4th oldest team in the league, and we're going to have to manage that through the rest of the season. But, and we're not going to win 53 games probably. We'd have to go like 35-11, I think, the rest of the season. But I think we'll get up there in the 3rd seed, and I think we've got a good shot at it.
Thank you, Gene. I think when Steve Kerr says, as he's said a number of times here, like we'll figure it out. I think they have a plan, and I think they know what they need to do, and I think they know that they need to play better defense, or a lot of the other stuff doesn't matter. And last night they did that. And last night was just a matter of, guys, what do you got? Like Patrick Baldwin Jr., you got to play. What do you got? All right, great. He made some shots. So there was some desperation last night, but there was a strength in numbers feel to what they did last night that speaks to the fact that no matter what we feel, they're all in. It was an inspirational win. But to me, again, the most important thing was the way they defended when they needed to in the 4th quarter. Didn't play great defense throughout the game, and obviously the Jazz were somewhat complicit in their own demise. But the way they buckled down defensively in the 4th quarter, really good sign going forward.
It was a win that we haven't seen them get this year. And it was just really nice to see. No Steph, no Wiggins. It wasn't wow, Steph was a force of nature. Like he wasn't playing. He was a force of nature on the bench. He is a damn good cheerleader.
It's interesting, Kyle, to that point, pardon me, but you reminded me They almost did that when they were in Utah. That was almost the first time that they had one of those, we got no Steph and we still won the game. They gave it away.
Yes.
So it's in some ways fitting that they nailed it down last night against the same team.
Yeah, and Gene brought up something that I was getting to earlier when you talked about this team needs to make a significant move to be a title contender. And I think if this is the version of the Warriors we're going to get, I think you're probably right. But I'm projecting moving forward that they're going to keep developing and they're going to keep getting better. And by April, you're going to feel a lot better about their top 9, 8, 9, 10 than you do right now. At least that's my thought. And he brought up having that trust in Steve Kerr. And I know Steve Kerr hasn't been perfect, but that's a little bit what I'm doing here. Is I'm looking at the Warriors infrastructure, both in their coaching staff and their front office, and saying, man, they nailed it last year. And they identified what Steph needed, and they made it happen. And they were successful, and they pulled the right strings, they made the right adjustments, and they relied on the right guys, and they pulled out a title. And so this year, it's just kind of like, all right, like I'm going to have questions, and I'm going to have concerns, but ultimately, it's why I think that come June, the Warriors could very much still be playing, and it's because of Steve Kerr and Bob Myers and Joe Lacob and everybody pulling the strings there.
It's been easy to criticize the way they've handled younger players over the last several years. Mm-hmm. I think it's easy to make the case that they didn't really do Wiseman any favors. He was starting, then he wasn't starting, and before he even got hurt. But to Gene's point, the way Kuminga has played, Kuminga is right now. Kuminga's part of the rotation, and that's very significant. It wasn't that long ago we wondered not only is he going to play a lot, but this season, there was some question as to whether he could even be a fit because he had started this year going the wrong way, Kuminga had. And now he's a trusted part of the rotation, and he gives you some dimensions that maybe they didn't even anticipate when they drafted him. And the expectations were high, but as we discussed yesterday, I mean, Garden, somebody on their team, 94 feet, it's like, yeah, that helps.
And his feel is just so much better now. Like when he's passing and when he gets into the lane, I think he used to kind of drive and then not really know what to do.
He would force things because he wasn't sure.
Yeah. And now it's like, hey, I have a smaller defender on me. I am taking this guy to the rim.
Yeah.
I'm back. And I think he learned last night a couple times, like, hey, what's Kelly Olynyk listed at? 6'10"? Is he listed at 7 foot?
No, I don't think so.
A player of Kelly Olynyk's size, like, you're not just going to go through him. And you're not going to necessarily be able to get up over. So I think those are the kind of things it's like, okay, you got to shot blocked a couple times, but I think that's something he's going to adapt and learn because I've already seen him this year go, hey, when I have a smaller defender on me, I don't have to worry about spinning and moving. I'm just going to move him out of the way.
Yeah, and it's not linear with the younger players. It's not like he's better this game, then this game is even better, and so on. It doesn't happen that way. And you go back just to the bad games in New York, the game against the Nets, Kuminga was forcing things a lot. So we're probably still going to see that. Mm-hmm. But it looks like he has a clearer understanding. This is how I fit into this. So his energy now is more efficient. There's less of that burst into driving the ball, and forcing it in there, and more of him doing things efficiently. And the passing especially has been really eye-opening. Someone coming down your road again from the 650. Bye, Jerome is more like it. Bye. Go back to the G League. Play Moody more. Nothing against Moody, and maybe you're just trolling us, but do you watch basketball? Do you have a TV? Do you have a car that you can get in and drive to the games so you can watch them? That would be my question. What?
They didn't play the same position. I mean, I get that a little bit. And Ty Jerome's on a 2-way contract, too. So it's not like he's going to be around for 82 games.
You can stream the games on your phone. You can watch them that way, too. You can also watch them to know what you're talking about.
You can also listen.
Listen on 95.7 The Game. That works, too.
Shout out to Tim Roy.
Yes.
But, yeah, I don't...
He's just playing well.
He is.
Forget all this about that guy was a second pick, so he's going to be dominant. And this guy was picked in the lottery, and that guy's a 2-way player. Ugh, why are you wasting your time with him? He's playing well.
Yeah. Not saying start him over Steph.
Yeah.
He just does the right thing.
Yeah. Why are you playing a guy who's playing well? What's wrong with you? 888-957-9570. Philmo joins us. 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Mikey?
I'm good. Oh, you hit me with the Mikey Tyler, Whitey Gleason.
Yes, sir.
Man, hey, y'all sound great. You guys sound awesome. He talking about somebody from Fremont, Rich from Fremont, talking about you guys sound like he said y'all the B team. Y'all sound like the A team, bro. Straight up.
Wow, this is great.
You feel me? I'm gonna have to hit Bonte on the DM, like, bro, you better come back, bro. Stop playing.
Checks in the mail, Mike.
You got a fallback job.
Checks in the mail.
Hey, but nah. I was going to say Ty Jerome, I thought was a bum. He's actually a very solid player. Like you said, Whitey, if you watch basketball, he's actually very good. I love Lamb. He's a very good player, very smart, always in the right position. You can't expect, quote-unquote, G League players to make every shot. So Steph Curry don't even make every shot. So everybody talking about he misses shots. Steph Curry missed shots, bro. Like, get over it. But my main point was this. Kyle Shanahan, and it's for you, Kyle, because I know you be up in it. Why do you think he has always a great defense? Like, he's supposed to be an offensive guru. Mm-hmm. He's supposed to be the impromptu general manager. Do you think he picks defensive players as well? That's just my question, because every time we have a great team. With Kyle Shanahan, it seems like our defense is pretty solid as well.
Good question.
That's a really good question. I have a long answer, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's great. That's terrific.
Still got to hit the Xfinity Flex moment and stuff, but real quick.
Thanks for
So
reminding me.
there's a couple things. One, Kyle Shanahan cut his teeth as a coach with the John Gruden coaching staff in Tampa Bay. And Nick Wagner wrote about this at ESPN. You can Google it. It's a really good story about how Kyle Shanahan basically learned NFL offenses via the defensive side of the ball. And he knows how defensive, like what makes life hard on offenses. And I think that's why he builds a good offensive or defensive line, because he knows impacting the quarterback is the number one thing. And okay, now we need athleticism at linebacker, because we see how much that affects George Kittle and pass catching running backs. Okay, now we're going to focus on getting a guy like Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner in there. And then the other thing is, and the reason I think he prioritizes defense and why they have so many highly paid players on that side of the ball, is because to go the Kansas City Chiefs route, you need Patrick Mahomes, and there's one of those. A Josh Allen, a Aaron Rodgers in his prime. Like, it is so hard to find players like that. Every generation of quarterbacks has 2 or 3, maybe 4. So finding that guy is hard. You need to increase your margin of error through offense. Kyle Shanahan's going to generate points. He's going to figure out how to move the ball. You can't just figure out how to get stops. You need talented players. And when your defense is as good as the 49ers is, you can win with Brock Purdy at quarterback. That's what allows you to do that. So I think it casts a wider net for your championship hopes when you have a very good defense, because when you have Kyle Shanahan, the offensive guru, you're going to generate points pretty much regardless of who you have on that side of the ball.
And I would humbly suggest, since Mikey didn't ask me, he asked you, but in addition to that, Kyle Shanahan, in terms of building a roster, it's clear that he's taken a page from, as you say, other staffs he's been on and his dad, and you build your team from the line out on both sides of the ball. And I think that's one reason why. Would you agree that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they turned things around fairly quickly here? Mm-hmm. And I think it's because Trent Baalke before them and Chip Kelly, to a degree, they had the same philosophy. So some of the players were already here that were brought in under that philosophy, and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch could say, oh yeah, those are good pieces and they fit the way we want to build a team.
Yeah, and they also, the other thing that really kickstarted this and launched them into a different stratosphere was that disaster 2018 season that allowed them to pick Nick Bosa number 2 overall. Like, that was very helpful. But it also helps that you hit on George Kittle, a 5th-round pick, and you hit on Debo, a 2nd-round pick, and Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, 3rd and 5th-round picks. Like, it helps that they find these players not in the 1st round, but I think that's why they really focused on building out their defense, because the offense was kind of going to take care of itself.
For those watching on YouTube, especially, Kyle, could you flex for us? Because we got the flex moment. Would you be? Yeah. It's time for the Xfinity Flex moment of the week. Tom Brady to Vegas? What?
Yeah, you want to talk about like a Josh McDaniels connection. I think that's more meaningful than the Josh McDaniels Jimmy Garoppolo one. At least that makes sense to me. And if they're going to go get a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback, or if they want to roll forward with Jarrett Stidham, like we'll see what it looks like these next 2 weeks, and have him sit behind Tom Brady for a year and try and figure it out that way, then great.
Well, if you're Brady, it's kind of like LeBron. I ain't going anywhere unless I know there's a really realistic chance you're going to win a championship. I can't afford to go somewhere unless that's the case.
For sure. No, I think that's probably right. And I don't know that the Raiders are that.
Right, exactly. Especially as Raider Rice says, we got to get him, and then we also got to get that. Right. If you need all that, you ain't getting Tom Brady.
Yeah, probably. But conversely, Tom Brady goes there. Now you got a couple more free agents that might want to come over. The Bucs talked about how him being in the building just changed the culture entirely. Like, Tom Brady walks in and there's just this air of greatness that kind of permeates throughout your locker room.
Here's the dang deal on that. Thank you to John, doing a fine job helping us out today. John points out that if you go to Vegas, maybe you're going there to watch the 49ers and the Raiders, you want to put down a wager on who the starting quarterback for the Raiders will be opening day next year. Right now, the favorite is Brady, and Jimmy G is second. The odds say Tom Brady is most likely to be the starting quarterback for the Raiders next year. Again, that's what the odds makers say, and Jimmy G is second. It ain't going to be either one of those guys.
I don't know how many suitors he's going to have. Hey, how
Which
many?
one? Who are we talking about?
Brady. Oh, Jimmy too, but I just don't know how many people are going to be like, yeah, that's what we want to do for a year. Like, does Tom Brady does he go to the Jets? Are the Jets like, yeah, Brady's the guy we want? Maybe. I don't know.
Are the Dolphins potentially still in play for him? We thought they were. I don't think so. Well,
I don't know. Tua has not looked great the last couple of weeks.
I know he has.
That's scary.
Yeah.
That's really scary. Like,
how many Super Bowls does Kyle Shanahan have right now if they had decided after 2019? You know what, Jimmy, thanks and everything, but Tommy wants to play for us.
Probably one. It's really hard to win the Super Bowl. But yeah, they might get it. They might get one last year.
Maybe last year.
Maybe 2020 if he's healthy the whole time. But Nick Bosa got hurt in 20.
Yeah. 2020 was like, it was not to be.
I'd put the over-under at half. That's where I'd put the over-under.
The over-under on how many they would have won. Okay, that's going to be tough to actually place a wager on, but I got you. Yeah, all right. Well, we'll have more 49er talk tomorrow, of course, as we get ready for the Raiders and the 49ers. I'm talking myself into this game being worth watching. I'm going to watch anyway, but, yesterday I was looking at it in terms of what that rivalry used to be. Now you got the extra layer of intrigue with Stidham at quarterback. And just every game now with Brock Purdy is must watch because, can he keep doing it? I think he can. I'm pretty sure he can, but I better watch.
Yeah, but like last week, it wasn't like impressive. It was kind of like, oh, okay. So that's just what Brock Purdy does. And that's crazy that it got there in 3 weeks. But I haven't seen anything through his 4 games where it's like, okay, hang on. At some point, that's going to come back to bite him. Like his lack of arm strength, he's finding the open receiver right now. So, good. Just
all he's doing, Kyle, is hitting open receivers.
It's the funniest criticism of a quarterback. Do you know what he does? He doesn't even do anything. All he does is find the open guy and then delivers the ball to him.
I guess what people want him to go, hey, I have a 50-50 ball. I want Kittle to make a play on a ball.
Yeah. And again, it's not how good is he in relation to the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. It's how good is he in relation to the 49ers offense. And right now he's moving the ball efficiently and they're scoring a ton of points.
I'm wondering how much Kyle Shanahan's offense has helped Brock Purdy deal with some of the issues of inaccuracy that supposedly he had, that he was marked down for coming out of college. I wonder if it's a matter of he's figured it out and he's just so comfortable, or if it's a matter of Kyle Shanahan recognizing, all right, maybe he's inconsistent on that throw and that throw, so we'll give him this throw and this throw and this throw, and then he'll be, just by design, less inaccurate and more accurate.
Yeah, he's bad at throwing outside the numbers to his left. Okay, we're not going to run those routes.
Throw it over there.
We're just not going to do it. And Purdy, I think, knows his limitations, and that's a significant strength for a quarterback, for sure.
Mm-hmm. On the text line, Carr is not very good, but he's way better than Brady right now. And I'm just sorry I even read that.
That's The Bucks are so bad. Like, their offense is a disaster. Their offensive line is banged up. Their defense is hurt. I'm not putting the Bucks struggles on Brady, but it is like, man, he's 46 now. If he was declining a little bit, like, okay, you're starting to see it. He's not able to overcome some of the issues he used to be able to overcome.
Mm-hmm. That's another thing that comes into play when we ask, what you just asked, how many suitors is he going to have next year? Is it finally the end of the line with Tom Brady? He's probably going to be one of those guys like Jerry Rice, where at some point he's always going to say, I can still do it. And someone's going to have to tell him, no, we don't want you anymore.
But there's definitely going to be a team next year that's like, yeah, we think he can.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see who it is.
Can we come back tomorrow, Kyle? I think we can.
We can go ask the boss. It's up to him.
Coming up next, Steiny and Evan on 95.7 The Game.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm
All right, let's go. It's not quite a Freaky Friday, but we are switching roles. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz, no Daryl the Guru Johnson out until next week. But we got some things to talk about, Steiny, because the Warriors right now are 3 wins in a row. They are officially, sounds crazy to say, in the postseason. They are in the play-in. They are the 10 seed. And we're going to be discussing a lot of things today. We're going to be talking about how the Golden State Warriors turned a corner. We're going to be talking about how they can keep things going on Friday, how the San Francisco 49ers, we're going to catch up with Cam Inman at 12:30 later on today. Brock Purdy, the quarterback carousel has started. But first things first.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be in that chair?
Strange. It's and I felt we needed to do the whole ball of wax.
Yeah.
If you're going to host, you may as well sit in the big chair. How does that chair it's a hard chair to fill, isn't it?
A little bit.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. But no, we'll have some fun today. And the Warriors, hey, this homestand's gotten off to kind of the exact start they wanted it to. The one thing I was thinking about, Evan, watching last night's game is this is kind of how they were hoping it was going to look from the beginning, I think.
Yeah. With
Kuminga chipping in, Wiseman chipping in, obviously Ty Jerome coming out of nowhere, Lamb, nobody heard of. But to me, the big thing now is this team, it's kind of like its third iteration. Came out healthy to start, but they were not very good. They got it together. And now it feels like everybody's figuring out their role. Kuminga knows he's going to play every night. Even Wiseman probably knows he's getting 8-10 minutes. So maybe what's going to start happening now is what the Warriors want, which is the young players start playing with some consistency. And now you got to start thinking about, getting above 500, getting 2-3 games above on this trip.
Well, they'll have a chance to do that on Friday when the Portland Trailblazers come to town. But I think you're right. And look, one game does not signify everything. But as we've talked about, the beginning of this homestand, 3 wins, Memphis, Charlotte, Utah, the first back-to-back win in quite a while for the Warriors. So piecing it all together, when you're looking at the young guys, like if I told you at the beginning of the season that if Ty Jerome, Patrick Baldwin Jr., and Anthony Lamb were playing in the fourth quarter of a basketball game, that basketball game is probably over.
You would think. You would think. Ty Jerome's an interesting player because to me, the first 15, 20 games, listening to Warrior fans, he was like, let's go through some of the old names. Chioza, he was a guy that was maligned by the fans, even though he was a kind of an end-of-the-bench guy. What was my guy? Ian Clark?
Ian Clark. Patrick McCaw.
So the fact that Ty Jerome...
Quinn Cook.
Kevin Durant's best friend, right?
Yeah, him and Jordan Bell. I think that, look, Ty Jerome was fantastic last night. 17 points in 30 minutes. And, we discussed this yesterday, but there are going to be games where, sure, the young guys aren't going to perform well all the time. Jonathan Kuminga fouled out last night. James Wiseman gave you, 4 rebounds in 7 minutes. Another nice little spurt off the bench for him. But when you're turning those type of performances into victories, and I think you're right, this is where we assume the Warriors would be at the beginning of the season, or 10, 15 games in. It's taken them a while to turn things around. But this is my question. 888-957-9570. Has Golden State turned a corner? Sure, they haven't performed well yet on the road. They've had the luxury of playing at Chase Center, and they've dominated at Chase Center, now 15-2. Best home record in the NBA, worst road record in the NBA. Was last night, the last 3 games, the team that you think can go on the road? We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz. Steiny, Ty Jerome is a player that I don't know how long he can keep this going, but if you're asking him, Lamb, who did start last night, Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, to not have to fill the void of a Curry and Wiggins, who we found out is not going to be back probably on Friday. He's got an illness. He's done with the adductor. But this does feel like something that could be sustainable at least for the next 5 games through the rest of this homestand.
You would think so.
You'd hope so.
The thing with Ty Jerome and Lamb, the fact that they played 4 years of college really sticks out. And it sticks out for 2 reasons. One is they stayed 4 years of college because kind of they had to. They weren't great athletes, so they got to play the right way. And that's what they do. And it's no surprise if you take a step back and look at the Golden State Warriors. It shouldn't be a surprise that Lamb and Jerome have picked things up more quickly than Kuminga and Wiseman and maybe to a lesser extent Moody. It only stands to reason. They're both older than the young guys. They've got more playing experience. I'm telling you, it is just fascinating to me. You look at Ty Jerome and Lamb compared to the young guys, and then you look at Brock Purdy on the 49ers compared to Trey Lance. The fact that Brock Purdy played 4 years of college football is noticeable when he plays for the Niners. Same with Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb for the Warriors. They look like they belong.
Are you looking at the young guys any differently? Because right now, Ty Jerome has been just as valuable as Moses Moody, if not more. Now, I know at some point they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do with him on a 2-way deal, but right now, so Jordan Poole last night, 26 points on 22 shots. He didn't have a great shooting night, 2 of 10 from 3. Draymond was fantastic. Kevon Looney was good on defense. But I think what a lot of people were wondering when a guy like Curry and Wiggins goes down is, all right, how do you score? And that really hasn't been the issue for these guys, surprisingly. It's been more, to me, what I've been impressed by is how good defensively they have been playing in the last 4 or 5 games, the last 3 games really here at home. But they hold a Jazz team to 13 points in the fourth quarter. Utah Jazz aren't world beaters, but only 3 threes in that quarter. And you are at a point where in the fourth, you're looking up. They're up by 9, 10. But there doesn't seem to be any sort of panic from these young guys like there was at the beginning of the season.
I always feel like if you're going to if you have young players, and they have young players, at least last night, they played a lot of them, you're going to give up some experience and some know-how on the defensive end. You just are. But there's no reason that the young players shouldn't be playing hard, like really hard, like harder than the other team, because that, Ty Jerome, I don't know how long he's going to be in the league. Ditto for Lamb, and then the three young guys, they've kind of showed, they've kind of been showing lately. They seem to be understanding a little more how hard how hard you got to work to get into a game. And so they're doing that. If the question is at 888-957-9570, have the Warriors turned a corner? I mean, my first inclination, Evan, is to say yes, because I do believe they have. But I mean, I guess if you want to be a stickler, they can't turn the corner till they start winning road games. So of course, I need to have it both ways. But I will say, yeah, I do think they've turned a corner. And the reason is because everybody's got an understanding of what's expected of them now. I don't know why it happened now. I'm not sure why it's sinking in right now. But Kuminga and Wiseman now have fallen into a role where I just feel like they know what they're supposed to do every night. They're not going to do it every night. Sometimes they are, but at least they know. That's why I think they've turned the corner, is because for the first time this season, the young guys have helped them win a couple games. And that, to me, is significantly different and better than scoring 22 points in a loss. 2 games in a row, the Warriors' young players helped them win a game. That's everything that Warrior fans were hoping for coming into the season.
Especially,
dare I say that that's kind of what we were hoping the 2 timeline thing would look like.
Yeah, exactly. And sure, maybe turning a quarter is getting a bit in front of things, but I think the Xfinity Mobile text line brings up, a good idea. 510. They haven't necessarily turned the corner, but they're at the corner. That's what it kind of feels like. Because you're right. They do need to prove it on the road, a place they have not been able to win. And Ty Jerome talked a little bit about that last night and how he can kind of see this transferring to the road. There's a sense of togetherness with this team now. And maybe the fact that Curry, Wiggins, and even last night, because Klay Thompson didn't play on the tail end of a back-to-back. So maybe there's a chance now for this. Sure, you don't want injuries, but there's an opportunity here for the rest of the team to figure out what they want their season to be. And to have the immediate experience of playing in college, of being around the league. Ty Jerome drafted a few years ago. Anthony Lamb having multiple stops with different teams. There is more, it seems to be, there's more of a sense of desperation from those guys knowing that, yeah, they have something to prove. And sure, the Warriors do as well. They're 500. But those guys individually are trying to figure out what they want their season to be in the overall scope of the Warriors trying to defend their title.
Yeah.
So I want to go to Doug and Berkeley here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz. We're going to be taking you up until 2 o'clock, 10 to 2 here. Evan in for Guru and Steiny in for Guru, the 2 chair today. We're switching things up, but yeah. Doug's out in Berkeley, wants to talk about the young guys. Doug, what's going on? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Oh, doing great.
Good, man.
Good. We're doing great after that game last night. It was really even if it was the first team, the way they played at the end, and there was a second team, that was great. Draymond shows you why he's such an anchor, and the young guys, like you said, they're finding their roles. Lamb, he kicked around like GP2 kicked around, last year all over the league, and he's maybe found a home. I just hope that they play these guys when they can, when the starters get back, develop a complete team and, a strong team, and get deep into the playoffs. I know we want to win every year, but, other teams are good and they're trying to win too. So if we just defend our championship like champions with a complete team, and if it's not this year, it will definitely be next year. I'm happy to see. It's just one game or just a few games and they're at home. I want to see him take it on the road, but it definitely does feel different, like you said, Steiny. Let's hope so.
Hope so. Yeah, appreciate that, Doug. I do think, look, and that's kind of the feeling across this homestand. So if you got 8 games, you won the first 3, you got a chance. Portland's a tough team. You lose to them, I can't necessarily fault that. But it does feel like the Warriors are starting to, look, the young guys at this point, the bench itself, because like Anthony Lamb starts last night, Kuminga plays 21 minutes, Moody only 13 minutes. They don't move those core young guys out of their roles, so to speak. But it's more about everyone else picking up the slack. And we hadn't seen to this point much of the bench at all be able to pick up the slack. Even a guy like Dante DiVincenzo playing 39 minutes, Kevon Looney playing a little bit more than usual, 26 minutes. Like, it does feel like the Warriors, and I'm curious what people think, do you feel more confident when a Curry goes out? Because like we talked about earlier this year, Steiny, if and when Steph Curry misses a month or Wiggins misses a month, they were already playing so poorly.
Yep.
Well, what's going to happen when they miss time? Now I'm at the point where I feel like these next couple of weeks until Curry comes back, the next couple of games until hopefully Andrew Wiggins comes back, I don't feel like they can't stay afloat at this point.
Absolutely. Absolutely they can stay afloat. And that's the difference between now and earlier in the season. The reality to me, Evan, is they're developing an identity. And I know that the core's been together for a decade, but every team develops its own identity, its own description of itself. And whether you go back to the first championship year and we're talking strength in numbers, then obviously Durant comes and that team has an identity that is just one of a powerhouse. We all remember the Spates and the Barbosas and the Livingstons. Well, guess what? This is kind of the new bench. And they were not very good the first 2 months of the season, and now they're getting better. But the thing is, I mean, if you go back to the game against the Knicks and the Brooklyn,
yeah.
I mean, if you're watching those games and you're a Warrior fan, you're looking at those games thinking, you know what? We might go 3-5 at home because they didn't look like they could beat anybody. But it just goes to show you when the young players can give you a little bit, it really, really helps. And, Clay, so far since he's been back on this homestand, I know he didn't play last night, he's looked like he's engaged. Draymond absolutely looks terrific. First of all, he's playing, and for him to play last night, I know I almost feel like praising him just for playing, but the reality of the situation is a lot of times he doesn't play that game last night. So I think the reason they've turned a corner is because now you look, maybe they can go 7-1 at home without Steph Curry on this homestand. And then they do that. Now we're having a conversation that's entirely different. Now we're getting back into, can they win it? And maybe that's what maybe that's going to be the conversation come mid-January, late January.
Well, it does feel like if the question coming into the season were how are you going to fill out the last half of your roster, one that quietly was a huge reason why you won the championship last year and were successful as you were in the regular season. Well, we didn't have the answer to that question, and we still don't necessarily at this point, but we're starting to see it. We're starting to see which guys you can trust and which guys seem to trust each other out there on the court. Because, look, it's a lot easier at home, and a couple of guys referenced how it's easier to sustain runs. It's easier to build runs in a place like Chase Center than out in Brooklyn or Madison Square Garden where you're facing 20,000 howling fans. Like, yes, it is an easier environment for them, but after losing, across that last road trip, 5 of 6, to immediately walk into Chase Center, beat Memphis, that felt like a statement win. Okay, next step, Charlotte, Utah, back-to-back. Can you win those games? And they only won both those games by 5 points. But stacking wins is what we have asked of this team at this point to get back to 500, to get above 500, to find some sense of where you are in the seeding, in the play-in picture. And right now, they are the 10 seed. And it feels like they'll be able to climb quicker.
Who would they have to play at 9 right now?
Right now at 9?
Yeah.
They would play Utah.
Okay, so they'd have to go to Utah and win, and then go to the loser of 7-8.
Of Dallas-Portland.
Okay, let's say Portland loses that. Can the Golden
Sure.
State Warriors, can they go on the road and win in Utah and in Portland?
Well, maybe so tomorrow night. Friday's going to be a play-in tournament preview.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The young guys have given this team a different dimension. There's no other way to put it. And they've been better than the sum of their parts has been the part that's been nice. In other words, I get it for the people out there that's saying, guys, would you chill out? Wiseman just played 8 minutes 2 nights ago and 9 minutes last night, or whatever it was. Or, Kuminga did foul out last night in 13 minutes. Right. But it's the fivesome together, essentially. Moody, Wiseman, Kuminga, and yes, now you got to put Jerome and Lamb in there. They're young players. Like, can they, those 5 helped them win a couple games. Can they keep it up and now start putting some distance between them and 500? And then you get Curry back, and then you can really see what you got. I know on Tuesday when they beat the Hornets, I was thinking, geez, that's a tie game with 3 minutes to go. But by beating Utah last night, to me, it takes they won 2 close games, but you're right. It's more about stacking wins. And if you're going to play these young guys as much as you've played them in the last 2 games, you'll take any win you can get. I mean, a win is a win when you're not playing with 3 starters, Clay, Wiggins, and Curry. And I don't care how it looked. The young guys have gotten them a couple wins.
Is that a game the Warriors win a month ago? Probably
no
not.
No chance.
No.
Absolutely not.
And even last night, you're talking about the game being tied with 3 minutes left against Charlotte. It was tied with 5:40 left against Utah. It was a tight game.
I forgot Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Had 11 points.
I haven't even mentioned him.
3 big threes.
It's peanut butter jelly time.
What is that?
That is...
I'm not used to that in the number 2 chair.
Might be our first drop. First drop of the day.
All right.
No, so actually, Patrick Baldwin, I'm pretty sure he said he ate a couple of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on the way to the building.
Does he really do that?
Yes, he actually does. He leans all the
know?
way into it. Well, he said it after the game.
You know who else does? You know who else eats peanut butter and jelly?
You?
Tiger Woods.
On the course?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Like at the turn, he's just got a couple of PBJs waiting for him.
Yeah, he carries a couple peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in his bag. Sometimes they'll catch him between shots, and he's...
Our guys behind the glass are nodding their heads. That's apparently peanut butter and jelly is the key to success.
Well, the protein, of course, is in the peanut. By doing my late Mike Leash. Well, of course, I can't do it, but
you get some
peanut
protein.
Butter's and protein,
get some
absolutely
healthy fats,
exactly,
quality carbs from the bread,
exactly. But you got to be careful of the bread because the bread's going to put the weight on you.
Necessary sugars from the jelly.
Hey, by the way, did I tell you I got a text from Joe Lacob after the show yesterday?
You did.
I did. So
please explain. No,
well, I'll just set it up a little bit. So
I was going to tease it, but sure.
Yeah, no. I'll tell you what it is on the other side. But
people want to hear.
We got we did a 4-hour show. Talked a lot of Warriors. We talked about everything yesterday, Warrior related. I get out of the show at 1:55. I look at my phone, and there's a long text from Joe Lacob.
I appreciate him tuning in.
Oh boy. Oh no, what's this about? And I'll tell you what it's about on the other side. But he was driving. I guess he was driving back from. He was driving in the car, so he was listening.
Have you ever got a text from Joe Lacob that wasn't a clarification, a correction, kind of?
That's a great question. That's usually
just like hey, Steinmetz. Love the show today.
None of those? No, nothing like that. But a lot of times there will be a clarification sensation.
Okay,
there's no doubt about it. And no, it wasn't Joe Lacob saying Die Hard's a Christmas movie, and he disagreed with me. It was Warriors and arena related. But no, I actually like that. When you get that kind of clarification on something.
Well, yesterday. And actually, throughout this entire week, you clarified a few things. You've corrected me, as you should. We just want to make sure we're on the same page. That we're 100%, when it comes to grammar, when it comes to facts, we want to get our facts straight. We want to be accurate here on 95.7 The Game.
Exactly. Hey, by the way, if you're a San Francisco resident, can somebody explain to me what's going on with Battery Street?
Battery Street down into, that takes you all the way to the freeway. Used to. Now you got to wait for 2 hours to get down there.
Hey, London.
Mayor
Breed, you've got to figure out what's going on Market Street. Apparently, they've changed the traffic patterns, and I've never seen it as backed up as yesterday. And there's nobody even in the city right now. There's nobody in the city, and yet Battery Street is a parking lot. Please explain.
Well, basically, they inserted.
Oh, you know?
Well, we can see right here from the window. They got bike lanes going down each side. Number one, I don't think I've ever seen a bike down Battery Street. So bike lanes all the way down the side. There's no parking. There's no opportunity for a third lane or a place to kind of maneuver, get around some of the traffic. So yesterday, we're coming out of the studio, and there are cars backed up all the way to the marina.
I know.
Did you end up sitting in that?
No, I ended up staying in the city to watch the game, and then I cabbed home lifted home at after the Warriors game. Very smart decision.
Left my car responsible.
Left my car here at the station, and that's the way to go. Especially the holiday season. You don't want to be drinking and driving this time of year. You don't want to F up your holiday season.
You don't want to F up someone else's holiday.
Yes, and thanks for saying that too, because yes, but we there you have it.
Yeah. So the Golden State Warriors beat the Utah Jazz last night. 3 wins in a row. They are up to 500. They are miraculous. They're 15-2 at home. They cannot be beat right now at Chase Center. Although I guess we'll find out on Friday with Portland coming into town. Has Golden State, are they at the corner? Have they turned the corner? That's what we want to know. We want to hear from you, 888-957-9570.
Also, if you want to try to guess what Joe Lacob texted me about after the show, feel free to do that, because if you listened yesterday, was there anything that you heard where you're thinking, I wonder if Lacob likes that or not?
They probably wonder about that most shows.
He said I sound sick. I'm just on a different mic today. That's it. Where I'm in the 2 spot, 408. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I know I hate to get in your way when you're driving. My bad.
Oh, well, this is my first time driving, so I appreciate you making me feel comfortable.
You're welcome. Steiny, is there a time of year to drink? Yes. There's never a good time to drink and drive. Thank you, Five.
Never that. All right. We got Cam Inman coming up at 12:30. We're going to get back into the Golden State Warriors, continue to talk about the young guys, what we have seen recently from Draymond Green. Ty Jerome also might have offered some insight as to how and why the Warriors can correct their road woes. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait. But that could be something that we'll keep an eye on. Steve Kerr with an update about Andrew Wiggins. How much differently are you looking at the young guys at this point? Are they all created equal? I mean, right now, Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, Jerome, Patrick Baldwin Jr., Anthony Lamb. What do you see from them? What have you seen from them? And, of course, Steve Kerr's coming on with JD and Alan Stiles later today at 5 o'clock. I'm sure they'll get into that. But coming up next, we're going to dive back into the Golden State Warriors. Have won 3 in a row after taking on the Utah Jazz. It's Evan. It's Steiny. It's 95.7 The Game. We're back after this.
Lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Clarkson pass stolen away. Ty Jerome jousting with Conley as he comes up the floor, stops and pops. 3-ball good. Sends it in Jerome. 104-101. Warriors up 3. That's their largest lead of the game. And it comes with 5 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Guru today. Evan Giddings sitting in Matt Steinmetz's chair. Matt Steinmetz sitting in Daryl the Guru Johnson's chair. Tim Roy on the call there. Send it in. Can you send it in if it's not a dunk?
Yes, because it's more an ode to Bill Raftery. That's what I think it is. It's an ode to Bill Raftery, who was the originator of that phrase. Yeah.
Yeah. No. As a play-by-play guy myself, I do appreciate a nice play on words. So.
Yeah.
And Ty Jerome did send it in. The Warriors sent the Utah Jazz packing last night.
Oh, they didn't mail it in. Oh, no.
No,
Warriors
they did
didn't
not.
mail it in. They didn't send it in. They didn't mail it. They were ready to go.
No, sir.
All right. Something's freaked me out here.
Steiny, we got something to address here.
Oh, okay.
And it sounds like, so before the break, we're talking about how from time to time, Joe Lacob driving, has a chance to tune in. He loves you guys, loves Steiny and Guru. Was listening in yesterday, apparently, and there was something that caught his ear. And it sounds like he just had to, kind of let you know what it was. So we asked some people to guess what Joe Lacob was texting one Matthew Steinmetz, and we might have a winner.
Well, there's a text that's come in on the Xfinity mobile text line from the 541, which apparently is Oregon area. Yep. And it's a little freaky. It's a little bit freaky. It says, let me guess, Joe clarified about the celebrity seating and how he knows who's sitting where. That's exactly right.
Yep. So
something's fishy here.
Well, for those who weren't listening yesterday, we were talking about Brock Purdy being at, I think, the Christmas Day game, sitting courtside with Deebo Samuel, who was spotted on the big screen. Of course, hit social media, flooding Brock Purdy's with Deebo Samuel. Did Deebo buy the tickets? Did Brock Purdy get the tickets? Did he, Joe Lacob, does he know who's sitting in his seats courtside? Apparently he does.
Yeah, so here's the text, word for word. It says, Matt, driving, and I heard you guys. I guess he didn't. Could have said Evan. Clarification. See, I said he doesn't know who's sitting next to him. They just kind of show up. Okay, I was wrong. He said, I know who is sitting next to me. I invite them. I invited Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
So Joe Lacob invited Brock Purdy, period. Deebo was looking for seats. And I've had him before as a guest. Mm-hmm. We were out, meaning he and Nicole, I assume, didn't go to the game where Deebo Samuel and Brock Purdy were at, but Deebo Samuel paid for Joe Lacob's seats that night. So Deebo Samuel did not go with Brock Purdy. Lacob gave Purdy 2 tickets, and then Deebo Samuel bought the 2 tickets Joe Lacob usually sits in with his wife, Nicole, and that was for Deebo and his guest. So he, meaning Deebo Samuel, bought those seats on the secondary market. He brought his girlfriend. The guys sat together for the pictures. There you have it. They're both great guys. Thank you, Joe.
So Deebo Samuel, although I do think it's funny that you could get the owner seats on a secondary market.
I kind of think that's weird too, but I wonder how much you paid for them.
Well, maybe we need Joe Lacob to tune in and give us a clarification sensation. No, but yes, it sounds like Deebo Samuel and Brock Purdy were brought together by the powers that be, and Brock Purdy was there with his significant other, Deebo Samuel, there with his significant other.
I don't know if Brock Purdy was there with his significant other. I guess it doesn't really matter.
But he was invited by Joe Lacob.
Correct.
That
is correct.
So now we know each time there is, athlete entertainer down by those owner seats, Joe Lacob made the call.
Yeah, I think,
or is aware of them being in the building.
I think that's what it is. Like, obviously, if he gives a ticket to somebody, he knows who it is. But I think there are times when somebody will say, hey, Joe, Jay-Z and Beyonce are coming. And he goes, okay, yeah, they can sit there. Now, I don't know if he makes them buy it on the secondary market.
Probably not. More investigative work from the 650 and the Xfinity Mobile text line. That's true. I'm a cameraman. They moved Purdy to sit with him.
See, I knew Deebo wasn't trying to stick it to Garoppolo. He didn't even go to the game with Purdy.
Well, it was just interesting considering Deebo's been there with Ayuk. Jimmy Garoppolo had been there. I think it was a month ago. He showed up with Kittle, McCaffrey, Juszczyk. So I am wondering now if Lacob invited those foursome because they were sitting right next to Lacob, of course, before going viral with the cheerleaders. And we are going to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo at some point today because I know that even though he's injured, his season is likely done for the most part, and his career might be done in San Francisco, there is something that we do need to address when it comes to quarterbacks and the carousel that will be. We're going to run that by Cam Inman at 12:30. Make sure to tune in for that. But the Golden State Warriors, they get their third win in a row last night. Third win in the homestand. 5 to go. 112-107 against the Utah Jazz. And the question we're throwing out there, 888-957-9570, has Golden State, are they at the corner? Not necessarily turned it, because as Steiny pointed out, you got to prove it on the road, the place where they have not been able to do it at all this year. But it's interesting, Steiny, like, how can you be so good at home, so bad on the road? They have the best home record in the NBA, the worst road record in the NBA. Do you think that just comes down to, I mean, how much either of an advantage Chase Center is? Because I tend to see it like, I mean, obviously teams have trouble when they come to San Francisco. We saw it with Boston. We saw it with Memphis. But for some reason, the Warriors can't conjure up any of that energy and take it with them, at least so far.
Right. I mean, I think there's probably a million different reasons, but I think one of the reasons is the old thing that Charles Barkley talks about. Role players play better at home, especially young role players. So I don't like. I think it's harder for the big three to carry the Warriors on the road because teams are young and energetic and they're getting a little bit, older. But then the role players and the young guys who play on the road have been very bad on the road, and their defense doesn't travel. So I think that is the next step, and I do think they're going to get better. I think, it's funny how much difference a week makes, but if you take the Golden State Warriors after the Brooklyn and the Knicks game, you got to be ecstatic about where they are right now. They've answered every question of worry after that road trip and answered it well. In fact, they've answered it so well that now there's anticipation for when Steph and Wiggins come back. How good can this team be?
Well, we do want to hear from the people. 888-957-9570. The Warriors potentially turning a corner. I also wonder, too, because Draymond Green, before the Christmas Day game, I think there was a shoot around on the 23rd, mentioned the word fragile when it comes to the Warriors. It doesn't feel like they are, maybe they're not rock solid right now, but they're not fragile at this point after 3 straight wins. And I do want to hear what the people have to say. Jonathan in Fremont's been holding on. Let's go out to the East Bay. East Bay, South Bay. It's always curious what people consider Fremont. But Jonathan, what's going on? You're on with Evan and Steiny here on 95.7 The Game.
We're right on the border of Silicon Valley, if people like Silicon Valley. If you don't like it, then we're not there. So anyway, I'm enjoying this season. That's the number one thing. And I think the fact that the Warriors have this talent as young as these youngsters are is obvious. The fact that they can't win on the road probably has to do with the amount that self-confidence has to do with winning. And the Warriors just have an overload of young talent, and they are just find it difficult to play in competing arenas. But I think the fact that the worst came early in this year, apparently, and that it's been a gradual slog upward is good. The fact that they just can't be beat at Chase is really good.
Yep.
And that makes it a fascinating season. They're not winning completely on defense, though it's defense that powers the whole team. Not the ability to make threes, which is just a little above average statistically this year. But the fact that they are starting to pull it together as a team, if you look at the way they're passing, I loved not last night, but the previous game, that play where Poole drove and then fed it at the last minute within centimeters of 2 people to Kuminga for a dunk. That just was a tremendous play.
Absolutely. No, look, there's a lot of good stuff there from Jonathan. I think his overall point is where the Warriors are in the season, yes, they are 500, but with how bad they have looked at points throughout this year, mostly on the road, but even sometimes at home, like we're at a point now where on Friday, Klay Thompson's going to play. I feel like they should win that game. Like I think they should beat Portland.
Without Steph Curry and Wiggins?
Without Steph Curry and Wiggins. I don't know if they'll be favored in that game. Probably not.
It's a game they can win for sure.
But even being shorthanded, like we're at the point a few weeks ago where if the Warriors were shorthanded, just chalk that up as an L.
Right.
Now you're at the point where, okay, maybe we're shorthanded, we're missing this guy, we're missing that guy, but there are multiple pieces on this team that you can trust. And that apparently Steve Kerr trusts because he said after the game that 3 weeks ago they don't win that game last night.
Yeah.
And 3 weeks ago they didn't win that game last night.
Yeah, I agree with him. I don't think they would. I got a question for Warrior fans. At 888-957-9570. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. And it's got to do with, go back to the first 10 games, first 10, 15 games, first month of the season, whatever it is. We had a major disagreement between fans about whether or not Wiseman and Kuminga should be playing at all or playing more than they had been up until that point. And we went back. I want to see Wiseman, Guru wants to see Wiseman and Kuminga. And I say, if you see a lot of Wiseman and Kuminga, you're probably going to lose, and they can't afford to lose if they want to have a good year and all that kind of stuff. My question is this. If you were a Warrior fan pushing for the youngsters, which was a very legitimate viewpoint to have, is this okay where we're at now? Can you live with this? And basically what I mean is Wiseman getting 10 to 12 minutes a game. Okay, he's going to get 2 6-minute stints ideally, at least right now, late December. We got Kuminga settling into something. He's at about 15 minutes a game. Whether you like it or not, Ty Jerome and Lamb are in the rotation. What I'm getting at with Warrior fans is if it continues to kind of look like this with the playing time looking like it looks, and obviously the Ty Jerome's an outlier playing so much last night. Is this enough? Is it like, to me, this would be about perfect. And I know that there's Warrior fans out there that are probably saying, no, we want them a little more. And maybe that's the goal. Can you get Wiseman from 10 to 12 minutes to 16 minutes by the playoffs? Can Kuminga get to 18 or 20 minutes by the playoffs? If you can do that, then I guess we're going to take a look at whether this 2-timeline thing works or not. But the only way the 2-timeline thing can work is if the young players get better. And at least they appear to have started to look better.
And they've looked better in the minutes that they've been given. Kuminga has played 20 minutes in a game. He did at the beginning of the season, but he looked at times lost. James Wiseman looked at times lost. Moses Moody played himself out of the rotation. But right now, and I do think Steve Kerr is giving us a little glimpse into how ideally, if those 3 young core members continue to play well, how he wants to use them when this team is at full strength. Jonathan Kuminga, I could see Jonathan Kuminga playing 20 minutes, which he did last night, with Curry back, with Wiggins back. James Wiseman playing 7-10 minutes off the bench. I could see that. Moses Moody, 15 minutes. I could see that. And I do think that it's interesting how Steve Kerr has chosen to not alter those roles as much. Like Lamb is more of a plug and play. Jerome more of a plug and play because of the experience that you talked about at the beginning of the show. So their role can be fluctuated. They can be moved around. But Jonathan Kuminga, James Wiseman, and Moses Moody, it does feel like Steve Kerr is trying to carve out a specific spot for them now that I don't know if it'll change a whole lot depending on the rest of the pieces around them.
The way I look at it, and this is a real good text from the 510, but Steiny, the young guys are getting a lot of play because the guys being out, not because coach wants to play them. I'd say yes and no on that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
There's no doubt. I think Ty Jerome and Lamb, to me, got a lot of minutes or getting more minutes because of Wiggins being out and Klay being out. But I do think that the one thing that has happened and will continue to happen, and it did happen before Clay missed this game, is that he's shoehorning them in there. Like it feels like Steve Kerr has made a commitment to get these guys on the court. He didn't even have a commitment to get them on the court the first month of the season. So I hear what you're saying, 5-1-0, but I believe that even when they're at full strength, Kuminga and Wiseman are going to get 6 minutes a half, and if they're good, you bump that up.
Is this the young guys, the young core's roles now and in the future? Where do you see them going? 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Los Altos and talk to George. Wants to discuss the Golden State Warriors, and it sounds like the young core potentially to be. George, what's going on? You're on with Steiny and Evan here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, fellas. I think they're definitely turning the corner. I'm not going to say they've turned it entirely, but the one thing that I'm always a believer in is that you need to be at least 8 deep going into the playoffs with a healthy starting 5. And I think we definitely have 6. And I think the other spots are going to be filled in by Dante. And I think Ty Jerome is doing a great job. Let's understand now, this kid won a national championship in college with Virginia. And Dante won 2 national championships in college with Villanova. So they're used to the big stage.
True.
So it's just a matter of them being able to, Dante's already proven what he can do. Oh my God, he's been incredible. But I think Ty is going to emerge as a big surprise for us this year. And I think it's going to really come down to what James is able to do in the second unit as a rim protector and blocking shots and basically just trying to hold the fort down until the first unit comes back in. He doesn't have to score 30 points like he did the other night. But, my God, give me 8 deep, 9 deep, and I'm very, very happy. And hell yes, we can beat Portland. I mean, we can beat Memphis.
Right.
Without Steph and Wiggins, we can darn sure beat Portland.
Appreciate the call, George.
Again, we got to throw Patrick Baldwin Jr. in there. Now.
He was a first-round pick last year.
He helped them last night. Look at this team, though. Lamb, Kuminga, Baldwin, Wiseman, Jerome, Moody. I mean, those guys are young. I mean, that's a young team that played last night. Who was our last caller? What was it?
George.
I don't think most Warrior fans like Ty Jerome as much as George likes him, though.
Probably not.
But you know what? I bet he's going to go into a fan favorite type of, because he
if they keep winning.
Did you hear Jeff Van Gundy talking about him last week? He said this guy can score, and you know what? He looks like he can create a shot a little bit with some hesitation and lean in and drawing contact and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, that's a problem for down the road. What's going to happen with Lamb and Stanley? But I mean, they've gotten more out of those two than they thought.
Well, look, I don't think Ty Jerome is going to continue to shoot 50, 40, 90 from the field like he has done through his first 20 games. But it is interesting to see how people, I don't want to say flip-flop on these guys, but I mean, people didn't like Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb when they were taking minutes from Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody, Daryl the Guru Johnson being one of them. But now with everyone having opportunity due to injury, that's certainly fair, it will be interesting to see how the rotation looks when you do get your guys back. But for now, just the fact that they can hold water and they can win games without Curry and Wiggins, and last night without Klay Thompson, that's something that has been a kind of a calling card for previous Warriors teams. That if you need to, whether, maybe Curry's missed some time, even during the Kevin Durant years, KD had missed some time, Draymond Green banged up, load managing certain games. Even last year, if Steve Kerr wanted to essentially sit starters on the road or, the tail end of a back-to-back, end of a road trip, fans and I'm sure the team still felt like they could win those games. Up until this homestand, I don't know if we've felt that the Warriors could win games if they weren't at full strength. And even if they were at full strength, they struggled to win some of those tight games. So beating a Utah team, yeah, Utah's 9 seed. Charlotte's one of the worst teams in basketball. Memphis is a great win. But it's about putting good stretches of basketball together, because I don't know if we could say that they have had a week and a half or 2 weeks where they have played quality basketball.
They haven't. And if you want to get more specifically with the young players, I mean, what the young players have done the last 3 games, to me, has been the most positive since they've been here. I don't care about Wiseman's rookie year anymore and him doing 12-6. And I'm not interested anymore in Kuminga, who didn't play a lot last year. What I'm seeing from them for the first time is that, and I really don't mean this as a negative or to denigrate them. They're not liabilities anymore. Whether you liked it or not, they were liabilities, particularly on the defensive end. Wiseman in a monster way. So something has happened with Wiseman where he's he's getting it a little bit. He's getting it. It feels like he's starting to get to the right spots. He knows where to be a little bit more. He's involved in the action on defense a little more. Again, I don't take it lightly at all that the Warriors are a championship caliber team, and now Kuminga and Wiseman are part of that team. You know, whether they're 9th man or 8th man, 9th, 10th, whatever, like, this is something. These guys have finally helped you win games. The last 3 games. Like, that's a hell of a start. Now, maybe it should have happened before, but I'm like, I do not take what those kids have done this last week or 2 lightly. Because if they can play, you can start to progress. They couldn't progress if the young guys weren't getting any better.
What have you seen from the young guys these last 3 games?
I think they seem to have a clue. I kind of said this yesterday. I think when Jonathan Kuminga comes into a game, he's got a mindset now that the foundation of his game is perimeter defense. They're putting me in the game to, quote unquote, try to lock up this guy. Okay. That's what I'm going to try to do. That's my first and number one obligation today and every game. Well, if he does that, if he comes out and defends every game, he's going to get more time. Same with Wiseman. He's coming into a game and he's how many times have we all just try to rebound, block shots, rebound, block? And okay, he seems to be trying to do that now. So that's step 1 for both those guys.
No, it's interesting because when you watch those guys, the evaluation depends on, with those 3 specifically, not what they're doing on offense, but what they're doing on defense. And really, that's where my eyes have been glued to them. It's when they get back across half court. Where do they need to go? What do they need to do? And what have fans seen from them over the last 3 games? We got to hit a break, but 888-957-9570. We got full phone lines. We'll be taking your calls on the other side. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz with you on 95.7 The Game. If you want to talk about the young core, what you've seen of the last 3 games from the Golden State Warriors, who got their 3rd win in a row last night against the Utah Jazz, we want to hear from you. We'll be back after this commercial break here on 95.7 The Game.
Dub Nation, get into the holiday spirit on Warriors ground. Join us live at Chase Center for an action-packed week as the Dubs take on an 8-game homestand. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
It's
It's that time of year. Bowl season is back. Now you can listen to close to 20 bowl games available from Bowl Season Radio and Touchdown Radio. Free on the Odyssey app. From the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl to the 78th Annual Tax Slayer Bowl. Get your football fix no matter where you are with the Odyssey app. Don't miss out on games featuring Notre Dame, Florida, Iowa, and more. Plus, stay up to date on all the biggest bowl season updates with the Fourth and Manageable podcast. Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
O'Reilly. Be ready for winter weather with Rain-X Advant Edge wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advant Edge wiper blades and save $10, plus get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org. Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Instead, Conley goes to work with a Clarkson screen. Conley down the lane, flipped it to Vanderbilt, goes up, blocked by Draymond, knocked it away. Say, get that out of here.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan and Steiny today. Evan Giddings and Matt Steinmetz's chair. Matt Steinmetz and Gerald the Guru Johnson's chair. He'll be back next week. Do got to get this out of the way, Steiny. If you don't have plans for New Year's Eve, then join our very own Bay Area radio legend Chewy Gomez from 102.1 Jams and the great DJ Mind Motion this Saturday as they host the biggest New Year's Eve party in the South Bay at the San Jose Marriott. For tickets and more information, go to TaylorRocks.com or call 408-690-5999. That's TaylorRocks.com or 408-690-5999.
You're too young to know the legend of Chewy Gomez, I believe.
I went to high school with this kid, actually. Darius. I swear to God. No, Chewy used to come out and do, so I went to St. Mary's College High School out in Berkeley / Albany, and he actually would come out and like DJ for our, a couple of the block parties we did. He's a really cool guy. Seen him around the station.
Yeah,
Chewy.
I knew of him, and naturally he knew of me.
Of course.
And we finally met, a couple years ago here. He's a big boy.
He's the man.
He's a big boy.
Dude, Chewy, like he walks down the hallways. I said, Chewy, I used to listen to you when you were on the morning show with Rennell and them on the morning zoo. And he was like, you were the update guy.
Yeah.
Rick Chase, all of them. He was the update guy almost 20-something years ago.
I mean, I think he was working when I first moved out here in 1990.
Well, that's why I was like, hey, I used to listen to you all the time. I loved your station. What are you doing now? He's like, well, let's try to make 102.1 your favorite station. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors and their big win last night against Utah. Not necessarily the game itself, but what it represents. It represents potentially a turning of the corner or being at a corner to turn for a Golden State Warriors team that's now 500, that's now won 3 in a row, and that now has a chance to build some momentum at home. Hopefully, they can take that on the road. But I want to get to the callers. We got a lot of people calling in. 888-957-9570. What did you see from the young guys last night over the last few games? How are you feeling about that second timeline that we were kind of questioning a little bit this year? Let's start with Matt in Millbrae. He's been hanging on. Matt, what's going on? You're on with Evan and Steiny on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear what you say here about the two timeline issue here, where you're saying they've turned a corner. I think you guys you're talking about the different roles of the rookies and the veterans, and ultimately the rookies or the young guys are really only there to spell the veterans during the regular season so that they can be fresh for the playoffs. I mean, they're really not going to, like Wiseman, these guys are not going to play in the playoffs. They're going to go 8 deep. Kerr plays veterans. It's going to be the top 6. It's going to be Jermichael Green. It's going to be DiVincenzo. And then maybe Kuminga scratches a handful of minutes, maybe, in the right matchup. But those are the guys that matter. These rookies and their roles in this moment are not to help the Dubs in the playoffs. It's to help them kind of spell the vets during the regular season. And in terms of turning a corner, we already knew that they were good at home. They haven't won on the road. And that's because the rookies and young role players traditionally don't travel well. So until they've done that, which I think is more of a function of the veterans just more and more as they get older, they've run this race a million times. They aren't putting. They're essentially treating the regular season, or at least the first half, as an extended preseason. Clay's working through some stuff. Whether they're putting out that max effort on the road, because it's just not. They're meaningless games, essentially, until they need to be. So the season really starts in the March, April months, and until then, it's kind of just arbitrary whether
You don't think their seed matters?
Scores 30 points. Say again?
You don't think their seed matters?
I don't think their seed matters. I think we just saw them roll the Western Conference. What they go through the Western Conference? They went 4-1, 4-1, 4-0.
Well, they were a 3 seed though last year.
Yeah, they won 53 games. Thanks, Matt. No, appreciate it. It's an interesting point that I think a lot of people probably feel like what Draymond Green said was basically, hey, just don't let us get in the dance or we're going to run the table. And I don't necessarily know if that's truly the case. I think a top 6 seed, and Zaza Pachulia said that the other day, a 6 seed or higher is what you're aiming for.
Yeah. And Matt was, I thought he was a little harsh, to tell you the truth. A couple things. He said, we already knew they could play at home. Yes, we did. Okay,
we knew they could play at home Matt, with Curry and Wiggins.
So clearly Matt is more like chill out guys.
Yeah.
The young guys are only playing a little now. because they're taking this. They're trying to give their starters rest for the playoffs. They're not going to play in the postseason. Okay, let's go through this. You mind if we go through this?
Let's do it.
Okay. Because this is going to be for all the, and I can't, I'm new to this side of the argument, but for those that say they haven't really done anything yet, you're right. But if we've kind of ripped them for years because they're not doing anything, the first thing they have to do is be a positive on a winning team. Like, Matt, I get that they were a good team at home before. We knew they were a good team at home, but this has now been 3 games in a row, home or away. It doesn't matter because the young guys weren't playing well really either place. But yes, they're going to play better at home. Look, the young players contributed in the last 3 games in a way they had not contributed the whole year. The whole year. And they're not blowing people away, but the young players have become competent. And so as for playing in the playoffs, I'm not so sure that they're going to get some time. You may be right. They may be not part of the 8-man rotation game after game. I think there's minutes to be had. You mentioned, Matt said JaMychal Green. I think those minutes can be taken by somebody younger. And I get it. He's a 10-year veteran, but if Kuminga can just play with energy, I'd almost rather have Kuminga than JaMychal Green, although JaMychal Green does play a little bit bigger. All that said, what I'd be celebrating today if I were a Warrior fan is that there were 6 guys that played in that game last night who were young players, and you got a home win against Utah. And Curry didn't play, and Wiggins didn't play, and Clay didn't play. Like, that's what everybody was hoping would happen from game 1.
If we're earlier this season talking about the harsh reality that is, these guys can't help you right now. Well, right now they have helped you. They've helped you the last 3 games. Steve Kerr talked about it a bit after the game. Let's hear what the head coach of the Golden State Warriors had to say.
It feels different to win this game based on the circumstances, and this was a game we wouldn't have won a few weeks ago. But I think our young guys are really growing. We're getting great performances every night from guys like J.K. and Lamb and Ty Jerome. Dante has been fantastic, not knocking down shots, but defending and playing with force. Jordan Poole creating so much for us. And then Draymond and Loon just holding down the defense. It's fun to watch. I just think we've shown a lot of grit here the last few games, these 3 home games to start the homestand.
Yeah, I don't think this team was gritty a month or 2 into the season. And sure, yes, a lot of these minutes that are being handed out at this point are due to injury. Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb, who knows whether they'll see the floor come postseason time. I don't think they're allowed to at this point because they're 2-way deals. But it's interesting when you talk about Kuminga, JaMychal Green, whoever. So if you have a top 8 rotation, 6 of those spots are solidified for the Warriors.
No
Curry,
doubt.
Wiggins, Clay, Dre, Kevon, Poole. Okay, so that leaves 2 more spots. I would say Dante DiVincenzo is probably your 7th in the rotation. If you have 1 more spot when it comes to heavy playoff minutes, in the finals last year, it was an 8-man rotation. Both Gary Payton II and Otto Porter Jr. played about 20 minutes in those finals against Boston. What's to say that Jonathan Kuminga, to Bob Meyer's point about having 1.5 of the 3 guys ready for postseason time, what's to say that Jonathan Kuminga, if he establishes himself as a defensive stopper or an electric, athletic, long wing, and those are the type of players that you need come postseason time, what's to say that he can't take that 8th spot away from, let's say, JaMychal Green or whoever else may have been higher on the pecking order than him at the beginning of this year?
Yes, that could happen, especially depending on the matchup. For example, if the Golden State Warriors play the Dallas Mavericks in the postseason, Kuminga's going to play. Why is he going to play? Because he showed a little bit of success guarding Luka in the matchup earlier in the year. And to me, that was maybe a little bit of a springboard. Even though Doncic is a great player and scored, it's like if Kuminga, he made 2 or 3 plays, and they're not even like crazy plays. Like one, he just stayed down. And then Doncic took a shot and he contested. Doncic missed a shot. Like, You start having little successes like that, then you can tangibly see when you have more successes like that and more. And that's what I think's going on with Kuminga. He's finally figured out how to get on the court, which is playing defense. And now he's just got to start getting better and better at defense. So it makes it harder for him to come off the floor. Kuminga's an interesting one, though, because I do see where his athleticism could be just what the doctor ordered, in certain playoff series. But, then it comes down to experience, too. Will his lack of experience, get you beat a little bit? I don't know. And I don't know what Steve Kerr's plan is. I'm sure he doesn't have one right now for the postseason, but we'll see about Kuminga. I give Kuminga a little bit more of a chance than Wiseman of playing, though, as part of the rotation.
Yeah, and I don't want to put the cart before the horse when you're talking about a title. Like, that's obviously the goal for this team, is to defend their crown, to try and, whatever you want to say, maximize Curry's window to win it this season. It's all about this year. Everything else beyond is kind of a question mark. And I think that they told us, the front office did, ownership, that at the beginning of this year where, we're going to give money to Poole, we're going to give money to Wiggins. Draymond, you're going to have to hang on. Clay, you're going to have to hang on. Steve Kerr has one more year left on his deal. Bob Myers may or may not be with the team after this offseason. Like, this season, if you're trying to sort of piece things together, obviously didn't start well. But right now, you're at a point where you can see light because of what the second unit, because of what the young guys have done, which is keep you afloat in a time of need. If Steph Curry misses a month or misses longer, 3 weeks ago we would have said, well, exactly. I mean, they're going to be 8-10 games under 500. So you're not even at the point where, to our caller's point earlier, in March or April, then the season starts. Well, the season would have been over at that point. Now we're looking at March and April as, okay, well, if they can stay a 500 team, if they can even get a couple of games above 500, then you get a chance to capture lightning in a bottle like they did last year, which is have everyone come back at the same time, or I should say be peaking at the right time, because that's, at the end of the day, the goal for this Warriors team is to be peaking, to be healthy come late April for the Warriors.
Yeah, when Curry got hurt against the Celtics? Who did he get hurt against? I forget. No, was it on the road? Indiana. Okay, so he gets hurt at Indiana. They lose. So they went 1-4 after he got hurt on the road.
And the last two games, they got shellacked.
Right. And so now without Curry, they're 4-4, essentially. And you got 5 more games at home. The idea that the Warriors, in theory, would be, let's say, 3 games over 500 by the new year, 2 or 3 games over by 500 by the new year without Curry, that was not on the table after the Knicks and the Nets games. Wasn't on the table. Nobody thought they were going to be 2 or 3 games over 500 playing without Steph and Wiggins at that point. So, you start taking a few steps back and looking at things. They're in a pretty good spot right now, I think.
I think they're in about as good of a spot as you could hope for, especially after the road trip.
Yeah.
With how fragile they looked, with how fragile they sounded, with how fragile they played. I mean, Brooklyn put up 91 points in the first half, and then you come home, you beat Memphis on Christmas. It's like, yeah, it looked like a completely different team. And again, they got to prove it on the road. They certainly do.
No doubt.
But it does feel like they're beginning to take those steps towards becoming a team that plays together and not a bunch of individuals that plays on a team. So we're gonna go out to Vallejo. Ryan wants to talk about the Warriors. It was at the game last night, so has a couple of thoughts on what the young guys did, how they've bought in. Ryan, what's going on? You're on with Steiny and Evan here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey guys, good afternoon. I was very fortunate to actually be able to attend the last 3 games.
Nice
day. I have to admit, I was nervous. We were shorthanded in comparison to the other starting 5 on the Grizzlies team, but it does appear that these guys are much more motivated to play their best and to hold down the home front, which I'm very thrilled to see, because I think more than anything, that's their main objective and their job as new players in this league and on this team coming in. I think as a fan, I'm looking to see them float around 500 if they can, while guys like Andrew Wiggins, Klay Thompson, Stephen Curry are coming back. Because we all know that once we get past the All-Star break, things are going to really start to turn up, especially in the Western Conference. It's going to be extremely competitive. I think most of these teams are going to stay healthy and just get better. I really do hope that, like we've done in the past, that developing our younger players and our newer players around the core proves to be beneficial. There's guys like Jonathan Kuminga. I really noticed a lot of things that reminded me of Jordan Bell and his participation in the back-to-back championships, but he has much more potential.
No doubt.
See it every night. And obviously we really struck out with guys like Quinn Cook.
Yeah, you know what, though?
We don't have to denigrate Quinn Cook.
Yeah, no, thanks for calling. And no, you can't strike out on a guy who's the 12th man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody thought Quinn Cook. That does bother me. And that's you.
Well, in general,
I go back and
when
forth
people
with
come down the road about
Yeah.
the bench guys, the Scribinis, as you put it.
In a nice way. In a nice way, of course. No, all I'm saying is right now that the last 3 games have looked like I think we all hoped it would look at the start of the season. Took a little longer to get there. Took 2 months. 2 months it's taken to get to this point. And I think it has the potential to set up perfectly with let the kids, the young players, get their confidence here at home, maybe win some games for you, help you win some games. We all know that once this road trip comes to the Warriors, a 5-gamer, that's really where we take another look at them. But hopefully Curry's playing, Wiggins is playing, Klay's playing. They can bring that championship pedigree to the road, and then some young players begin to emerge, at least here and there on the road. That's how you're going to win a couple games.
And the coaching staff has showed a lot of confidence in these young kids the last couple of games, partially because of necessity. They have to, but look, also credit to them for having gotten these guys to this point, even if, like you said, Sonny, it took a little bit longer, and it sounds like that's what Big O out in Stockton wants to talk about. Big O, what's going on? How you doing out there in old Stockton? I forget what the area code is out there, but I apologize. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz, what's up, man? How you doing?
All right, area code 209. But yeah, I'm from Oakland, though. I grew up all my life out there. But I want to say one thing about people fail to realize that the Warriors is a championship organization. And one thing about the younger kids, yeah, we playing right now because we have to, but Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody had 1 year at college. Everybody say they need to play. No, when you put on the winning organization, these kids haven't been playing. That's all they have been doing is playing. They haven't been taught how to play real championship basketball. That's why Steve them have been sitting them on the bench so they can learn and focus in mentally. See, the game is just not all about playing physically. You got to understand what a V cut is and a backdoor cut is. You got to understand the movement. If you don't understand that, there's a lack of playing time in college. And just play AAU ball, you're not going to be able to play on this team. And that's why you see the young guys, they are coming along because the Warriors do develop their young players. They haven't had to because it's been an organization. But right now, look what they're doing right now to young kids. They have been sitting and watching and learning how to play from the veterans, and it's going to pay off. I keep on telling everybody, because look at the league. The league got nothing but young kids. And who's scared of New Orleans? What have they did? Who's scared of Phoenix? They haven't done anything. And most of these kids are young and do the same thing as the Warriors youngsters. But the difference is the Warriors is a winning organization. And I'm going to tell you, at the end of the year, we're going to play off. We're going to win another championship.
Yeah, maybe.
That's the optimism people are feeling. The big optimism out of Stockton. By the way, I think New Orleans, their young guys are doing all right. Zion Williamson scored like a career high 43 points last night.
Well, the other thing with the Warrior young guys is maybe somebody's on the text lines like, let's hold on. Okay, Memphis is a good team, so that's a good win. But Charlotte and Utah are horrible.
Sure.
Yeah, and your young players beat their young players. You know what I mean?
And also when it comes to Charlotte, your young players lost to their young players first time you faced them.
Exactly, and that's the other thing. I mean, the Warriors lost to Charlotte in Charlotte. They lost to Utah in Utah. So they've shown some strides. It may all crumble in the next few games, maybe, and there's going to be a lot of fits and starts. There's going to be good games, bad games, good games, bad games, but this last 3 games is everything you wanted to see from the get-go.
I mean, I get it sounds like you're talking about them walking after crawling, but that's kind of where they were at. So, like, Xfinity Mobile text line bringing up, okay, Portland's a test. I agree. Portland is a test. I hope that they can win that game. I think they can win that game. But we're at the point a month ago where every game was a test. Right. I mean, every game was... Even if Curry played well, if Wiggins played well, it wasn't a foregone conclusion you're going to roll in those games. So the fact that they've been able to, sure, even if it's beat up on some of the lesser teams in the league last 2 nights, that's what you got. You got to beat teams that you should beat in order to stack wins, in order to get out of the play-in tournament, which they currently are. So, I mean, the Warriors are right now, they are in an interesting spot. Like, they're literally right in the middle. They are 500. They're 18-18. And it looks like they're going to be getting, hopefully, Andrew Wiggins back soon. He has practiced this week, but he's doubtful. My next question, Steiny, where does Draymond Green fit in all of this? Because we're talking about the young guys, and we've discussed how, look, they've certainly been carrying their weight. But one of the things that we asked during the absence of, I think we identified as the 2 best players on this team in Curry and Wiggins, was Klay Thompson and Draymond Green to be the Warriors leaders that we had asked, that they've been in the past, the Hall of Famers that they're going to be. You need those guys. And for the last couple of games, sure, the young guys have stepped up. Kuminga's been great. Wiseman's been efficient. Ty Jerome was outstanding last night against Utah. But Draymond Green quietly has also been elevating this team in ways that, based on, in past years when he's like, I don't really want to get up for these games. I don't want to get up for Charlotte or get up for Utah.
That's a good point.
It does look like he is making an effort to get up for these games.
See, and I agree with you. And what I think is there's a lot of Warrior fans out there that aren't concerned with their record right now, 18-18. The Warriors veteran, they are not concerned with their record. They kind of know what it is, but Draymond Green is smart enough to know that when they got back before that Christmas game, they're 3 games under.
Yep.
And yeah, it's early, but at the end of this homestand, it's going to be halfway through. Draymond Green and Steve Kerr knew that they were one disastrous homestand from legitimately being in trouble. Like, legitimately, like 6 or 7 games under. And that's how bad it looked coming out of New York and Brooklyn. So now you've gotten back to 18-18. So I kind of expect now maybe a little bit from the veterans of not a pullback, but or maybe even seizing on the fact, Evan, that now they can do more damage than they thought at this point. I mean, is an 8? Let me ask you: is an 8-0 homestand on the table?
I'll answer that on the other side.
All right.
I want to hear from you. Is 8-0 on the table? What have you seen from Draymond Green? What have you seen from the young guys? That's what we're talking about. We're taking it up until 2 o'clock. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz, back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit. a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
There's no place like the California Academy of Sciences during the holidays. Science lovers of all ages will revel in a festive array of winter-themed activities, jolly live shows, falling snow, and more. Learn more and buy your tickets at calacademy.org.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Jumpstart your savings with Commonwealth Central Credit Union. We'll even help you get started by giving you $200 when you open our high-yield GTKY savings account. Whether you want to build emergency savings, save for a big purchase, or put money aside for a special event, we're here to help you reach your financial goals. Jumpstart your savings with $200 from Commonwealth. Visit wealthcu.org and enter promo code JUMPSTART. Federally insured by NCUA. Certain restrictions apply. Visit website for complete details. Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. When giving gifts this holiday season, keep environmental sustainability in mind. Avoid giving useless gifts and knickknacks. Look for durable items that will last for years. Shop for items made out of recycled material. Lastly, family heirlooms make a perfect gift. Not only will they be treasured for a lifetime, but are also environmentally friendly. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Help Ukrainian children. Shazam this song.
Christmas not home, tired and beyond. Why should they run? Dreams never gone. Give us a hope. Shazam this song. Christmas is here. Why not I see? Walk on the crow. Shazam this song. Ding dong ding dong. Wolves and the dogs. Children at home. Shazam this song. All Christmas deeds made for the kids. Dreams shouldn't go. Shazam this song.
Scroll down Shazam. Open on YouTube, follow the link and donate.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit beefy, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life, call 800-444-9336.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny's here. Guru will be back next week. Evan Giddings with you. Switching up the chairs, switching up the flow. We're going to round out this weekend. I mean, you haven't gotten any texts from owners over the last, hour and a half since we started, right?
No, I haven't. In fact, my phone is relatively quiet right now. It's a quiet week. It's one of the reasons I enjoy working here during the period of time we're in now.
I kind of like it. Here. Yeah, but you are.
I do like the 4-hour show too, I guess.
But you are the Draymond Green because you're playing with all the young guys.
I am, and one of the things I try to do is make my teammates better, and I do.
I mean, what can you say?
Exactly, and so here we are on a is battery backed up yet?
We're about 20 minutes away. I don't think traffic starts building until afternoon.
Because let me tell you something. Don't put me on Embarcadero. Don't make me go Embarcadero. That's already a concession that something hasn't gone right.
Now, I feel like we can have this conversation because, I spent a lot of time at the Pacific Northwest, lived around the Midwest. You're from back east. People on the West Coast cannot drive in rain. When there's any form of precipitation, liquid on the ground, people lose their... I think that's part of the one of the reasons why battery was backed up. I mean, all the way to the bridge. It does confuse me, confound me, and frustrate me, Steiny, because up in Oregon, I don't know, learn how to drive up there. Maybe it's just a part of the...
Sure.
It's just a part of the day.
Yeah, I'm less concerned with people who take more precautions in the rain than people that don't know how to drive. So if you're not a big driver in the rain and you slow down and you're more conservative and careful, that's cool.
But there's a difference between being cautious and driving 15 in a 30 zone.
Well, as long as you're tucked into the right-hand lane, I don't mind it. The real problem is the idiots who are in the left lane and they don't move. They are the bane of my existence. I do not excessively speed. I'm a 5-10 mile over the speed limit guy. So you know what that means? I don't spend a lot of time in the left lane. I pass in the left lane. That's what the left lane is for. Passing. It doesn't say left lane for lingering. The left lane is for passing. Do me a favor, if you're in your car right now and you're in your you're in the left-hand lane and you're not actively passing somebody, get into the right lane.
Do it now.
Move over. God, could learn so much from European drivers. They have that down to a science. You can be in that lane, the passing lane. They get out of the way. There's no ego. There's no, I'm not getting out of the way for this guy. It's, you look in your rearview mirror, oh, boy, that guy's driving pretty fast. He wants to get by. Move over.
Especially
it's simple.
Especially in a 2-lane road. It's almost, the script has flipped completely to where people pass on the right and then people on the left. Now, I'm not a proponent of tailgating. You don't want to ride someone for however many blocks. They'll just go around. But it is frustrating how I'll move over to the right lane if someone's going to come up behind me and they're clearly trying to go fast. And for the 510, there are two types of Bay Area. Rain drivers, people who go too slow and people who go too fast. And that's why we have issues. That's right. There's no consistency. There's no balance to the road anymore. There's no rules. Where are we at in society?
By the way, trouble was brewing in Portland.
Well,
the ice and snow. Did you see some of those videos?
Yes. So I had a couple of friends who got
Emergency brakes
stuck
don't
there.
work.
Yeah, they got stuck. People going downhill, sliding, slipping, diving. I mean, okay, so and to the 415 Xfinity Mobile text line, people do live there. Portland, one of the more populous cities on the West Coast.
I like Portland. I'd put it at
bigger than San Francisco.
What's that?
More population, larger population than the city of San Francisco.
Is that true?
Believe so.
Believe so is not. Yeah.
If you say it with enough conviction, it makes it true.
So clearly the issue is the Bay Area is bigger than Portland, but is Portland as a city bigger than San Francisco? San Francisco's got what, 750?
Portland's 641,000. It's a much larger space than San Francisco, but I think
San Francisco's bigger than Portland. Nobody talks about size in terms of geographical. It's about how many people.
Oh, darn
like
it.
New York's bigger than San
I got
Francisco.
caught in a guru moment. Didn't do my research.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Warriors have been.
What was the final tally? It's like 800,000 to 600,000.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
815,000.
It doesn't matter.
Is that San Francisco?
Yeah.
Wow.
Apparently.
Look at San Francisco coming up.
Doesn't matter.
Good little city.
Good, nice little city. Small.
Portland smaller.
As we found out. This is what we do. We fact check here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. Before the break, we were talking about Draymond Green's role in the last 3 games. Honestly, I mean, it sounds weird to say, but this is just the second win streak they've put together this season. The second time they've won 3 games in a row. They have a chance to win 4 for the first time this season on Friday when Portland comes to town. So when Draymond Green is talking about before the Christmas game, this being a fragile time for the Warriors, he's expressed not necessarily like disdain for the smaller games, but it's harder to get up for those games when, in his mind, he's 4-time champion. I played much bigger games than that. I don't care about Charlotte. But Draymond Green over the last couple of games has had to be, a point guard on offense, has had to be the center fielder on defense. And he also hasn't been, I mean, sure, he's picked up a tech or two, but he hasn't been the guy that you're looking at and saying, we need more from you, Draymond. And in fact, it does feel like he's elevated his game a little bit to the point where even though he played 30 minutes last night, he was clearly one of their, if not the most efficient player on the floor.
Yeah, I think to a man, the Warriors knew they had to get going. And we were talking about this yesterday, is, to me in the NBA, it's tough to pinpoint a game as a turning point. But when the Warriors got off their road trip and came home and they're 15-18 and they're looking at Memphis, I think anybody, whether you're Draymond or Klay Thompson or whether you're a fan, can look at the schedule and say, we're 15-18. We've got 8 games at home. If we play like we did against New York and Brooklyn, we're going to go 2-6 on this homestand, and that's going to put us at 17-24. All right, then at 17-24, you are in we got to get moving mode, like immediately. So I do think Draymond and Kerr and the veterans did put an emphasis on this homestand because they know that if it's a bad homestand, they're in big trouble. But if it's a good homestand, it could set up an even better January, February, March than we thought heading into it. So that, like, and, you know, if you go back to Steve Kerr's comments after the Memphis game, he made a comment about, you know, it feels like we're going to try, you know, feels like we're getting something going here. Let's see if we can build on it. And they were consciously trying to build on it. So 3 home games, 3 wins. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah, it feels like this homestand is kind of an inflection point, not only because you want to get above 500, you want to begin to stack some wins, you want to begin to play more Golden State Warriors basketball, whatever people feel that is, but you also need to, like we're talking about a couple of weeks, okay, well, when do you decide if you pull the trigger on a trade? Or when do you decide, you know, people are having the conversation of, you know, is it time to think about moving on from so-and-so, from Wiseman, we're at a point now where these last few games have, I think, restored a lot of the confidence from the fan base in what the vision of this team is. And like you put it earlier, what the team was supposed to be from day one, which is a championship core, championship pedigree, and then the young guys are just gravy. Well, early in the year, the young guys were killing you. Now they're to the point where I do feel like when Curry and Wiggins come back, that's going to be the gravy for this team. And they do need to, sure, address some things. But if you're looking at roles that they had to fill from last season outside of the top 6, GP2, Otto Porter Jr., the biggest ones, well, it's looking like, I mean, they're different players, but Adante DiVincenzo is looking like he could be the GP2 for this team. There's a possibility that Kuminga could be that 8th spot, that Otto Porter spot. They're different players, but you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So you are in a point now where you can test out all you have from the young guys. And if you're telling me you're basically giving them tryouts for those last 2-3 rotation spots for a playoff team, and you're going to win games, then you got the best of both worlds.
Exactly. And that's kind of what we were hoping would happen all season long. What are the Warriors, 18-18? We probably wanted them to be, 23-13, something like that, and the young guys playing. Look, the young guys went from the beginning of the year hurting you, not playing and not helping. They were actively hurting you, the young guys. Then they had a stretch where they're just playing. They're not really helping or hurting. But the reality of the situation is for the last 3 games, the young players as a group have helped the Warriors win games. And to me, that's so much more important than 25 points in a garbage time game. It's more important than anything you can do in a loss. I really believe that. They've now played 3 games where their bench has helped them and their young players have contributed. So they can do it. They have it in them. Now the question is, how often can they do it?
Well, let's go out to a city that I do, in fact, know is smaller than Portland. Let's go out to Oakland. Bill wants to talk about the Warriors. He's got a question about some of the young guys. Andre Iguodala, it sounds like, as well. What's going on, Bill? You're on with Evan and Steiny. How are you?
How you doing? Before I start, Steiny, I want to thank you for your rant about passing on the left and getting the right lane. Could not be more accurate.
You know what I do? You know what I even do, Bill? And it's so stupid. And I've been working on my temper and my emotions. But
slowly but surely.
I don't tailgate in the left, but I'll stay in back of them for 20 seconds. Give them a chance to move over. Of course, they don't. Then when I pass, yes, I do give them the look to the side and shake my head like, no.
Yeah, I feel that way too, but I also
shame them.
Get shot.
Yeah, I try to shame. Yeah, I try to shame them. Yeah, no, I don't. No finger, nothing like that, or profanity.
No.
But I was calling about, what's the status of Iguodala? I mean, is he going to help this team at all, or just merely get released to make space for one of the two-way guys to make it to the playoffs?
It's a great question, Bill. I think we've been trying to figure that out pretty much the entirety of this season. But, hey, look, actually, I think it was after the Charlotte game, Steve Kerr, with Kuminga's performance down the stretch, kind of mentioned him being in the same vein as an Andre Iguodala. I don't know about his playmaking abilities, but defensively, Andre Iguodala has always given you a shutdown wing. I mean, maybe Kuminga can be the new Andre Iguodala?
I mean, he's gonna play a game, right?
Are we sure?
I would okay.
before the postseason. Over under.
Look, we can go
4.5 games.
We can go to Craig and John on this one too. Bottom line is, if I put the number at 0.5 games for Iguodala this season, I think we still would all take the over.
You have better odds for sure.
He's got to play one game, you would think.
Well, was it a week ago? Steve Kerr said the Iguodala return is not imminent.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
It's getting. It feels like
we got a few months left. He's got to play, right?
The problem is it's not like he's gonna. It's not like he's gonna play the whole playoffs. You know what I mean? I mean, there's game off, game off, game off. He's probably only gonna be able to play, even at his best, 1 out of every 2 playoff games.
You'd hope.
I don't know what he's doing. He's getting himself right. I'll be there when I be there.
Well, it is kind of crazy. Andre Iguodala is 38 years old. LeBron James is turning 38 years old tomorrow.
He's mad, by the way, LeBron. Did you see?
At what?
He wants to win.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
He's basically saying, it's not my goal to play AAU basketball. I played AAU basketball. It's all about winning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't play just to play, is what he said. I play to win. So he wants to win. Mm-hmm.
See, I know what you're doing here.
What?
You don't believe that.
Of course I do.
What, that he wants to win?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he wants to. Yeah, I'm sure he'd love to, but you're not. The moment you go to Los Angeles and, in my opinion, put your media company, your alcohol brand, your empire before the team itself, then you're trying to have both sides. Like, I'm sure LeBron James wants to win. I mean,
he does.
I'm sure that LaMelo Ball wants to win.
It drives him.
I'm sure that Andre Iguodala wants to win. He hasn't been on the court this year.
I mean,
at least LeBron has.
LeBron, how many more years do you have? By the way, a couple guys were. Oh yeah.
Hey, John.
Yeah, is Udonis Haslem, is that an Andre Iguodala comparison that we might be looking at for the Warriors?
I think Haslem's played this year.
I also don't think Andre
he played 2 minutes.
Andre Iguodala said he didn't want to be Udonis Haslem, right?
You don't want to be Udonis Haslem. You perfected that role. I mean, you don't want to be LeBron Haslem. Goodness gracious.
Udonis Haslem, by the way, has started 1 game this year. He's played in 5.
Right. How many total minutes?
About 35.
Okay.
Maybe that's actually a better over-under. Instead of, how many games played for Iguodala. Okay, like over-under on the season, 49.5 minutes.
49.5 minutes.
It's a great number.
That's, boy, that is a good number because that's probably 3 or 4 games.
You would hope.
And then what are the chances he gets hurt in one of those 3 or 4 games? At least 50%.
Well, he would just say he's shutting it down because his body doesn't react the way it used to. And he's got to save himself for the postseason, Steiny.
You know what, though? The other thing is, doesn't he want to go on a retirement tour?
Does he?
Well, I mean, hey, if he's a Hall of Famer, maybe that. I bet he's going to go on the road trip.
Oh, the upcoming one?
Yeah, because he's been going on the road. By the way, that's the other. I forgot to mention this. I just thought of it a while ago, but I mentioned it. One of the things the Warriors have going for them right now that I think is a big factor, because they're at home, is Curry's around and Wiggins is around. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So even though Curry's not playing, he's there. And we all know that when Curry's there, things tend to be a lot more calm.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just the mere fact that Curry's around at practice, at the facility, that makes this, to me, that might be one of the small factors of why it looks like it's changing right now.
Well, either way, it appears his presence is being felt off the court, getting in the ears of all the young guys, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Kerr, Myers have said as much. From the Xfinity Mobile text line chiming in, Kerr saying that Iguodala won't play after the All-Star break. We shall see. I would put the All-Star break at the earliest.
Now, why wouldn't you read the whole text there and let the listeners know that the 510's got something going on? The 510. Let's read it.
All caps.
It's all capital letters. Kerr already told everybody Andre won't play until after the All-Star break. Listen to what Kerr says, Evan. Mm-hmm.
He's going to be on at 5 o'clock today. I'll be tuned in.
With JD?
JD and Alan.
Nice. Actually, JD texted me because he's very conscientious, and I do this to him. He's like, make sure he doesn't miss anything big to talk to Kerr about. So he's like, what should I talk to Steve about?
Yeah.
He's not going to miss anything, JD.
Oh, never does.
If you could ask Steve Kerr the first question today, what would it be?
Well, I guess it would have to do with, it's kind of interesting, but, okay, so where is he at with the young guys? Because, okay, so Steve Kerr is, he was a little reluctant at the beginning of the year to...
You really ask him that first?
Well, so something along those lines. You put me on the spot, Steiny.
It's December 28th.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve. Well, thanks for joining. What'd you get for Christmas?
That's your first question?
Probably, yeah.
What'd you get for Christmas?
Yeah, you got to loosen them up. I can help you in this business, Evan. I can help you.
Throw the lob?
Exactly. You don't come out of the gates with, hey, what'd you get for Christmas? What does a guy like Steve Kerr get for Christmas? Seriously.
An Arizona jersey? I don't know.
He doesn't play a lot of golf. He doesn't seem to have a lot of hobbies. He says he loves what he's doing now. He's not at home a lot. He travels half. Like what?
Frequent flyer miles outside of Southwest Airlines probably at this point.
By the way, what's going on there?
They have canceled, an additional 2,300 flights?
Oh.
Yeah. No, it's bad news bears around the country.
Yeah, that's why I drive to a lot of my West Coast cities. I enjoy that. I enjoy drive to L.A., San Diego. I like to drive to, I've driven to Phoenix, Albuquerque.
Well, I just came back
Tulsa.
from San Diego. I'm glad I drove down and back. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be here this week.
Yeah, exactly.
And our guy
You
John
ever drive
back.
cross country?
Oh yeah, I drove.
Oh, you did.
Well, that's how I got out to the Midwest in the first place. Drove.
That's not across the country. That's to the Midwest.
To Minnesota.
That's not across the country. Across the country is from California or the West Coast to the East Coast. So
Would you consider North Carolina the East Coast?
No. It's the
What?
South.
It touches the Atlantic Ocean.
It's in the Eastern time zone.
It's the South.
It's on the East Coast.
It
South of the
touches-
Mason. You're not allowed to claim the East.
It touches
if you're
the
Sou-
Atlantic Ocean, Steiny.
I don't care. It's in the South. It's south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Well,
That never the twain shall meet. We don't do. You can't characterize us and the South with the same umbrella.
So the Georgia's not in the East Coast, then, is what you're saying, too?
Absolutely not.
Savannah, Georgia?
No.
You have failed geography.
Absolutely not. Let me guess. The next thing you're going to say is that chicken is not poultry.
I don't think. Wait, what? No, that doesn't apply at all. No, North Carolina.
If I say I don't eat meat, I can eat chicken and still not eat meat.
If you told me North Carolina is in the South, I agree. Although I believe they were the last state to join the side of the Civil War.
Doesn't matter.
Neither here nor there.
By the way, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you say something's
which
in the
coast
East
are they
Coast, and you could be in the Atlantic Ocean.
What was the initial question?
The East Coast?
No, they're on the Atlantic coast.
Which is where?
The Atlantic Ocean.
Which is east, right?
What don't you understand? It's the East Coast, and then once the Mason-Dixon line hits, it's like the Atlantic coast of the South.
Okay, but if you're in the Outer Banks, North Carolina, God, we got to hit a break, but I really want to get into this. If you got to hit the Outer Banks, you're on the East Coast.
You're on the Atlantic.
Miami Heat, they're in the Eastern Conference. That's where we're going to stop. We're going to come on the other side and get back to geography along with the Golden State Warriors. Half hour away from Cam Newman. We're going to talk some 49ers with him, get to know a little more about the recent birthday boy, Brock Purdy. Evan Giddings and Matt Steinmetz with you. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Banks, full-service banking, no compromises. Where are you at with the young core? Are the Warriors at a corner right now? Have they turned a corner? 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Save now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. For a limited time, get up to an additional $600 off select major appliances and instant savings from top brands like Samsung, LG, and Whirlpool. And you can take home what you buy same day. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Valid 12/29 to 1/4.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
In San Mateo, partly cloudy, highs near 54.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Did you know that over 90% of male enhancement pills are virtually the same thing that's repackaged, redone over and over again? Why settle for the same old product when you can get something completely different? Something that takes male enhancement into the 21st century. Something that really works. Men, you need to try Noxitril, the all-natural male enhancement formula that will unlock your performance in the bedroom to a level you could only dream of. Try to imagine Viagra on steroids. Noxitril is so powerful, that's why it took years for it to finally become available to the public without a prescription. So call now and take advantage of our special Noxitril free bottle offer today. Oh yeah, we recommend that you use the Noxitril dose as directed. Think of your partner. We certainly don't want you to overperform in the bedroom.
Find out how to get a free bottle of Noxitril while supplies last. Call 800-233-1382, 800-233-1382. Free bottles for limited time. Call now, 800-233-1382, 800-233-1382.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio you is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We got a lot of good texts coming in on the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. You want to chime in? We're talking about geography. We're talking about the Warriors. We're talking about apparently cross-country interpretations.
Yeah.
On the 650, Steiny, miss me with your cross-country interpretations. If you're not driving from Seattle to Miami, you aren't coast to coast.
I mean, while the Seattle to Miami drive is a bear.
Sure.
It's just one of several drives that could be considered a coast-to-coast drive. San Francisco to Atlantic City would be a coast-to-coast drive.
It does confuse me, the whole northwest, east-south thing.
What do you need to know?
Well, like here in the Bay, there's
sure.
no West Bay. There's an East Bay, there's a South Bay, there's a North Bay.
Right.
You know, if you're down in San Diego, you're not technically in the South, even though you're on the border, you're on the West Coast. You're out in, Texas, then that's where the South starts.
Southwest.
Well, Southwest Texas, even though technically midway through the country. Louisiana, then Mississippi. That's the South, right?
It's a deep South.
That's the deep. Where does the South start for you? North Carolina?
Maryland.
Tennessee?
Maryland.
Maryland?
Mm-hmm.
I thought the Mason-Dixon was.
There's the Mid-South. That's Tennessee. That's like Memphis-ish. And Knoxville and Nashville. It's kind of they call that the Mid-South. Some of those cities are booming. Another city that's booming, Birmingham, Alabama. Mm-hmm. Now that's deeper South.
Interesting.
What else do you want to know? Well,
I do want to know what you think about this Derek Carr situation.
Yeah, 510 says, how come you're not talking about Derek Carr? We can talk about it. I almost forgot that the 49ers are playing the Raiders this weekend.
Feels like a trap game, Steiny.
No, it's not.
Feels like a trap game.
No, it's not.
What?
You want to bet?
That
if it feels like a trap game, let's make a bet.
Okay.
I'll take the Niners.
I'll take the line.
No.
What?
A trap game is a loss. A trap game that means the 49ers lose the game. I'll bet you they don't lose the game. See?
I can't go that far.
You're just like goo. You just backpedal and backpedal.
I learned from the best.
After you throw something out. He's done now in Vegas.
Niners are 9.5 point favorites. I'll take the
points.
I
wouldn't bet against the Niners.
I'll take the points.
Put it that way. Maryland is the Mid-Atlantic. Easy 415.
Yeah,
you better be careful.
Simmer. No, it is. Okay, so Derek Carr was relieved of his duties. He was benched. Jared Stidham is going to be the starting quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders this weekend at Allegiant Stadium. That's probably why the line is 9.5 at this point. And then recently, within the last couple of days, they apparently have excused Derek Carr. There's a mutual understanding that he shouldn't be with the team for the last 2 games before most likely the end of his career. And it's just kind of weird because the term that I kept seeing thrown around was distraction.
Right.
So Derek Carr is a distraction to the team. That's why he's not going to be within the last 2 games, and he's not starting.
I've given this some thought, and my initial reaction was something doesn't add up, but the more you think about it, I think it's okay. And the reason is, so Derek Carr, if he were to get hurt in this upcoming game or the last game, his contract would be guaranteed for next year.
Yeah.
So if Derek Carr went out and got hurt against the 49ers, his contract is guaranteed for next year. They don't want it guaranteed.
Definitely.
So they've just said, look, why don't you take off and we'll call it a career for you. 9 years as quarterback of the Raiders, I think I saw. And he's not going to be, it's semantics. Derek Carr's not going to be a distraction. But Derek Carr in the locker room, writers will want to talk to him. So they'll want to talk to him about his future. They'll want to talk to him about how he thought the backup quarterback did. They want to talk to him about how he feels after 9 years. You know what I mean? And the mere presence of Carr was going to invite so much, curiosity, basically, that I think they just said, why don't you take off and good luck to you.
Yeah, it does sound like they're trying to avoid the storylines of the last two games surrounding the quarterback position because he's probably not going to be involved. I'm sure ownership, I think Vic Tafer, The Athletic, put out that ownership was essentially the one that didn't even want to give him the chance of playing, getting hurt, having next year being guaranteed. They want to move off of him. He's been there since 2014 as a starter. It's time. But if you're the rest of the team, Josh Jacobs was pretty vocal last week about I'm not really feeling this place,
right.
Las Vegas. Devontae Adams, even though he got paid a ridiculous sum of money, is probably regretting joining Derek Carr in Las Vegas because he's not going to have a chance to play with his former college teammate. But Derek Carr, it does feel to me, it's like they just don't. I don't see him as a distraction. In fact, I think he'd be a good influence. He seems to be a good guy and is all about the team. But they just want to avoid any stories surrounding him and what that quarterback position is going to be. Because I don't know if Jarrett Stidham's going to win the job next year. Las Vegas is probably going to try and find a quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe. But this does start the conversation of the quarterback carousel. And it usually begins in the offseason whenever you figure out who needs a quarterback, who doesn't. The Jets need a quarterback. The Falcons need a quarterback. Well, now the Raiders need a quarterback. The Niners, as we discussed the last couple of days, are in a firm position. They don't need a quarterback anywhere. They got two good ones. Maybe a third if Jimmy decides to come back. But Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo are, I think just because of Las Vegas being in Oakland, Derek Carr being the guy perceived to be as a better talent. Jimmy Garoppolo's the winner, but you don't know how good they are and how good they aren't. It does feel like this weekend would have been the time that people would have had the conversation about, all right, which
still do that.
Well, but now that Derek Carr is not going to be there, there's going to be less of that. Well, but Jimmy Garoppolo is still with the team. He wasn't excused.
But we can still say, who would you rather have? Neither of them are going to play the rest of the year. Who would you rather have as your quarterback?
Well, are we saying which one has had the better?
No, we're saying next year. They're both going to be free agents, essentially. So you are the Jets. Who do you want? Who do you want, Carr or Garoppolo?
Well, if I'm any team, honestly, at this point, I think I want Jimmy Garoppolo.
Really?
I do.
I was leaning Jimmy Garoppolo, and then I thought Carr does have a better arm.
He does. He's also thrown a career-high 14 picks this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they're about the same age. Carr's tools are probably better than Jimmy Garoppolo's, but...
How old's Derek Carr now? 30?
Jimmy Garoppolo, 30 years old.
They're both probably about 30, I would think.
Yeah, Derek Carr's 31.
He needs a change of scenery. He absolutely needs a change of scenery.
So you're
that's
saying
his only hope.
If he went to the Jets or to somewhere else, a team that has pieces around him, he'd be able to get more out of them than Jimmy Garoppolo would.
They're both 31, by the way. Say that again.
You feel like Derek Carr would be able to get more out of whatever the future team he joins than Jimmy Garoppolo would.
I do. I mean, if you're asking me, I would take Derek Carr. But if you want to take Garoppolo, I'm not going to say you're an idiot for taking Garoppolo. I think it is pretty close. I mean, the one thing about Derek Carr is he's been pretty durable. And I'm starting to think
That's true.
Jimmy Garoppolo,
that's a good point.
His health is now becoming. What do you think's a bigger? If you're a team, what's your biggest concern with Garoppolo? His level of play or his injuries?
Oh, it's got to be the injuries. Yeah, he is, after his third season-ending injury in San Francisco, he's going to be labeled an injury-prone player. Now, I think that Derek Carr is it's interesting. Like Jimmy Garoppolo is the quarterback that won't lose you the game. Derek Carr's the quarterback that could win you a game and is probably more likely also to lose you a game, as we saw last week against Pittsburgh. So I guess I would rather just have the floor of Garoppolo and take my chances with the injury than have a Derek Carr quarterback, a guy who, and look, maybe this year was just a down season, but he seems to be on literally the wrong side of 30.
All right, let's play a little coaching carousel real quick. Not coaching carousel, quarterback carousel. All right,
Yes.
I'm looking at the AFC. Bills, Dolphins, Patriots, Jets. Jets are going to need a quarterback.
They will.
They're on the list. Bengals, Ravens, Steelers, Browns. I'll put Pittsburgh on the list.
Yeah, they might.
Okay, so that's two.
Thank
Jaguars, Titans, Colts, Texans. Colts are going to need a quarterback.
Tennessee might need a quarterback.
You like Tannehill?
He's fine. Sure.
We'll keep him off for now.
Okay.
Just the Raiders now are going to need a quarterback.
Yes.
And what about the Broncos?
Well, I think the Broncos are...
Chiefs and Chargers are fine.
Broncos
obviously.
are locked into a quarterback whether they like it or not.
Eagles don't need one. Cowboys don't need one. What about the Giants?
I would have said before this year maybe, but Daniel Jones, they're going to go to the playoffs, and I don't see how you move off of not a young quarterback, but a guy that's taken some strides this season.
How about the Commanders?
I think they like him. Commanders, now that'll be interesting because Carson Wentz was supposed to be their guy, has not been. Taylor Heineke, I don't know if he's the quarterback of the future, but they might be. I think if they could shop Carson Wentz and get someone to take him, they'd be interested in trying to get one of those two guys.
Vikings, they don't need one. Packers, Saints, Falcons.
Falcons will need a quarterback.
All right. Let's do it the other way. Who's going to be available?
Well, right now so Lamar Jackson technically is a free agent. I'm assuming that he would re-sign with Baltimore. But you're really looking at Derek Carr, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Tom Brady. He's the other free agent.
True. Well, there's not enough quarterbacks to go to the teams.
That's a shame.
What about Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy ain't going nowhere.
What do you mean?
Brock Purdy's the quarterback of the future.
He's
Steiner.
a backup. Why wouldn't you just trade Brock Purdy to a team he can start on?
I thought you said he was QB1.
No, Trey Lance goes back to QB1 next year.
Everything resets.
Yes, back to Trey Lance.
But why? Brock Purdy's going to be... He might be in San Francisco for a decade. Especially...
I'd bet against that.
We've made a lot of bets. We've made a lot of bets today.
Let's take Carlito. Let's get some Christmas cheer.
Carlito's in Alameda. What's up, man? How are you?
Hello, gentlemen. By the way, hats off to you guys. Cross-country trip. I don't know if I can do that.
Why?
But,
it's fun.
Why? I mean, it's challenging, number one.
You're
got to lock in.
You're driving a car. How tough is that?
Got to keep it on the straight and narrow.
Country is a long, long way.
Well, you don't do it all at once.
I'll try it someday. I'll try it someday. Okay. Let me get to the Warriors.
Please do.
I think that they have a chance. Especially John Morant's comments were foolish, and that inspired them to have a great win. So I think that's going to propel them to fix this season. Also, by the way, Christmas Day, I was at my sister's, and I couldn't watch any games. She doesn't have cable. You guys ever been in that kind of a bind?
All the time.
Oh, God. It happened. Oh, man.
Well, anytime there's a Tuesday night TNT game, yes.
I was having those problems, Carlito, early in the season. I got them taken care of. Hey, by the way, there's some players in the NBA that might come available at some point, if they're not already.
Oh, like trade targets? Or
yeah.
Who? Who would be on your list?
Well, I just throw this out there. Do you have any interest in Trae Young?
Not if I'm the Warriors.
John Collins? How about this
I
one?
like John Collins.
How about this?
I do like John Collins.
What do you like about him?
The highlights, Steiny.
Yeah,
you can jump out of the gym. You can get him to lock in.
You see James Harden apparently wants to go back to Houston?
They did ask him about it. I think he dodged it, right?
Well, it was a Woj story, and Woj, of course, was saying, sources say.
Why would he want to go back to Houston?
I think he loves Houston.
I
just think he loves the city, yeah. I think he loves the city, and maybe he's looking at that team saying, they just need a guy like me. I I think, but he obviously just loves Houston. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. By the way, did you see the Nets won again?
10 in a row.
Collision course with the Warriors.
Well, what? We were talking a month ago about maybe trading for Kevin Durant. We're talking about trade targets. They ain't moving nobody.
Yeah, good point. Good point. 650 wants to know, Steiny, is that a goat on my shirt? It sure is. It sure is. Yeah, that's the goat.
Also do have to mention the 415. Soccer great.
Oh, yeah.
Pele passed away, 83 years old. Shout out. We're talking about goats, so.
Yeah, good point.
I brought him up.
Soccer not on the top of my list, but he was probably the most, like him and Muhammad Ali were probably the most famous athletes of their time, like world renown.
I'm sorry, 82. But, I mean, if you just look at, like, someone just sent me a couple of his numbers. 1,279 goals in 1,363 games.
That's not even won a game. He stinks. How many assists?
Oh, yeah, how many points? That I do not have offhand. You can call him Pele a selfish player?
No. Of course not.
No, of course
Of course not. But I remember when he was a New York Cosmo. Dating
remember
myself.
like it was yesterday.
Franz Beckenbauer.
Well, speaking of selfish players,
What else do they have? Giorgio Canaglia.
You got three World Cups.
352.
Three World Cups.
352 assists. So, yeah, he liked to he liked to shoot. He liked to fire.
Was
he like Clay? Was he like Klay Thompson? Like Clay? Was Pele like Clay, or was he like Curry? 888-957-9570.
Was he like Trae Young?
I get the sense Pele was like Gretzky, kind of. Was he like Gretzky?
Well, his numbers are so far ahead of everyone else, then yes.
If you're a soccer expert, who could you compare Pele to in another sport? Like, is he LeBron James?
Like would that be the, I don't know, Babe Ruth of soccer back in the day?
Yeah.
Just
yes.
The ultimate winner, incredible, record setter. RIP to Pele. But okay, so we're just talking about the different, potential trade targets. Are you at the point now with the Warriors that, are you even thinking about a trade at this point?
No.
We were talking about it a week or two ago. Now it's like, why would you even mess with a good thing?
Well, it's interesting because there have been a couple texts on the Xfinity Mobile text line. People saying, I'd still be interested in trading Wiseman. I don't see it. I just don't see it. I think, especially in light of where they are now as opposed to 9 days ago, yeah, it makes a big difference. I mean, Wiseman and Kuminga, I don't think they're going anywhere. I don't think I asked this to a caller yesterday. I'll throw this out to Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. Forget the name of a player. What position do you even want? Like, what do you need? What do you want a point guard? You want a shooting guard? You want a center? Like, what does this team need?
I think it would probably be a wing, right? I mean, Steve Kerr's always said you can never have enough. And this team has shown that they don't need a true big or a true five to win a championship. I mean, at this point, again, if you're looking at the 8-man playoff rotation, I think the only hole that you're trying to figure out is, okay, is Jermichael Green, is Jonathan Kuminga? So wouldn't it have to be kind of a swing player or some sort of wing? The only issue is there's not really any of those guys out there.
Well, and if, let's say you found somebody,
Jay Crowder.
Okay, even though that'll never happen.
Yeah, sure.
But let's say Jay Crowder. What happens when Jay Crowder starts taking Kuminga's minutes? See, that's the other thing I think they got to be a little bit careful of. If you're telling me Kuminga's starting to give you some legitimate minutes, you don't want to penalize him by bringing in a veteran who's going to probably play more, especially down the stretch when the games get more important. I don't think they're looking to make a move right now.
Well, with how much growth you've seen from all the young guys, why would you want to stunt that? Would be my question. I mean, even if you could go out
to win
and
a championship.
Well, to win a championship, but if the goal is to win and develop, then if you're bringing in, I don't know, someone throw out Robert Covington on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I think he's on the Clippers, but okay, or if you're looking at Jay Crowder, which, like you said, will never happen. Okay, then how do they help you now?
Who, Wiseman and Kuminga?
No. Whoever you're trading for.
Jay Crowder gives you a player who you can count on, to play in big games and not be worried.
Does that outweigh the development that you're then going to miss from a Wiseman or a Kuminga?
Well, if you're telling me we could win a title, then maybe you do put it. But I don't think we're there. I don't think we're there right now.
I don't think we are either.
But I also don't think I don't think that those guys have much value anyway. You don't get value because you played 10 good minutes like Wiseman did. If he plays the next 6 weeks and he keeps getting better and better and better, well, at that point, you probably won't want to trade him at the trade deadline. I mean, I find it hard to believe that anybody's going to give up a proven NBA player for James Wiseman, who, whether you like it or not, we're not sure yet if he's an NBA player.
Well, that's the rat on the table. Is any trade would probably have to include Jonathan Kuminga if you're trying to get a piece back that's worth something.
But I think they're more likely to. I don't think they want to move Kuminga.
Absolutely. Well, I don't think they should.
Right. I wouldn't move either of them. But I don't want to move either of them right now.
Wasn't that not necessarily the holdup? But if you're throwing out a hypothetical this offseason of, hey, maybe Kevin Durant might come back, maybe he won't. Okay, so Brooklyn's asking for Kuminga first.
Right.
Wiseman second.
Sure.
Anybody else is a distant third.
Okay.
So if you're Golden State, to make a move, you have to essentially punt. I think if you want to get a piece back that's worth anything that could help you this year in a playoff setting, then you are, in a sense, giving up a little bit on that second timeline.
No doubt. I mean, what was the trade that everybody kind of thought was there early? Durant for Kuminga,
Wiseman, Poole.
Well, Poole couldn't because he had that extension. I think it would have to be Wiggins because somebody's got to match Durant's salary. Wiseman makes about 12. Wiggins makes 27. So
it was also like Draymond or Clay, but yes.
Well, that's who the Warriors would like. I think that's another thing that may be going on, but I don't know. I think you're right. If I'm trading Kevin Durant, Wiggins, Kuminga, and Wiseman, I don't think they're about a rebuild there.
No, but even if Phoenix is willing to talk shop about a Jay Crowder, you're not going to get Kuminga, but you're asking for one of those two guys to be involved in the deal.
Yes.
And if you're Golden State, you're hanging up the phone. Like that to me is why I felt like even before they won these 3 games that they were stuck, because there's not going to be anyone on the trade market worth giving up your young guys for that is going to immediately put you over the top of being a surefire final.
What about Bogdanovich from Detroit?
He's a good scorer. I mean, and he is a wing. But, I mean, okay, do you think this team needs more offense? Like, it seems to me the area that they lack would be defense, and that's why Kuminga and Wiseman's progression has been so huge lately.
That's another good question, and that's why I keep coming back to I'm not sure that the time's right for a trade because, what do they need? Now, what's been their worst part of their game? Defense.
Mm-hmm.
But that has historically come around. I don't think, I think they can get better defensively just by playing better defense as opposed to getting trade for two guys who have those reputations. You know what I mean? And the reality of the situation is Wiggins was a really good defender for him last year, and he hasn't played the last 10 games. So I actually, a defensive player doesn't jump out at me. Oh, they need a defensive player. There's something about when I just mentioned Bogdanovich, I'm like, man, that guy can score.
Mm-hmm.
And that, so, I mean, yeah, I don't mind having a lot of scorers, especially with Steph Curry, who can play on or off the ball. But, to me, Bogdanovich would be, man, now you got a big-time offensive team. But I don't know. Does that put you over? If the rotation's the starting 5, Poole's let's say Bogdanovich, sixth man, Poole, seventh man, and eighth man's DiVincenzo. Does that get it done?
Well, we'll continue that conversation after Cam Inman, who's coming up on the other side. 95.7 The Game 49ers Insider. Speaking of a team that doesn't have to worry about their future, San Francisco 49ers looking pretty good heading into their game this weekend against Las Vegas. We're going to catch up with Cam, talk about the Raiders, talk about the future of this regular season and what might be to come in the postseason for San Francisco. All of that on the other side. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Also a reminder, 957thegame.com is live. 957thegameshop.com is live. Go pick up a DPOY or relevant shirt. They're flying off the shelves. You can get yours now at 957thegameshop.com.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Did you know that over 90% of male enhancement pills are virtually the same thing that's repackaged, redone over and over again? Why settle for the same old product when you can get something completely different? Something that takes male enhancement into the 21st century. Something that really works. Men, you need to try Noxitril, the all-natural male enhancement formula that will unlock your performance in the bedroom to a level you could only dream of. Try to imagine Viagra on steroids. Noxitril is so powerful, that's why it took years for it to finally become available to the public without a prescription. So call now and take advantage of our special Noxitril free bottle offer today. Oh yeah, we recommend that you use the Noxitril dose as directed. Think of your partner. We certainly don't want you to overperform in the bedroom.
Find out how to get a free bottle of Noxitril while supplies last. Call 800-233-1382, 800-233-1382. Free bottles for limited time. Call now, 800-233-1382, 800-233-1382.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 777518.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale.
Hi.
We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
From now through January 3rd during the Subaru Share the Love event, Marin Subaru will be making a contribution to their hometown charity or one of 4 national charities when you buy or lease any new Subaru. Drive home a new Subaru and share the love at Marin Subaru and marinsubaru.com.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama.
Get your popcorn ready.
Beat me just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters, a new limited series, streaming now, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? A recent stash of 1904 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1904 O silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. This is a key date for silver dollar collectors, and only a limited quantity are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call GovMint at 1-800-222-1975, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1904 O Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, the final year of production. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1904 O silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-1975. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-1975 now to secure your 1904 O Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-222-1975.
All right, it's that time of the week. Evan Giddings with Matt Steinmetz here on 95.7 The Game. Our 49ers insider, Cam Inman, is on the line. Cam, what's going on, man? How was your Christmas? How were the holidays been for you?
Everything was great, yep. And we're ready to go full steam into New Year, I believe, which will be Sunday at Allegiant Stadium if Southwest Airlines cooperates.
Hey, what'd you get for Christmas?
You know what? Somebody just asked me that, and all I could think of was everything I kept unwrapping seemed to be socks. So I'm sure I got some other things here and there that were great, but nothing to brag about. Did you guys have a good Christmas?
Oh, fantastic. I actually got a couple pairs of socks myself.
Hey, look, that's the thing, huh? It's like, I guess it's the stockings, right? The stocking hung by chimney with care.
Yeah. I got a new golf rain gear.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to break that in this weekend.
My wife said that one of the troubles with buying me gifts is that I don't want her buying my golf memorabilia or with the clubs and stuff, right? So I respect that. So I believe that, Matt. Does that not constitute like a blank check now to go get me some new wedges or something for like a real good Christmas present?
Because women never, like, you can't buy a woman a purse.
No.
Like,
that is give you great instructions. Yeah.
Well, yeah, she better be very specific. Very specific.
Well, Cam, are you going to be out in Las Vegas?
Well, that's the plan is to go as long as the airlines cooperate. Yeah, I will be going day of game. No, it's I'm going to spend New Year's Eve here in the Bay, and then I'm going to go morning of, hopefully.
Well, it is interesting because, look, the 49ers and the Raiders obviously used to have the Cross Bay rivalry, and it feels like, based on where the two teams are at right now, you know, the Raiders have just moved on from Derek Carr. He's not with the team. The Niners are getting ready for the postseason. Do you think that some of that sort of, I don't want to call it bad blood, but old blood, so to speak, will be renewed a bit this weekend? Do you think that fans are still as invested as the rivalry, I should say, as they were, say, a few years ago?
Well, I think the fans are. I don't think the players are, but I think I see what you're going with it. And it's like, yeah, it's not the Battle of the Bay and for bragging rights to the Bay, but it means a ton to both fan bases. And there was one of the tickets online ticket places said that they expect 60% of the crowd to be Niner fans. I'm like, it's got to be way over that. I mean, the Niner fans travel so well this year. I mean, when I saw like the huge crowds in Carolina and Atlanta, and I'm like, okay, I can see this, I guess. And then even Seattle, they took over that stadium, which is really hard to do. When Seattle was still kind of hanging around in the playoff picture, I would expect the Niner fans like to swarm that as long as they can get to Vegas, and then that's where the rivalry really exists. And you know, with the team and the players, the way pro sports has become, you want to say like the Rams were their rival, or was it the Seahawks? It's like whoever's like in their way for the division title. And then now that we're kind of beyond that, it's like who's going to be the Niners' playoff rivals? Because could they meet Green Bay again? Will it be Dallas again? I mean, they've had some great playoff matchups with them, and those are in the picture. So it's kind of like I don't see the players invested in the Raiders-Niner rivalries. Like, I mean, people were asking them about the Battle of the Bay and the locker room this week, and I just kind of chuckled and go, "These guys don't care about that. That's not at all on their agenda, other than to win, game number 16 of 17."
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Cam, the 49ers right now are the 3 seed behind. They're a game behind the Vikings. I actually acknowledging they can go to Minnesota and win. I don't think anybody doubts that. I do think it's important to get the 2nd seed because I think I mean, if you can avoid going to Minnesota, why wouldn't you? How much emphasis do you think Shanahan's putting on winning the last 2 games?
I think you have to go in saying we need to win these games until that's out of the picture. Because Matt, I agree. I mean, don't undersell an extra home playoff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've had 2 here at Levi Stadium since the joint opened up in 2014, and they won those handily en route to the Super Bowl in the 2019 season. So I would imagine that will be a big rallying cry, saying, "Look, we are not locked in at number 3." We've seen that the Vikings are vulnerable. They're pulling out these 1-score wins barely. So they definitely could lose in the next 1 or 2 weeks. The Eagles have a quarterback that's hurt. Their right tackle's hurt. They just lost a game. They all of a sudden appear vulnerable again. So it's like, hey, let's get as much as we can and get greedy, get the wins, and get in the playoffs and hopefully stay home until, the NFC Championship game, or they can even host that. That'd be great.
Cam Inman joining us here on 95.7 The Game, our 49ers insider. Something that we've been kind of talking about this week, Cam, is the strength or lack of strength of schedule when it comes to the 49ers. And I know that in some of the games, say Miami's running a 5-game win streak. Their record doesn't look as good now after kind of stumbling after playing the 49ers. But how much stock do you put into how much a team has been tested throughout the regular season? Because right now, of the playoff teams in the NFC and the AFC all around, the 49ers' schedule has been a little softer than those other teams. Do you think that matters?
Evan, I think it's a great point, but I don't think there's a great way to calibrate it, because I don't think there's great teams in the NFL outside of maybe a couple in the AFC. And Kansas City was here, and so we saw how they did against them, and it was kind of a close game until they got blown out in the second half. But you know what? I was just doing some research on how the Niners fared against tight ends this season, because the Raiders have a good one in Darren Waller, right?
Mm-hmm.
They went game by game saying, all right, who are the best tight ends the Niners have faced? And, Travis Kelce, number 1, right? And he didn't score a touchdown. I think they've only allowed 3 touchdowns to tight ends all year. And 2 of those came in the Falcons game to Kyle Pitts and McCole Pruitt. So it's kind of like, all right, well, those guys aren't superstar tight ends either. And I'm kind of looking at going, they haven't really played any great tight ends besides Kelce, and they haven't played any super great teams. I don't know how many great teams there are, so I wouldn't hold it against the 49ers. And it's not like they're squeaking out wins either. I mean, they're handling their business against these teams. So it's not like they're going, whew, just got by those guys. They're not any good. And then the great stat that's going around right now is that every team that played the 49ers is lost the following week.
Yeah.
And it is a great stat, but I think Dre Greenlaw put it a great way yesterday, saying, I kind of hate that stat because it doesn't tell us whether we're great or if the other team's bad or if they're any good. And so I think that's great that the Niners aren't reading too much into it, other than they can say, yeah, we're physically imposing our will on guys, and they're bruised up the next week and can't play. I don't know. I think that's reading a little bit too much into it, but it is a cool stat.
Is there any concern either with by Shanahan or like even with you that once the playoffs start and that jump in intensity and talent and all that's, is there any part of you worried that Brock Purdy might have trouble reaching the next level of play, so to speak?
Well, it's a great question. It brings up a valid concern. But then you kind of look back and say, well, all right, Brock Purdy made his first career start against Tom Brady and beat him, right? And then he was in a reception line with about 6 players deep afterwards to go shake Brady's hand. So it's kind of like, all right, so he's seen that, he's overcome that. And then he goes into Seattle, a venue where no Niners usually win, and he wins that. So it's like, and it hasn't fazed him. It hasn't fazed him because, one, he's confident and very prepared. And two, he has a tremendous supporting cast around him, including the coaches. So I don't think it's deer in headlights thing coming in the playoffs for Brock Purdy. Not what these teams are going to play. Because, I mean, what are you going to play? Like probably the Commanders or the Giants. And I think you can, dispatch those teams and get to the next round. And you get to the next round. Next thing you know, it's Brock Purdy's playing for a Super Bowl, 30 minutes from where he grew up in Arizona. It's a great story, the way it's unfolding. And there's nothing that Brock Purdy's done where you go, oh, boy, I just don't know about this guy. Like, there's this big flaw in his game. I don't see it yet. And it could be there, and it could surface in the playoffs when the pressure, like you said, when the pressure amps up. And we'll find out.
Well, Cam, you talk about Brock Purdy, and look, on paper, as far as his statistics, are very similar. I was looking the other day to Jimmy Garoppolo in his last 3 3/4 games. But obviously the offense has taken another step. And last week against Washington, one of the best defenses in football, 37 points is nothing to scoff at. Why do you think that the 49ers offense has been unlocked, so to speak, with Brock Purdy, even though, again, if you match up him and Jimmy Garoppolo on paper, statistically they seem to be similar quarterbacks?
There's a few reasons. One, you can maybe point to how Shanahan is scripting some of the plays. It seems a little bit more of a fun offense, and Brock's got a little bit more mobility to escape and run some bootlegs, and it's an enjoyable watch, right? I kind of like it. And here's the other thing. This game's about turnovers, right? And the Niners are not fumbling the ball. He's had 2 interceptions in his 4 games. That is critical when you can kind of control the tempo and where you're going, and you're not giving up. You're putting your defense in bad positions. That helps the offense also, obviously.
Hey Cam, let me ask you about McCaffrey, because his acquisition is kind of. It's easy to acknowledge that as a turning point in the offense. How do you think they'll if they're fully healthy? Debo's back, Mitchell's back. How do you think this all plays out in the postseason in terms of touches and carries and does Mitchell close in the fourth quarter? How do you think they'll do it?
Yeah, because we didn't really get too much of a look at it, right, with McCaffrey and Mitchell on the field at the same time. I think McCaffrey's your go-to guy no matter what. And if he needs if he needs a break, then you can bring in Mitchell. You can even bring in J.P. Mason to do the finishing off. But it's a nice problem to have, but I don't even think it's a problem. We haven't seen Mitchell on the field yet, right? So he's had to be out for another 2 months because of a knee sprain. So he might get back on the field practicing Friday, probably next week, when they make sure to open up his IR window. And I mean, like you said, I don't think you can overstate how big of an impact Christian McCaffrey's addition has been to this 49er team. They haven't lost a game with him in the starting lineup. He just brings so much to the offense, whether he has the ball running it, whether he's receiving it, or whether he's a decoy and distracting the defenders to follow him. That's like Matt. If you have Mitchell in the backfield, I'd still keep McCaffrey out there in the slot or something, just to play mind games with that defense and discover the mismatch. And Shanahan's offense is all about finding the mismatches.
Right.
And if you got a weapon like McCaffrey wherever he's out there and it boggles the defense, it's great.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, we appreciate you, Cam. Hope you make it out to Las Vegas safely, and we appreciate your insight. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, thanks, Evan. Thanks, Annie. We'll see you guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Cam Inman, 95.7 The Game 49ers Insider. So something he did say, or that Drake Greenlaw said that Cam kind of put it into perspective, I thought was interesting about the stat that everyone is infatuated by, the 0-13 a week after playing. Well, Drake Greenlaw is kind of correct. Like, you really don't know how good you are and you aren't if teams are always losing after you play them.
It sounds to me like if I would have said to Drake Greenlaw, yeah, that stat shows you that teams you beat stink. He would have laughed. He wouldn't have gotten sensitive about it like some 49er fans. I think sometimes I think coincidences are just that. They're coincidences. Like that's a great stat. I do not want to take away from that stat. But I just think there's so many reasons for different stats. Like when they say the Warriors are 0-6 with Scott Foster. They have the worst record with Foster than any other official in the league. Well, somebody's got to have the worst record for the Warriors. And you know what? Somebody for Dallas has a ref where they're 0-6. You know what I mean? So certain things have to, just will happen because they have to.
Well, it's interesting, too, because, you play Seattle on a Thursday. So everyone's making a big deal about the Niners getting 10 days of rest between that. Well, Seattle also gets 10 days of rest between them and their next game. Oh, but they got to go play Kansas City. So it's like, I understand people making the point about, all right, the 49ers wear you down. They're the most physical team in football. But I also think it probably just part of it is coincidence. Like maybe teams shouldn't be 0-13, but based on how the Niners beat up teams and especially how we saw like DeMeco Ryans kind of expose some offenses, if they were 2-11 or 3-10, it wouldn't necessarily shock me either.
It's kind of, I kind of feel like, well, maybe 7 of the 13 teams did stink. All right. Yeah. So that leaves 6. And maybe 2 of those losses, 2 teams just blew games. I mean, we could go through them. Not that I want to, but maybe 2 teams had games won and they lost it on the last play. So there might be a reason. There may be a reason for it, but it's a good stat, and there's no doubt their defense is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all the wins they have, and even at the time that they beat the team, it's like, all right, Seattle early in the year, well, they weren't the team that they became midway through the season. The Rams, as we found out, now stink. The Carolina Panthers, at the time, even with McCaffrey in Week 5, weren't very good. Rams, again, starting to fall off even more. Chargers, extremely banged up at that point in the season. Cardinals on a second-string quarterback. The Saints are, I don't know, trying to figure out who they are. Miami apparently got exposed into a Tua Tagovailoa. Tampa Bay has fallen off a cliff, although somehow still in first place. Seattle, again, runs into the Chiefs the next week. And then Washington. It's like, so, yes, you can go through each of those games and say, yeah, some of the teams just aren't very good, and maybe they have kind of an interesting week after. But I do think it's funny that Dre Greenlaw said explicitly, I don't like that stat.
Yeah. Hey, 510. Settle down, 510.
Simmer?
He says, you mean like the Colts versus the Eagles? He'll take a cheap shot at my Eagles. Come on now.
So you got the Eagles. You got the Vikings.
In case you don't know what he's saying, is the Niners beat the Colts, and then the next week.
Wait.
No. The Colts did beat the Eagles, I thought. Wait, the Niners didn't play either team.
No. I honestly don't know what the 510 is talking about.
Oh.
But okay, so
510, what are you doing? You got me all discombobulated.
We're moving around today. We've hit on geography. We've hit on traffic. We've hit on quarterback carousels. Although, actually, I should have asked Cam. I did want to ask Cam what he thinks is going to happen to Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo. But, okay, so which teams, Steiny, would you say that you claim? Like Eagles and Vikings? Are those
whatever team wins.
Well, then you're a front runner.
Yes.
So now you're back on the Warriors bandwagon.
I feel like the Warriors. Here, you want me to explain my fandom?
Please do.
I think I did this yesterday.
We got until 2 o'clock.
I think I did this yesterday. I tend to root for teams and players that I feel have been written off or unfairly maligned.
Mm-hmm.
That's what. It doesn't mean I'm a fan. It means let's put it this way. I have a soft spot for those teams. I have a soft spot for the Minnesota Vikings and Kirk Cousins. Yes, I do. Why? Because I feel like they're the object of more disrespect than they really should get. I just don't think that's right. So I kind of root for Kirk Cousins. The Eagles, they're the perfect example of, when they win, I'll claim them. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Well, so it's
I hope the Eagles, I definitely want the Eagles and the 49ers to make it to the NFC Championship game. Literally, let me take that back. I don't want to use it wrong. But that game, I truly do not care who wins. Like, I have no vested interest in Philly, San Francisco in the NFC Championship. I can live with either team winning.
But you're rooting for Brock Purdy, right? I mean, he's an underdog. He's Cinderella.
Well, I root for teams and certain players. See, Brock Purdy right now is on a pedestal. See, I tend not to root for guys already on a pedestal. And because everybody's acknowledging that Brock Purdy's a great story, and because he's playing so well, quite frankly, he's receiving more praise than criticism. So it's about who's maligned.
No, our producer, John, put it, I think, in pretty good terms. You're a sports hipster. You buck trends. You zig when they zag.
That's too rigid a way to explain me.
So right now, the San Francisco Giants have been much maligned in recent weeks. You rooting for them?
Who?
The San Francisco Giants.
No, I don't root for them.
Why not? They're trying to figure things out, Steiny. I mean, free agency was a swing and a miss, and then it was a foul ball, but then it was a home run, but then the home run got called back, and it was actually a foul ball. You got Angel Hernandez. I mean, I feel you got reason to root for the Giants now. People written them off.
I must tell you that, the Giants, I mean, good luck to, I don't root against the Giants, except when they're winning.
Sure. Yeah, 2021 was a tough year.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I mean, the Warriors, I developed more of a soft spot for the Warriors than I had 5-10 years ago. Mm-hmm. Because, again, the Warriors are fitting my narrative of why I'd be coming around on them. When they were a dynasty, it was almost like, and they were great, and one of the great, but it felt over the top at times. And it was so hard, like they're so good that either it was hard to criticize or look at objectively, or that when you did, people, you hating on a team that's won 73 games, and they're right. They're right. Okay, so now, here we are. Curry's 34. The bench isn't as good. Draymond, you know what? I like him more now. They're to me easier to talk about. Because they're just one of the teams that can win it instead of the overwhelming favorite. So, I don't root for the Warriors. I don't root against them. I like to see. I do enjoy letting the season play out.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to what we do, the Warriors right now are gold because no one's really sure which way this thing is going. I mean, who knows? Curry could miss more time and the season could derail itself, or the Warriors could catch fire and win 25 of their next 30. I mean, who knows?
The other thing is, my allegiance. We can, that'd be a fun topic the last hour. How do you decide what team you're allegiant to? If it's outside of, I was just born there and that's my,
not a team that you're a fan of, but a team that you're loyal to?
No. Okay, if I know somebody who works for a team, I'm going to root for that team. Like, obviously, the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah.
Because their coach. So, I root for the Timberwolves. I want to see him do well.
Finchie.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a Bucks fan, but I wasn't born in Tampa or ever lived in Tampa.
There we go.
Wait, what?
I'm a Tampa Bay Bucks fan, but I've never lived or was born there.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
Allowed.
What?
But you're not a Packer fan?
No.
They used to play 3 games a year in Milwaukee. Mm-hmm.
This is
real quick.
This is what I want to dig into.
And now, although I do hate a team now.
Yeah.
I do not like the Atlanta Hawks.
I was going to say, save it for the other side.
Okay.
No, the Atlanta Hawks are on Steiny's bleep list. Which teams
Getting
are on
cold.
which teams are on your bleep list? Bay Area teams in the NFL, teams in the NBA, maybe even teams in the MLB. People still watch baseball. Evan Giddings and Matt Steinmetz with you. We got one more hour left until 2 o'clock before JD and Alan take over. Steve Kirk coming up at 5 o'clock. And hey, if you don't have any plans for New Year's Eve, don't worry, because you can join Bay Area radio legend Chuy Gomez from 102.1 Jams and the great DJ Mind Motion this Saturday as they host the biggest New Year's Eve party in the South Bay at the San Jose Marriott. For tickets and more information, go to TaylorRocks.com or call 408-690-5999. That's TaylorRocks.com or call 408-690-5999. Evan Giddings and Steinmetz on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? A recent stash of 1904 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1904 silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. This is a key date for silver dollar collectors, and only a limited quantity are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-222-1975 and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1904 Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, the final year of production. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1904 silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-1975. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-222-1975 now to secure your 1904 Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-222-1975.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
With Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware, you'll earn points on every purchase you make. Club Osh has great member perks like double point days, free delivery, birthday coupons, and special member-only pricing on select items. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps you up to date on points, coupons, and receipts, all from your phone. Outdoor Supply Hardware, with 14 convenient locations throughout the greater Bay Area and Central Coast. Osh is home improvement improved.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Save now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. For a limited time, get up to an additional $600 off select major appliances and instant savings from top brands like Samsung, LG, and Whirlpool. And you can take home what you buy same day. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Valid 12/29/14.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz, Steiny and Daryl the Guru Johnson's chair. He'll be back next week. John Dickinson from 2 to 6 with Alan Stiles. He's coming in hot.
Interesting. So, JD and I and Evan were just talking during the break, and JD, I said, it seems to me that the Warriors obviously really care about this homestand. They're trying to win games.
Feels like it.
Yes. And I said, yeah, he was saying, yeah, they were fragile. They're still fragile. And I was like, well, sure looks like they're going to go 6-2 on this homestand. And JD with what makes you think that? And I said, well, they're playing. But he's like, hey, you could have lost to the Hornets or Utah.
That's true.
And I said, well, yeah, but it's more about the kind of the way they're playing. He goes, vintage JD. He goes, we'll see.
Well,
he said, I wouldn't assume that at all. Okay. Interesting.
I mean, next couple games aren't, well, Atlanta we think would be a gimme, but Portland's a good team.
Portland's got a chance to beat the Warriors. I don't see Atlanta beating the Warriors right now, if my information's correct about that team. No, they're in trouble. They're starting to lose more than they're winning. And then who else is on this trip? Detroit, no Cade Cunningham.
Detroit in the last game of the
game.
homestand is Phoenix. All right, Detroit and Orlando. Phoenix.
Come on, man. You got to beat Detroit. You got to beat Atlanta, Detroit, and Orlando. Well, and that gets you to 6-2 right there.
That's why it feels like where we're at now is, okay, I don't know if we're back, and JD clearly feels like, I don't know if the Warriors are back to expecting to beat those bad teams. But yes, against Charlotte, tie game 3 minutes. Against Utah, tie game 5 minutes. But again, like Steve Kerr said 3 weeks ago, when the game was in the balance, they would have lost that game. Now it does feel like, no matter who the opponent is, obviously Portland and Atlanta aren't, Boston or the Nets or, a top-tier team. But when the game is in the balance, no matter who's on the court now, it does feel like, well, it's not a foregone conclusion that they're going to blow this thing. Like, it did feel like 3 weeks ago or a month ago that if there was a game in the balance, even with Curry and Wiggins on the court, you were thinking, gosh, I mean, I hope they can pull this out. Now it feels a little more like at home, that's an opportunity for them to pick up a win.
Yeah, and I think now that we look back at the first 2 months, and it's not that we didn't say it at the time, but Steve Kerr was trying stuff. What did we find out in the first 2 months?
You kind of had to.
Exactly. We found out, you know what? at least at this point, we can't play Kuminga and Wiseman together. Okay, we know that. Okay, they found out that Kuminga was much better as a 4 than a 3. Much better. So that affects kind of the rotation. He found out that, what's he found? DiVincenzo looks like he's going to help.
Yeah.
So, it's 2 months into the season, and now Kerr's got a much better feel for everybody. And keep in mind, 6-7 of these players are young. We saw him play last night. So now it's 2 months in, and I think he knows that what he's asking for from Kuminga and Wiseman, they're more likely to give him now than at the start of the season. I don't know, maybe because they're more focused. They got the message. They simplified something. I don't know. But they are playing different. They're playing with the thought of winning, of helping a team win the game, as opposed to just playing to survive.
Well, that's why when you talk about a team being fragile, and 888-957-957, do you still feel like the Warriors are fragile? Like, are they in a fragile place? Because right now it seems like they are trying to prove to themselves that they're not fragile. But when it comes to Kuminga and Wiseman, in 2 months, they have got, no matter, they're not rookies anymore, but they've gone from being a net negative to a net neutral to now the last 3 games a net positive. And based on the way they started the season, I don't know if I would have predicted that they could come along this quickly to the point where, sure, Wiseman, he played 8 minutes last night. But again, in those 8 minutes at the beginning of the season, you would have given up 10 straight points. Jonathan Kuminga in 20 minutes, I know he fouled out last night, but against Charlotte, he was a big reason you closed out that game and won. If you told me 2 months ago that the last 2 games were going to happen with those 2 guys helping you down the stretch or helping you win those games, I might have looked at you and said, why would you think that?
Yeah. I mean, it's only been 3 games, but they've been, and this is the other thing. It's like, I don't want to go through Wiseman individually. I don't want to go through Kuminga. I don't want to go through Moody. Well, Moody was a B. Wiseman was a C+. Kuminga was an A. I don't care. I'm lumping all 6 of those guys together now. Moody, Wiseman, Kuminga. I got Ty Jerome. I got Lamb, and I got Patrick Baldwin Jr.
That's the other
Those
part,
are my 6 young guys. And I don't care how they're doing individually, but for 3 games in a row now, those 6 guys, or some combination of them, have helped the Warriors. 650 Steiny, not to be a stickler, but how is Kuminga a 4 if he guards Melo Ball? It's a good question. Mostly when I say that, I mean on offense. I mean, just because he's going to be a Klay Thompson-like defender, you hope. You're still going to play him at, what I really meant was offensively.
Well, but yeah, when you're on the floor, Draymond's the 5 and Kuminga would be the 4, the power forward.
Right, but all I meant was Kuminga is a better offensive player as a 4 than a 3. And apparently it's not even close, according to Steve Kerr, because they don't like commit. Because a 3 is going to have to make more plays in theory. I know Draymond breaks all the rules, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He's playing against smaller, quicker guys, so his handle's more apt to give him trouble. But defensively, it looks like Kuminga's going to be a guy that you can put on 1 through 5. The only guy I hear can do that a lot is Drew Holiday can kind of do that. There's a bunch of players that can guard 3 or 4 positions, but 5, and I've heard Steve Kerr do that. I mean, man, if he can do that, I guess Iguodala could guard Draymond, actually.
Yeah, and that was the calling card of all those good teams. It's not that you just had one of those guys, but you had multiple. So right now, I would also say Andrew Wiggins could guard, maybe not a true center, but 1 through 5, 1 through 4. Okay, so if you have now 2 of those players that we discussed yesterday that can switch, that can give problems defensively to another team to the point where they don't get to just hunt, Poole on defense, then you are in a place where Kuminga does become valuable. And it's not because of his offense. It's because the Warriors this entire season have lacked the ability to get stops when they need it. And that's what we've seen the last 2 games. Sure, it's been against maybe lesser competition, but I didn't have confidence 2 months ago that this team could get its stop in a 3-minute situation where the game is tied, no matter who's on the other side. Like we saw, I forget his name, but for the Charlotte Hornets, he was LaMelo Ball's replacement. Dennis Smith Jr. Was giving it to the Warriors down the stretch of that game, and you're like, this guy may or may not be in the league next year. So now if you have multiple players that you feel confident in that can help you get stops, it also puts less pressure on you being able to score and score. So for Kuminga, whether he's a 4, whether you see him as a 3, to me, it's more about how versatile of a defender he has the potential to be.
No doubt. No doubt. And, the word stopper is probably overused, but how good of a defensive player can he be? By the way, 510, thanks for the kind words. My 7-year-old boys are big fans. They love hearing you and Goo. The minute I pick them up from school, they're like, put on Steiny and Goo. Happy New Year. Thank you. Thank you, 510. Appreciate
New
that.
Year.
Of course, Evan Giddings in this week for Guru.
Yeah, don't worry. Guru will be back next week.
By the way, and I'm going to play off this from the Xfinity mobile text line. Would you say these 2 past weeks have been the best growth period for Kuminga? You know what? Zaza said that yesterday, and I forgot to comment on it. But Zaza basically said these 2 players have gotten better in the last month. They're better players. And I kind of wanted to follow up on that because part of me is like, can you really get better in a month? I guess you can get better in a month. So that to me was kind of interesting. I mean, they went from not being able to play to playing, so that must mean they're getting better.
And I think we also learned too that the growth or lack of, last year for Kuminga and Moody, last year for Wiseman, he was out of injury, but in his first season, like that, I don't think that is something you can take for granted. So yeah, sure, maybe he hasn't gone from a C to a B plus in a month. But the fact that the Warriors did not have many minutes to hand out to these guys because they were playing themselves out of it to the point where now, okay, it seems like they're starting to carve out roles for themselves. Like we don't know what kind of NBA player they're going to be in 5 years. You hope they can be the cornerstone of whatever the next version of the Golden State Warriors is. But for this season, and this season's goal is to win the championship, okay, well, maybe we do need Jonathan Kuminga to be that defensive stopper. Or along with Wiggins. Okay, so yeah, against a Dallas Mavericks team last year in the Western Conference Finals, if you could put Wiggins on Luka, you can largely take Dallas out of what they want to do. But if you got to face maybe a Denver team this year who's got a lot of quality offensive players, you're looking at Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Jokic is a big, so it doesn't really count as much. But you know what I'm saying? Like, they need multiple guys that you can throw at a top-tier team in the West, even like New Orleans, who's got Brandon Ingram, C.J. McCollum. They do have to prove it in the playoffs, but those are guys that you're going to have to stop. And Kuminga, at least right now to me, feels like a guy that I trust to get a stop. And it looks like Steve Kerr's starting to trust him more too.
I think that's fair. I really think that's fair, and I think it's with both these guys. I think it started with a defensive end. It just did, and it always has. And Steve Kerr, for the most part, unless you've got a special offensive game, you're not going to play if you don't play defense. The only reason Jordan Poole plays as much as he does is because he is a dynamic offensive player. I don't think people realize. I'll tell you what. Start looking at Jordan Poole's numbers.
Yeah?
Jordan Poole's number, I mean, he didn't shoot it great last night.
Not last night.
He's averaging more points than he averaged last year. I know that.
He is. He's also shooting a little bit more. He's passing a lot more. So it is interesting. Like I would bet that his usage rate, however much he has the ball, is significantly higher. But I mean, I heard a stat the other night that like Jordan Poole, even without Steph Curry, averages about 26, 27 points a game. So it's not just the fact that he's now getting to start, but he is able, in a way, to kind of make up some of that ground because, like, I think Jordan Poole is a quality young player. I mean, his numbers overall this season haven't been great.
I think he's really good. I do.
But at age 23, though, to be able to, talk about a player that you're moving around a lot or mixing up his role. He's a sixth man to start the season, but then he's going to start games when Clay doesn't play on a back-to-back. And then now Curry's out, so he's got to start. Wiggins was out before Curry went down, but now he's got to start. And he's the third guard. Like Jordan Poole, in a lot of ways, I don't know if it has gotten enough credit for the night in and night out adjustment he has to make to his game, because he can't play the same way every single night like a lot of these guys get to.
Yeah, but I don't want to change Jordan. Like, to me, and I know everybody wants Jordan Poole to be more consistent, I don't actually look at him as that kind of player. I look at him as a guy who's a little bit of a volume shooter, but there are going to be nights where he can score like Klay Thompson, but he can also do it with the ball in his hands. And and there are nights when he doesn't have it going. He's kind of high risk, high reward, but that's okay to me. Because look, if you're going to average, he's going to average 20 points a game, and so what if half are 30 and half are 10? That means he's got half of his games were 30-point games, if you know what I mean. But a couple things from the text line. One is, Steiny just tuned in. Did you get demoted? I'm watching you on YouTube. You're in the other chair. No, Evan and I switching it up a little bit.
Well, to let him know, you were a good guy. You said, hey, there's an opportunity. If you want to host this week, yeah, I'll give you a shot.
Well, you know what it is the equivalent of? I'm Steph Curry is what I am. And
with a worse handicap.
What I'm saying about that is, obviously I'm the Steph Curry of the station.
Sure.
But what I do with the second unit, it's like you're, Jordan Poole or maybe Moses Moody. And not only did I say, hey, you got to start playing better, I've actually said, look, why don't you take my shots? Why don't you take my shots?
Yeah,
what do you mean? You know what? Just take my game today. Well, it's all yours. I'm not selfish.
It's interesting,
I'll pass the ball.
Well, because if you're in the hosting chair, typically, I haven't done this a whole lot, but it feels like you got to play point guard a little more. Like you get to be more the shooting guard today.
Yeah, I like that.
So it's not that I'm taking your shots; I'm taking your passes. How does that feel?
I don't mind it. I'm listen. People think it's a shtick. It's not. I'm the best team player at the station. There's no doubt about it. I mean, so
going to heaven.
Yeah. By the way, hey Matt, this is what I'm talking about. Hey Matt.
Okay.
Just want to say thank you for another good year. You're my favorite on 95.7 The Game because you remind me of my godfather / uncle. He's from Staten Island, and there's nothing better than an East Coast perspective. Mm-hmm.
Now Staten Island
Thank
is
you, garbage man. Super
on
Mario.
the East Coast.
What's that?
Staten Island, New York. That is the East Coast.
It absolutely.
And so is North Carolina.
It absolutely is. What else are we talking about?
510. Steiny, you're in the bus rider seat today because you can't ride the bus in back-to-back shows. I don't really get that, but
he means I can't. Like I'm getting load managed, is what he's saying.
Yeah, but it's more of a self-inflicted load management in this case.
Steiny, we should just open it up to Ask Steiny Anything, or Evan too. Steiny, you didn't get. Come on. So, Steiny, saw your picture from the bar yesterday on Twitter. What was the meaning?
I actually did have that written down. I did have that written down.
Brilliant.
It was, but you needed to define which appliance is which player.
See, that was the beauty of it. I had them lined up 1 through 4, and I listed them 1 through 4.
Okay.
So Curry's the wallet. Klay Thompson
got all the goods.
Is the phone. Draymond Green is the keys.
Mm-hmm.
And Iguodala / Looney or Wiggins is the reading glasses.
Okay.
That's how, to me, the most important thing is your wallet.
Yes.
I don't want to lose my wallet. I got money in there, and I got all my credit cards. So that's the big boy.
Iguodala Wiggins. That was the last one.
So that's Steph Curry. Well, phone's pretty damn important, too. That's Klay Thompson.
Can be occasionally toxic.
Keys, car keys, house keys, they're important, too. Not like a wallet. You can get them replaced. Draymond Green.
But gets you everywhere you need
and
to go.
And then reading glasses, you can still function if you forget them. Basically.
But reading glasses are also specifically important to an individual. So
True.
In this case, Iguodala and Wiggins, very important to the Golden State Warriors. Your reading glasses is very important to you. Might not be as important to me.
No, but the thought remains.
Okay.
And especially,
I liked it.
I should have just kept Wiggins. I should have taken Wiggins out of there and just said Iguodala. Because although Iguodala right now is more like a... What's a luxury? Just a luxury. Just you don't even need it, but you have it. You know what I mean? Just like he's like a
French press.
What is that?
It's used to make French press, coffee. It's a very specific way to make coffee. Oh. It's not just pot, but I don't know. They're expensive. It's a luxury.
Okay.
You don't need it to make coffee.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I was thinking maybe like Iguodala is like really just like a pair of socks. Like, okay, you don't have Iguodala today. Big deal. Put your shoes on and we can get it done. You know what I mean? You're still going to go to work.
I got you.
There you go.
So that would make Kevin Durant the bar. Because they're all on his back. Sorry.
Oh, nice. I'll give you a 3 for that one.
Cheap shot.
I'll give you 3.
No, someone, all right, 925 Xfinity Mobile text line. Since you want some stories, Steiny, see if Evan has any good stories from his time in Fargo, North Dakota as sports director. That was AIM 1100. Shout out.
So you were a sports director of a radio station.
Yeah, I covered Trey Lance his freshman year at North Dakota State.
Wow.
It's one of the reasons I'm a little biased. I like him. He's a good guy.
He stinks.
He does now.
Did you know he stink? Did you know he stunk in college?
He literally had a perfect college football. Yeah.
So you watched that unbelievable year he had.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the year before, Easton Stick, who he followed, but yeah, no, Trey Lance he had like 43 touchdowns and 0 turnovers in a football season. Third overall pick. I mean, I thought he went too low.
How cold does it get there? What's the coldest you've ever been in Fargo?
Well,
let me look at the map.
Extremely. I lived in Fargo through.
Did you know it's the least populated state?
I did. Well,
it surprises me. I would have thought Alaska.
But because Fargo is
how big Alaska is.
Well, the landmass is size of Texas or whatever, but actually the population. So Fargo, North Dakota is known as we were the city slickers in Fargo because out in Bismarck, middle of the state, west part of the state, there is literally nothing. But the coldest it ever got was during a polar vortex. It was the first one. I think it was 40 years since the last polar vortex, and it got down to be negative 60.
Oh, nice.
That was the wind chill.
Oh, look at Fargo. It's actually on the border of Minnesota.
Yeah, so
I thought Fargo was right in the middle.
No. It's Fargo-Moorhead. Those are the two border towns between North Dakota and Minnesota. And actually, since we're going down this road, the movie Fargo is a fictional place.
In Minnesota.
Fargo, Minnesota does not exist.
Correct, yeah. Everybody knew that.
I don't think so.
Yeah, Francis McDormand.
Nice knowledge.
I've never been to North Dakota. I've been to Billings, Montana.
I like Billings.
What do you like about it? It's hard Scrabble.
It's kind of the reason why I enjoy the Midwest in general. It's just the people.
See, I don't think that's the Midwest.
Well, it'd be the North, but it would be the North, right?
It's the Plains.
Oh my God.
It's the Great Plains.
God's country.
I think. All right, here. Let me define the Midwest.
Please do. Yeah. Does someone have a map for Steiny we can get in here?
This is official. These states are officially the Midwest.
According to who?
Me? Like the law. Like
you are
encyclopedia.
Matt Steinmetz, the lawman.
Minnesota.
Shia LaBeouf.
Iowa. Illinois. Wisconsin.
Okay.
Michigan.
Yep.
Indiana. Ohio. That's the Midwest. No Kentucky. And
what?
No Kentucky. That's not the Midwest.
Okay, well, if Wisconsin is the Midwest...
Absolutely. It's like the heart of the Midwest.
What about Minnesota?
America's Dairyland.
Minnesota.
Yeah, that's Midwest.
North Dakota's on the border.
It's the breakoff.
Oh, my God.
It's the state line.
So, well, and of course, I'm sure you know this about the construction of the plains. The plains were so flat because of the Ice Age.
Yes.
And when they eventually melted, swept through, created a flat land that honestly just goes for years, it seems like. But then in Minnesota, that's where the mountainous range returns, where we kind of pick back up.
Exactly.
So
you're affirming my knowledge.
No. But all right, well, what about Iowa?
Nebraska's not the Midwest. Iowa's absolutely the Midwest.
Iowa's flat as hell.
It doesn't matter. It's in the Midwest.
But if we're establishing that the plains were created flat because...
all that's accurate, but the Midwest does not stop at North Dakota because of the plains. It's because of... That's just where it stops. Yeah, it's just where it stops on the state line.
You got to get a map.
He's that parent that goes, just because I said so.
That's not true. I haven't said... I'm just telling you.
Geography as I say, not as I do.
Midwestern geography, Nahigian must be off this week. Actually, he's not.
Yeah, you think he's listening?
Wait a minute. I saw him earlier. I didn't see him at all. We have to get... Open up
He's
the
having
phone
a good
lines.
week.
Open up the phone lines.
888-957-9570. What the hell's the Midwest? What are the Great Plains? We'll talk to you on the other side. Evan Stein.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valente, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Fish Hippie. Save up to 70% right now at fishhippie.com on comfortable, casual, and active apparel.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it for championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
If you had to choose where to invest your money, which option would you prefer? Option 1, help a student become a first-generation college graduate. Option 2 is a digital photograph of a chimpanzee wearing a beanie. If you ask us, the answer is clear. Visit fgrad.investments to get started.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314 814-4603 for complete offer details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Which teams, Steiny, would you say that you claim? Like Eagles and Vikings? Are those
whatever team wins?
Well, then you're a front runner.
Yes.
We got one more half hour to front run here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson will be back next week. Well, we've gone through quite a bit. Actually, we didn't really get into the bleep list for sports, but we kind of transitioned to geography. We've talked about the Golden State Warriors, their timeline. We got a couple people that want to talk about that. We've got a couple people that want to talk about maybe the Niners game. I mean, we got a lot going on, Steiny.
You know, I was just thinking about it, and people are kind of giving me grief. Steiny likes the Eagles. If I really like the Eagles, don't you think I'd come in here and do the old EAGLES, Eagles? I don't do that. Do you think I'm as big?
You just did.
Do you think I'm as big of an Eagle fan as Guru is Cowboy? Not even close.
Yeah,
that's obnoxious what a Guru does.
Yeah,
let's start ripping him until he texts. Because you know, how fast will Guru text if we start ripping him?
Okay, so there's 5 days in a week. Daryl the Guru Johnson, in a work week. Sorry, cut that. Daryl the Guru Johnson in a 5-day work week wears a Dallas Cowboys jersey or some sort of Cowboys attire. How many of the days?
2 or 3.
Oh, I was going to say 3 or 4.
Okay.
I feel like, because the guy's got like 6 different jerseys, and then he's even got a jersey that he bought for his wife, but he wears it. A lovely me, of course. And it is impressive how much Guru, without even saying it, expresses his.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying he's more of a fan of his team than anybody else at the station.
He's more of a fan of himself than anybody else at this station.
I said that.
I'm ready to go.
I
I'm
did
ready
say
to
that.
go after Guru right now.
You think he's listening?
No. Yes, I do, actually. Of course he is. Of course he is. What was it? I had a couple things. Oh, teams you root for. For example, a baseball team.
Yeah.
I like the Padres.
I do too.
Because I've been to the park. I like the park a lot. I like San Diego. We go down there once or twice a year. So I like the Brewers because I've been to that ballpark too. So that's how I like. But I'm not really a hardcore fan. Yeah, I'd like to see the Padres win. And then if the Padres win.
You were a Phillies fan for a bit?
No, not really. If the Padres win the World Series, I'll be a bigger Padres fan, if you know what I mean. Then I'm going to be a big Padres fan. But they got to win it.
Well, they got a chance. Speaking of Christmas gifts, we were talking about that earlier. I did get my dad a Xander Bogaerts jersey. They live down in San Diego, so newest Padre.
Your dad wears jerseys, huh?
Well, if I buy it for him, he doesn't wear them outside of a game.
You know? Oh, he wears them to games.
Yeah, of course. But where else do you wear jerseys? Just around the block?
I don't.
You wear them at the Rose Garden?
No.
Go down for a jaunt?
No. Matt, quit going after Guru. Guru knows I'm kidding.
He goes after him all the time. It's nothing new. Leroy's in Oakland. Wants to talk about, well, shocker, Steiny. And Steiny's comparison when it comes to the Warriors in this station. Leroy, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Man, happy early New Year.
Yeah.
And it's been a pleasure all year, coming on and talking on the show, Steiny. I'm a lifer, man, and this is what I do. I love calling the show. Real quick, Steiny.
Yeah.
Since the Memphis game, I've been really giving Steve Kerr some credit, man. And here's why. Adams, not on the bench too much no more. Mike Brown, not there anymore. And Curry, not there right now. And I heard a stat where Steve Kerr is like 51 and like 89 or something without Curry. So I was like, Kerr, you got to start dialing this up for some other players. And Steiny, you are the Steve Kerr of the show. You make all this go. You put it all together and you lay out the plan and you tell people to go execute. So don't sell yourself short, Steiny. Steve Kerr of the show. We'll let Guru be the Curry.
Guru's
Steve
pool.
Kerr.
No, he ain't Curry. Thanks, Leroy.
Guru's
Appreciate it.
Wiseman.
Guru's pool.
He loves Wiseman.
Why can't I be Myers?
Get out of here.
What do you mean?
Myers
I
is...
stir the drink.
Which drink?
The company
Reggie
drink.
Jackson thing.
The company.
Yeah.
The company
Okay.
drink. I mean,
Actually, that does make sense. Reggie Jackson. There's an I in Reggie. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, there is.
I in Steiny.
It's one of the reasons he became so great because he did have some selfishness in him. All greats have a little bit of selfish.
Bob Myers deflects too much credit for you to be Bob Myers.
That's what I do. That's what I did.
Credit? You just called yourself the Steph Curry of the station.
I just did it. I'm letting you host today. Like, I am unbelievably magnanimous.
All right. If we could peel back the curtain more, how much of me hosting today is about you wanting to remember what it's like to be in the two chair? Because
Zero. This is a little uncomfortable for me. I haven't done it in ages.
Well, it's uncomfortable for me too.
I'm doing it for you. No, but you need to expand. I got it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can do it all. You're young in your career, so you need to learn to do different things. And I'm giving you an opportunity to sit in the one chair.
Yeah, I'll be Kuminga. I was a net negative, net neutral. Now I'm a net positive. I'm trying to help.
All right, you know what?
Don't make me be a stopper.
I'll give you DiVincenzo.
I like DiVincenzo.
You've been around. You're not a veteran by any stretch, but you're not a kid.
And I do have a championship. You're right.
You know what? Let's back down. You've had a Jermichael Green season.
Don't say it. Jermichael Green.
He's a competitor.
Oh, let's get out. Let's get back out to the callers. 888-957-9570. You want to talk about the Warriors? Are they at a corner? Are they turning a corner? How fragile do you feel like the Warriors are right now? We got a little bit of time left in the show until 2:00.
I think they're less fragile than John Dickinson thinks.
That's a fact. And you can hear him and Alan Stiles from 2 to 6. Steve Kerr coming up at 5:00 here on 95.7 The Game. Brett's in Oakland. Brett, what's up, man? You're on with Steiny and Evan.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yo.
This is Matt. How you doing, fellas? Happy holidays. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. What's
I
up, Matt?
wouldn't be a Brett, man. I'm no Brett. Steiny, that last guy, spot on. You're Kerr and Guru is Fool. That's great stuff. Second, the plains absolutely were not formed in the Ice Age. They're thousands of times older than that. And neither North Dakota nor Ohio is in the Midwest. As for the Warriors, I don't think they're going to do anything except possibly convert Jerome and or Lamb's contract.
You might be right.
Something like that. And then, of course, maybe they get rid of Jermichael Green to get somebody similar. I don't see him doing anything huge because, like, what's there for them to do? That's my question, and those are my comments.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brett. Or Matt. Sorry, not Brett. Definitely not Brett.
You were the one talking about the Ice Age in the plains, not
That's
me.
true.
I was talking about the Midwest. He's wrong on the Midwest. Ohio's in the Midwest.
Well, we know
There's
that you're
no doubt about that.
He might be
And
wrong
what was
about the
other- what was
Midwest, but we also know
one?
that you're not right about the Midwest.
No, I am right about the Midwest.
Let's flip a coin.
No. What was the other state he said was?
He said Northern Ohio?
No,
North
Ohio.
Dakota and Ohio.
North Dakota and
North Dakota is not the Midwest.
Also, North Dakota and Ohio are nowhere near each other. But
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying on each end, the Midwest includes. Come on, Matt. Ohio is the Midwest, and there's no doubt about it.
Stein, you're a stickler. Why isn't Indiana, Ohio the Mideast?
Actually, Indiana is Midwest. Did I miss the Indiana?
Yeah, it's the Mideast.
I missed Indiana. That's definitely Midwest. Kentucky, no. Missouri, no. West Virginia, no.
Absolutely not.
No. West
East
Virginia's
Coast?
no.
It's kind of stuck in the middle. Where are you putting it?
Sticks.
The sticks.
Yeah, I put that in the sticks.
John Denver's somewhere.
And
pissed.
Evan, to your credit, 2 million years ago, continental glaciers invaded the Great Plains only in the northern portions.
I like that. Very slow
Nonetheless,
invasion.
their effects on the entire region were profound.
Mm-hmm. What else you want to know about geography?
Well, I do want to know why there's not such thing as a north in the U.S. Like, okay, so if we have a south, we have an east, we have a west, why is there no north? It's just the Midwest.
It's Canada. The north is Canada because we're on a continent.
Okay, so why isn't the south Mexico?
Because
it isn't?
Yeah, because there's other stuff down there if you really look. Like there's Guatemala and there's Cuba, obviously.
That's Central
all Florida.
America. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is when you go north of the United States,
true.
It's just one, it's Canada. It's all Canada, whether it's Victoria, whether it's Halifax, Winnipeg, or Calgary. It's all Canada. When you say south, you're going to have to be more specific. Baja, California? Are we talking Mexico, Guatemala? About Venezuela? I mean, that,
Well, if,
not to mention
if
the
Mississippi is the deep south, there's a further southern place you can go on the continent. So if you're talking about the north,
no, there isn't.
There's a state literally with the word north in it that is considered the Midwest or Great Plains.
What state is that?
North Dakota.
I just told you that's not in the Midwest.
Why don't we consider it the north?
Because the North's Canada. Now, there is such a thing called the Upper Midwest.
Oh, boy.
But that's essentially the Midwest
that's not North Dakota.
minus Indiana and Illinois.
We don't.
Man. What else you want to know?
Actually.
Boss is going to kill us.
That's all right. We got 10 minutes left, I think. How much time? No, all right.
We heard some really bad news yesterday. We got some really bad news.
What happened?
The old ship
is
going to be closed for about 2 months.
After-
Hopefully only 2 months.
After tomorrow. So would this be a time to throw out the fact that tomorrow's a payday Friday?
It is?
I believe so.
I don't.
No, it's not? Damn it. Okay.
It's only your timesheet Friday, but no. It's next week.
It's a timesheet Friday. It's a week before payday Friday, but it's the last Friday of this year and for the next couple of months at Old Ship. So, do we want to invite anyone down to the Old Ship?
Everybody's always invited to the old ship. We have an open door policy.
Well, it's going to be tough when you're stuck in traffic getting down Battery Street.
Well, I may take. You know what? That's a good call. I may take Bart tomorrow in here. That's a good call. The Old Ship, of course, is the home bar of Steiny and Guru. And we invite many, many people to go down there and join us.
That's your Chase Center. Everywhere else, you're like the Warriors. You got the worst road record in the league, but at Chase Center, at Old Ship, you're 15-3. Or 15-2, sorry.
Why don't we do a dry January in solidarity?
Yeah.
Good luck.
I'll do a dry January 1st. Missouri
dry gin.
is not in the Midwest, 925. Missouri, Iowa, Nebraska is the Great Plains. There's just no doubt about that. It's a good thing nobody ever fact-checks Stein. Let me ask you this. Let's say there's 100 people listening.
Sure.
How many people
Being
of those
generous.
100 do you think I'm serious about geography?
Well, you have a very serious tone. I've been told I do too. So probably 90%.
Well,
but
I am just kind of kidding.
A little bit.
But
also kind of not.
No, but the Atlantic coast, northeast, east, Georgia's not the east. That's all I'm saying.
So I will give you parts of Georgia, like Athens. You're a little bit further more inland. But again, I was just talking to
Atlanta's inland.
Well, I was just talking to Craig about this. Savannah, Georgia is going to be gone in 50 years. It is going to be underwater because it will be in the Atlantic Ocean. So
Okay.
how can that not be east?
It's south.
Oh boy.
It's the south. And here's the other thing. I guess you could say, like, technically the East Coast, not Pennsylvania. It's only like the part that's on the beach.
But wouldn't part of
Part that's
Pennsylvania?
coast.
Okay, so Pittsburgh, part of Pennsylvania on that side of the coast is
that's actually a stickler. That's a sticking
Erie,
point.
Pennsylvania. That is closer to Buffalo.
Now, you want me to tell you the truth? I'll
Then-
tell you the truth
What?
is that if you're from eastern Pennsylvania, you consider Pittsburgh the Midwest, essentially. Certainly Erie. I've never been to Erie in my life.
Erie is...
Although Erie's close to Buffalo, I think. I've been to Buffalo.
It is equidistant from Buffalo, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh. Like
I've been to Cleveland many
Erie
times.
is Pittsburgh's, is our version of San Diego. I guess where people go to the beach or like vacation.
Wait, where?
In Erie, because it's on the lake. It's the only time in the summer you can find a place with a large body of water.
Do you ever... go ahead.
Oh, no, apparently Jacqueline is in Iowa and wants to help us clarify some of the Midwest. It sounds like Jacqueline thinks you're being serious. Jacqueline, what's going on? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Uh-oh.
I'm just busting here. I'm just busting. But Iowa is Midwest. Ask Brock Purdy. He'll tell you. Call it Brock, and he'll tell you.
Yeah, Iowa's the Midwest.
And then we say pop in Iowa, not soda.
Okay.
Fun fact.
It's not
And
just
then
in Iowa.
casseroles, not hot dish. Hot dish is Minnesota. Green bean casserole, tuna noodle casserole, tater tot casserole, Iowa.
Okay.
Hot dish, Minnesota. But casseroles and hot dishes are the kings and queens of the Midwest food group. With things that are salad but not salad, like 7-Up
Don't you
salad.
dare cut her off.
No salad in it.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Taking notes.
I'm sorry. Have a great one, guys.
Oh.
Oh, thanks, Jacqueline. So would it be like, it's like, the hoagie? Is that what she's saying about the hot dish instead of being a plate? It's a hot dish.
I think a
hoagie's
hoagie's
a sandwich.
the same as an Italian sandwich, right? A hoagie
Well,
and
you
an
would
Italian
know.
sandwich are the same thing.
Yeah,
I don't
but-
eat those. I don't eat.
You don't eat bread.
No, I'll eat bread. Not a lot. But I love a sandwich. Oh, love a sandwich. Not with mayonnaise, though.
You don't like mayo?
I hate mayo. I just can't.
So you don't like any form of like potato salad?
Oh, my God, no.
Oh,
Coleslaw,
you're missing out.
no.
Coleslaw?
Oh.
A little extra mayo.
Okay, coleslaw is disgusting. But remember, we were talking about fish and chips, and he looked at the tartar sauce, and he was like, "I would never try that because it looks like there's mayo."
Oh, that's true.
I hate tartar sauce. I've never had it. But I know what it's made of, so I'm out. I like the...
Are you one of those people that judges food before you've tried it? Just based on what it looks like? Or
I can tell what it tastes like by looking at it.
What about ranch?
That's okay.
Ranch
but
will fit.
it's not a big preference of mine, but I can suffer it on cauliflower and broccoli.
That's 2/3 mayo.
I don't think so.
I guess we're going to find out. 510, my husband's from Fargo, North Dakota. He says it's the plains.
Thank you.
Nebraska, definitely Midwest.
No. Depends on what part of Nebraska. It's a big state. It truly is.
It
Are you in
is.
Lincoln or Omaha? By the way, Omaha, another city. Bustling. It's burgeoning. I've never been there, but it is one of the cities that they say is among the fastest growing. Austin, of course, is the city that's become chic now.
Well, Austin, Boise, Idaho growing.
I feel like
Phoenix.
Yeah,
Well, Phoenix has already been.
I feel like all those places have already gotten too big in terms of if I want to retire there. Like, we've already missed the boat. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Yeah, we needed to do that 25 years ago.
Isn't that that's kind of the thing, though, whenever you get to a new place, unless you have discovered it first, like if you're already seeing it on a list of biggest, bustling, upcoming, developing cities, like, you're done. I mean, yeah, you move to Austin, you're not catching a wave, you're riding it.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I want to be the first, like Ty Cobb.
Asheville, North Carolina might be for you.
It's a good city. I've been there. Drove cross country last year. Great city. Tons of breweries there. Tons of breweries. There's no chance that the Niners lose to the Raiders this weekend.
I don't think so.
I don't either.
But they will cover. 9.5 points.
I mean, how motivated can the Raiders be?
How motivated can the Niners be?
Well, the Niners are in take care of business mode, though. Like, they're not going to get up for this game like it was a Super Bowl, but I do think that right now the 49ers are playing with a level of professionalism that's they're just going to go in there. I just think they're going to go in there and punch the clock and 31-9 49ers
just
win.
kill them.
I think, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's one of those things that if we're watching this game and we say, man, look at the Raiders, that'll be impressive because it sure feels like that's a team that would be one that is looking to give up. So,
yeah, they already told their starting quarterback to hit the pike.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think the 49ers I think they just go in there and handle.
Well, like we've discussed, like they are in a position where maybe the entire team doesn't need it, but Brock Purdy probably needs the 2 seed.
I mean,
he would like to have it.
They would definitely like
the
to
extra
have it.
home game.
But, like, what does it mean? Like, are you going to see this? Like, they're going to play. Anybody who's healthy is going to play this week or next, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to hold out Bosa the last week of the year, are you? Just to make sure he doesn't get hurt in a week where you could theoretically jump to 2. See, I think they're going to.
I think it depends just because the Vikings have a losable game this weekend against Green Bay, who really needs it. The week after, they play Chicago, and that might be kind of a rest and get ready for the postseason game for Minnesota.
Right. I mean, I just think that who do the 49ers end with Arizona? I just think they are the last 2 games. They're simply outclassing their opponents. So I don't think there's any trap. I don't think there's any laying down. I think it's late. You know, when it gets this late in the season, like you just go in there and handle your business. That's what you do. And if the Raiders have quit, you're going to beat them 45-3. It's that simple, I think.
Well, I'd like to think we handled business over the last 4 hours. Coming up next for the next 4 until 6 o'clock, John Dickinson, Alan Stiles. Make sure to stick around. 5 o'clock, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, will be joining him. Appreciate you, Steiny. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus next-day energy with melatonin plus extended-release B vitamins.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome in
On a Thursday afternoon, John Dickinson and Alan Stiles. We're sitting in for Damon and Ratto here for the next 4 hours on 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. That is the phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text. And a lot to get into. Another big win for the Golden State Warriors as they rally with a big fourth quarter, and they beat the Jazz last night. So 3-0 on the homestand. 49ers continue to gear up for the Raiders in Vegas on Sunday, which will be New Year's Day. Deebo Samuel back at practice for the 49ers. So that is a promising sign heading toward the playoffs for San Francisco. Steve Kerr is going to stop by, as he does each and every week here in the afternoon on 95.7 The Game. So keep it locked here. 5 o'clock for the head coach of the Warriors. We got a lot to get into, and happier times for the Warriors, Allen, as they get another win. How you doing, my man?
I'm good, JD. You know, gotta let you know, gotta let the people know. Last show for me of 2022, so I might have to leave 2022 with some spicy takes. You might have to go Tapatio today. I'll let you know.
Just empty it out.
Exactly.
Whatever you got.
Exactly.
Yeah, whatever you got to get out on the table. And the question at the top of the show for me, and look, really nice win for the Warriors, 24-13 in the fourth quarter. Big question that we had yesterday, can the Warriors continue to sustain this thing? It felt, with Klay Thompson not playing and more young players having to potentially step up in this game against Utah, that it was going to be a much more difficult game for the Warriors to win than even the Charlotte game was. And as we saw the Charlotte game a couple of nights ago, that was a really difficult game for the Warriors to win. But they were able to do it back of another big-time scoring performance from Jordan Poole. They put Anthony Lamb in the starting lineup, kind of went wild card, although it probably shouldn't have been a wild card as we were trying to figure out who the fifth would be after Poole and DiVincenzo, Draymond Green, and Kevon Looney. But there was a new youngster stepping into the fold last night. A good contribution again from Ty Jerome, major factor, second time in 4 games. Patrick Baldwin Jr., fresh off the car ride from Santa Cruz and a practice. He was a positive contributor for the Warriors last night. So I guess maybe do we have to throw him into the mix now as far as the young guys that are helping this team win and develop at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, you don't got to get ready if you stay ready, and I can't wait to ask Steve Kerr about it and his thought process in terms of going with Patrick Baldwin Jr. What did they see from him in order to say, okay, not only are we going to give this kid some run, we're going to give him run early. This is second quarter he pops in, and I think a lot of people were surprised when he did get in the game, and he did not shy away from anything. He drops 11 points. We know he's in there to shoot, and that's what he did. As soon as he got in there, he is long, man. That guy, you talk about the ability, hopefully in the future, to defend at a high level. He has the length to do that. We know he's got the stroke. We know he can hit those threes. That's what he is there to do. And he didn't seem to be afraid of the moment. But I got to go back to Ty Jerome, JD, real quick, because
my guy, Ty Jerome,
that is your guy. You got a victory lap when you can victory lap. And there was some slander for Ty Jerome. I was part of the slander. I'm open about that. But this guy is not Brad Wanamaker. This guy is not Chiozza.
He's not. I thought he was going to be the Chiozza in terms of the fans.
Exactly.
Like the fans were going to treat him the same way.
Just dump on him.
You
can't
kind of do.
But you can't anymore. I mean, this guy, I think early in the season, maybe he was trying to distribute as much. Because remember, the Warriors had Mac McClung. And they essentially wanted the anti-Mac McClung. In steps Ty Jerome. We don't know who Ty Jerome is since Virginia and that national championship. We love Mac McClung. He can dunk. He can do all those things. Ty Jerome comes in. He's passing a lot. We're not really sure where he fits. All of a sudden, and again, we're going to speak to Steve Kerr later in the show. All of a sudden, Ty Jerome decides, I can score in this league. And we've heard he can score in this league. And I think we're starting to see, I don't know if there was a conversation had with Steph Curry being out, whatever it is, but Ty Jerome has got the green light. And it's not just a green light in terms of shooting the threes like a DiVincenzo type deal. He can get to the rack.
Yeah,
he can get to the rack. He can get the float game.
Yeah, a little floater game going. So
if that's going to be a thing, they're going to have some decisions to make later down the line.
Yeah, he's been solid and really even beyond solid in 2 of these last 3 games. The Warriors have needed him to be, because they've been so shorthanded on the guard line. And with Steph out, and then on nights where Steph and Klay are out, how do you find that scoring? And I think Ty Jerome pitched in a little bit last night. DiVincenzo pitched in a little bit last night. Anthony Lamb had 10. But yeah, Patrick Baldwin Jr., 11 last night, and he got the run in part because Jonathan Kuminga, who I don't really think played badly, but was in foul trouble. I mean, that was I don't know that Patrick Baldwin Jr. plays at all last night if Kuminga has a normal game in terms of the fouls. If he just stays out of foul trouble, maybe he doesn't. I think last night was going to be a game where Kuminga was going to get a lot more than the 21 minutes that he played, but he picked up 3 fouls.
Right.
And, Steve Kerr, to his credit, the next man up on the depth chart last night was Patrick Baldwin Jr. So he goes to him and he contributes. And you're right, it leads down a path of now starting to wonder, could he contribute more at different points down the line? So it remains to be seen on that front. Question I wanted to get into, though, bigger picture off the top, as you look at the Warriors now 3-0 on the homestand. And I'm just going to flat out say it. Steiny and Evan were talking about it. I'm stealing it from them at the top of the show.
We're all family here.
Credit where credit is due, but I think it will help us get into a good conversation here. And they just threw it out as, have the Warriors turned a corner now? Does it feel like they're back to 500, 18-18, 3-0 now on the homestand? The young players are contributing more in some cases because they have to contribute more because there's no real other options, but they've capably done it. Draymond has been the engine, I think, behind all of it as the main core guy that's playing a lot.
Right.
But do you feel like the Warriors have turned a corner now where it's all systems go, or is there a little more that maybe needs to be seen at this point?
I definitely think more needs to be seen. To be honest, JD, it's very similar, this current situation that the Warriors are in. It's very similar to what we've said about Brock Purdy, right? When you talk about checking off things, checking off boxes off the checklist. Okay, have you played in adversity? Okay, have you played on the road? Things like that for us to be comfortable with Brock Purdy. With the Warriors, I feel like there's a similar checklist, right? Can you get over the hump and win a game and win a couple of games after you perform at a high level? So that was the Grizzlies game. Then they go out after the Grizzlies game and they beat the Hornets. Can you do it again? You go out, you beat the Jazz. For me, the next test, we can't answer any road questions right now because they're not going to be on the road for a good bit here. But we can answer this question. Out of the last 2 teams that they've played, not counting the Grizzlies, because, again, that's one of those games that we have currently put in the aberration category because we've had no choice after we saw what they did to the Celtics. But you see what they did to the Hornets. All right, well, the Hornets have LaMelo, Terry Rozier, who may be the most hot and cold player I have ever seen, who can drop 30 in a night, then the next night he's barely cracking 10. So offensively, the Hornets, not exactly the talk of the town. The Jazz, who they do have some players offensively with obviously Lauri Markkanen, Conley is here and there, but you got Jordan Clarkson. They're good offensively, but like we said yesterday, more of a finesse, skilled team, not athletic. Now, what do you have tomorrow? The next test. So you've beat a team that's not really that great offensively, a team that is good offensively, but athletically, not really there. Tomorrow you got Damian Lillard. And tomorrow you got Anthony Simons. And tomorrow you got some guys that can really put the ball in the basket, and they're going to make you defend at a high level. So that is what I'm looking for next. Everybody, look, I got on here yesterday, and I was caping up for Jordan Poole. I was being a poologist, as I say. And tomorrow is a game where you're going to have to defend, because they're going to score just as much as you're going to score. So I think that's the next thing I would say, JD. I'm not ready to say they turned a corner, but they're getting pretty darn close.
Yeah, I'm not ready to say they've turned a corner either, to be perfectly honest. And to me, and a few people on the Xfinity mobile text line are already chiming in with it being about the road. Have to win on the road. Mm-hmm. To me, it's you have to finish the homestand. Like, let's not get over our skis here based on these last couple. Like, they've been great. They've been great wins. The young players have contributed, but there's still more than half of this homestand to go.
Right.
And at some point, Andrew Wiggins, sounds like potentially Monday against Atlanta, is going to have a chance to come back. Doubtful officially for the game tomorrow, maybe ruled out even before we're off the air. We'll ask Steve Kerr about that coming up at 5 o'clock. But to me, it's a matter of you have to continue to get similar production from the young players that you've had through these first 3 games, which I don't think is too much to ask on the home floor, where typically role players, young players play better. They play more comfortably.
Right.
But to me, you have to keep finishing it with wins. Mm-hmm. Like you can't go the next, let's say, 2 games and all of a sudden you drop them and you're 3-2 and you're back to 2 games under 500 and you're trying to fight your way back over then the Detroit game, the Orlando game, even the Phoenix game at the very end of the trip, at that point, for me, would feel almost like must-wins in the same way that really the Charlotte and Utah games, I think, felt like must-wins. Now, the Utah game felt less like a must-win to me after they had beaten Memphis, because that was a game that I thought, ooh, that one's going to be tough. But once you get Memphis and then you have to get Charlotte, they were able to do it. And I think part of what the Warriors do get credit for in these last two games is the fact that they didn't play great in the last two games, but were still able to scratch and claw and fight and grind against a little bit of adversity and come back and win. That's all fantastic, but that doesn't mean just because you've won these last three with a shorthanded squad that you're automatically going to play better or be able to beat these other teams, even though these other teams are not world-beating type teams. I mean, the Blazers, mostly whole, basically have the same record that the Warriors do at this point. They've had Lillard be out for a stretch of time and Jeremy Grant and others, but it's basically, it's a pick-em type game, but the Warriors don't have their full deck. So I need to see them finish the homestand with the young players not necessarily doing anything more than they already have, but a similar level, and then just continue the grind, continue the hard work that has had to be on display these first three to make sure you do get 6 out of the 8 games.
Exactly.
You do that, then I'm open-minded to maybe you're turning a quarter pending the road, but I'm not getting ahead of ourselves. The Warriors aren't playing another road game for 2 weeks.
No. And
so it's still about what's ahead.
Well, and even if, okay, so they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more games in this homestand, even if, let's say they go 4-1, I would still sit there and say that they might be starting to turn the corner, because then at that point, I have to start thinking about, and we have to start talking about the road games. So the Blazers, out of these games, JD, because Devin Booker is out of these games that are left, you got the Trailblazers, the Hawks, who I don't believe are going to have Trae Young because he hurt his ankle. Maybe he's back by then. I don't know. The Pistons, who are the Pistons, they're going to have some.
Warriors lost to them in October.
Warriors lost to them in October. They're good. They had some ejections, so I don't know if they're going to have their full squad based on who gets suspended, based on that fight last night with the Orlando Magic.
Killian Hayes getting suspended would be good for them.
Yeah, the way he's been playing.
Sorry, I apologize.
You have the Magic as well. Then you have the Suns with probably no Devin Booker. So you have to me, JD, and I love to schedule watch. To me, you have to win 3 of those games, and you probably should win 4 of them. I really want to say you should win all 5, but I don't want to get crazy here. So you got to get 4 of those. Then to warm up on the road, I mean, JD, help me out here. Your first game after just hopefully rolling at home,
you're playing San Antonio
against the lowly Spurs.
They got the worst. They have the worst roster, I think, in the NBA.
They are the Wembanyama sweepstake team. That's what I call. They're one of those.
That's going to be kind of a fun game. They're playing that game in the Alamo Dome.
Oh, really?
The old Alamo Dome. It's the only time the Warriors go there. And they're trying to sell out the Alamo Dome, like 60,000, 70,000 people in there for that night. So that's going to be a little bit of a different potential atmosphere.
Well, yeah,
not to get lost in the weeds on that, but it is kind of a cool, different game.
Maybe that'll help the Warriors. It won't be a traditional road game.
I mean, it is technically a road game. It's going to be a road game with like 70,000 people.
Right. And maybe it'll give the Warriors vibes of a premier. They love the primetime games.
Sure.
So maybe it'll give them that vibe. After that, you got the Bulls, the Wizards, and the Celtics. So you're going to have the Celtics, obviously the best team that they're going to face within the next couple weeks here, almost a month. So you're going to have an opportunity to make some headway. How much do you do? That's what remains to be seen. But no, I'm not going to say they turned the corner after beating 2 teams that might not make the playoffs or the play-in.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles here in for Damon and Ratto on a Thursday on 95.7 The Game. Steve Kerr going to join us coming up at 5 o'clock. 49ers legend Randy Cross is going to join us at 3:30 as well. We will switch gears and talk some 49ers ahead of their game against the Raiders on Sunday. We'll see what the status of Deebo Samuel is for that one, as he was back on the practice field today. Nick Bosa, ill. We'll see what his status is. I know Christian McCaffrey was limited yesterday, so we'll keep you updated on all that. A little bit of a later window as far as the 49ers practice and media availability, so we'll keep you covered on everything that comes out of that as the Niners gear up for Week 17 against the Las Vegas Raiders. As far as just kind of looking at, what's ahead here for the Warriors. The other question that I had as far as the young players is, and look, they're all playing for the most part limited minutes. Even Kuminga, who's in the 20 to 25 range, I think on just about every night at this point. The young players are helping, and I wonder, and this is another reason why I don't think the Warriors have necessarily turned a corner. When Andrew Wiggins comes back, and look, you want Andrew Wiggins back. Wiggins is going to give you another shot in the arm as far as beating Atlanta and beating Detroit and beating Orlando and beating Phoenix without Booker, like you talk about, to really close that homestand strong. And I think the Warriors are going to need it for as hard as these games have been to this point. But when players start coming back that are fully entrenched in the starting lineup or in the Warriors rotation, the question that I have is, how does that adjustment get made as far as affecting some of the playing time and the roles and shifting around? Because even though the young players are not playing a lot for the Warriors right now, the one thing that they do know on a night-in, night-out basis is they're going to get time.
They're getting in.
They're getting in. Like, Wiseman knows he's getting his 8 to 10, and Kuminga knows he's getting at least 20. If he plays well, maybe he pushes 25 or 30. Hell, even Moses Moody knows he's getting a couple of shifts every single night to go in there and let's see what you can do. Once Wiggins comes back, immediately that changes the calculus. That means less Anthony Lamb. It also probably means less Kuminga. And it creates a scenario where Steve Kerr then has to pick and choose a little bit of, do I still want to get Lamb a few minutes? Is that at the expense of Kuminga? Do I need more shooting on this night? Do I need more defense on this night? So all of a sudden, some of the opportunities and maybe the freedom in knowing you're going to get an opportunity is taken away a little bit, and the box by which these young players have to fit their game to be successful right now, it diminishes. It gets tighter. It gets smaller, and I think that adds to the difficulty in knowing exactly what they can bring to the table. And I'm doing the post-game show last night. I think we've already had a few people probably text in today. They're saying, well, PBJ's got to get more minutes now. And you already want Moody to get more minutes. And you just, there's
only so many to go
enough
around.
Slots to go around. Once it's like, Clay comes back tomorrow night. Well, that's somebody's minutes. You could make the case, and it's a nice problem to have, but Steph and Clay and Jordan Poole and DiVincenzo are all playing. Well, Ty Jerome's not playing. Hell, Ty Jerome might not even be active on those nights because you don't want to burn all of his 50-game limit as far as the games he can play in the regular season. Once you get Wiggins back, I think you have to make a decision on Anthony Lamb and Kuminga. Like I was saying, I know a lot of fans think, hey, well, no, it's Kuminga. Kuminga's the guy. Kuminga's the backup. But Kuminga's not really a 3. And the Warriors have made an adjustment to play him more at the 4, and that's where he's been more successful. So it gets a lot more difficult, I think, to maintain the level of production because the box that these players are going to have to play in diminishes to a point where it's just harder.
Yeah, but and I guess that's the other question as well. Do your decisions for the game, do the logistics weigh into that, right? The fact that we don't know, and we've already got somebody on the Xfinity mobile text line talking about cutting JaMychal Green to make sure that both of the two ways can stay.
It may come to that. It may come to, do you make a decision on Iguodala at some point? Because, and for those that don't know, the two-way players can play up to 50 games, regular season games.
Right.
They're in the 20s now, both of them. But they have to if you want them to be eligible for the playoffs. And look, I'm not even sure the Warriors, it's not a lock that the Warriors are going to want both to be eligible for the playoffs at this point. Because again, part of the reason, Jerome specifically, part of the reason he's playing is because the Warriors are down Steph, frankly, and then Steph and Clay at some point. Steph and Clay and even DiVincenzo recently have all been out for some of these games. So Ty Jerome is going to play in that instance. But if you want them both to be on the roster and playoff eligible, then they both have to be converted into the 15-man roster, right? You have to sign them to regular contracts. If you do that, you have to have roster spots to do that. And right now, the Warriors have 14 of the 15 filled. So if you want them both, somebody's got to go at that point. And look, this decision doesn't have to be made on December the 29th, but yeah, there may have to be a decision on a JaMychal Green or on an Andre Iguodala as to whether or not he's worth owning a roster spot if he's ultimately not going to play. Now, the Warriors, I think, do think he's going to play at the end of the season and into the playoffs, so that's unlikely. Is there a trade that frees up a roster spot somewhere? Who would you even want to give up if you were the Warriors in a trade? I don't know that player necessarily exists right now that they'd want to give up.
Yeah. So with that all being said, is it all right? Well, I'm going to go to Kuminga here, even though I would normally go with Lamb because of the logistics, because I don't want to burn one of Anthony Lamb's games or whatever the case is. So I think that's all going to be interesting, JD. Going back to the beginning of the season, everybody had their thoughts about some of the young guys, and the bench vibes weren't great because they weren't getting any playing time. They're watching their counterparts on other teams get all this run. They're not getting to play. So now all of a sudden, a couple injuries happen, and the younger guys are getting to play, and now the vibes seem to be right. Everybody's having a good time. So I think about that as well. When Wiggins comes back, when Steph comes back, and you see those minutes diminish, how do the kids behave? To be completely honest with you.
But they've all behaved professionally.
Right? But it's not professionally, but also they don't look, I've had to sit on the bench before. I have never looked stoked on the bench.
Sure.
I've never been. You shouldn't look. If you look stoked, the bench mob is always an interesting thing to me because you're excited for your teammates, but I also want to be in the game. Right now, if I was in the NBA, maybe being on the bench in the NBA would be a little bit different than being on the bench my freshman basketball team, and maybe I would be excited because I'd still be getting paid millions.
I was a great bench guy. You got me drifted back. I was as a junior on a senior laden varsity team where I think of 15 we had 12 seniors, and I was like one of 3 juniors, and I was never playing. And we were pretty good. We ended up winning the league championship. It was a tied league championship, but we tied with.
You had all the bench celebrations ready to go.
And I was just ready because I knew I wasn't going to play very much.
Yeah.
And it was like, you gotta, one of the young guys, like I was like one of 3 that were the juniors, and obviously the juniors took all the flack with that group that had played together a lot, really kind of coming up through it. So it is a different mentality.
It is a different mentality. So maybe I would say, even though their minutes might go down, maybe the bench vibes will be better because Steve Kerr had the ability to say, hey guys, we know you're young. We know you're not playing as much as you were when there were injuries, but now you know that you can play in this league. You can fit in this system. We're going to trust you down the line. We just don't know how much we're going to need you this season. So I think that even if the minutes diminish, at least they know, hey, we got a taste. We know if anything happens, we could get called on. And that's the other thing, JD. Steve Kerr might say, hey, guys, we could be in this position again. Just because Steph and Andrew Wiggins come back, that doesn't mean nobody is ever going to have another injury again on the Warriors. Now, we would hope so as Warrior fans, but we also know that's not very realistic. So I think that this is good for everybody around. I think the bench vibes will be better moving forward, but it is something to keep an eye on because once you give somebody something and they're used to it, it is tough to take it away.
So how do you divvy up the minutes once, all right, Steph's back, and we can get into this coming up, 888-957-9570, but we'll start the conversation on this now. Steph's back, Clay's back, Wiggins is back. Draymond and Kevon Looney are starting. That's 5. Jordan Poole's going to play his minutes as the super sub 6th man. Dante DiVincenzo, to me, is the clear-cut 7th now.
Right.
So he's playing, and I think, if anything, he's shown over this stretch that he's probably the one player. We talk about the young guys, and DiVincenzo is a younger guy, but he's a vet in terms of the NBA experience by comparison to them and the things that he's seen and winning national championships in college and all of that. DiVincenzo, I think, is one player that the Warriors over this stretch here, I think, have learned that he needs to play more and can play more and can play different positions. And
he's a different player, right? He's a completely different player. We talked about.
He can almost guard some threes even.
Depending on the day. So that Hornets game, Clay's going off, right? Clay's doing his thing. Poole's doing his thing. DiVincenzo didn't have a point, right? And I only think he shot about 3-4 times. You could tell that he wasn't even that, okay, on this day, I don't need to shoot the basketball. Last night, I knew, and I think a lot of us knew, all right, with Clay being out, you could expect DiVincenzo is at least going to take the open shots when he has them. And what happens last night? DiVincenzo puts up points. So his ability to morph into whatever the team needs him to be on that night is really impeccable right now. And it's something that I know Steve Kerr really, really enjoys and really is happy about having on the team. The 530 on the Xfinity mobile text line. JD, help me out here. I know we're up against it. We can get into it after the break. Thoughts on Moody and Dante for Alex Caruso? Trade 2 for 1 creates more minutes. Is Alex Caruso, am I tripping? Because Dante DiVincenzo, to me, I'm not doing that trade at all. Is Alex Caruso... I got to
look at his
Is the idea of Alex
that.
Caruso better than Alex Caruso in actuality? Because that sounds nuts to me.
He's a good player. I mean, I think Alex Caruso is a good player.
How much better is he than DiVincenzo?
I think he is better. But we can I have to look at his contract situation and salary situation.
I'm not doing it.
I need a closer look.
I'm not doing it.
Because here's the one thing I will say: DiVincenzo. I'm not looking to move off of DiVincenzo, but DiVincenzo is a short timer for the Warriors in all likelihood.
Sure.
I mean, he signed a deal where it's $4.5 million, I think, for this year. And then he can opt out for next year. So if he's good enough, he goes.
Well, it's the last chance you deal. We've talked about the Warriors being last chance you.
It's a Giants deal, frankly.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know about last chance, but I think he wanted to join a winner.
He wanted to join a winner. We're going to make you look good, and you're going to get priced out.
You're going to go. We want you to be so good that you're out.
Exactly.
We can't afford you.
That's what I call the last chance you the model right there.
All right. He's Alan Stiles. I'm John Dickinson. We'll continue that conversation. How you filling out the Warriors rotation once they start to get a little bit healthier? 888-957-9570. Damon and Ratto streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live and see what's going on inside the studio. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube.
And now, your Live Nation lineup. The Roots at the Masonic December 29th.
Baby, don't worry, you know that you got me. If you were worried about me.
Nimesh Patel at the Masonic January 21st. Sarah Silverman at the Masonic February 25th. And Margaret Show at Palace of Fine Arts June 2nd. That was your Live Nation lineup. For tickets and info, hit up livenation.com.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery. What, doctor? Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. LEDs last years longer than regular lights, which means less electronic waste over time. Also, LED Christmas lights are far more energy efficient, wasting less energy as heat, which means a smaller electric bill. And be sure to recycle old Christmas lights at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
With Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware, you'll earn points on every purchase you make. Club Osh has great member perks like double point days, free delivery, birthday coupons, and special member-only pricing on select items. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps you up to date on points, coupons, and receipts. all from your phone. Outdoor Supply Hardware, with 14 convenient locations throughout the greater Bay Area and Central Coast. Osh is home improvement improved.
Get up to $26,000 of ERC money for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You qualify if you satisfy either one of these two tests. The easy way, your gross revenue drops a certain amount. The complex way, a full or partial closure of your business, a facts and circumstances test. You could only use the inside of your business up to 25% of capacity. Even an essential business like a food store had a 75% partial closure. Or supply chain disruptions. Or limits on the number of people you could have in an area. Or many other possible factors. Beware of companies that only consider the easy way and avoid the complex way. And also companies that fraudulently say everybody qualifies, especially companies that only just recently came into existence and then can disappear. We've been practicing tax law for over 30 years. Call Moskowitz LLP at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com. MOSKOWITZLLP.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine against sludge and wear with a synthetic oil change. O'Reilly Auto Parts has 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for $35.95. Plus, get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people can recommend the supplies you need, including a filter, funnel, shop towels, drain pans, and more. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me up higher love.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling along here on a Thursday. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles. We're in for Damon and Ratto. 888-957-9570. Asking a simple question off the top as it pertains to the Warriors following their 3rd consecutive win last night. Got the job done against the Jazz. Did it in comeback fashion. Have the Warriors turned a corner? Does it feel like they're off and running now with 5 games to go on this homestand and the young players starting to contribute more and more as role players in helping the Warriors to this winning streak? And how do you fill out the rotation, who's in, who's out, as this team starts to get healthier? Looks like no Andrew Wiggins tomorrow for the Warriors against Portland, but he could figure to be back on Monday when the Warriors take on the Hawks. Of course, you'll hear every game right here on 95.7 The Game. So at that point, Wiggins comes back. Alan Stiles, I ask you, who's out? Who's playing less?
Yeah, well, I think a couple people are playing less. If you're looking at the box score, and obviously no Clay last night, but
yeah, Clay's back too.
39 minutes for DiVincenzo. That's not going to happen. 30 minutes for Ty Jerome. I know different positions, so that actually might still be a thing while Steph Curry is out. Kuminga is a tough one based on last night because he fouled out, but you would imagine Kuminga, I'm looking at Kuminga's minutes going down. Kuminga's minutes and Anthony Lamb, because I think DiVincenzo and Ty Jerome are probably going to be safe with Steph out for now. But right now, 26 minutes for Anthony Lamb, that's not going to last. And Kuminga, even though he only had 21, he was in foul trouble. Whatever Kuminga was at, that's going to diminish as well. So I think those two guys are unfortunately going to be on notice for now.
Yeah, DiVincenzo goes back to the bench as somebody that had been starting with Wiggins out. They'd basically been going 3 guard. It had been Poole and Clay and DiVincenzo. I think technically he'd been listed as the forward, but I think Clay really is the 3 in that instance. It doesn't really matter.
So he's going. It's going to.
But he's going to the bench,
right?
He's
which
going
is
to the bench.
The obvious one.
First and foremost, it's Poole and Clay.
Mm-hmm.
Wiggins is back. DiVincenzo had been starting, so DiVincenzo goes back to the bench. Draymond and Looney, of course, are going to be starting. DiVincenzo's going to be playing a lot because he's going to be the main guard coming off the bench. Then you almost have a choice between Moody or Ty Jerome, because I think you still could have Ty Jerome potentially playing because you have one guard slot open.
And I think Steve Kerr is always going to pick someone that can handle the ball. And that's Ty Jerome right now.
Although you do have a ball handler with DiVincenzo now
with DiVincenzo
on the bench, so that has helped. I feel like they view Ty Jerome as the DiVincenzo light. Now, different player because Ty Jerome's not a great defender. DiVincenzo is a really good defender, but Ty Jerome's, I think, a more consistent shooter. But they're both ball handlers. But I think in essence, the Warriors view Ty Jerome as like a backup to the backup with DiVincenzo.
No, I could get that, but you can also, because of his ability to handle the ball, you can play him
together.
You can play him together. You could play him with Jordan Poole. You can play him with anybody. JD, what I'm starting to feel like in terms of Moses Moody, you hear this term in really every sport. I feel like I was this as well when I played baseball. Is Moody just a little bit of a tweener? Right? I mean, you don't really know where to.
Well,
he's not a
ball handler.
He's not a ball handler.
He's also he's thick, like you'd want a 3-man to be, or even a 4-man to be. But he's 6'4".
Right.
So it's like he
looks bigger than 6'4" on the screen.
Like he's a tall. He's in a way.
He's a hardy 6'4".
He is, but he's a little slow. I think to be. So he's bigger, but he's a wing, but he's not quite as tall, and yet he doesn't handle it. And so I think
he's a tweener.
He can still get on the floor though. I think in today's NBA.
Yeah.
But it is a little bit trickier, I think, to find the right matchups, even if you like the things that he brings to the table. So then Wiggins is back in. DiVincenzo to the bench to kind of bring it back to what we were talking about a little bit. And then it's Kuminga, who they like as a 4. And I still think there's some minutes for Anthony Lamb. If DiVincenzo's off the bench, Kuminga's off the bench, I think Wiseman still plays, at least until JaMychal Green comes back, a little bit here and there. So that's 3. And I think Anthony Lamb at this point is probably the 4th, right?
But Anthony Lamb was getting run before anybody got injured, though.
Right.
So that's not surprising.
And I think there are more of these games, and I know Warrior fans are going to hate to hear this, but I do think there's more of these games where it becomes a little bit matchup specific for Steve Kerr as to, do you want what Lamb provides or do you want what Kuminga provides?
Right.
And I do think you could treat Kuminga as a guard, and the Warriors have, defensively.
Exactly.
So I think that is one way to where you probably still see both of them playing at this point, at least while, with until Steph comes back with Wiggins back in the fold. So maybe you don't see as much Ty Jerome, but you do see a little bit more Kuminga, who acts defensively as a guard, offensively as a 4, and then Anthony Lamb out there to help stretch the floor and knock down shots.
He's a defensive weapon, Kuminga is. Similar to what we had with GP2, but not exactly, of course. But I think because of that, there are calling cards on the bench, JD, and that's why, in talking about Moses Moody, he doesn't have a calling card right now. Kuminga's calling card, he's going to defend, and he's going to find his spots offensively to where he can just show you, hey, I am just simply more athletic than you, and I can score on you when I get into my position. That's Kuminga. Anthony Lamb, I'm going to hit some knockdown threes. I'm going to take some charges. That's his calling card. DiVincenzo, he's going to handle the rock. He can do some things defensively. He can hit threes. Then you go into the Ty Jeromes of the world. Ball handler, he can hit some shots. So all these guys, I think, JD, to your point, when it comes to these matchups, we know what their strengths are. We know what their weaknesses are. And if we know that Steve Kerr knows that. So every day, it could be completely different. Now, we talked a little bit last night or yesterday about rhythm and how this could affect some of the bench players' rhythm, but you're going to have to fight through that. If you're a pinch hitter for the season, be the best pinch hitter you can be. That's all you can do. So you're not going. That's the problem. Oh, well, I play better when I get this time. Well, you're not going to. So you're either going to play well in the time that you get, or you're not going to end up playing at all. That's it. So I think all these guys are going to get their opportunities and get their time to show why they can help this team. But to your point, I think it's going to change literally based on who's out there. Now look at tomorrow night. Tomorrow night with Anthony Simons and Damian Lillard, that could be a Kuminga night. Yeah. Stick him on one of them.
Can
right?
Be. It might be. I mean, it's going to be pretty similar, I think, to what we've seen recently as far as Wiggins isn't going to play. So tomorrow night is almost a different category because Wiggins was doubtful. And like I said, I think he'll probably be ruled out by the time we're off the air officially here. But tomorrow you'd have DiVincenzo out there at the beginning still.
Yes.
Like that would be one more game where he would start and he would be on somebody. And then you have to figure it out from there what you do as far as who's going to defend who's going to defend Lillard, who's going to defend Simons. But yeah, you do have two guards that can really hurt you in different ways. And in the same way.
And I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to hopefully see Jordan Poole put forth some type of effort defensively. And he knows it too, JD. When I crashed JD always is there for the Warriors games. And when I had those of you who have heard, I heard my first stint where I got my media pass and I was there with JD and we were doing the post-game interviews. I wasn't asking questions, but I was listening intently. Jordan Poole said some comments to where, he knows that everybody talks about his defense. So I think that the further we get throughout this season, you'd like to see, okay, you've recognized that there's an issue. Now, are you going to do anything to fix the issue? And that's what I'm excited to see. And tomorrow's a great opportunity for that.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. John Dickinson, Alan Stiles here on a Thursday in for Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Xfinity Mobile text line open. Again, Randy Cross at 3:30. Steve Kerr's going to stop by at 5 o'clock for a lengthy chat about everything going on for the Golden State Warriors right now. 3-0 on the homestand and looking to keep things rolling. Back to 500 at 18-18. And you get back to 500 and all of a sudden you're really in the mix as far as the play-in tournament goes. And you just feel like you got a little bit of action once you get to 500, but it can't. And this is what I come back to as far as not having or believing that the Warriors have turned a corner yet, as positive as the signs have been here these last few games, is you could just as easily have lost the last two.
Yeah.
You could just as easily lose the next two. And then it feels like you're climbing again, or you're not maybe making the most of this opportunity with all of these home games. I think, and I know Draymond Green used the word fragile coming into the homestand and leading into the Memphis game. I think it's every bit as fragile now still as it was a couple of games ago before the Warriors got on this run. I really do. And it's not that you can't trust the young players to continue. It's just that you can trust the effort. You can't necessarily trust the production is going to be there. And if the production isn't there in addition to the effort, you're probably not good enough to win all of these games, or at least a good chunk of these games that are remaining on the homestand. You already got 3 in the bag. So if you can, to me, it's at this point, it's can you go 3-2, 4-1? And look, I'm not saying that's off the table by any stretch. Like, I think the Warriors are capable of winning all of these games, but I think it shouldn't go unnoticed how difficult these games have been. Like, they were down. I mean, they needed a 24-13 fourth quarter last night to win.
Right.
They were hanging on for dear life.
I mean, Lauri Markkanen was giving them buckets.
Yeah, they were hanging on for dear life against Charlotte. And we joked about Charlotte, and they stink. And I know we talked about the fact that Charlotte's a little better than they were because they actually got a couple of their better players back. So that wasn't really a 9-30 team or whatever the heck their record was coming in. But it's the thing that I think I've liked the most about this team to this point on the homestand is just how hard they've worked and how gritty it's been, how grimy it's been. It's just, a lot of times it's been ugly. A lot of times it's just been flat out rugged, ugly basketball. And yeah, they've made some threes in some of these games. They've had timely buckets. I thought Draymond was a freaking monster last night at the end of the game defending. By the way, I'm going to say it again. Last night's another example of why Draymond Green is just invaluable to this team, even without Curry. That's another example of why you want Draymond Green to be out on the floor even when Steph Curry isn't out on the floor, because he's helping to lead a lot of these young players to through positions to where they can be successful.
Yeah, and what gets forgotten, I think, because so much has happened from the beginning of the season to now, is that Draymond did ask for that max, and Draymond is in a position where he wants to show the Warriors and show possibly other teams what he can bring to the table, because as much as Steph might believe that they're a package deal, that's not necessarily how the business side of this works. And I think going into this season, Draymond said it after the punch. He said, I'm going to prove, everybody wrong. Now, I don't necessarily know what he was trying to prove wrong in that capacity in terms of the punch and what had happened. Hopefully that he wouldn't do something like this again. But in the basketball aspect of it, he knew he wanted to go out. He knew he heard all the talk about, okay, he gets carried, and the Kendrick Perkins of the world saying that, okay, I'd have that many assists if I played with KD and Steph. And I think, to be honest, JD, I think the situation with Draymond is that there are parts of what people say in terms of Draymond that are somewhat true, right? The idea that Draymond has all these assists, out of all the assists that Draymond has, what percentage of them are because of Draymond's vision, and what percentage of them are because of the fact that he has played with some of the best shooters of all time? If we were to sit here and say...
It's probably both.
Yeah, if we were to sit here and say it's none... some people are on one side of the camp, some people are on the other. You have to be in the middle. It has to be both, because that's what it is. It all kind of blends together. But when you talk about Draymond on the defensive side of the ball, that has nothing to do with Steph Curry. That had nothing to do with Kevin Durant. That had nothing to do with Klay Thompson. So if you're going to take anything away from Draymond, you could probably start in the area of, sure, some of those assists. You do play with Steph, and you play with Klay, and you play with KD. But defensively, you can't take anything away from what Draymond has done in his career. That's all him. That's all effort. You talk about gritty, grimy. That is all Draymond.
He's willing this team to win.
Exactly.
He's willing this team to win without Steph and without Wiggins, who I think are the Warriors. Like, overall, Steph and Wiggins are the Warriors' two best players right now.
Right.
Like, to me, that's just, it's not even debatable. I think you could make a case Draymond is the second most important player still after Steph. But as far as just two-way play, top to bottom, the youthful energy that Wiggins is able to provide, even as a veteran, is something that the other players can't. Klay can't dial that up night in, night out. He's trying to, but he doesn't have it in the tank. And look, I've given Klay a lot of credit too in these games since Steph has been out, or at least since they've been home, to where he's trying to do the best he can to lead. I think in that way that Draymond did, and it goes back to something we were talking about a little bit yesterday. We just haven't seen the Warriors be in these positions where Steph's out and the other two are really trying to hold them up. It feels like when Steph has been out, it's either been, well, Klay's also out, and then Draymond, it's like, does he really want to play? And like, he knows they're not good enough, so a lot of times he's, all right, I'm going to rest whatever injury's kind of ailing me. And it's like we've just never seen. We saw it a little bit, I think, in the KD era where guys would be out, but you still had KD. So it's like you still have...
Right. Well, there's a little bit last year when Steph was out towards the end of the season.
Yeah, a little bit. I guess those last 5 games, right? When they won the last 5 games without Steph after they hadn't really played that well, and it helped them solidify the 3 seed over maybe dipping to 4, even dipping to 5, which who knows how things shake out if they end up 4th or 5th. I mean, we don't know, but yeah, that's fair. But it just you want to see we see all these other teams with a star out and the other guys playing. Memphis, for example, like they Ja goes out and the other guys kind of hold him up. I mean, it's not happening to the same extent this year with Phoenix, but Chris Paul would go out and the Suns would be okay. Booker would go out and the Suns would be okay. It wouldn't just be 2-15. Now we'll see if that's still the case this year, because Chris Paul's clearly not quite the same, and maybe they're not quite as deep. But what I'm getting at is you just want... I'm glad we're getting an opportunity to where Draymond and Klay have to fight, and they feel it's worth it, because I think it in some ways adds to their greatness to see them helping this other group through it. It feels like the Warriors they've kind of been able to not have to... they can be a little too cool for situations like this to even matter to them. And I think this is one of the few times where Draymond, by virtue of what he said at the end of the road trip in the beginning of the homestand, he's like, damn it, we got to go.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who's playing. We got to go. We got to win. If we don't win, we're in big trouble on this homestand, even if Steph comes back. And what's it ultimately going to matter? But he's backing up the talk with the play on the court, and I feel like the young guys are following along, and that's a part of why they've been more successful, even in limited minutes.
And I'm sure that, they all hang out, they all talk about, the greatness and being part of the culture. But I mean, look. There's a big difference. I mean, JD, my nephew is 22, and he says he might be 23 now, and he says some things to where I have no clue what he's talking about. I'm 32 years old, right? So I liken that to a lot of the things that maybe the Warriors go through as well. That's something that we don't talk about, just the fact that there are two legitimate, we talk about timelines, there are also two different generations, right? The things that they might have in common might not necessarily, you have to make an effort to understand what this, that age group likes and things like that, or what this age group likes. And I think that maybe early on in the season, it was, okay, we got the OGs and then we have the youngins, and that's just what it is. And maybe Steph being a little bit of that security blanket to where, hey, when in doubt, we're passing the ball to Steph. That's what we do. Steph is a system. Steve Kerr will tell you himself that this is a system. With Steph being out, hey, we have to integrate this a little bit more. We have to understand each other a little bit more. We have to work together a little bit more because everything is so much harder now with Steph out, and maybe they are possibly spending more time together. Maybe they are doing the extra things on and off the court to make sure they're in a good place because, to your point, they don't have time to mess around and lose games that they aren't supposed to. They've already wasted all those opportunities. So we have to do whatever it takes, and we got to go out to lunch. We got to learn everything about each other so that when Steph comes back, we can roll. And on top of that, when Steph does come back and he is off, right? Now it's not the world is falling. It's, hey, we've been in this position before. We're still going to defer to Steph when we have that opportunity, but Steph gets in foul trouble, something like that. We know we have other ways to win because we went through that stint at the end of the year where Steph was out, and we can go back to that.
I'm glad you brought up Steph because I think what happens when Steph comes back was a question I had jotted down here because there's a part of me that wonders, and I think that this is, I don't totally have a defined theory or opinion necessarily on it, but I do think that I don't want to say the young players are intimidated by playing with Steph, but it's just so difficult to play with Steph. Like, you got to be high IQ. You got to understand all the specifics and the nuances of what it takes to play with Steph. So that's another element of why I'm not convinced necessarily that they've turned a corner, because everything is different for everybody once he comes back. And look, it's always for the better because Steph is so great, but the extent at which it is better comes at a cost with the young players being able to continue to be effective, in part because some of them are going to be playing less. A couple of them are probably going to not play at all until opportunities arise again due to injury. But I think that's the road thing is one part of it, but the other thing is, how does this all blend together when Steph is back? Because this team just functions completely differently when he's not. Like, typically we haven't seen them have to function without Steph and then the others still there, which I think it gives them a fighting chance to still succeed. And look, they're 4-3 without Steph now in this stretch, right? The 3-0 at home has helped them. They were 1-3 at the end of the trip in the full games. You don't count the Indiana game where he went out, although the Warriors lost that one. But they lost to Philly. They lost the 2 games in New York, so they were 0-3 there. They won at Toronto 1-3. Now they're 3-0 on the homestand. So they're 4-3 and 4-3 without Wiggins too. So I mean, that is a reason for some optimism. But I'm also just wonder again the cloak of Steph and just how intimidating he can be to play with, and how it changes everybody's role and the rotations and making sure the right players are out there with him, and that mixes up the rotation with other players that are playing together. Can the Warriors figure that out to where they're still getting the amount of production? Because every time it changes, it feels like, and I think you said this, it takes a couple of games to to kind of recalibrate what it all has to look like within the system. And the Warriors have figured it out in these last 3 at home. But then does that mean they're going to need 3 games to figure it out when Wiggins comes back? And then they're going to need 3 to 5 games to figure it out when Steph comes back? And are you losing games in the interim because you're trying to figure that out?
Right. And I think, and what you're saying, JD, just so we're all crystal clear, this is not about, when you say intimidating, that has nothing to do with Steph.
No.
You are playing with the best shooter.
No, he's not intimidating him. It's just being on the floor with him is intimidating.
Right, that
because the Warriors
lived.
play such a different kind of game. Like, and he just, that gets brought up all the time. Like, players that can play with Steph. A lot of times it's players who can play with Steph and Draymond.
Right.
But, like, it's players who know how to play with Steph. I mean, Marcus Thompson wrote a whole article about it and got quotes from a bunch of different players, and Looney didn't used to be, and then he kind of figured it out as time went on, and it's not nothing. And I think that's where maybe having more veterans and a certain type of veterans tends to be more beneficial in this system.
Heading into the trade conversation maybe a little bit. Look, I do think that what's crazy is, and I feel the same way, JD, when you play pickup or whatever, if you're on a team with a bunch of ballers, every shot feels like a bad shot. Even if I'm wide open, and these guys probably feel the same way. If Anthony Lamb is wide open, we're all sitting watching on TV thinking, I mean, you can hit that, but I'd rather watch Steph take a contested 3. And he knows that. So there's a whole mental aspect that's on Steve Kerr, that's on the coaching staff to work these guys through it if they're going to be able to play and gel the way that they are right now.
888-957-9570, Xfinity mobile text line open, phone lines open to join the conversation. 1 hour in the books. We got 3 hours to come. Steve Kerr at 5, and we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
In San Mateo, partly cloudy, highs near 54.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. legendary beef, legendary quality.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 to 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Some things can wait. Decorating for the holidays. Shopping. Hey, there's always next day delivery. But if you're 50 or older or live with a chronic condition, untreated COVID could be deadly. And if you don't get treatment within days, you might not be able to. So, got COVID symptoms? Talk to a doctor and get treatment right away. Because it just can't wait. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Hour number 2 today as we roll deeper here into the afternoon. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles in on this Thursday for Damon and Ratto. 888-957-9570. That is the phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text here as we're with you for the next 3 hours at 95.7 The Game. Great show for you. Randy Cross is going to join us. The 49ers legend, former guard and center, 3-time Super Bowl champion. He's going to come up at 3:30, and then the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, at 5 o'clock. So we look forward to that as we continue to roll here in the afternoon. Asking a couple of Warriors questions, just as far as the Dubs now 18-18, 3-0 in this homestand. Do you feel like the Warriors have turned a corner with the young players emerging here in these last 3 games as competent role players? Because I think that's the difference, Alan, between the beginning of the year. They tried to use them as role players. Mm-hmm. They really weren't having much success with it. I think they essentially went away from all of them in their own way. They went from 3-7 up to 13-11, and then the injuries hit, and the Warriors were in a bad way here for a handful of games, trying to figure out what they're going to do. Steph goes down. They're on the road where they can't win a game anyway. But as the time has gone on here, they've been able to really by necessity put the young players in positions to where they have to play, and they've been more successful on this homestand. So do you feel like you've seen enough, I guess, in essence, to think, hey, they got action as far as this team moving forward here?
They got a little bit of action. They don't not have action, but I wouldn't say that they have action quite yet. I do think, JD, that going back to the road trip and how that didn't end quite as great as the Warriors would have hoped, to say the least, specifically, talking about the Steph injury and things like that, that did allow the young guys to get some playing time. And yeah, they were getting smacked, but they were getting, some time, and we might be seeing the fruits of that labor right now. We might be seeing them playing more comfortable because it's been a good amount of games, some of that being because of blowouts and things like that, but there have been a number of games where the bench players and the young guys have gotten in early and gotten in often, and I think they just feel more comfortable, and they have to find a way to tap into that when the Warriors are fully loaded, because nothing changes from what we said yesterday to today. Even though they got this W, you're still trying to climb out of a hole.
No,
you're still trying to get out and get back to 500 at least, and see what you can do after that. You're not there yet, so you have to continue to play that way. And even when, I think the one positive thing that we can take from the Warriors' slow start and the fact that now they got piled on with injuries is that now they know that this could happen at any time. Now they know that nothing is promised in this league, even if you are a defending champ. And as much as you love the culture and you love all these things, you got to win games. That's what it comes down to. So you can't drop games you're not supposed to drop. If we're looking forward, JD, to the rest of this season, there are certain games where, okay, this team is just matched up better than us on this given night because we don't have so-and-so or whatever it is. There are going to be games where, hey, this is more of a flip of a coin. If we're not on top of our stuff, this team could come in and surprise us. Then there are games that you should just absolutely lose. I think most of those games are going to be the two latter options. The problem is at the beginning of the season, you drop games in from that third option, games you have no business losing.
Yeah, and mostly healthy too.
Mostly healthy.
Right.
Now they know we cannot just roll the ball out and play. I do think there was a little bit of that returning, repeat champ,
definitely
varsity swag, and I'll do you one better.
They wanted to coast, and you know what they found? They found that they couldn't win games in Orlando and Charlotte and Detroit coasting.
I didn't love, and look, I don't know that
bit him in the ass, frankly.
I don't know that Dub Nation will agree with me on this because I love the idea of what Clay did, but I'll be honest with you. When Clay got into it with Devin Booker and he kept doing the 4 and then Draymond got into it, I didn't love that. You know why? Because that season's over. We all know you got 4 rings, Clay. You're supposed to be trying to get another one this year. And for Devin Booker, you were lightweight getting cooked a little bit.
Well, that was the first, I think, turning point.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, I guess that was the first Phoenix game, right?
Yeah, they got smacked by him twice.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, but the first one was the first one where Clay got kicked out?
First one was when Clay got kicked out.
And then the second one was the one where Clay was so bad that they had, and really everybody was so bad. I remember because
that was a 50-point game, I think, from Steph.
Yeah, he scored 50, they lost, and then that was the one where they had the team meeting. And Draymond addressed some things and asked Bob Myers if he could talk to the team. And really that was the turning point for Clay because that's when I think Draymond basically told Clay in so many words, you're being selfish, focus on the team, take better shots, relax. And Clay played much better really up until and through the Boston game before they went on the long road trip and everybody got hurt.
Right. I think that it's better to get this. It's better to get this lesson early in the season, the later in the season. You cannot rest on your laurels and everybody's going to say, oh, the big bad Warriors are in town. Here's a W. That's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
888-957-9570. Let's get to the phones. We got a couple of people that want to squawk with us here on a Thursday. Let's go to Duck Sauce in San Jose on 95.7 The Game with JD and Alan Stiles. What's up, Duck Sauce?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Enjoying the show. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
A couple things I just wanted to say is one thing is I don't think we need to panic. Really, is not so much what the Warriors are at this point, but to me it's more what the Western Conference isn't. I'm going up and down the list of these teams, and not a single one of them put an ounce of fear in me in our 7-game series. Not a single one. I think they're all flawed or unproven or both. So it's allowing us to kind of tread water, even though the team hasn't looked what we want them to look like. I think if we can just get to 8 guys and then sprinkle in Iguodala as a 9th, granted he can give us something come playoff time. And I think we got 7. Like DiVincenzo's the 7th, and Kuminga's getting close to being that 8th guy. And the last thing I wanted to say was just on Kuminga himself. I'm just super proud of how he's able to navigate himself into more of almost making Kerr have to play him, because for a while his situation was kind of reminding me of the Eric Paschall situation, where he was kind of a tweener stuck between a 3 and a 4, even though their games don't remind me of each other's, but the situation did. And we all know Kerr has this thing about, staying ready at all times, because you never know when you're going to play. And even though I agree as a professional, you do got to stay ready, that's not an easy thing to do coming off the bench when you don't have a defined role. And I just think he's made incredible growth in the last couple of weeks. And if we can get to 8 guys plus Iggy, I like our chances. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the time.
Thanks for the call, Duck Sauce.
No, I agree. The tweener thing is tough because you have opportunities to, I guess, find a role and stick to it. But if you're good at this and you're not as good at that, it does make it tough. I do feel that the more reps these guys get, it'll start to reveal itself. And ultimately, if it doesn't reveal itself, it's going to be a tough time. Now, the same thing goes to Eric Paschall, he's still around, he's still in the league, but he never really was able to figure out a role for himself. So, again, with these guys being out, and we know Wiggins is coming back again, and obviously you're going to get Steph back. So I do think that the opportunities they're getting now, you have to just take advantage of it, because in this league and in life, really, you can't take anything for granted. You just got to take your opportunities and make the most with it.
Austin in San Jose next up here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Austin?
Hey, JD, what's going on? Hey, Alan, how you doing, man? Listen, enjoying the show. A couple things. Alan, real quick, man. Caruso, I watched him a lot. He was the Lakers, and dude, I would trade DiVincenzo in a second to get Caruso.
Well, would you? But the text was DiVincenzo and Moody. Would you do both?
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, that's maybe a little different. Yeah, I'm saying Moody. Let's be honest. I mean, I like Moses, but everybody I think is a little bit too in love with him. He's not special. He's just a role player. I don't think he's the kind of guy you worry about. If you can replace him, I think Kuminga is really the only one of the young guys that I really get too concerned about in the short term. I think Weissman's way too far off. I think he's a couple years away still. Moody's just a piece. So yeah, I would think. Listen, man, Caruso can play, man. He can do all phases. He can dribble. He can guard. The Lakers made a big mistake getting rid of that dude. I'm telling you right now. So I would. He's a much better player than Dante DiVincenzo. That's just my opinion. That. Then last thing I got for you guys is, and a question for you, JD. Let's say they're 5 games up, out of 500. Let's say they're 5 games up at some point around the turn, or going in the second half of the season. Do you think this team, even if 5 or 6 games up, is good enough outside of the 4 or 5 core guys? Do you think this team constructed is good enough to make a push deeply into the playoffs? My answer, I'm going to let you listen to you. My answer is no. I think they still need to do something in the trade deadline. That's for me, guys. Right. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Austin. If they get to 5 games over 500, a little bit past the midway part of the season, I would be inclined to say yes at that point, because they would have shown a hot enough stretch to where they could go from 4 or 5 under to 4 or 5 over. Like, that means you're basically playing 10 over. Mm-hmm. And their best stretch of basketball to this point has been 10-4.
Right.
So it's not even like that's 6 over. Right. So it's funny. Like, you get to 3 or 4 under, and all of a sudden you go 10-4. Well, you're only like 3 over at that point. So it doesn't really. You've been playing much better. Like, it took that from where they were at 3-7. They were 10. Then they went 10-4. They got to 13-11. But not to get lost in the weeds on all the numbers and all that. But I think at that point I would be inclined to say yes. Mm-hmm. They can, because they would show a high level of play that we haven't seen yet. And that's sort of what my thing has been with this team is, if they're going to make a deep run, we're going to know it. Like, it's not going to be like, it's not just going to be 3-7 and then 10-4 and then 2-7 and then 3-0. Like, it's been to this point to add up to 18-18. That's literally how they've gotten. And then it just kind of, they play a little better. And then there's an adjustment period when guys come back and they don't play better. And then Steph comes back and they get it all locked in and they do play better. And then maybe somebody else goes down and they don't play better, and it all adds up to 43-39 or 42-40 or something like that when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
And there was never really that stretch where you're like, okay, this team's got action. I'm not inclined to say that they can win it at that point in time. So to me, there's a level that we haven't seen yet that we're going to have to see, which is attainable, I think, if they're healthy. But to me, it's not going to be a question. Like, if they play the next 36 games the way that they've played the last 36 games, I'm gonna say no. I don't think they do have enough. But if they do play better, I'm kind of with the previous caller that said there's one more little veteran piece. I'm not sure how you acquire it. I look at the Caruso thing, not to ramble about that, but I did look up his contract. He's got 2 more years left on his deal. I'd be inclined to maybe make that move because I don't think DiVincenzo is a long-time player here. Like, I think DiVincenzo, if he keeps playing as well as he's played, he's gone. Like, he's gonna go get a higher money contract. Like, he's not here to be a high money player this year.
Yeah.
But he's a young player that hasn't really gotten paid at a great extent. Like, he's not some vet that's made $100 million in his career, and he's good with making the mid-level. No, DiVincenzo wants to go out and get
he hasn't got his big bag
$60 million contract.
Right, he has not gotten his big bag.
And then maybe another $30 million contract after that at some point, and then he becomes somebody that can start taking minimums and mid-levels and things like that. So I think that worked out for the Warriors this year, given some of the injuries and issues that he's had. So I'd be inclined to, if you could do that Caruso deal, I'd be inclined to go do that Caruso deal, to be honest. And I'm kind of with Austin on Moody. It's because we've talked about it. You don't want to trade somebody that you think has a high-end ceiling for a role player. But if you're trading a young player that you think's a role player for a role player, like that's actually kind of and I don't know that the Bulls would do that, but that's the kind of trade that I'd consider if they'd be willing to do it.
Well, I know the reports are out about Zach LaVine not being happy with the Bulls.
He makes a lot of money, though.
Well, no, I'm not saying for the Warriors to get him. I'm saying the Bulls might be a step away from. We talk about tweeners; they might be a tweener team, right? And we don't really know what we're doing. You got DeRozan, you got Zach LaVine, but we're not really going anywhere in the East. The Bulls might want to just scrap it and say we don't want to just sit here and lose in the first round every year. Let's move off of these guys. Which in that case, Caruso would be available. And the Warriors might have to think about doing that deal based on, how Austin so eloquently laid out and we're learning about the contract details as well. Ultimately, that's a move. And going back to what the whole over 500 situation, 5 games over 500, basically, if they do that, then we'll know, okay, they have an opportunity to make a run. You're going to have to make a run at some point. If what you said, JD, if they play like this the next 36 games, they might be they're just in the play-in anyway.
Sure.
So, what are we talking about, right?
And at that point, I'm not going to say 2 play-in games and then 4 series as an underdog.
There's a limit to everything.
You can win. I'm not saying you can't win the play-in tournament to get in and win a playoff series, win 2 playoff series, but we're talking about winning 4. Like, I think there's
on the road.
There's a depth that I think you have to have to make it through that tournament. I mean, I go back to, and look, you could say, hey, the Warriors are an all-time great franchise with this core, and you're not wrong by saying it. I get that argument, but I look at the lowest seed to win it, the Rockets, as a 6th seed. No play-in tournament back then, but in 95. The one thing that people forget, because it was a long time ago, but that season, the Rockets were the defending champions. Okay, so they were, I think, a 2 seed in 94, 1 or a 2 seed in 94, won a lot of games, won the title, beat the Knicks in 7, won the NBA championship. They come back the next year, they have injuries, championship hangover, all that sort of thing with basically the same team. Like Vernon Maxwell went nuts and went into the stands and got suspended for fighting somebody in Portland, and it was kind of all bad. And what they did was they made a trade in the middle of they traded for Clyde freaking Drexler, and they traded for a Hall of Famer in the middle of that season, who obviously had ties to Houston and went to college there, played with Hakeem, all that stuff. But they went and got they went and basically got a dude at that, still in his prime, getting a little bit older, that hadn't won a ring yet and wanted to help him get over the top. They went and got a dude. And from the 6th seed, they were the 6th seed because of the team they were
at the beginning
without
of the season.
Clyde Drexler.
Right.
Once they got him and Kenny Smith, they got everybody on the same page. Robert Horry was on that team, young Robert Horry. They they started. Then it was like, all right, they ran the table and they beat both 1 seeds, and then the 2. They beat the 3, the 2, and the 1 in the West, and beat the 1 in the East was young Shaq and Penny. But what I'm saying is they did something dramatic,
right?
It kind of be like the Warriors going and getting Durant in the middle of the year,
right? It's not your typical. Who is the last team that was just who they were as a 6 seed, no changes, no big changes made, that won the whole thing. That basically. They were disguised as a 6 seed.
They went and got a superstar.
Right.
In the middle of the year.
On the Xfinity Mobile text line, the 707 is saying, for all these people wanting trades, how many teams have won NBA titles via midseason trade? Well, there's one.
There's one, and the other one is when Rasheed Wallace went to Detroit.
Right.
And he helped them win that year. Like that. Those are the 2 that come to mind. I might be missing a couple.
And those are 2 big deals, right? So I guess to the 707's point, I guess I would say, well, what is, depending on what the deal is, would dictate whether I would do it or not. Because if you're saying it's Moody and DiVincenzo for Caruso, sure, that's fine. You could do that deal. I don't think anybody is talking about giving up Kuminga for Caruso or anything like that. So
no.
As long as you don't really think it's going to affect the longevity of this team, like you said,
but
and like we talked about.
You have Caruso for 2 more years,
right?
At
and
$10 million a year?
DiVincenzo was going to price himself out.
And DiVincenzo's gone, and you got to defend. And I think he's a complimentary player. I mean, he could be kind of a defensively kind of a Gary Payton, and he can make some shots. He's an energy guy. Like, to me, he plays well with Poole. He plays well with Steph. Plays well with maybe not Clay because he's not really a ball handler necessarily, but he plays fine with Poole and with Steph. And he could play. He could be in your finishing lineup. You could play him. You could play him with Steph, Clay, Wiggins, and Draymond and Caruso. That could be your finishing 5 that can do a little bit of everything. So I know we're speaking hypotheticals, but it's that's one I kind of like if that player was available. I don't know that he necessarily.
And I don't think, and I believe the caller is here on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I included Moody in the trade because Chicago needs to have incentive as well. No, I agree, and I think you don't have a choice. You got to give him somebody. Just giving him DiVincenzo, everybody knows he's on that deal that he's going to want more money. So you have to give them something. Hey, this is a young guy who has a bit of a ceiling. He can do some things, and you can mold him to whatever you want him to be. If that's enough for the Bulls, that's the question as well.
Let's get a couple of callers in. We got Randy Cross that's going to join us at 3:30. Polo in Redwood City joins the conversation here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Polo.
Hey, how y'all guys doing, man?
Good.
Hey, look, I want to see this dude, James Wiseman, get this run. Whenever they sit their starters, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, and Looney needs to get that rest too. He needs to be in that lineup with Draymond Green running in the fast break and see what we can get out of Looney. Why the starters are resting? Because only way he gonna get good if he's playing. If he's not playing, he's not learning. I'm sorry. I need Wiseman in the game, producing.
Appreciate the call. The flip side of that is he hasn't produced at a level that warrants him playing that much. And, flat out, I don't want to speak for Steve Kerr, who's going to join us here in about 90 minutes, but I think the belief is that if Wiseman was playing that much, the Warriors would have very little chance to win most games, especially without Steph. And the other, rat on the table is Wiseman doesn't play well with Steph and Draymond. And that is a problem. Like, if you can't do that, then you can't be on the floor significant minutes.
That's what it is. And I've said that I think it goes both ways. I think that the core has never had to play with somebody like Wiseman, but at the end of the day, it's a bunch of Hall of Famers, and it's a young kid who we believe to have a ceiling. I just don't think and we went down the LaMelo track yesterday, and we're not going back down that track, but just in terms of, did this all make sense? Was Wiseman necessarily set up for success? I'm not really sure, but at the same time, I think that they believed, or they hoped, they were getting somebody closer to a polished player than what they actually got.
Well, and it goes back to, as far as, it's not time to panic. Like the other previous caller, it's not time to panic, but this team needs to win. Like, this team is not, guys aren't playing. Like, last night's a perfect example. Guys aren't playing, so just run everybody out there and wins and losses. wins and losses don't matter. No, they got to win every freaking game they possibly can right now. I know most people disagree with that. And look, it's not catastrophic if they do take an L here and there. Like, they're going to take an L. They're probably going to lose a couple of games on this homestand still. Probably 2. I would say probably 2. Maybe not. No, we'll see.
Only 1.
We'll see. But at this point, they got to win. Like, the goal, yes, you're trying to play these guys. You want to see more of them, but you got to be able to win as much as you can. Let's get Vince in San Jose here on 95.7 The Game with JD and Allen here in for Damon and Rado. What's going on today, Vince? How are you?
Hey, JD. Hey, Allen. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man. Doing well. What's on your mind?
So I absolutely agree with what you're saying. The Warriors need to focus on winning right now. I'm a true believer in you play like you practice. And, you know, I was listening to a couple of guys yesterday, and they were of the belief that, you know, the Warriors can kind of just roll into the playoffs either as a play-in team or, you know, I think the Warriors are set in to be a 4th or 3rd seed team, and they can still play competitive, and they could still get themselves into a respectable place, especially with everything that's going on with the Western Conference right now. Look at what's going on with the Suns. My other question, fellas, is Klay Thompson sitting back-to-back nights. I'm extremely frustrated that Klay cannot play at a higher. I'm happy with his level of play, but I wonder, you guys got Kerr coming up pretty soon. You know, the Warriors need to win every single game they can, and they need help from Klay. What do you guys think about that?
They do need help from Klay, but he played 38 minutes in the first set. Like, I said this to Steiny when I came in here. We were kind of BSing during one of the breaks, him and Evan. Like, if there's a player in the history of the NBA that you would think, hey, he's never going to play a back-to-back the rest of his career based on the injuries he's had, it'd be Klay Thompson. Like, it's a no-brainer. Like, I get that you want to have him out there. And look, I got a couple of questions jotted down for Coach Kerr about Klay, and we're up against it. But, like, it's just part of the deal that he's not going to play back-to-backs in all likelihood.
At least for now.
And it sounds like there has been a shift on that at some point. All right, 888-957-9570. We'll keep the Warriors conversation going, but we'll break off of it for just a bit as Randy Cross, the 49ers legend, joins us. We'll talk some Niners as they take on the Raiders, and we are sponsored by the Golden State Warriors.
Dub Nation, get into the holiday spirit on Warriors ground. Join us live at Chase Center for an action-packed week as the Dubs take on an 8-game homestand. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Bonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. Fourth championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, moving along here on a Thursday afternoon. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles were in for Damon and Ratto on this Thursday. It's a pleasure to be joined by 49ers legend, three-time Super Bowl champion, Randy Cross, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Randy, thanks for taking some time out. We appreciate it. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Really well. I know there's a lot of Big 8 fans out there or Big 12 fans out there that just can't wait to see that Stidham-Purdy rematch.
That's a good call. And one of the big questions coming into this week is, how do the 49ers kind of keep their edge? I mean, Purdy's played obviously at an extremely high level for San Francisco. You've got the Raiders going a different direction, basically firing Derek Carr with 2 games to go as their quarterback who's been there for nearly a decade. But how do the Niners keep their edge in these last couple of weeks here where the division's sewed up, but they can move up to 2, but 2 doesn't get you a bye anymore like it used to. But an extra home game can be beneficial as well, Randy. How do the Niners keep their edge these last couple of weeks?
You got to play to your standard. I think that's the most important thing. It's not like it's changed because the goals are still the same goals, and you got to change. Your play's got to be at that same standard. Now, if you have a chance with some of your starters later in the game to get them out and get some other guys in, then great. But, I think it's the playoffs in the NFL are littered with teams that have gone into the playoffs coasting and gotten smacked when they got into the playoffs. So you play every game, no matter whether it matters to you or not. You got to play it at the same level. I think they're fine with that. That's what they're doing. That's what they've done for the last 8 weeks. I mean, they're the one team in the NFL nobody wants a piece of, and I think the reason nobody wants a piece of them is they game in, game out. They play the same intensity, everything else. So, yeah, you wouldn't want to see a sudden, relaxation, because that's never a good sign out of a football team.
Randy, I'm curious your thoughts on, of course, this whole Brock Purdy situation, because I think a lot of people have been saying, well, this isn't a QB-dependent offense, and it's not like he's being asked to be Mahomes or Josh Allen, anything like that. I think it's getting close. It's getting close to where it's starting to sound like people might be maybe not giving Purdy enough credit, at least maybe nationally, not so much in the Bay Area. Can you speak to what you've seen from Brock Purdy and just, literally how tough it is? I don't care how QB dependent or independent an offense is to step into something as the third stringer and to not see a drop off, what that means for Brock Purdy and what it does for this Niners team.
I think the number one thing for not only for Brock Purdy, but for all Niner fans is take a chill pill and enjoy what you're seeing. Don't, it's never been quite good enough. Jimmy G goes to the Super Bowl, goes to the NFC Championship game. Can't wait to have Trey Lance in there. Trey Lance gets in there. He got hurt. And then Garoppolo gets back in there, and he's missing wide open guys, and he's just not a long ball guy. Enjoy what Brock Purdy does, and don't worry about what he doesn't do well. The kid, what he doesn't know would fill the Smithsonian Institute, but he's having so much fun. You can tell just by watching him. And Kyle Shanahan and that coaching staff are doing a really good job getting him ready to play games. So that's the one thing I plan on doing for the next X number of weeks is just enjoying what I'm seeing. And I'm watching a great defense. And what's the downside? You're going to run the ball, and you're going to play great defense, and your quarterback's going to be able to hit wide open receivers or, make some pretty spectacular throws on the run. I don't know. It's way too early to start, changing the entire direction of a franchise because a quarterback's won, a handful of games in a row. But man, you just gotta enjoy it and know you've got three guys that can take you to a Super Bowl. And there's a pretty short list of teams out there in the NFL that can say the same thing.
Randy Cross joining us here on 95.7 The Game. And, it's interesting because coming into this season, one of the big questions, obviously it was going to be Trey, and then Jimmy wound up being the backup, and then, Purdy is in there somewhere. I mean, he won the backup job, at least according to Kyle Shanahan, before everything came together and Jimmy didn't have a spot and they restructured everything. But, one of the next biggest question, I think, on the 49ers roster was offensive line play other than Trent Williams, who's going to the Hall of Fame, and we all know how great he is at left tackle. What have you seen as far as just the Niners' offensive line, in particular on the interior, to where they've been able to hold up and be successful at the level that they have been to allow everything else to function as the season has gone on?
Yeah, I've loved watching what they've done. I've been impressed by Banks. I think he watches a little bit of 71, and he's got a little bit of that dog in him too. And then the guy that's been to me kind of fun to watch, and it's always fun to watch. Williams, he's amazing, but McGlinchey has played pretty damn well, and you almost look for everybody but the left tackle to make mistakes, and they're just not making that many mistakes. And you're making you're getting that running game going, and they're covering people up. And, it's not all just going to your left. In fact, that run last week was spectacularly blocked. What was it, 60-something yards? And, I mean, you just don't see plays like that very often. Yeah, I mean, and granted, you're going to come up against some pretty tough defenses, and sure, but I think they're good enough to go as far as that you want your team to go. The big thing's going to be just healthy. If those guys, especially the guys up there on that offensive line, if they can stay healthy, the D-line stays healthy, this is going to be a team you don't want any part of in the playoffs.
Randy, Nick Bosa, to me, should be Defensive Player of the Year, and I don't think that's a unique take. I think a lot of people feel that way. If you were still playing today, how would you try to stop Bosa? If that's possible.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. The way that he plays, and I hope people kind of appreciate what they're seeing, because I played with a guy that I think was the best pure pass rusher ever in Fred Dean. He had the techniques. He was just unbelievable. The effort with which what sets Bosa apart is he can go so hard for every damn play. And that's what wears an offensive lineman out. There are offensive tackles in this league that, yeah, a good amount of the time, they can block Bosa. The problem is he's going as hard on the first play as he is on the 60th play. And, it's that wears an offense out, that wears an offensive line out, that wears a quarterback out. And you've seen it in some of these last few games. Those quarterbacks are starting to, and they may not say they never do, and they don't look they don't look at their pass rush. My butt. If Bosa's coming at you from whatever side he's on, you're really aware of where he is, because they're just not stopping him. They're slowing him down on occasion, but they're not stopping him.
Well, and then the Niners get a lead in a game, and it's just, the turnover factory comes, right? Like he starts heating guys up, and they start throwing it quick, and the strip sacks come, and that's where the Niners have turned some relatively close games into blowouts. I want to go back to Purdy for just a second, Randy, and just get your thoughts on what surprised you most, his ability to hit the plays that are schemed up, because I think that was the bane of at least from the fans, Jimmy Garoppolo's existence. He was good, but there'd be 3 or 4 plays a game that Kyle would scheme up that should be explosive plays or touchdowns, and he'd miss some of them, and everybody would pull their hair out. Is it Purdy's ability to hit those plays, like the Kittle touchdowns from this last week, or is it the escapability, the off-schedule stuff, the ability to, oh boy, there's a rush, let's play a little backyard football and still make quality throws?
I think there's a lot of people out there, or maybe not in the Bay Area, because I don't imagine there's exactly a multitude of Iowa State booster groups in the Bay Area. But this kid was pretty damn good in college. And, the problem is when you're at a smaller school and you're not in the SEC and you're not in the Big Ten, and you're not at Oklahoma, or you're not at Texas, or you're not, you don't get noticed as much. But he did a lot of the same stuff when he was in college. And that's, if you're surprised about anything with Brock Purdy, I think it's the fact that he has taken his game and he's transposed it into the NFL. And most guys can't do that. The stuff you get away with in college, you don't get away with in the NFL. And, I think he's smart enough to know that. He's smart enough to adapt. But he's also doing the stuff that he's always done well. He's incredible on the move. And, if you make a mistake, he's going to see it. And that's all you can ask, out of a quarterback. I'm really interested to see what happens when this regular season is over and the playoff starts coming around. And, teams are starting to say, oh, what are we going to, it's playoffs. Is this kid going to be different? Is he going to tighten up? Are we just going to go after him? Are we going to treat him different? We're going to, we're going to go after him and make him beat us. And that's what he did in college. He beat teams. Iowa State obviously didn't win 11, 12 games every year, but they won a lot of big games. And that's the kind of style of play that he always had.
Randy, you know what it takes to win Super Bowls, and when we talk about this defense, the Niners defense, and this word that gets thrown around, historic, do you think this Niners defense could definitely not the Raiders defense. Do you think this Niners defense could be historic? And is it just as simple as to be considered historic, you have to win a Super Bowl and go down in history?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to cheapen anybody's efforts or anything, but, what was the best Chicago Bears defense they ever had? Was it 84 or 86 or maybe 85 when they won the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Same with the Giants with LT. And you start thinking about the great teams, you win championships. It's not, that defense was the best I've ever seen. But if they only had an offense, they could have been okay. Well, you know what? Most of the defenses of the best you've ever seen didn't need a damn offense. Look at the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
Look at Tampa. Go down that list. So, yeah, this is as good a defense as I think San Francisco's ever had, and it's got a chance to be the best. And to me, I made a comment on Twitter about a week or so ago. Somebody was saying, well, is it the 94 defense or the 12 or is it this one? And I was like, well, you might want to look back at 84, at that roster, the 84 defense that beat Marino. So yeah, I think you're on the right track. If you win a Super Bowl, that's the best way to qualify yourself. Because if you don't win a championship, you don't qualify as the greatest in anything.
Yeah, and that 84 team, obviously, 15-1 you guys were in 84, and then beat Marino in the Super Bowl. Yeah. I got to ask you about Christian McCaffrey. 8 starts, they're 8-0. I mean, just how much and in what ways has he changed everything for the 49ers offense? Because now it really does seem like they had weapons everywhere, but he seemingly has helped unlock all of the weapons by being maybe the number one weapon.
Yeah, it's kind of and it wasn't cheap. It wasn't, they didn't exactly give him away. But even though he makes that offense so much better. It's pretty crazy. It's kind of like NFL grand larceny. The fact that you can get him away from Carolina. But you dream about being able to make those kind of trades. You dream about being able to do those things. And if you look at some of the great Niner teams, the 5 that did win championships, that's a pretty consistent theme on all those teams, is getting guys from other teams and adding them. Whether it was the guys who got from San Diego or whoever. That's pretty consistent. And for Lynch to pull that off, you can't say enough good things about being able to do that, because McCaffrey's fun. He's just, every time he runs with the ball, he's going to go to the end zone. It's crazy the way this kid plays. He is an offensive version of Bosa in that he is going completely 100% every time the ball's snapped.
Randy, great stuff. We really appreciate the time, and we'll talk to you again soon, man. Tremendous insight on everything. We really appreciate it.
No problem. Anytime.
All right, Randy Cross joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Good conversation with a Niner legend, 3-time champion, going back to the Joe Montana days here, but still obviously in tune with what's going on. Longtime analyst as well.
Just the Niners, he said it himself, the McCaffrey, the Bosa of the offense. Just somebody who just pedaled to the metal every single play, and you just can't take a break, JD, and go into the Raiders and headed off to Vegas. The Raiders, man, I'm curious, JD, we got to talk about over-under. How many business decisions are going to be made by Raiders players on Sunday that just don't want to deal with it? What are we actually doing here, man?
It is a key question coming into this one, honestly. With all of the noise and everything going on with the Raiders, relating it back to the Niners, is how do they stay locked in?
Yeah.
And it really is the question, I think, for the last 2 weeks, because Arizona's in, I think, even greater shambles than the Raiders are, for as much as we've kind of talked about the Raiders situation a little bit these last couple of days. And then the stadium's supposed to be, 60-40 Niners, and we'll see. It's still a tough ticket to get, by the way. I was surprised. I thought the prices would go down a little bit,
man.
But we're still talking in the $600 to $700 range for tickets to that bad boy.
Talk about grand larceny. Come on, Vegas, grow up.
That's pretty crazy when you think about it. But yeah, it comes down to, are the Raiders going to have a fight? I'm not saying the Raiders can't win the game or show fight, or maybe there's a letdown for the 49ers, just based on the fact that it's locked up, it's on the road. 2 versus 3 is not a tangible goal because they don't fully control it at that point, their own destiny. Now, maybe if Minnesota ends up losing to Green Bay, there's a little bit of action there. I think both those games are late games, though, so you're not going to necessarily know. So you got to go out and play hard and let the chips fall where they may. I think this is a good test for what Kyle Shanahan has said with respect to you don't stop playing football. So we'll see if he and maybe that's why Debo's back on the practice field and might play this week.
Right.
McCaffrey, even though limited yesterday, could still get some carries. I'm interested to see how the Niners navigate, as we talked about with Randy, keeping their edge while also protecting their players here to where you don't lose somebody critical for a playoff run.
Over under 15 carries for Christian McCaffrey.
I would think under, but
it should be under.
But we'll see. Again, technically the Niners are still playing for something.
Mm-hmm.
And, we talked about a couple days ago the adversity component for Brock Purdy. If you're going to see some adversity, I think this is probably the week you'd want to see it, to be honest. Maybe the Raiders do get on a heater and get up 10-0 or 14-0.
Maybe Jared Stidham is that guy. Maybe.
We'll see.
Probably not.
We'll see.
And by the way, talk about, we want to evaluate Jared Stidham, and the Raiders have the Niners and the Chiefs.
You got a little Raider. Let's get it off your chest. No, I don't. Get it off your chest. Whatever it is. I feel like it's just percolating there beneath the surface.
No, all I'll say is this. It's a brutal situation. People have had some ridiculous takes about this. I saw one, I had to quote tweet it. I saw one that said, Matt Ryan went through what he went through with the Colts and he's still there for his guys, and Derek Carr can't even sit with his guys for 2 weeks. Do people read?
Yeah, it's not on Derek Carr.
No, do people read? Or
it's everybody else that you're worried about.
Exactly. Look, Derek Carr, say what you want about Derek Carr. I think he's just he's above average. He's just not him.
Are they doing him wrong though? Even if he's not him, are they kind of doing him wrong? Is it disrespectful?
At this point, I guess financially, you could kind of liken it, JD, taking it back to the Niners. It's a different situation, but how people felt that the Niners did Jimmy wrong this summer,
fair enough.
Right? I would say that.
Let him go. Let him find his job.
You held on to him. You tried to get something for him. In the Derek Carr situation, hey, we don't want him to get injured or anything like that because then we're going to be on the hook for this money. As long as they're working with him behind the scenes to make sure he gets to Indianapolis as quickly as possible, because that's where he's probably going. I hope I don't know. Everybody's calling Indianapolis like the Arizona, the retirement home for QB. So I don't know that I want him to go to Indianapolis. I wish nothing but the best for Derek Carr. I did think he, said some things that rub people the wrong way. He could be corny at times, but I do think he had the best intentions. And I think he did bleed silver and black, but ultimately it was just time for the two sides to move on. But anybody trying to compare Derek Carr to Jimmy G or Matt Ryan or any of these other situations, just stop it. You want to get clicks, you want to get your whatever's up. Just stop it. You shouldn't even believe what you're saying, because Derek Carr, he did give everything that he had for that organization for nearly 10 years. So miss me with that. That's all I had. And thank you, JD, for letting me get that out.
He has been a polarizing figure in the NFL.
He was a Jimmy G for the Raiders, right? Half the fan base thought he was trash. The other fan base thought he was Jesus, and in the end, he was neither.
And it's time. I think it makes sense. I know it was debated a few different times. Is it time or is it not time? I think it's pretty clearly time with this. I think Charles Woodson probably said it the best. You always have to impress the new regime, and it took a little while for him to get used to the prior regime with Gruden. Right? It was like he didn't play great initially, and then he progressively got better, I think, as the years went on, but now it's a new story again. And if anything, Derek has kind of shown he needs a couple years with each system. He's had a bunch of different systems,
right,
to get it together.
And I saw this thing. I think I'm the king of two things can be true, JD. You know this. I think that Derek Carr could have played better in certain spots. He also never had a defense that was better than number 20. He never even had a top 20 defense.
And he is unique in the sense that there were years where statistically he was really good.
Mm-hmm.
And there were also years where statistically he was pretty mediocre. And it just kind of depended on the year. It was just, he lived, I think, with the Raiders, a very unique quarterback existence. Not much success, never won a playoff game or anything like that. Got him to the playoffs a couple of times.
Very, very interesting career, I'd say. And that's kind of ran in
times you thought he was done, and then they brought him back.
Right.
And different.
At this point, it would have been nice for him to just finish out the career. I heard, or finish out his time with the Raiders. I also heard that Josh Jacobs spoke out and said, yeah, we were in a team meeting and he wasn't there, so we figured something was up. So the way they handled it internally didn't seem to be great.
Yikes.
They didn't even know what was happening. Look, I'm saying all nice things about Derek Carr, JD, because I don't know if you know this, but Derek Carr's brothers, they will find you on Twitter. They came after Damian Lillard, and Damian Lillard didn't even say anything bad. So I don't want any Carr brothers in my mention. So Derek Carr, thank you for your service.
Quick text from the 650 from earlier. JD, what's the word on your flight to Vegas? Going to be in Vegas for New Year's Eve and covering the game on Sunday. You going to make it there on time? I did get an email update prior to the show from Southwest. Yeah, I'm going Southwest. We all know about the troubles that they've had. Well, they said, and I'll try to get to the crux of it here. We expect, there's a quote here, we want to provide you with an update regarding your trip. Quote, we expect to resume a full schedule of flights with minimal disruptions on your day of travel. And then they say, keep checking and everything, whatever. But I feel like that's a good sign.
That is
right?
That's
a positive sign.
It's as positive as they're going to get. It's a positive spin.
Here's what I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I need to know. And I mean this. I'll make you a deal right now.
Okay.
Like straight up. If you're going to cancel it,
mm-hmm.
let me know in time to where I can drive.
Right.
Because I'll drive.
Mm-hmm.
But it can't be I go to the airport and I'm hoping to fly at 5:30 Saturday and it's like, we don't know. It's going to be 7, 8, 9. Oh, sorry, canceled.
Right.
At 10 o'clock on New Year's Eve. Like, don't do that. Like, if it's going to get canceled, I want to know Saturday morning. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to do Warriors this week, and it's going to be over at 1 o'clock,
mm-hmm.
and we're going to get in the car, and we're going to drive to Vegas.
Yeah.
And get there by New Year's, and enjoy New Year's, and cover the game on Sunday, and drive back in time to be here at 2 o'clock with Larry Krueger and do the show from 2 to 6.
There you go.
Let me know in time, South. That's the only thing I ask.
I don't know that
even
they're
if
going
you gotta
to
cancel.
Though. I don't know if they're going to.
All right, 2 hours down, 2 hours to come. Little mini rant there. Just do me right, not like the Raiders and Derek Carr. All right, we'll be back. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
O'Reilly. The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts can recommend the best products to get you ready for winter weather. Protect your vehicle with Xerox OE antifreeze and coolant and save $2 instantly. Xerox provides the exact OE-approved coolant formulations for domestic, Asian, and European vehicles. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit beefy, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life, call 800-444-9336.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto.
Bang, bang, Niner gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia. I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and taxes would sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hour number 3, halfway through here on a Thursday. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles in for Damon and Ratto. 888-957-9570. If you don't have plans for New Year's Eve, you can join our very own Bay Area radio legend. It's Chewy Gomez from 102.1 Jams and the great DJ Mind Motion. This Saturday, they host the biggest New Year's Eve party in the South Bay at the San Jose Marriott. So don't miss out. For tickets and more information, you can go to TaylorRocks.com. That's Taylor, Taylor, rocks, ROCKS.com. tailorrocks.com, or you can call 408-690-5999. That's tailorrocks.com, or call 408-690-5999 for a good time on New Year's Eve if you're still looking for what you're going to do. Any big New Year's Eve plans? I know this is your last show of the year, so I feel like I can ask you about that before we get back into some 49ers.
Yeah, I was going to do Tahoe, but, a lot of rain, a lot of snow. We didn't want to get stuck up there. So just heading to Napa, a little wine country action. Yeah.
Nice. I've done that. Maybe 5 years back or so.
That's where I'm at now, JD. I've done the iHeart party at Fort Mason. I've done all that. It was a great time. But I am now, this is where I'm at in life, enjoying a nice meal with some friends. That's about it.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. I mean, I think there's been so many different, there's been times where it's been San Francisco for me, times in Walnut Creek. There was a time where it's just, hey, we're just going to stay home.
Right.
Just gonna stay home because of COVID.
Yeah,
a couple years ago.
Exactly.
Watch all three of the the big whatever the big New Year's Eve shows are. And then this one, Seattle was a couple of years back. Had some friends in Seattle. Went up to Seattle.
Okay.
That was 4 years ago now, 2018, because it was before COVID. And then this will be a different one. Never done like New York or anything.
Right.
Obviously, a lot of them in Sacramento growing up there.
My mom's in New York right now for it, so she's going to enjoy herself. So shout out, Mom.
Is that a special trip? Like she wanted to go for New Year's?
Yeah, she's got friends out there. We're from, she's from Panama, but then after that, she was in the East Coast, so a lot of family out there. So she's enjoying herself. The weather actually is. I'm sure it feels different, but it's like 48 degrees in New York right now.
There you go.
Very similar to here.
So it's not like blizzard conditions or anything, which is good.
Exactly.
That's what you want. And so is she doing the time, is she doing Times Square?
I don't know if she's going to be straight up in there. She was in there yesterday before, while it's not crazy. I would say kudos to her if she does, because that even makes me feel a little uncomfortable. When I see those groups, man.
Yeah, some of the stories you hear is like, don't. I've heard people say don't do it.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You're just standing there and good luck. Good luck. Like if you need to use the restroom.
I don't think she is. But you never know with her. She might be.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's kind of cool in Vegas. Who knows what to expect? I just hope, as we were talking about before the break.
Yeah.
It actually, there's no unforeseen travel circumstances.
You'll be all right. I got faith
as well. So confident in that. 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile text line is open. Steve Kerr is going to join us an hour from now, his weekly show with Damon and Ratto. We're subbing in here today, so he'll join us at 5 o'clock. So looking forward to that. As far as the 49ers go, and we appreciate Randy Cross for joining us at 3:30. Tremendous conversation from Randy. He's still got his fastball. He was in tune and unafraid to share his opinions on everything that was going on. I thought it was interesting. He said, take a chill pill and enjoy what you see, because there is a lot of angst.
Well, let's talk about next season.
From the 49ers fan base, I think in part because of the standard that was set by his group that won the 3 Super Bowls in his time there. They won another Super Bowl the first time Randy was gone, and then won another one, 5 years after that with Steve Young and company. And then there hasn't been one at all since 1994. So it's been a long time, and I think that's what leads up to the angst, whether it's somebody that's old enough to remember some or all of those championships, or it's the children or grandchildren of those that have been handed down as being a big-time 49er fan through the generations. That standard is still there.
And they've tasted it, or they've gotten so close to tasting it so many times.
3 NFC championship games and a Super Bowl going back a decade ago, and a couple of NFC championship games and a Super Bowl in these last 3 years. And the Niners, it's funny how the Shanahan era, in some ways, has kind of mirrored the Harbaugh era in a weird way. Like, I know it took Shanahan a couple of years to build up to a point where they were in championship games and Super Bowls, but that 3-year run of championship game, Super Bowl, championship game, and then nada, and then they get it built back up, and it's Super Bowl, championship, Super Bowl bad year, championship game. And now who knows? I mean, the Niners, for not winning a Super Bowl, have had a heck of a lot of success in the playoffs.
That's what
for not winning a Super Bowl here in the last, 10, 12 years.
That's where I think it's extremely frustrating, but frustrating in a different way for Niners fans, because you feel it. You can taste it. It's so close. Yesterday we were talking about would you rather lose in the first round with Brock Purdy or lose in the Super Bowl? You said, well, I'd rather lose in the Super Bowl. And somebody on the Xfinity Mobile text line said, do you think the Bills care about losing those 4 Super Bowls, or would the Bills rather have not gotten to those? That's an interesting question, though, JD, because losing four is a little rough. And I get it. At least you get to go and enjoy yourself, but you lose 4, though.
I get it. You probably, as a fan, get a little jaded to the process at that point. Like maybe some of the playoff games.
And now it's hanging over you. Think about Josh Allen. If they go to the Super Bowl, how much they're going to have to hear about don't lose.
Well, the crazy part about that, and again, even as a kid at that point in time and remembering those 4 is, and it's funny because the first one was the closest they ever were. And that's the part that I think has got to be gut-wrenching about it, right? The first one is the one where Scott Norwood misses. He's got a 47-yard field goal to win it. He just misses. I think they lost that game by a point. They would have won by 2. And he misses. And obviously they had a great team, but then they get back. They get blown out by the Cowboys. They play the Cowboys again in the middle of their dynasty. They end up losing. I think Buffalo had the lead at halftime of that game. They get blown out of that game. Washington, they got blown out in between the close loss and the games against the Cowboys. And it's like, you never know, but it turns out of all the 4, the closest they ever were was that last play of the game in the first one. But so I get the angst, but to me, it's, as far as the question that you asked, give me 3. If I'm a Niner fan, give me 3 freaking Sundays in January or Saturday Sundays where I'm going to be happy.
Yeah.
Like, especially with a young quarterback. I mean, I think that's where Randy Cross had it nailed in the sense of just relax and enjoy it, man, because Purdy's doing something that we haven't seen before, frankly. I mean, what's the comp? Brady? I mean, even that. Kind of, but at the same time, I mean, it just, like, you just don't see Brady wasn't a third-string quarterback.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was a very late draft pick, but he wasn't a third-string quarterback, and this was Brady's second year in the league and not his rookie year.
Yeah, I understand why you want to look ahead, and we see on the Xfinity Mobile text line, we'll take the calls. I'll put it to you like this, JD. We can't even really have that conversation until we know how this season ends. That's how I feel. I feel like I can't say, okay, well, it should be Brock Purdy. I can't say that Brock Purdy should be the number 1 quarterback going into training camp next season. I can't say that yet. I can't say that yet. And maybe I'm on an island with that because Brock Purdy has already seen more success than Trey. To me, it's just what's the difference between that and just saying, hey, it's a competition, right? And if Brock Purdy looks better, assuming he does, it would end up being Brock Purdy QB1 to start the season. So it's just that simple to me. I think the Niners have already kind of stepped in it, or already stepped in it last year or earlier this year at the beginning of the season when they said, hey, it's Trey's team, yada, yada, yada. At that time, they probably felt they had no choice because of the whole Jimmy Garoppolo thing. So now what happens, JD? And we just said we're not going to talk about it, but on that side,
we're going to talk about it.
We're going to talk about it. Like I said, we have all summer to talk about it. But at the same time, do you take away, okay, this is Trey's team. Do you take that away? Do you say, it's an open competition? I just think that because of what they said, Brock Purdy is going to have to do more than what he's done so far for them to say anything more than it's a competition. I think them saying it's a competition is them saying it's probably going to be Brock Purdy. But they're not going to. Besides them winning the whole thing, I don't see them saying Brock Purdy is QB1.
I think if he wins a couple of playoff games, he's
okay.
QB1.
So that's where you're at.
I think right now, and look, there's no reason to say anything now. And I agree with Kyle Shanahan when he was asked about it on Monday, and he said, "Hey, I don't know if I'm gonna be alive."
He loves saying that, by the way.
Well, I don't think he actually said that Monday, but that has been his go-to.
He always says, "Well, we don't know," which I agree with because based on what happened these last couple years,
you know what. Whether he has a feel for it or he doesn't, like I would know as a head coach if, you know what, hey, Purdy probably going to be the guy next year. But you're never going to say that. You're never going to say that because you don't know what's going to happen.
And not right now.
Especially when you're the guy at the top of the franchise as Shanahan is, even above John Lynch.
Right.
He's one of the few head coaches that is the number 1 guy as far as, pecking order essentially in the 49er franchise. But I just, like, to me, it's Brock Purdy to lose at this point. So I look at it as, Purdy right now is the starter going into 2023. And
I don't see it
and we'll
like
see
that,
happens.
yeah.
No, we disagree on that. Like, I think it's cemented. Like, to me, it's in, I don't know, pencil at this point.
Sure, not Sharpie.
It's not in. It's in pencil.
Lombardi gets you the Sharpie.
He wins a couple of. Yeah, he wins. I don't even think it's got to be Lombardi. I think it's maybe 2 wins. Like, I think he wins 1 playoff game, and it's like, your
erasable
G2.
pen.
No, it's like your G2.
Okay,
like you can scribble it out.
Yeah,
it's like your gel ink.
Okay,
but you could scribble it out, or you can you can smudge it out maybe. Or whiteboard marker.
You think
maybe.
only Sharpie is? But when does Sharpie come?
Sharpie is, I think, if you win 2 playoff games. I think if you get to the NFC Championship game, he's the guy, because he's played far better than. And again, it's no fault to Trey.
No,
because he was not the starter last year and he got hurt this year. Like, I want to make that very clear, because I think people say, well, Brock Purdy's done it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Brock Purdy has played exceptional football in regular season games. If you're telling me he continues to do that and plays that way in 2 playoff games, it would be a competition between him and Trey Lance, who looked okay for the first half of the first game before the monsoon came and then got hurt and was in his first start last year and better in his second start last year than he was in his first against Houston, going back to after the new year. But to me, it's like, you're not holding this thing for Trey Lance if Purdy keeps playing well. Like, what? To me, it's like that's a no-brainer.
But I think,
like,
for
you're not
me,
thinking like, oh, Trey's going to be better. Like, I'm not. Like, I'm
well,
not.
how could he be?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But it goes back to what Michael Irvin said, right?
Yeah.
I mean, why didn't it look that way with Trey? And there's a lot of reasons why.
I'm glad you brought that up, JD. I'm glad you brought that up. Because there are some reasons, right? And look, I still think
there's some legitimate reasons.
They're legitimate reasons. And I do think that in terms of, which way you go, I do think some of this is just the PR aspect, JD. I'm not even saying that in Shanahan's heart of hearts. I think heart of hearts versus what he's going to say out loud could be 2 different things. So I'm not even necessarily disagreeing with you in that winning a couple playoff games could make it Sharpied in to Shanahan's heart of hearts. But I'm saying I don't think he's going to want to deal with the media circus if it's anything less than a Super Bowl, because he doesn't have to. No. What? So I don't even know if we're completely disagreeing on how Shanahan feels versus what he's going to say out loud.
I mean, are there really people out there that would think right now open competition?
I do.
I do. I mean, like, do you think Trey could be better?
I think that what
have we seen from Trey to where we'd see like Trey's going to operate at a higher level than Purdy has to this point?
But I think there's no reason to close it. Just like everybody said, what was the reason you had to give Trey the keys, right? And I get it, Trey hadn't done anything, so it's a different situation. But what is the reason to give Brock Purdy the keys? There's no reason. Why don't just go into the competition? But just wait. Wait though. Just go through training camp.
You're gonna wait. But that's the thing. Like, if Purdy blows up and plays badly in the playoffs, or let's say he plays badly the last 2 games of the regular season, and then struggles in the playoffs, Niners go out. Okay, then it's an open competition.
Right.
Like, that's fine. If you want to say that, that's fine, and it could be legitimately an open competition. I would strongly.
That's what I'm saying.
I would strongly favor Purdy in that. But what I'm saying is, if Purdy plays well, if he shows you he can get it done in a playoff game, it's his job.
Yeah. So maybe we're not even talking.
Like, what would you be waiting around for? Like, Trey to go all the way through the season and let's see.
Look, if he wins a playoff game, I would be. I am on record on this show with Damon saying I think Trey will play more than 5 games in 2023. I said that.
He may have to. He may have to because of injury.
Well,
not because he's the better quarterback.
We had to make some, predictions. That was my prediction. Going back to why didn't this look with Trey? Okay. And by the way, if anybody who listened to the Michael Irvin interview, it's blowing up everywhere. A bunch of Niners blogs are taking it. So go ahead and check that out if you haven't already. Why didn't it look like this with Trey? Well, I think number one is that we understand that Trey had the higher ceiling. Brock Purdy he'd been playing at Ohio State for 4 years. He was the guy. So I do think, yes, Brock Purdy, he was the lower ceiling guy, more so ready to go right now. So I think that's one of the reasons it looked different. Number two, the offensive line. We talked to Jake Brendel. That offensive line at the beginning of the season, people were legitimately worried, JD. Remember that preseason game against the Texans, and it was just musical chairs out there? Nobody knew what was going on. That offensive line then is not what it is now. And number three, the most obvious one that there is Christian McCaffrey. Trey never got to play with Christian McCaffrey. Now, am I even saying that it would look like what it looks like with Brock Purdy? No, I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying this idea that it never looked like this with Trey. And let's not forget, Kittle was out as well.
Sure.
Kittle was out as well. So that's four things right there that are legitimate. Now, people say, when you talk about excuses has a derogatory term, but some excuses are also fact, right? Like, I'm not saying that Trey should have done this or that. I'm just saying it is a fact that these are things that Trey Lance didn't have that Brock Purdy had. I'm not saying that it would have looked like this or that with Trey Lance. I'm just saying that before we say, why didn't it look like this with Trey Lance, let's also include all the things that Brock Purdy had that Trey didn't. That's all I'm saying.
All fair.
You know?
No, that's all fair. And I don't even necessarily, Michael Irvin didn't, we know the point that he was making, obviously. It's,
of course.
Purdy can do it and,
of course.
And go in there. Why can't Trey? Why didn't it look that way? I think all of those reasons are completely fair to bring up. At the same time, though, production is production, and it's not even necessarily blaming Trey.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he just might not be better. Like, it's flat out. Like, and then as far as getting to 2023, we got a lot of people that want to talk in the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Like, I wouldn't give up on Trey either. Like, that's the other part. Like, I'm not of the opinion that even if you think Purdy's the starter going into next year, and you name him the starter essentially based on what happens in the playoffs, even if the 49ers don't go to the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl, I'm not going to be somebody that immediately says, well, now you got to trade Trey.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got to trade him.
You like the Jordan Love kind of plan.
Well, like, to me, and it's also, you're going to need more than one quarterback.
Right.
Has
this season not shown us that?
4 out of the 6 years Shanahan has been the head coach of the 49ers, he's needed 3 quarterbacks to get through the season. Like, if Purdy, Purdy was hurt his second game to a point where, we didn't know he was going to play against Seattle, and he needed an injection, and it's, he's healed up to that point. But the bottom line for me is, you don't give up on Trey, but you make Trey the backup. You continue to develop him behind the scenes. You maybe even use some running packages, because that's what his greatest skill set is. I know Shanahan didn't want to do that with Garoppolo, and he kind of took the blame that he didn't like it, which I think a little bit of that was him maybe taking up for Jimmy, that Jimmy didn't like it or wasn't comfortable with it, and he said, hey, you know what, it messes with my play calling to get guys in and out and all of that.
Right.
To me, with 2 young quarterbacks, you can very easily re-implement that, especially if you're planning on doing it for the entire offseason. So it's not like Trey would be completely out of the fold, but Purdy would be the guy, and if Purdy falters or is injured, you got Trey Lance, maybe a more seasoned, more ready to play Trey Lance at that point, fully healthy, because that's the other part. We don't know that Trey Lance is going to be fully healthy throughout the offseason program and leading up to training camp and ready for September 10th, I guess it would be when the season starts. Although I guess the Niners would be hoping it'd be the week before, because they'd be on Thursday night because they're coming off a Super Bowl. But
yeah,
but like a statement toward Purdy being the guy is not a statement that Trey is not
finito,
is done. It has to be traded, is washed, is a bust.
All right,
let's get to the phones. 888-957-9570. Rob in San Francisco on 95.7 The Game with JD and Allen. What's going on, Rob?
How you doing, man?
Good, man. What do you got?
I was listening to y'all, man, and I'm a Trey Lance fan, but I do believe he's a little inexperienced, and Brock Purdy been doing his thing since he got on the field. He might as well just be the starter going in the next year. If Trey Lance come back full and healthy, he can be the backup.
That's it. That's it. Thanks, Rob. We had a little bad connection there with you, Rob. But yeah, that's all I'm saying is get him a little more seasoning and in essence take the pressure off, because I think we were headed down. Look, nobody's going to know. People scream at me when I say this, but I think it was headed down a bad road with Trey Lance in this regular season if he had remained the starter. I really do. They already had lost to Chicago. Monsoon! I know, Monsoon. He looked all right in the first half. He looked awful in the monsoon. Again, I couple that with training camp. Like, I believe if Trey Lance had been the starting quarterback of the Niners, it would have gotten to a point in the first 4 or 5 games where Kyle Shanahan would have been forced to make a change to Jimmy Garoppolo. I really do.
Well, you were boots on the ground.
It just didn't look like it. It's kind of like the Irvin take a little bit. It's not, why didn't it look like that? But it just didn't look as refined as I expected it to look for somebody that had been handed the job and had the entire offseason to be ready to roll.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. And this is more of a praise of Brock Purdy than an indictment on Trey. Because when we say, why didn't it look like that? It didn't look like that with Jimmy Garoppolo either. It didn't look
100%.
Jimmy Garoppolo looked better than Trey.
Great
but
point.
Brock Purdy looked better than Jimmy Garoppolo as well. So this isn't just a straight up Trey versus Brock Purdy thing. The only reason we're having this conversation is because we're not including Jimmy G is because we assume Jimmy G is on his way to New York. The Jets, maybe the Giants. I just don't think he's going to be playing with the Niners next season. So that's why we're not including Jimmy G. But going back to Brock Purdy, yeah, I think it's more about Brock than an indictment on Trey. Unfortunately, it's hard to praise Brock without it being an indictment on Trey, whether that's fair or not.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Trey's got to wait, then Trey's got to wait. And again, it doesn't mean that he's going to be a bad player. It doesn't mean his career's over. Doesn't mean that he won't at some point be. I mean, again, how many quarterbacks do you see, all the time that burst onto the scene, they play well, league figures them out, they can't make the adjustment. I mean, look at Garoppolo was, Garoppolo's great, like 5-0 at the end of the year, and then he got hurt, and he came back. Like, people forget, it was Jimmy freaking Jesus. Yeah. It was Gucci Garop. Like, this time 3 years ago, Niner fans thought he was a top 7 quarterback in the NFL 3 years ago today. That's just a fact. Turns out he wasn't. Kaepernick is another one. Kaepernick was great coming in and running and throwing, and it was all schemed up, and he had a couple of really good years.
Was it Jaws that said he'd be the best quarterback ever?
Yeah.
Jaws who said that?
Teams figured Kaepernick out.
Yeah.
And I think, we talked, I think, a little bit off the air about, I think the Harbaugh's disillusionment with the franchise kind of wrecked Kaepernick's career, I think. And then obviously everything that happened with the kneeling and all that had kept him out, which is bleeping wrong, right, obviously. But, Harbaugh kind of he was Harbaugh's guy, and when Harbaugh lost clout in the 49er organization, that's when Kaepernick's decline started to happen, and defenses figured him out, and unfortunately it never came back. Quick thought.
Yeah, I was just going to say one other thing to remember. I mean, we just saw this guy last week or earlier this week, Nick Foles.
Yeah.
World Series or Super Bowl champ Nick Foles. What do you do with that?
Full phone lines. John Dickinson, Alan Stiles. We'll come back. We're going to get through these calls before Steve Kerr at 5, and we are sponsored by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
San Ramon will be rainy tonight with a low of 49.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles in for Damon and Ratto. 888-957-9570. We're with you until 6 o'clock. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, coming up at 5. But let's get to some phone calls. We've been talking about the 49ers and Brock Purdy and Trey Lance. And have we already seen enough from Brock Purdy to where you'd say he's got to be the guy going into 2023? I've got it in pencil. I got my G2 out to write over that, but I always keep a Sharpie, at least I try to, in the bag. And so
I'm not there yet.
We get a playoff win. 2 for sure, and I'm putting that bad boy in Sharpie, Brock Purdy 2023. But I'm not giving up on Trey Lance either as part of it. I think so often it's like, I got one take, then that automatically means you have to have another take attached to it. It doesn't mean Trey Lance is garbage.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean Trey Lance is a bust. It doesn't mean Trey Lance can't have a nice career. But I think we've already seen things from Brock Purdy that we haven't seen any semblance of from Trey Lance to this point of his career. Fair or unfair, I think it's just reality. Let's get to Tom in San Francisco. And, of course, Alan disagrees with that. Tom, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Hey, I just want to say a couple of things. First off, let's be thankful we've got Brock Purdy, number one. Number two, as far as I'm concerned, Brock Purdy passes the eye test. He has the it factor. The kids won us a lot of games, even though, yes, the argument can be made. We've got a great defense. You've got Christian McCaffrey, et cetera, et cetera. It still takes skills to take the hits he takes to make the passes that he makes. So let us give him the credit for that. And number three, he is definitely the starter for next year. Trey Lance is coming off injury. As far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen anything from Trey Lance that tells me he is the guy. From what I've seen, it's been pretty much meh. Does it mean that he can't be a good quarterback? Not necessarily, but as far as I'm concerned, Purdy passes the eye test. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Purdy passes the eye test. That's a good way of putting it,
Mm-hmm.
I think. The production's there, the numbers are there, but it's also, wow, and I think you made the point, which is spot on. It looks better than Jimmy.
It does. It does. Look, I was the first one during the post game riding dirty with Purdy, so don't get me wrong. I think we're on the same. We're on
First one.
First one. You know,
there was a texter that asked how many times that was going to come up,
and I did it for you. I think you were 650. So shout out 650 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. And I feel similar to you, JD. My take on riding dirty with Purdy, my take on the fact that I do think even though it's a QB, not a QB dependent offense, Purdy is doing his thing. That still has nothing to do with the fact that he has some things that Trey Lance didn't have at that time, right? I think that those two things can stay separate, even though a lot of people don't want to separate them. So that's where I'm at.
888-957-9570. Jonathan in San Francisco next here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Jonathan, happy Thursday to you. What's on your mind?
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for taking my phone call. I just want to say, man, a few reasons why it didn't look like this under Trey Lance. Number one, he's inaccurate. Number two, bad footwork. Number three, he's not a quick decision maker. He got bad vision. Number four, for a mobile quarterback, he can't get away from the front seven. So what kind of a mobile quarterback is that if he can't even get away from linebackers? So, yeah, in my book, hey, I've been watching the NFL for 35 years, man. I've never seen a guy like Purdy, bro. Like, coming in like this ready. Brock Purdy should be the poster child of when opportunity comes and you're ready, like Purdy. He should be the poster child for that. I mean, this guy's been grinding all his life from what I've heard. He studies well. He probably has the same vision as a Draymond Green, like how he's totally aware of where everybody's at. I mean, this guy's a dog with cat-like reflexes. How does he get away from, I'm seeing like at least 3-5 times an unblocked guy, and he sidesteps like it's a nonchalant, and he gets rid of the ball. I mean, if this guy could be healthy for, if you just keep him healthy for the run, we're gonna win a big one.
Thanks for the call, Jonathan. Is Jonathan putting Purdy in the Hall of Fame with that?
I
think he compared him to Draymond, and
this is. And again, when you go this far, JD, now you got to bring up Nick Mullins. Now you got to bring up Nick Mullins. Jonathan might have been a guy who thought Nick Mullins could have been a guy. Like I just. Because he had a hot start as well. I know Purdy has played better for a longer period of time.
Nick Mullins' hot start was like, the Raider game in a year that didn't matter, and then it kind of flamed out, and then he played 2020.
That's why
he had one good game, and then it was like everybody talked about for a week about how the Niners were going to trade him for a first-round pick during COVID, and then he absolutely had I think the worst quarterback game I've ever seen in that Sunday night game against Philadelphia in empty Levi's.
Yeah, but that's why it's tough to have this conversation now because Brock Purdy hasn't had a bad game. You know, he hasn't lost in the playoffs yet. He hasn't given somebody that bad taste in their mouth. He hasn't overthrown someone in the Super Bowl a la Jimmy G. So right now, there's not going to be a caller, and we can see the calls now. There's not going to be one caller that says to not go with Brock Purdy. I would be surprised, but we haven't come across it yet because we haven't seen Brock Purdy play poorly yet. So that's why I can't wait to have this conversation after the season.
Yeah, no question. We have not seen him
because
really.
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he never does. And then I'll say, all right, I'm in Sharpie. I'm writing in Sharpie with JD as well, but I'm not doing that yet. And everybody else is just saying, everybody else is just saying it's just going off of what they've seen, which has been very good. But at some point, he's going to have a bad game. We just don't know when.
Right, and it would be tough if that bad game is the playoff game.
Especially
if it's the first one.
But right now, it's all unicorns and rainbows.
Gene in Oakland next here on 95.7 The Game. Gene, how are you, my friend? Good to speak with you.
Yeah, same here, guys. I'm doing fine. Yeah, so I'm enjoying this discussion because I've been thinking about this too. Trey versus Brock. I lean Brock as well as apparently everyone else. In fact, I never understood why they turned the team over to Trey, a team that's ready to win a Super Bowl. I mean, he's been raw. He was raw from the beginning. Very little experience. And he's interestingly enough, as has been touched on already, Trey has all the qualities that Brock lacks, and Brock has all the qualities it seems that Trey lacks, or at least so far. Trey's athletic. He's big, got a strong arm, but his decision-making is really questionable at this point. That's what got his ankle broken, on that read option play, making the wrong decision. He's been inaccurate. Brock on the other hand, has been accurate. His decision-making has been practically flawless. He's tough. He's relentless, but he is smallish, and he has a kind of a weak arm. But you know what? If you look through the league, I mean, how many guys are really elite and have all the qualities? Maybe Mahomes and Allen. Beyond that, all of them have weaknesses. So Brock, I feel good about him. I think he's going to be fine, unless for some reason he loses confidence. And the only way I see that happening is if he's getting hit over and over, a la Jim Plunkett back in the 70s. In which case, maybe he loses his confidence. But I just don't see that happening. I like this kid. I feel confident moving forward with him and having Trey as a backup if he's willing to do that.
Thanks for the call, Gene. Good stuff.
I mean, I'm not going to blame Trey Lance, his injury, on his decision-making. He was running the football up the middle. So, I mean, I'm not doing that. That's what I'm not going to do.
No, the one thing that the prior caller had brought up, I think there were the fact that he couldn't get away, and this is in line with what you were talking about as far as that kind of play calling and running so much of the QB power and the inside stuff, which yeah, frankly, I mean, it did get him hurt. To me, it was more about, is that the best play? Like, is that his best play? Is that the only thing he can do? And it kind of made me think, based on, again, small sample size, the game in Chicago, and they had some play action passes dialed up off of that, and there were some plays that were there in the first half of the Chicago game too. Hit a couple, didn't, missed a couple. But to me, it's the fact that if you're going to have him be a true running quarterback, he's got to be able to hit the edge. He's got to be it can't only be inside. It's got to be fake the run, get outside.
I'm pretty sure Mike Silver did an article on that as far as Trey not being able to get to the outside.
And if he can't, then frankly, if he can't get to the outside, then that's where I start to say, you know what, maybe you picked the wrong guy.
Well, look at the other running quarterbacks, right? And maybe they did. They said themselves they didn't have that much film. They didn't have that much information. It comes off as like I'm caping for Trey right now, when I ultimately think I wanted Justin Fields. You're asking Trey Lance.
Well, he looks like the second best quarterback of the group after Trevor.
Yeah, you're asking Trey Lance to run like Justin Fields, and Justin Fields flies, right? So if you wanted to do that, we don't know, JD, if all the running happened because his arm isn't there, or if this was always a plan. And we'll never know.
But again, if he's going to run more because you're not confident in him throwing it yet, I'm cool with that. But you can't be 3 yards in a cloud of dust with your quarterback.
No.
Like, that's not – it has to be get to the outside. The other thing Justin Fields does, and look, Trey's a big guy and he's strong, but Justin Fields plays backyard football. Like, the Niners got beat by Justin Fields because he played backyard football. It wasn't because he was running zone read and running it.
It was broken down plays.
It was a couple of broken plays where he got away and stopped and looked around, and because he took so much time making a play, he was able to hit Pettis. He was able to hit 2 touchdown passes in that game because of that helped them win that game back on week 1. So, yeah, Justin Fields is talented, and there is a little bit of a question, I think, lingering of, and I think it's not only the Niners necessarily, but why did so many teams, and I guess you can throw the Jags out, but the Jets and the Niners and really anybody else that was maybe looking around at the top level quarterbacks, obviously the Patriots ended up getting Jones after Fields was gone, but why weren't teams more, I guess, why weren't teams better at evaluating Justin Fields? Because it seemed like he kind of got, I don't know, he kind of got the short end of the stick as far as his talent level. Because, and look, he's raw still as a passer.
The whole thing with the epilepsy came out.
But he's extremely talented.
Yeah.
Like, there is something there for Justin Fields
I agree.
that can be built on. Well, I didn't know until I've watched him play in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up kind of watching him a lot more than probably, I've watched the Bears probably a lot more than anybody should this year, but I'm intrigued by Fields, frankly, based on covering that first game in Chicago and seeing him in person on a day where he wasn't great, but he still made some plays.
They fell for Zach Wilson because he had a nice he throws a nice ball, and they fell for Trey Lance because they thought they might have had the next Mahomes.
Mike in Fairfield, 888-957-9570. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, what's going on? I just want to say, like, if you're a true 49er fan, you just got to live in the moment. This is a special year. Like, what other team has a precedent for this? A third-string quarterback, going to the playoffs, win the division, and we have a Super Bowl chance. Like, I think, overall, we are the best team in the NFL, overall. Yeah, we have a third-string quarterback. He's probably not the best, but he's solid. He's solid enough. Like, if you're a true fan of the 49ers and football, like, you just got to be loving it right now. Just, like, on a high. Did anybody think that, like, okay, sweet, we got Brock Purdy coming in for the Miami game. Let's do this. Like, nobody was like, oh, heck yeah, we're going to do this. Everybody was like, okay, great. Season's over. Or, like, let's see what we got. And now it's like, oh, no. Like, Brock Purdy's legit. Like, nobody knows what's going to happen. So let's just be excited. This is fun.
Yeah.
Amen.
Randy Cross checking in.
Amen, Mike. Shout out Fairfield.
That's basically what Niner legend Randy Cross said last hour. He said just take a deep breath and enjoy it, because it is kind of an unprecedented situation.
Look, we've never seen anything like it. The way that it's happening, the way the chips are falling into place, I don't know that we'll see anything exactly like this again. So ultimately, everybody is excited. And like we said, we're going to do this whole conversation. I mean, maybe not to people that are in the JD camp who, kind of already feel that it's going to be Brock, but this conversation is going to take 18,000 different turns in the next couple weeks. It really is.
Yeah, it absolutely could. And look, we don't know how it's going to end up. I mean, Purdy could struggle. Purdy could get hurt. I mean, you might not get the full scope. He may throw an interception in a playoff game, and I think it'll be interesting to see, because we haven't seen him really go through any adversity to this point to where he's had to bounce back. If it does get to the playoff game, and that is the first oh-no throw, let's say, that puts the 49ers in a bad spot, let's say early in a game where there's still time to recover, how does Kyle Shanahan adjust to that? Because we saw what Kyle Shanahan did with Garoppolo in his first playoff game with the Niners against Minnesota. They're kind of dominating that game. Everything's flowing. It's still Gucci Garop. Like, it's all good. And then he throws that pick, and all of a sudden the Vikings are a play away, really, a stop away from being in that game. And it being like a danger zone where,
Right.
where, oh, God, if he throws another one, you might be in trouble. And he shut it down. I think he ran it 11 times in a row or something like that. And the defense regained control of the game, and the Niners ended up winning comfortably against Minnesota. And then the next week they run it, or they throw it 8 times, and Raheem Mostert dashes all over the Packers, and they're in the Super Bowl. So what I'm getting at is, if there's a scenario where Purdy struggles, does Shanahan immediately shut it down on him, and that prevents us from really being able to fully evaluate how he handles the adversity?
I don't think he's going to be. Well, I guess based on this defense, maybe they can afford to, but there's a good chance that they won't be able to afford to. JD, I'm curious, your thoughts, and obviously the Xfinity Mobile text line, the call lines lighting up right now. There's a word that gets used that I don't think it's black and white when you use this word, but I think that it does change things when you're talking about evaluating. And obviously Brock Purdy sounds, or he's been playing really well. That word is deserve. And I think that there's a lot of Niner fans that didn't like the handing over of the keys because they felt that Trey didn't, again, I'm going to use that word, deserve it. My feeling is when you go out, like deserving something can be deeper than just simply, oh, you didn't beat somebody out in training camp, right? In my opinion, deserving something could be, hey, you did the right things, you said the right things leading up to the draft. We decided to take you with this pick after we have given up, these other first-round picks. And for these reasons, you deserve it. You don't necessarily have to deserve something based on your play. He deserved it based on where you got taken in the draft and what they believed was going to happen with Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, it didn't end up that way. Now, this version of deserve with Brock Purdy, the fact that he was on the field and he has done things that we can all say, well, I mean, he's going out and he's having success. Now, his deserve is just completely trumping the Trey deserve. And again, the way that a lot of people are talking, and I wouldn't say the calls have been bad at all, but just the fact that they are saying, well, Purdy does this and Trey never deserved it. I would battle back on that because I do think that operative word deserve doesn't always mean you have to beat somebody out and you have to beat somebody out in training camp. I don't think that's the same. I don't think that's the same for every situation.
No, I mean, look, if you're the third pick in the draft and Jimmy Garoppolo, his time was coming to an end, whether it was based on contract or situation or whatever, like to me, that was enough. Like, I actually didn't have a problem with them turning it over to Trey. Mm-hmm. I just thought if you were going to turn it over to Trey, he better look a little bit better than he did.
And I think they might not have even known.
In camp and in the first game of the season, although again, everybody, I'm already hearing everybody screaming at me for monsoon. First game of the season, monsoon, can't take it.
I haven't heard any monsoon talk since Brock Purdy, though. Nobody cares about the monsoon.
Well, we'll see if Brock Purdy has to play in a monsoon. What it looks like. Hopefully not. Although you never know the way the weather's been lately. I mean, Niners could have a home game in a monsoon.
Yeah.
George next here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, George?
Guys, I've been thinking about this as you're talking about this, and I go back in the Wayback Machine, and I see us pick up Alex Smith with the number 2 or 3 draft, and he's got all the tools. He's coming out of college, and he's going to light it up, and he takes a snap from center, and he's a deer in the headlights. And then I see, Garoppolo come in. He's got nothing to lose. He comes in. He's comfortable. Everything's flowing. He's just win Jimmy. Then I see Trey Lance come across because Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust Jimmy. And I see Trey Lance pretty much looking like a deer in the headlights. And now I see the kid come in, Brock Purdy, and Shanahan's got all the governors are taken off because he's got nothing to lose, and Mr. Irrelevant leads the way. This kid's got confidence. He's got poise. He's got it. Does Trey Lance have it? I don't know. We haven't seen it. What do you think?
I think it's well said. I think it's a reasonable take.
I just think that
Purdy looks like he has it. We don't know.
Right now. Why does everything have to be so? People thought Bailey Zappi had it for a couple games.
We don't know if he ultimately has it, but right now he looks like
it's trending. It's trending in the direction that he does.
For now,
yes,
it looks that way.
I would agree with
at
that.
a higher level than it even looked for Jimmy at any point. Even the highest Jimmy level, I think it was to that point. So, yeah, I tend to agree. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr in about 10 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. Sean is next here on 95.7 The Game in San Diego. Thanks for giving us a call, Sean.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, I just got two things. First of all, Justin Fields and the Bears, they lost like 9 games in a row because Justin Fields is more running back than quarterback. And the second thing is Purdy, he kind of reminds me of the guy who just played this weekend, Heineke and Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray, because over time, their smallest size is just not going to cut it in the NFL. If you look around the league, there's really no small quarterbacks that are really succeeding in the league. So I think over time, his smallest size is going to end up showing itself. And, that's why the 49ers took Trey Lance, because he's 6'4", 240. He can make all the throws, and he's mobile as well. So that's all I got.
Yeah, we don't know that Trey Lance can make all the throws. That's
a piece of it. But I do know that
size and arm strength, though, is the question for Purdy.
Well, he led that call with Justin Fields, and I mean that's got to be one of the worst rosters in the NFL. So.
Yeah, no, look, they're clear-cut rebuilding. Yeah, they have lost a lot of games in a row. I mean, to me, it's just they've made a little bit of an adjustment, I think, to their offense to where it is built a little bit more around his skill set than I think it was at the beginning. Remember, this is not the regime that drafted him,
right?
So it's a little weird there. But no, I think Justin Fields has got some talent.
Now, whether you want a running quarterback, well, if you don't want a running quarterback, right, and we don't know, you might say, hey, Justin Fields, somebody's going to want you, but that's not the type of quarterback I want. So he might be on the market. Who knows?
Now, let's sneak in Ricardo real quick. Ricardo, I got about 20 seconds for you, my man. What do you got?
20 seconds. Wow.
We'll make it 30.
I got to talk really fast. So I think you guys brought up a great point about deserve, and in the NFL, nobody deserves anything. You got to earn it. We got to see how this Brock Purdy experience fleshes out, and then see. And poor Trey, he's going to have to relearn to be a quarterback now. I mean, look at how much time he's missed. The poor guy, I feel so bad for him. But, that's it in a nutshell. We got to see. It's going to be an open competition. It's got to be, and see what happens.
Thanks for the call. Open competition? We'll see. We'll have to revisit that after Steve Kerr joins us here on 95.7 The Game. Great first 3 hours. The head coach of the Warriors is coming up next as we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Looking for a holiday dinner experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Get up to $26,000 of ERC money for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You qualify if you satisfy either one of these two tests. The easy way, your gross revenue drops a certain amount. The complex way, a full or partial closure of your business, a facts and circumstances test. You could only use the inside of your business up to 25% of capacity. Even an essential business like a food store had a 75% partial closure. Or supply chain disruptions, or limits on the number of people you could have in an area, or many other possible factors. Beware of companies that only consider the easy way and avoid the complex way, and also companies that fraudulently say everybody qualifies, especially companies that only just recently came into existence and then can disappear. We've been practicing tax law for over 30 years. Call Moskowitz LLP at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or MoskowitzLLP.com. MOSKOWITZLLP.com.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, final hour here on a Thursday. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles in for Damon and Ratto. And now it's time to catch up with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, brought to you by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. Also brought to you by SFO. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win $1,000 toward a nonstop flight from SFO today. Coach, I'm sure being at home for the holidays and getting a win over the Grizzlies and a couple of wins this week has made for a nice Christmas holiday week. But I got to ask you right off the top, how's it been otherwise? You get any fun gifts this Sunday, this Christmas?
Not really. Kind of beyond that stage at this point in my life. But I'm good with just a win. So a win on Christmas Day was awesome.
And really, I mean, how nice is it to be home for the holidays? I know you've said in the past that 8 games can be a little long. You're not quite to that point yet, but when you see the schedule and you're flying home and you got a couple of days to lead up to it and then home for the holidays, that's always a nice thing, isn't it, for a team?
Oh, yeah, especially coming off that trip that we were on, 10 days on the road. And obviously it was a struggle, just 1-5. And I think we landed at 3:30 in the morning when we came back from New York. So that trip was a haul. So to turn it around, get home, win some games, be with the family, I think everybody's feeling a lot better about things now.
Steve, just like you said, that trip was tough for a number of reasons. But one thing that did come from that trip is the young guys got a decent amount of playing time, and now they're starting to play well these last couple of games. Do you think that maybe what happened during that trip could be part of the fruits of the labor now in this homestand, and the young guys starting to understand what the team needs from them in order to get these W's?
Yeah, I mean, I think the opportunity that comes with the injuries to some of the key guys means that the young guys are gonna have a chance to grow, and I think that's what we're seeing. That always comes with growing pains. There's just going to be tough nights like the 2 in New York, and nothing is ever easy or linear. It just you're going to have some ups and downs, but the guys need reps, and when you see J.K. starting to really become an excellent defender and a guy with a real role on our team, and then you see our two-way guys seizing the opportunity, playing so well, Ty and Anthony, and just overall the team kind of gelling and starting to gut out some wins. It's just great. It's a great sign. You can just feel things starting to shift.
Coach, Patrick Baldwin mentioned last night post-game that he thought for him and even some of the other guys, the second half in Brooklyn, as ugly as that first half was, but you guys were competitive in the second half, and the young guys really got a chance to all play and play together in that second half in Brooklyn. He thought that really helped him and helped the group just get more comfortable and feeling like they belong and can do some things on an NBA floor together. Do you think there's been a help from the end of that game that's maybe carried over a little bit for the guys in these last 3 since you've been home?
Yeah, for sure. I think, we always tell the players that, there's no such thing as garbage minutes. I mean, every minute is an opportunity for a young guy. And the previous night at the Garden in New York, it was a really rough go in the fourth quarter for our young group. And the next night in Brooklyn, we're getting blown out, but those guys come in and, cut 20 points off the lead, and they're knocking down shots, and they're getting some confidence. I mean, that stuff carries over. And I think you saw that last night with Patrick. I thought the game shifted with his 3-point shooting.
Steve, we've been debating this all show long. And the question is this, Coach. Does it feel like your team is starting to turn the corner? I think me and JD are both of the mindset that you're starting to, but you're not really ripping around it yet. Do you feel like your team is starting to turn the corner? And if not, what more do you need to see from them?
Yeah, I mean, I think until we win on the road, it's tough to say we've turned a corner. But I will say that last night's game and the night before against Charlotte, it just felt different. It felt like we had to really gut those games out, and we were doing things that we were making winning plays. One of the things that happened last night, we had a couple of fouls that we used kind of late fourth quarter. They weren't, we weren't automatically giving them, but we were forced into them because of what was happening on the floor. But we weren't in the bonus yet. And so it was just side out of bounds. And, I mean, you guys know this, for most of the season, those fouls are free throws because we're fouling so much early in the period. Now teams are getting free throws every time there's a foul. So just that alone for me makes a huge difference. Defending without fouling leads to better control of the game. And then it allows you to be a little more aggressive defensively, late in the games, and that's something that happened last night. So there's definitely been a lot of growth.
How valuable has Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb been, and just how impressive is it for a team to get so much out of two-way players and being ready and making an impact?
Yeah, those guys are really good. I mean, Ty has been in the league for a few years now. He's rock solid. Anthony's a 4-year college player and had a great year in the G League last season. So both guys have a good feel for the game and have been through some stuff. They've got some experience and they just they know how to win. So they've been great contributors for us this year. And with the injuries now, we're really keen on them and counting on them.
It probably too early to worry about it, but there is the 50 game limit on those guys and the playoff eligibility. And maybe if you're healthier, it's less of a problem. But I mean, could they force a difficult decision? I mean, you guys have had to convert guys in the past, and it's really helped you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have both those guys on our roster. It's just, right now it's not conceivable. We do have one roster spot left, but we're kind of hanging on to that, and we'll see where it all goes. So, as this plays out, it's possible both of them could end up on the roster, but we just have to see how it plays out. I know both of them are worthy of spots for sure.
Coach, this is the longest stretch you've played without Wiggins since acquiring him. Have you learned anything more about what he means to the team, in the process of, trying and struggling at times to stay competitive, specifically on the defensive end without him?
Well, I'm not sure that I've learned anything that I didn't already know. I mean, when we got him 3 years ago, it was we were in such desperate need of athletic, big wings to guard. And Andrew's been so good defensively throughout the playoffs last year. He was one of our key guys, just guarding, every opponent's star perimeter player. And so when he went down, I knew, we were going to miss that. But it's emphasized when you're going, night after night on a road trip and you're facing, these great players, whether it's, Halliburton or Brunson or Kevin Durant, or, you just from one city to the next, you got Giannis, you've got Chris Middleton. You're just dealing with all these stars, and that's where it's really exposed. Just, Wiggs' absence is really felt.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joining us here on 95.7 The Game. I want to ask you about Klay Thompson and go back a little bit to the early part of November. And I think you had said at one point in a press conference, Klay probably wouldn't play in back-to-backs at any point. And then I think you got asked about it toward the end of November, maybe 3 or 4 weeks later. And you had said, hey, it's possible, obviously up to the training staff, but it kind of changed. And I'm curious, did the shift come from the training staff, or was there maybe a scenario where Klay Thompson kind of came in and said, hey, I want that option to at least be available to me at some point, even if it doesn't necessarily come to fruition?
No, that came from the training staff. I mean, Klay wants to play every game. It's just a question of whether it's possible for him to do that, and that's up to the training staff. So, Rick Celebrini told me, he said, that it is a possibility that Klay could get there at some point, but, we don't feel comfortable doing that just yet.
Coach, where would this team be without Dante DiVincenzo? He missed some games early, and I was talking to JD about this. He's a guy who, in 2 back-to-back games, he was almost 2 completely different players in the most positive way possible, because he knew, okay, Klay's heating up a bit. A couple nights ago, I have to be a distributor. And then last night, okay, Klay's out. I have to be a scorer of the basketball. His ability to evolve into whatever the team seems to need, how important has that been, and how important has he been for the squad?
Yeah, Dante's been great. He had the early season hamstring injury that kept him out of 7 or 8 games, and that kind of slowed his progression and his integration into the team. And I just felt like once he came back and started to get a rhythm, and then with the injuries that we had, he started playing, 30, 35 minutes. Last night, I think 38 or 39. And that allowed him to really kind of let loose and get more aggressive. And I think he's found his stride now. I love Dante. He's a competitor. He's tough on the ball defensively. He's a playmaker offensively who can knock down shots, but also, be a secondary ball handler and pick and roll. So Dante's a winner. He's tough and gritty, and the guys love playing with him.
Steve, I want to go back to just the young guys and their ability to become better role players, right? We always have this conversation about the high-end ceiling for all of them and what their careers can ultimately be. But then right now, what you guys are basically asking them to do is be role players on a championship team. Is the last 3 games sort of what you guys envisioned it might look like at the beginning of the year, and maybe what's changed from the beginning as far as that's led you to this point where you're getting more out of them when you really need to get more out of them because you're banged up?
Yeah, I think, what was interesting about the beginning of the year is we knew who our top 6 guys were, and then we didn't really know how the pieces would fit after that. And who was going to play? We had a lot of young guys and a couple of new guys, and the combinations are everything in this sport, and we had to figure out which 5 guys fit together and which didn't, and all that kind of stuff. So it's shaking out now pretty well. Despite the fact that we've got injuries, or maybe because of the fact we've got injuries, we're really getting a chance to see the whole roster, but we're getting an idea of who we can count on and coming off the bench and what combinations we can play.
Yeah, and one of the great aspects of the Warrior fan base is how excited they are about everybody, the superstar players and the championship guys, but also the young players. And the question that we get all the time, and I get it a lot on the post game show, is you want this guy to play more. Patrick has a game like he did last night. You want him to play more, and Kuminga's obviously played better, and Wiseman's gotten a little bit of run. As you get healthier, how do you formulate and just kind of explain to the fan just how you formulate a rotation plan for on a given night when you're healthy, right? The guys that are going to play a lot of minutes, but how do you sort of pick and choose between, let's say, 9 or 10, and how you break it down?
Yeah, well, we map it out every night and then sort of use that as a rough draft. It doesn't necessarily mean we're going to follow the script, but we kind of map it out to try to get to certain combinations that we think will work. And then, of course, stuff always happens. Foul trouble or injuries, or maybe something that's happening on the floor isn't working out well, and you need to add a shooter or, add a big guy, whatever it is. So all that stuff is mapped out beforehand, and then you kind of improvise as you go during the game.
Coach, last time I was on this show with you as a guest with Damon, the talk of the town was the discontinued dribbles, and we had a nice conversation about that. I've noticed, for Jordan Poole specifically, I haven't seen as many calls, and I was just curious, is that something that he's been working on, or the team in general, just in terms of, hey, if they're going to call this a bit differently, we have to change some things?
Right. Well, I think the ones he was called for early on, when they really made an emphasis on that rule. To be fair, they were pretty egregious. Watching them on film.
Yeah.
And, when you watch a game, you can watch almost everybody carries the ball. To me, what the league is cracking down on is the really egregious ones, and so I think Jordan has made the adjustment, and he hasn't been called for one now in a while. And I think that's the idea. I mean, it's just they're just trying to take away the really bad ones, and but it's different. Every crew is a little different. Every officiating crew kind of has their own tendencies, and you have to know what those tendencies are when you go into a game.
Steve, what's clicked for Jonathan Kuminga as far as just defense and energy? And I mean, did you as a staff try and maybe simplify the role for Kuminga? Because I mean, I go back to the Charlotte game a couple nights ago, and it felt just watching almost as if he was willing you guys to the win, which was like, wow, kind of a moment with the rebound and the pull-up and the dunk and everything else, the defense, the rip-away on P.J. Washington there in the corner. What do you think has clicked, and have you guys maybe asked him to do different things, or is he doing more of what you've always kind of asked him to do?
Well, I think number one, he's been really good defensively. We've challenged him with that, and he's worked hard at it. And then I think honestly, what happened was he realized that's his ticket to playing time. He's like all young players. He wants to score. He wants to become a high scoring wing, and he's got that potential. But it's not what we need from him right now, and it's not something that we're really looking to for him to do, because we've got an established team, a championship team. We know how we want to play, so if JK wants to get on the floor, it's got to be at the defensive end, and he's doing a really good job of recognizing that and following suit.
Coach, we watched James Wiseman in that Grizzlies game, and even though it was limited time, he was really affecting shots and affecting the game. How would you say he's coming along, and how would you evaluate his play as of late?
Yeah, James has been good. His stint in the G League was really effective. Wasn't just the 7 or 8 games. It was, more importantly, the 3 weeks of practice. In the G League, you really only play 2 games a week. They got about 3 or 4 good practices, and I thought Seth Cooper and his staff did a great job of really, giving James the reps that he needed that we can't give him up here because of just the number of games that we play. And James did a great job of absorbing that, and it's translating now to the game. I think he's getting a lot better defensively. It's exciting.
Steve, just quick couple of just injury updates as far as just Andrew Wiggins goes and Steph. Is Steph doing anything yet as far as, just any kind of little basketball activities? I know he said he hadn't picked up a ball. I know you guys have a date coming where you're going to reevaluate and all that, but is Steph doing anything? And do you think Wiggins, is he officially out for tomorrow? And what's his status kind of leading toward maybe Monday?
Yeah, so we were targeting last night's game for Wiggs, and then he came down ill a few days ago. So, he was healthy enough to play from the injury, but then the sickness kept him out. So hopefully, a couple of good days of workouts and scrimmages, and he'll be ready to go. And then. Let's see, who else did you ask about? Steph.
Yeah.
Steph he's been doing a lot of stuff on the court. So he's getting a lot of good work in. He's really coming along well, and everything is progressing.
All right, Steve, great stuff. Really appreciate the time as always, and guys will be back next week.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me, and Happy New Year to you, and we'll see you down the road.
All right, Happy New Year, Steve. All right, Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Good stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
Steph's been doing stuff.
Steph is doing stuff.
That's a little bit of news.
Yeah, Steph is doing stuff. I mean, I really love what he was saying about the two-way players and how their roles have, kind of shifted and how they've been up to the task. I mean, JD, it is really tough to not say that they turned the corner yet, but I agree with him, and that's how we started this. There's versions of the corner. This is a piece of the corner, but ultimately you got to do this stuff on the road for you to feel like these guys are really moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and I still maintain you got to keep doing it at home, right? Especially if you're going to be shorthanded. And Steve didn't really. He gave us a little something on Steph, not as much on Wiggins. So we're waiting for I think the official injury report's going to come out in about 10 minutes. So we'll get the update via the official channel.
There you go.
As far as
1 for 2 is pretty good.
As far as Wiggins
500.
go. But no, that's big because Steph had said, a week or so ago that he hadn't even picked up a ball yet when he was on TNT. So that would have been, I guess, 9 days ago. That was during the Knicks game, which was a TNT game, and he was on with that broadcast. So that was 8-9 nights ago. And I know what the reevaluation point I think is coming a week from Saturday on the 7th.
Yeah.
So I mean, if he's starting to do stuff, I think that's certainly a positive sign.
Do you think that he'll wear anything on his shoulder when he plays?
Good question. I don't know. Something to keep it from maybe popping out.
Yeah, I'm always down for, masked LeBron or masked whoever. So
you're just saying from an aesthetics point of view.
Well, if we can get,
you want to see like something coming through the jersey?
Yeah, shoulder guard Curry or something like that. And then he's going to get on a stretch where he's just on fire.
Like a sleeve?
Yeah, sleeve Curry.
Sleeve Curry.
Sleeve Steph went crazy, dude.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. That's interesting. Has there ever been, I'm trying to think, was there ever a point, like he never wore a headband or anything, did he?
He did, didn't he? Didn't he have a little stint of the
early
headband?
in his career, though, right?
No, I think it was it might have been the year.
Was it the Portland year? Like, did he wear a headband and then rip it off and go, like, the year that he...
Something like that. He definitely wore a headband at some point.
Man, I mean, there are people I'm sure out there that know that. Like, I know the Warriors' schedule.
He definitely wore one in the All-Star game, but I'm not counting that.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's just, I know he has at different points, but I want to say there was a time where he ripped it off and then maybe that Portland game in 2016 in the playoffs.
An initial Google search does not have any pictures of Steph with a headband. They have Steph at the All-Star game and they have
without
Seth.
a headband.
They have
Seth with a headband.
Seth with a headband, Steph at the All-Star game, but no Steph. Oh, I see one with Steph and cornrows and a headband.
Okay.
So
do we know what era that was? That was.
Let's see here.
That's in the last 5 or 6 years.
That
right?
was in 20. It was 2020. He had long hair in 2020. It was before everything went down and they didn't go to the bubble. That's what it was.
Oh man, okay.
Yeah, it was a weird time for Warriors.
That is
Warriors fans.
Those are some games that I've omitted. Right. Those are some scheduled dates.
Yeah, that's what it was. I knew it was somewhat recent. He had cornrows.
More recently than I thought.
Yeah.
I mean, hell. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
With the headband.
Okay. That wasn't like the time. Like this was because he only played one game in 2020 before everything shut down. Remember, he had the injury,
right?
And then he came back for one game, and then remember there was the game where people thought he had COVID.
Right.
And he didn't.
Maybe, you know what?
But he missed it being ill, and then like 5 days later, everything was done.
I think it was the year where they lost to the Grizzlies in the play-in.
Okay. It's so the next year.
Yeah, I think it was that year. 510 is
Yeah.
chiming in butt pad Curry. That was a thing, butt pad Curry. So now we'll have, sleeve Steph coming your way.
All right. Good stuff there. But good news if he's already on the court a little bit. That's very good news because, again, we always talk about, we're reevaluated. Well, that doesn't mean he's coming back. Well, it could mean he's a little closer to coming back, though, than 2 weeks away from being 2 weeks away.
There you go.
Which is good news for Warriors fans. So our thanks to Steve Kerr, John Dickinson, and Alan Stiles here on 95.7 The Game for all the best content. You can head to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and click subscribe. You'll hear and see, more importantly, all of our shows live, the best interviews, the most interesting segments, behind-the-scenes content from the Warriors, and more. It's all on the 95.7 The Game YouTube page, so subscribe now.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Spilled your milkshake? Quick, the quicker picker upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading Ordinary brand. So you can get back to your milkshake.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Bounty, the quicker picker upper.
Save now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. For a limited time, get up to an additional $600 off select major appliances and instant savings from top brands like Samsung, LG, and Whirlpool. And you can take home what you buy same day. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 12/29 to 1/4.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, final segment. As we're here till 6 o'clock, John Dickinson and Alan Stiles. Final show of the year for my guy, Alan Stiles.
That's right. I got to unload it.
So, yeah, whatever you got left on your sheet, let it fly here, baby, in the next 20 minutes or so before we get out of here. We did get a text message from the 925 said, hey, guys, can you ask Coach Kerr about Andre Iguodala? And the answer is no. I mean, we could, but the answer is no, we're not going to. And here's the reason why we're not going to. This is Steve Kerr from a couple of weeks ago with Damon and Ratto.
He's going to play at some point, but we just don't have a date. I mean, the whole point is we just want him healthy in the playoffs. And he's working every day with our training staff. He's getting shots up. So the answer is yes. Just stop asking, and at some point he'll be back out on the floor, and then we can talk about him then.
Yeah, and Ray Ratto had said, hey, dude, should we stop asking? And just stop asking. So but that lives now until Iguodala's back. So anytime, it should just permanently live on every show soundboard over here next to the mic that can be played. That just anytime anybody asks about Iguodala, you can just drop that in from time to time. We should put it in like a promo.
He'll play when he plays.
And don't expect it soon. And as we talked about a little bit yesterday, I think they felt they wore him out last year.
Yeah,
so they didn't get anything from him really in the playoffs because he was so good at the beginning of the season. So yeah, a lot of good stuff from Steve Kerr, including a little bit of breaking news, maybe as far as Steph being able to do some court work, which is a step toward being able to make a return. I mean, he's been dancing around on the sideline and coaching guys up to a point. I mean, he raised his arms. I think you mentioned somebody had said, hey, he raised his arms during the game in celebration here over these last 3 days. So, why can't he get back out there? Well, apparently he's getting back out there and starting to get a little bit of work in. Obviously, the Warriors not having a practice today, and practices are pretty limited and light with so many games going on right now. But all in all, that's a very good sign, I think, for somebody that now is going to be reevaluated officially, 9 days from today.
Well, and I wouldn't say that it changes things, but I do think we are to the point where it keeps you keep an eye on it. And I think that JD, over this road trip, they might get to the point where you start looking at, okay, how long they do this every year with injuries. How long can we survive without Steph? So the longer we can survive, the healthier he feels, so you don't have to rush him back. So really, you don't want to see Steph back as soon as possible. In a weird way, you don't, because that probably means that the Warriors feel like they need him.
No,
right?
Well, there's some light at the end of the tunnel, though, I think.
Exactly.
Which is good,
no, I agree.
But it doesn't change what this team has to continue to do to prove that they've turned the corner.
In the interim.
In the interim, which is win games. Like, you're 18-18. And I know Steve Kerr brought up, I think, the obvious point, but it's important, the fact that they haven't done it on the road. So that's his barometer. Can't say we've turned the corner until we do it on the road. Well, they can't do it on the road for another, 2 weeks, I guess, from tomorrow's the next road game.
You say starting to.
But to me, the one thing they can do is make sure that we're not a couple of days from now or 5 days from now talking about, they're 3-2 on the homestand and they're 18-20 again, and the young players didn't play well, and they don't have enough, and Wiggins isn't back. And by the way, just on that note, the injury report for tomorrow's game has been officially dropped, and Andrew Wiggins is officially out with the non-COVID illness for tomorrow. I know Coach Kerr had mentioned he was doubtful last night, really said the same thing, echoed that with us here. But Andrew Wiggins is out, Steph Curry's out, JaMychal Green remains out with what the Warriors are now calling a right lower leg infection. So that's a little bit of a different deal than he had been categorized as before. And
that doesn't sound great.
That doesn't sound great. And then Iguodala, he had been previously health and safety protocols. So JaMychal Green out, and Curry, Wiggins, JaMychal Green, Iguodala out. Dante DiVincenzo and Draymond Green, right knee soreness for Dante, right foot soreness for Draymond are both probable for tomorrow. So that means
they'll be out.
They're in.
Yeah.
They're in, and the Warriors have needed them to be in to this point. to help them win some of these games. As far as looking at Portland, no Gary Payton II tomorrow, obviously still. Nurkic is probable. Nothing crazy on their injury report. Justice Winslow's got a ankle sprain.
This is going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one, and I know you're going to break it down even more so tomorrow, JD, but this is going to be a tough game for the Warriors. And look, you really need DiVincenzo out there. You don't have DiVincenzo out there for those guards, that'd be a long night. That'd be a long night. Specifically, Dame, I know it's in San Francisco now, but Dame normally plays the Warriors pretty tough.
Yeah, he loves coming back to the bed.
He loves it. He's got his fam in the building and his Modelo commercial, all those types of things. So Dame's going to be ready. And again, Anthony Simons, when we talk about the Jordan Poole deal, Anthony Simons is another guy in that group of the young up-and-comers that who's going to be the biggest star from this group. I say Anthony Simons, Tyler Hero, Jordan Poole. So I need Jordan Poole to continue doing what he's doing and take it personally. I want Jordan Poole to say, look, I know you got your money just like I got my money, but I got my money for this reason. You're on my home court. And I know Jordan Poole is going to come with that energy, and he's going to need to, because you're going to need offense. You're going to need offense, and you're going to need to find a way to slow down these guards. And if Nurkic plays, I mean, like I said, Lauri Markkanen, they're different players, but Lauri Markkanen was giving the Warriors buckets yesterday. Now, luckily, nobody else was really giving them buckets. Clarkson kind of did his thing, but there was really no other offense. Colin Sexton, I think, had 11. But another guy that we haven't talked about, JD, from the Blazers, Jeremy Grant. He's a guy who it has been a bit of an aberration, you might say, offensively this year for the Blazers. Damian Lillard has missed some time, so that has helped. So that's another guy that the Warriors, if you sleep on him as well, that's where he makes his money, because everybody's so worried about their big three, if you will, and Dame, Simons, and Nurkic, that Grant's been kind of doing his thing. So it's going to be a tall task for the Warriors tomorrow.
It is. And look, this is the second best team that the Warriors have faced on the homestand. I know basically they've had the same record as Utah to this point. And both those teams got off to really hot starts. I think they were both 10-4, 12-4, something like that. Have dipped since then, but still remained north of the 500 line, which has been something that has been really difficult for the Warriors to do themselves with all of the injuries and the up and down play that they've had to this point. So yeah, that's a tough game. And I keep coming back to, and the question of the day is, have the Warriors turned the corner? And look, I mean, I don't think they're going to go 8-0. I'm not saying they can't go 8-0, but I think that's a game, if they are going to lose one or two, that's one that you might, not having Steph and not having Wiggins. But we'll see, how the Warriors are able to come out and hang on, and we'll see. I mean, that could be one of these games that eventually matters for a tiebreaker down the line too, if everything remains jumbled up. I think the best version of the Warriors, though, is still much better than the best version of the Blazers. We just haven't seen that best version of the Warriors yet.
No, and obviously the Warriors are going to be, shorthanded.
Portland's better than I thought, though. Like I thought Portland was bottom 5 in the West, to be honest. And look, I know bottom 5 is basically the only teams that don't make the play-in, but I thought they had a great shot at being one of the odd teams out.
Yeah, well, I'm looking here at what the Warriors still have coming up, and basically, JD, this is between this game and the Suns game. I'm okay with the Warriors losing one of them. So I don't think they should lose both, because I don't think the Suns are playing that well, and I think the Blazers, for their hot start, I think they are beatable, and the Warriors just need dubs. So I'm just trying to be optimistic here. So you got the Blazers and the Hawks and the Pistons and the Magic and the Suns. Hawks, Pistons, Magic, no excuses. You have to win those games. I don't necessarily expect you to win both games against the Blazers and the Suns, but you got to get one of them. You're still on your home court. To me, you cannot lose both of those games. You can't lose besides the Grizzlies game, and I'm not necessarily calling it an aberration, but they do. It was Christmas. There were a lot going on. Besides that, you can't lose out of the last 5 games. You can't lose both to the 2 best teams out of those 5.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, it's a matter of, coming into this thing, I think you would have said that the Grizzlies and the Suns, and look, the Suns' path has changed because we didn't know Booker was going to be out for the next 4 weeks and out for that game for sure. we didn't know that. But coming into the homestand, I think you would have said, all right, Memphis and Phoenix, first game and the last game, like those are the toughest games on the schedule. And then there's probably 3 games that are middle of the pack games, which would be Utah, Portland, and Atlanta. Although now Atlanta is kind of, what they got a lot of turmoil and may not have Trae Young, and so that game gets kicked in a different category.
Yeah,
but that's the next tier. Let's say if the Memphis and Phoenix were initially the top tier, Phoenix maybe not as good as we thought they would be. Atlanta now maybe not quite as good. Portland and Utah middle of the pack, and then Charlotte, Detroit, and Charlotte, Detroit, and Orlando are the 3 that coming in you got to get.
You have to have them.
And, so the worst case scenario would be 3 and 5, but those are the 3 that you win. You hopefully you'd, at least on paper, you'd win. But I think the scenario that you would want would be you win all 3 of those. You take 2 of the other 3 in that next tier, and then split the other ones, and you get to 6 and 2. I think 6 and 2 was probably the ceiling for me, given the way that they had played, and even that I was a little reluctant to be like, why 6 and 2?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't done it
without Steph, and look, we didn't know that the home thing was still a thing because we hadn't seen them play well at home without Steph. Like that was the part. And now we can say, all right, they can cobble it together and fight and scrap and claw and win, but so that's good. We know the home magic is still a thing, but at the same time, I'm still reluctant to say because they're 3-0 that hey, 7-1, 8-0 is on the table at this point. Like, not off the table, but it's one game at a time, and they're going to have to play well and play extremely hard to keep it moving. And I'm also interested. Coach Kerr said this in the past. The fact that 6-8 games at home can start to be a little long, and you almost like there's a little bit of complacency that can build up from being
cabin fever a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. He likes, I think, 4 or 5 games home, 4 or 5 games a road. I think that's how he kind of prefers the schedule work, and so it's interesting because let's say the Warriors do, end up 4-1, going into those final 3 games. You can't have a let up because that's what I keep coming back to as far as this homestand. To me, it's more about what the night of January 10th. What are we talking about? Because 3-0, we still might be talking about 5-3. And if we're talking about 5-3 off of 3-0, it's not going to feel great.
Right.
Especially if Wiggins is going to come back potentially for the final 3 or the final four games of that, and then maybe, hopefully, Steph shortly after that. But you got to keep pushing. You got to keep pushing, and I think this is a point in the Warriors season where if they do keep pushing, if they are able to keep scratching out wins, we're going to look back on it at the end and be like, all right, this is when we maybe knew that they had a little bit of action.
Yeah, and so Damian Lillard will be the biggest star that they play on this homestand, besides obviously John Morant. So that's another reason that it would just feel good to get this W based on the conversation that